Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Oh my goodness. Then I am supposed to. Hey, 12 man. Hey, everybody in the chat. Hey, Nate, how you doing? If you're still there. Let's see. What else do we have here?
Let's get these viewers up. Let's go.
I imagine they'll be here momentarily. Make sure that I have everything as it should be. Where is my up there?
There's Solid Snake. What's up, Solid Snake?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I was just making sure. Okay. Yeah, I had to get my phone shot back up. I had to reset it and everything. I wanted to make sure. Yeah, my Wi-Fi ain't the best right now. Seems like I need a whole new dang on box. I ain't getting the ping I used to get.
Kimmy, why? Kimmy, why are you up so late? You've been up late lately. Are you working at? Are you doing your shows at night or something?
She was doing a live earlier today, Stanley, like walking all downtown, kind of like I was.
Oh, are you even in the? Are you even in the country, Kimmy? Maybe she's overseas.
Never know. Let's just show a license plate. I don't believe it.
Hey, oh yeah, same thing happens to me. Hey, what's up, White John Galt? Yeah, I hate it when I wake up late. I'm all discombobulated here.
I feel like I woke up late to something.
So what were you saying? You were your committee on government waste was too governmenty?
Yeah, I have some emails to send on that.
I figured you'd said something and they tossed you out.
No, I essentially left the community because they want to start talking about global warming and climate, this and that, instead of
Let me
direct impact. Hold
let me
on,
offer my,
Stanley.
I think basically, don't you think government workers ought to quit and get
No, we're not talking about government workers, Stanley.
Oh, are you a volunteer? I thought you were actually an employee.
Yeah, I'm a volunteer. Yes,
Ah, I was thinking you were an employee. Like, gee,
no, sir.
I was about to say, well, you
We're
might.
talking about firing useless employees.
Well,
That's what we're talking about.
I think we ought to just get rid of the government, right?
No, we can't do that. Stanley.
Why not? Let's just take a good thing too far.
Well, we tried that during the Civil War, but
Well,
it
no,
didn't work out too well.
that wasn't getting rid of government.
Or,
that was starting another one.
yeah, of course, that's my point.
Yeah, well,
It doesn't work. We have to have a.
Eventually,
Stanley, wouldn't you agree that we have to have civil order?
Civil
order of some sort.
We have civil order now.
In a way. Unless you're downtown Anchorage, then you can't even go out to eat without a homeless person trying to pickpocket you or something.
Yeah, well, that's hold on. That's not a national problem. That's a local problem.
It seems to be a local problem in every liberal city, though. They're trying to.
You know what?
They're trying.
Hold on before you natter on. So if the local quote liberal government can't take care of it, why can't the Republican state take care of it?
Well, let me ask you this. Why do liberals keep putting problems?
Okay, see,
why does homelessness?
Don't ever answer a question with a question. Answer my question.
Well, it's not the rural areas. It's not our problem, Stanley. Rural areas.
It is a Republican problem if it happens in a Republican state.
Oh, so now liberal problems are our problem.
Yes. Now, if the Republicans can't solve it, then I guess they're as hapless as the local liberal.
How about, look, man, they spend billions and billions of dollars on all these homeless motherfuckers and shit, and all they do is go around and
who's spending
get high on meth and
billions and billions?
Look, dude, I got a piece full this morning, Stanley. At the Marriott Hotel.
Who is spending billions and billions?
Oh yeah, the whole country is. Portland, Anchorage, Seattle. I mean, and the problem just gets. Look, Stanley, I was trying to tell you something happened to me this morning.
In this state, I've had enough of it. I think
this morning I was being cussed out by some mathed out fucking hepatitis fucking disease-ridden motherfucker in front of my hotel, right?
Okay, well, did you respond like that?
No, I reported him to security and he ran off like a cockroach, like they always do.
Oh, okay, so
you know what I mean? Like these little fucking babies of liberals running around all these liberal cities, cussing people out
So
and
you
shit
didn't.
just out for smoking a coffee.
So you didn't respond in your MAGA drunken state.
No,
You
no,
you went and called the security guard.
no,
That
they're
is
right there.
that
They're,
is
hey,
that is
hey, they're called ballet.
that is very MAGA manly of you. There, 12
They're,
minutes.
they're called ballet.
That is very mega manly. You ran whining to some security guard instead of
So I
taking.
should take the law into my.
Yes, that's what MAGA does. It takes the law into its own hands. So, what have you been up to today, Solid Snake?
Nothing, man. Just chilling, man.
Well, maybe
Enjoying
you
this
need to go
rainy
up to it.
weather.
Maybe you need
You'd
to.
be happier if I was in jail, huh, Stanley?
Well, yes.
All they had to do was show their faces. Came out. The
Well,
Man,
valets,
you
surprise.
didn't go to
the
get together
valets
drunk,
came
did you?
out,
I,
Stanley,
and
Stanley,
so,
the
so
dude
your
ran away.
your
I
valet,
didn't have to deal with him.
your
I have
valet,
other people to do that shit.
you had your valet take care of it. Was she a woman?
That's right.
So a woman took care of the problem for you.
No, 2 men.
Oh, it took two of them, huh?
Yeah. Just
Stanley.
ran him off like cockroach. That
Yeah,
place
well,
was
you know,
filthy too.
that seems
They
like the.
need to they need to do some pressure washing around there.
Uh-huh.
Fucking town is gross, dude. Couldn't wait to get back home.
Yeah, well, it's so funny uh how MAGA will complain about liberals, but they never seem to be able to take over those
Well,
cities. I wonder why.
how come liberals can't control their own cities,
Well,
Stanley?
because Republicans can't seem to win in liberal
And,
cities.
and they need more money from Republicans, right?
Nope. Basically, Republicans can't beat the liberals in the cities, so I guess liberals remain in power.
Yeah, and will remain rule where they go to
Right.
jail if they
Republicans,
fuck up.
Republicans can't do shit in Anchorage because they're weak.
Okay, yeah,
They're weak,
good.
and
They can have it.
the
That place
liberals.
is a
That's
dump.
exactly what MAGA does. It runs when it can't take over a city.
And run where? To my own land?
Yeah, that's where you run, back where you can
Yeah,
control it.
back where I belong.
Hey, if what you're saying is MAGA runs back to its home when it gets a little threatened by a homeless guy, yeah.
Yeah, well, they're all over the place like zombies.
They're all over the
Yeah,
place.
you gotta look on my channel. I showed it all last
They're
night.
all those
These
liberals.
people all over the motherfucking place.
Those liberals have decided that they would prefer to have homeless people instead of MAGA people. That's
Good
weird.
for them.
That's weird.
Do it with their own money.
They do. Once they get the money, it's theirs.
And when they cross into MAGA country, then they go to jail.
Yep.
You
Well,
understand that, right?
you know what? Sounds like you've been to jail in MAGA country, so you would know.
I haven't been to jail not in a long time, but back in the day in Shelby County, I went to jail. And, like all the black people I was locked up with.
Is that Shelby
Uh,
County? Is that Shelby County, Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's MAGA country, right?
Not really. That's black country, dude.
Oh, so blacks can't be MAGA?
Nah,
Mm.
Stanley, you need to go look at it. I was going to bring this up. They got this guy named Nick Johnson. He be doing like tours across America.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny, he brought up Shelby, Tennessee, because on his video he had like 10 days ago,
Mm-hmm.
he talked about those certain communities. Whereas, as me and Portia was talking about, what happens when all the wealthy money leave the community because they don't want to pay the taxes that's attributed to basically liberal policies, a
Yeah.
liberal-led community.
You know what? It always makes me funny when it appears MAGA and before MAGA.
Why can't it be about
Why
our
can't I?
own people?
Why
Why
can't
got to be
I
about
finish a
MAGA?
fucking
What's wrong
sentence?
with
Why
MAGA?
can I not
Black people
finish
don't want
a?
MAGA. What the hell?
What the hell is it with you two? Why can't I finish a
No, I
sentence
just want
all
to
of a
know
sudden?
why y'all always got to put black people down.
I didn't put black people down. Your
Well, why
fellow,
you
your
putting MAGA
fellow,
down? You putting black people down.
your fellow Trump voter put black people down.
Oh, come on, man! You fellow liberals would have kicked us out the country.
You know what?
That's through
No,
population
I don't
density
think.
alone.
I don't think the liberals
That is
would have
sniffing the
had to put
Kool-Aid.
you.
What you
I
think
don't
the
think
people
Yeah.
put you here?
motherfucker, y'all. I don't think the liberals would have had to put you out. You would have run like 12th Man did today.
Oh, there you go.
Solid Snake. You're right. Like
Every time the host
Stanley,
can't.
come on, man! You can't keep running from the argument.
Back.
But why are you doing that? That's a pussy
Because
move,
I
man. Be a
can't get a
man.
word in. Because I can't get a word in edgewise.
Well, why you don't let me finish talking?
Okay, because you're too slow.
It don't matter if I'm too slow. I'm trying to keep up.
Actually, it does matter if you're too slow.
No, I don't buy your bullshit. That's the problem.
Well, you know what?
And I
My
never
bullshit-
will, Stanley, because I know how it works.
Solid Snake, my bullshit is going to be running the panel tonight, so you better learn how to deal with it.
Well, I'm still here.
Oh, you don't have to be.
Oh, is that a threat, Stanley?
Come on, Stanley.
No, it's not a threat.
No, let him be a little old girl like he always is.
That's exactly what I'm going to be. I'm going to be like
I
the
don't want to
little girl.
listen to your goddamn on liberal ass diatribe.
I'm going to be like the little girl who ran.
You lost. Stop crying.
I'm going to be like the little girl who ran from Anchorage today.
Yeah, I love my own land and my own retreat.
Most girls love their Barbie houses, their Barbie doll houses. So, I'm not surprised.
Plus, no one checked on my dog, so I had to get back to my puppy.
So MAGA can't take care of its own dogs.
Well, I trusted other people to do it, but they didn't do their job.
Are they MAGA voters too? Are you going to call them liberals?
Now that they owe me money now.
So now they're liberals.
Well, they're gonna pay me. Everybody's gonna pay.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna pay. You live in your nice white conservative town, don't you, Stanley?
See, this is the awesome thing about weak-minded MAGA, and apparently you have joined with John Galt.
So
in some meta point you're trying to make about where I live. This county.
I know exactly where you live, Stanley.
This county is 50% black, so I don't know that you.
So
I don't think you could actually call it white. is my point.
I'm
Just
quarter
what me and Portia
percent.
was talking about with
Gives
the
a
Baton
fuck.
Rouge situation. Most blacks are voting conservative, Stan.
Okay, here no, most blacks are not voting conservative.
Yeah, they are.
That's just
Well,
in
pull up
your
the
that's
demographics for your
okay.
area. Pull up the
What I
voting
need you to
demographics
do, Solid
for
Snake,
your
is
past elections. I can pull up the
what I need y'all to do is if you're gonna talk about who voted for whom, at least attempt to be factual. Apparently, MAGA all of a sudden doesn't need facts to prove points.
Stanley. You can Google.
I don't need to Google it.
And what Brooklyn say? Brooklyn say, what you feel about that acquittal? Let's go ahead with this story because I ain't trying to argue with you
She's
about
trying
this
to,
tonight. Let's go and talk about this acquittal. That's
she's
what
trying
everybody here
to,
for. So let's get the audience what they want.
Kimmy,
Everybody hit that like button. Hit that share button. Let everybody know. Me and Stanley finna go on about this acquittal. Solid Snake versus Stanley or whatever.
Kimmy's about to save your ass from a thrashing.
Nah, I want to hear what you got to say. Don't put no. Why you got to bring? Oh, you want to be DEI all of a sudden?
You a funny motherfucker, Stanley.
Well, I figured this would happen. I mean, well, I kept telling John it. You really can't blame one person for this systemic failure. Cops should have been there. This guy should have either been with his family or in an asylum or somewhere off the streets. Subways in general need to be policed better, etc., etc.
But what about our own personal responsibility as far as like just don't
I think
being restrained, don't resist. Like just stop resisting.
Being restrained about what?
I mean, if he was being restrained, the only reason he died because he was steadily resisting. Now I can see if he had a game.
Let me go ahead. Let me go ahead.
You had two other people trying to hold him down. So obviously he was resisting the restraint. So why would you walk into a crowded movie theater yelling fire and everybody don't investigate and you still yelling fire? Why we would not hold you down? But you didn't walk in. You walked into a subway, literally threatening everybody over fucking them not giving you change.
Okay, that is the stupidest thing I've heard in quite some time. You need to save that shit for John's show.
Okay.
You asked me what I think. I'm trying to tell you what I think, and you won't allow me to finish.
Now, let me tell you what I ran from.
Let me not.
Stanley.
I haven't asked you yet.
I ran from a disgusting liberal hellhole. That's what I ran from.
Come on, 12.
What the hell are you talking about? I thought we were talking about Daniel Penny.
That's what I'm talking about. Come on, 12, man. Let him talk.
I think it was a systemic failure. I think the jury reached the right decision. And once again, New York City is the perfect example. I think that MAGA loves to talk about liberal hellholes, but the funny part is they can never win elections in these liberal hellholes, and there's a reason for that.
What do you mean, Stanley? We just won every election in the country.
No, you didn't.
Which one didn't we win?
Well, the ones that are liberal hellholes, apparently.
Yeah. They can keep it.
Yeah, of course they can keep it. They're gonna keep it because the Republicans can't win.
Yeah, because we're tired of giving them money. That's why.
Okay, again, I know you want to spin it, and in your drunken state, it probably makes sense to you. But the bottom line is these places remain liberal hellholes, and I'll admit they're liberal hellholes. Why not? But y'all can't win there.
That's why you don't live in Chicago, huh, Stanley? Or Anchorage.
No. Number one, Anchorage is ridiculously cold. Why would I move there? And
Yeah, and plus it's flooded with homeless people.
I have never been to Chicago, so I'm from Georgia. Makes sense that maybe I'd never been there or don't live there.
Yeah. That's why you live in your little white conservative town. Understand?
Okay. The town is motherfucking 50% white, 50% black. I don't know why you keep calling it a white town unless you're a white supremacist. Can you exist? Can black
Who
people?
they,
You
who
sound,
they,
you sound like a white supremacist.
who they elect for mayor, a white person or a black person?
What does it matter? So the color of the mayor
Just
means
answer the question.
no, I don't think I will. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and play this this article, this Jordan Penny acquitted in death of Jordan Neely on subway. Oh, and by the way, Spicy Peach, what you're saying, drunk or sober, uh, you're more than welcome to hit the link so I can shit on your points too.
Don't be, that's my internet wife. Don't be shitting on her, Stanley.
Yeah, well,
She's a good person.
maybe what you should do is stop taking up for the sauced boy.
Daniel Penny is acquitted in death of Jordan Neely on subway. This article is by Harubi Miko and Anusha Bea and read by an automated voice. Daniel Penny, a former Marine who choked a fellow subway rider on an Uptown F train last year, was acquitted on a charge of criminally negligent homicide on Monday, ending a case that had come to exemplify New York City's post-pandemic struggles. The jurors decided that Mr. Penny's actions were not criminal when he held the rider Jordan Neely in a chokehold as the two men struggled on the floor of a subway car on May 1, 2023. Mr. Neely, who was homeless and had a history of mental illness, had strode through the subway car that afternoon, yelling at passengers and frightening them, according to witnesses. After the forewoman announced the verdict, the courtroom erupted, with some people cheering the outcome and others responding with anger. Upon hearing the words, "not guilty," Mr. Penny's lawyer, Thomas A. Kenneth, slapped his palm on the defense table and turned to hug Mr. Penny, who had a large grin on his face. Another of his lawyers, Stephen Razor, stood and kissed his client on the cheek. Mr. Neely's father, Andre Zachary, lashed out at supporters of Mr. Penny, and the judge asked him to leave the room. The jurors had spent more than 3 days trying to come to a unanimous decision on whether Mr. Penny, 26, was guilty of manslaughter, a higher charge, in the death of Mr. Neely, 30. On Friday, the jurors sent 2 notes to the judge overseeing the trial saying that they had deadlocked. After the jurors, 7 women and 5 men, sent the first note that morning, the judge, Maxwell T. Wiley, instructed them to resume their deliberations. When the jurors sent the second note in the afternoon, telling Justice Wiley that they were still unable to reach an agreement, he granted the prosecution's request to dismiss the charge. He sent the jurors home for the weekend, telling them to prepare to begin deliberating on the lesser charge, criminally negligent homicide, on Monday. Ultimately, they decided to acquit Mr. Penny. The decision was a defeat for the office of Alvin L. Bragg, Manhattan's district attorney. In a statement on Monday, Mr. Bragg said that the jury has now spoken. "We deeply respect the jury process, and we respect their verdict," he said. In his statement, Mr. Bragg also noted that prosecutors and their families had been besieged with hate and threats, on social media, by phone, and over email, throughout the trial. "Simply put, this is unacceptable, and everyone, no matter your opinion on this case, should condemn it," he said. Shortly before Mr. Penny arrived at the courthouse on Monday, 2 groups of protesters, those who supported Mr. Penny and others who protested on behalf of Mr. Neely, clashed briefly. Police separated the 2 camps with metal barricades, but they continued to hurl barbs at one another, amplified by megaphones. In New York City, the Penny case drew comparisons to the 1984 subway shooting of 4 black teenagers by a white passenger, Bernard Getz, who said he had been a mugging target. Mr. Getz instantly became famous and infamous. Mr. Penny is white, and Mr. Neely, a former Michael Jackson impersonator, was black. Like Mr. Goetz's case 40 years ago, the episode sharply divided New Yorkers and the nation. After Mr. Neely's death, video of the men's struggle exploded online. Some who saw the 4 minutes of footage said Mr. Penny's actions reflected transit riders' fears and frustrations, and pointed to concerns about crime in the city. A number of Republican politicians hailed Mr. Penny. Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida compared him to the Bible's Good Samaritan. Matt Gaetz, a former congressman from Florida and provocateur who was President-elect Donald J. Trump's initial choice for Attorney General, called Mr. Penny a subway Superman. As prosecutors were set to close their case last Tuesday, the Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank, called Mr. Penny innocent and a hero in a social media post. Under Alvin Bragg, saving a train car full of innocent people is a crime, the group posted. For others, the killing showed the city's inability or unwillingness to help its most vulnerable and marginalized residents. And Mr. Penny, they said, deserved to be punished. Members of Black Lives Matter and the Reverend Al Sharpton's National Action Network protested across from the courthouse nearly every morning, their chants sometimes audible inside the stuffy courtroom on the 13th floor where the trial unfolded. As Mr. Penny walked into the building, they would shout "murderer" and "subway strangler." Each day, members of Mr. Neely's family gathered in the courtroom, which was often packed with supporters and observers. On Monday, Mr. Sharpton said that the verdict does not change what we have known to be true in our hearts since the very beginning. Jordan Neely's life was brutally taken away because of unnecessary vigilantism. This kind of behavior was inexcusable 40 years ago when Bernard Goetz opened fire in a subway car, and it remained the case more than a year ago when Daniel Penny took Jordan's life, he said. Mayor Eric Adams, at a news conference on Monday, said that Mr. Neely should not have had to die, and described the city's mental health system as broken. But a jury of his peers heard the case, saw all the facts and all the evidence, and made a decision, Mr. Adams said. And I join DA Bragg in stating that I respect the process. Over the course of the trial, Mr. Penny's legal team pushed back at the assertion that their client's chokehold had been the cause of Mr. Neely's death, and the question of what exactly had killed Mr. Neely was central to the month-long debate between the prosecutors and defense lawyers. Mr. Penny's lawyers suggested that Mr. Neely had died because of a toxic combination of his synthetic marijuana use, sickle cell trait, and mental illness. Prosecutors said that Mr. Penny had failed to recognize Mr. Neely's humanity, squeezing his neck ever tighter as he struggled to break free. Pointing to the testimony of the medical examiner who ruled on Mr. Neely's death, prosecutors asked the jury not to believe the defense's hypothesis, particularly that his sickle cell trait had anything to do with his death. On Monday, the jurors appeared to have been convinced by the defense's argument, or at least did not find that prosecutors had proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt. As the jury's verdict settled over the courtroom, Justice Wiley shouted to get control of the room. One woman, unable to hold back her cries, ran into the hallway where her wails could be heard. As Mr. Neely's family was escorted out of the courtroom, Hawk Newsom, a co-founder of BLM Greater New York, who has led daily protests during the trial, said toward Mr. Penny, "It's a small world, buddy." Several people gasped, and court officers urged the group to keep moving. Mr. Penny and his team were quickly ushered out. Outside the courthouse beneath a gray sky, Mr. Neely's father, Mr. Zachary, spoke to reporters for the first time in about 8 weeks. In the minutes leading up to his brief remarks, he stood fidgeting with his clasped hands and looking up at the clouds. "I just want to say I miss my son," he said, adding, "It hurts, it really, really hurts." For Mr. Penny and his supporters, the verdict was a source of great relief. They gathered at the Stone Street Tavern in the financial district, celebrating and taking pictures. "They were having a good time," said Edgar Lopez, 24, an employee of the bar. "They beat the case, they won, and they were having a couple drinks." Wesley Parnell and Emma G. Fitzsimmons contributed reporting.
Any thoughts?
I got a question.
What's that?
So, we talking about Jordan Neely, right?
Well, the article was, I guess we are.
I'm just saying, we talking about the black guy, right?
Mhm.
Was he homeless?
Well, to be honest, I assume he was. I don't know.
So the same people that wouldn't house him causing all this commotion. That makes sense to you?
Okay. I don't think the question makes sense to me.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
Okay,
if my
because I'm
family kicked me
guessing.
out the
I'm
house.
guessing.
No. I'm saying,
Well, I'm guessing the
but
protesters.
that's a far reach to
Okay, are
say,
you
hey,
talking about the?
all of a sudden you're gonna leave the streets out there to raise your child, but then you
Okay,
want to
are
cross
you
the streets where
talking
they wind
about
up
the
where they at.
protesters?
You can't do that.
Are you talking about the protesters?
No, it's just not the protesters. I'm just talking about in general.
Okay, because the people, you know what? Quite frankly, I'll leave it at the question doesn't make sense. His family, like I said, there were several different types of failures. That's why. That's why Penny was found innocent. There's so many systemic failures that it's hard to hold one particular person responsible. And one other thing I wanted to talk about, and I don't know if it came up in the trial because I didn't keep up with it that closely, but Penny done a few tours in excuse me, in Afghanistan, I think. So who knows? Maybe PTSD was his problem. So there are a lot of different systemic failures. Like I said, I expected him at a minimum to serve a very light sentence. The maximum happened, and he was cleared of it. So that's how it goes. Now, I don't know enough about the case to really talk about, you know, the housing part of it and all that. I guess you can speculate, but I don't really have answers.
Yeah, I think he should have been free anyway.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really matter. He's freed, and so we go.
Freed in heaven.
So
Oh yeah.
apparently
I just hate
the
the fact everybody like to use it as a race issue.
person of interest who was he's been charged with murder now. Luigi Mangione is charged with killing that United Healthcare CEO. And I'll play this 8-minute article.
Can I ask you a question, Stanley?
Yes,
What?
go ahead.
Well, I get that this young CEO was, I guess, very intelligent and all that, and very highly decorated as far as the education field goes, especially for a 26-year-old, right? But why all the big deal, man?
Okay, the United Healthcare CEO wasn't 26. The suspected shooter's 26, right?
No, the guy that got killed was 26, then.
I thought he was older than that.
Who knows? They might be 26.
Oh, I think he was older than 26.
I don't think so. No. Young man, 26-year-old, shot dead just for being smart head of national health insurance or whatever the fuck he's in charge of. You know,
Yeah, I
seems
got a feeling on that one. I got a feeling this motherfucker gonna walk for real.
Okay,
ain't gonna walk nowhere.
okay.
You think
Yeah,
he
I
might
think he
walk
gonna walk.
to the guillotine.
I
That'll
think
be
he gonna
about
walk.
it.
I think he gonna walk. I think he gonna walk. I got a feeling it's gonna be a long time, and a lot of things can happen between here and trial day. I think he gonna wind up walking too.
Okay, the CEO of United Healthcare was 50.
I don't think a jury gonna convict that guy. I don't know
Okay,
what you
so
gonna
we'll
where
go
the jury
ahead.
is gonna convict.
We'll go ahead and
I'm sorry.
we'll go ahead and listen to the news story.
Yeah, why would he want
This news story was written by
okay.
Mark Berman and Shayna Jacobs. Man arrested in Pennsylvania, charged with murder in United Healthcare killing. Authorities said Monday that they had taken a 26-year-old man into custody in Pennsylvania, connection with the killing of Brian Thompson, a health insurance executive who was gunned down last week on a Manhattan sidewalk. Luigi Mangione, a Maryland native, was spotted eating at a local McDonald's. He was arrested and charged with 5 counts, including possessing an instrument of a crime, providing false identification to law enforcement, and carrying a firearm without a license. Police said Mangione had a ghost gun, along with a lengthy handwritten document indicating anger toward corporate America. He is believed to be our person of interest in the brazen, targeted murder of Brian Thompson, Jessica Tisch, the New York City Police Commissioner, said at a news briefing.
Can
Late
you
Monday,
pause it for
the
a
New York State
second,
Court
Stanley?
website said Mangione had been charged there as well, with murder, illegal gun possession, and possession.
Yes.
Why mention it was a ghost gun? Who cares what kind of gun it was? You know?
Possessing a forged instrument. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office said the originating court document containing those charges, known as a criminal complaint, remains sealed. Thompson, 50, the chief executive of United Healthcare, was shot and killed Wednesday outside a Hilton hotel in Midtown Manhattan, a stunning act of early morning violence in one of New York's busiest areas. Police said it appeared that the suspect they were seeking escaped the city shortly after the shooting. Law enforcement officials said they were scouring reams of video footage and tips, but they pleaded with the public for more help, sharing several images of a person they said was wanted in connection with the killing. That search continued until Monday morning, when someone in a McDonald's in Altoona, a small city about 290 miles west of the Hilton where Thompson was killed, recognized Mangione and contacted authorities shortly after 9 a.m., authorities said. According to court papers released Monday, police in Altoona arrived in the McDonald's and found Mangione sitting at a table toward the back of the restaurant. Police described him as wearing a blue medical mask and looking at a laptop on the table, with a backpack nearby. The 2 officers approached and asked him to pull his mask down, and when he did so, both immediately recognized him from the images circulating of the person wanted in connection with the New York shooting, they wrote in the criminal complaint. Soon after the officers wrote, they asked if he had been to New York recently, and the male became quiet and started to shake. The officers asked him for identification, and he handed over a New Jersey driver's license that police said later turned out to be a fake, the complaint stated. When officers told him he would get arrested for lying about his identity, he said his name was Luigi Mangione, according to the complaint. Mangione was placed into custody, handcuffed and searched at the McDonald's, the complaint said. His backpack was searched at the police station, where officers said they found a black pistol and that appeared to be 3D, along with a loaded Glock magazine with 6.9mm rounds. Mangione was arraigned Monday evening in a courthouse near Altoona and denied bail, according to a court official. It was not immediately clear whether he had an attorney. Joseph Kenney, the New York City Police Chief of Detectives, said Mangione would have to be extradited to New York to face additional charges. Officials from the Manhattan District Attorney's Office and the New York Police Force traveled to Altoona on Monday as part of the investigation. Peter J. Weeks, the Blair County District Attorney, said that if Mangione challenges his extradition, the process could take up to 45 days. Kenney said Mangione had a 3-page handwritten document expressing some ill will toward corporate America. That document spoke to his motivation and mindset, Tisch said. Officials did not elaborate. Mangione was born and raised in Maryland, had unspecified ties to San Francisco, and was last known to be living in Honolulu, Kenney said. Police said they were working to untangle Mangione's movements before he arrived in Altoona and to scrub his accounts and postings across social media. Kenney said officials were leaning toward believing the attacker in the shooting was acting alone, adding that the investigation was ongoing. Officials said Mangione was very careful about trying to avoid cameras and stay low profile. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, Democrat, said during a briefing Monday evening that Mangione had traveled across the state. Shapiro described him as moving between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh with stops in between, including in Altoona. The governor praised the person who summoned police to the McDonald's, calling the individual a hero. He urged other people who might have information on Mangione's movements in Pennsylvania to contact authorities. United Health Group, the parent company of Thompson's health insurance firm, pledged to continue working with law enforcement officials. Our hope is that today's apprehension brings some relief to Brian's family, friends, colleagues, and the many others affected by this unspeakable tragedy, a spokesperson for the company said in a statement. Mangione appears to have numerous ties to the Baltimore area. His address listed in the criminal complaint is in Towson, Maryland. Hours after his arrest, traffic cones blocked the entrance to the street in Baltimore County, where Mangione's parents are believed to live, and journalists lingered outside a nearby barrier. Our family is shocked and devastated by Luigi's arrest, the family said in a statement shared by Del Nino Mangione, a member of the Maryland House of Delegates representing Baltimore County. We offer our prayers to the family of Brian Thompson, and we ask people to pray for all involved. Mangione graduated from the Gilman School, an all-boys school in Baltimore, in 2016 as the high school valedictorian. Headmaster Henry P.A. Smith confirmed to the school community. We recently became aware that the person arrested in connection with the killing of the United Healthcare CEO is a Gilman alumnus, Smith wrote in an email to people affiliated with the school. This is deeply distressing news on top of an already awful situation. Our hearts go out to everyone affected. Former classmates and teachers at Gilman recalled him as well-liked and smart. He was a good spirit, said a former teacher, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to avoid being publicly linked to Mangione or the shooting of Thompson. He was very bright, vivacious, and full of life. I'm gut-punched because it just doesn't fit the boy that I knew those years ago. Others who knew him at Gilman, who similarly spoke on the condition of not being identified, recalled him as someone with leadership abilities and technical savvy. As a leader of a student robotics club, Mangione helped design a robot that advanced to the Maryland State Finals and a regional competition in Pennsylvania in 2016. In a 2016 high school yearbook reviewed by The Washington Post, Mangione wrote that he hated being sent to Gilman as a sixth grader, but it became the best thing that's ever happened to me. In his valedictory speech, which was posted by Gilman, Mangione said he and his classmates had the fearlessness to explore new things and the obvious ability to excel. Social media profiles that appeared to belong to Mangione offered glimmers of his life and background. One social media account that seemed to match his name and photograph posted about topics ranging from artificial intelligence to the societal effects of using social media. An image posted atop that profile showed an X-ray of what appeared to be a spine with 4 screws inserted. Mangione had worked for the online car marketplace TrueCar until sometime in 2023, a company spokesperson said. A LinkedIn page with Mangione's name and photo said he started working for the company as a data engineer in 2020, helping the company expand its sources for pricing and loan payment data. In the summer of 2019, Mangione worked as a head counselor at a Stanford University pre-collegiate studies program, according to a university representative. A fellow counselor who spoke on the condition of anonymity to avoid being publicly associated with the killing said Mangione was smart, social, and liked by all, organizing volleyball games and other group bonding activities. Mangione also attended the University of Pennsylvania, where he was a member of the Phi Kappa Psi fraternity from 2017 to 2020, said Ron Ransom, the fraternity's executive director. The university did not respond to requests for comment Monday, Berman reported from Washington. Ben Brash, Dan Diamond, Emily Davies, Olivia George, Daniel Gilbert, Annie Gowan, Drew Harwell, Tom Jackman, Anumita Kaur, Alice Kreitz, and Aaron Schaffer.
It's a lot of reporters. All right. Any comments, Solid Snake?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to, man. I'm still up in the air about this one because I watched something earlier tonight, and I was watching Marquez Brownlee. You familiar with him?
No.
He's like a African American YouTuber. He talk about technology and its implications, or whatever. He like one of the leading tech YouTubers. But tonight he talked about this software artificial intelligence program.
Okay. Do you have any comments
Look,
on? Do you have any
what I'm
comments?
saying.
Do you have comments on the article?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm questioning.
Okay, well, let me tell you. Let me tell you
it reached that 9/11
Let me tell you why you're questioning it.
Okay, so no, because this guy was caught 5 days later with the weapon in question. Why would I still have the weapon in question on my person, Stanley?
Ask the criminal.
I just want to know why would you still
Well,
have
you ask the question. I don't know the answer. How would I know the answer? Any
Don't
other
you think
question?
that'd be pretty dumb if you got a worldwide manhunt, but you were able to run 290 miles away from the crime scene, but you gonna hold on to the weapon that was used in committing the crime, regardless if it was a ghost gun or not?
I know you're surprised. The guy is a Ivy League private schooled white man. I know you think that usually white men are really smart. But
I didn't say that.
apparently,
I don't know where you come
no,
from.
I didn't say you.
White people ass.
I didn't say
I
you.
don't know where you come
I
from.
didn't say you said it.
I might agree with the majority of white people, but I don't kiss no white
Well,
people
no,
ass.
you not only agree with the majority of white people, you worship them. And I keep telling you, Asians are better.
Okay, well, if you believe that, then Stanley, die on that sword.
I will do just that.
But if you want to stick race into it and not virtue,
no, I'm going to stick race into it.
For their own actions, well, you can have that argument, Stanley.
I'm going to stick race into it because I know ordinarily if there were
the only damn thing you know is race. You just blame every other damn race.
Actually, it's
you
the
expect
opposite.
Black people.
Actually, Snake, it's the opposite. It always makes me laugh when y'all accuse me of thinking nothing but race when I literally just heard you all talking race incessantly with this Daniel Penny case. I heard black this and black that about BLM this and BLM that. Y'all are hypocrites and you're generally full of shit.
Okay, Stanley, if you heard anything I said.
I heard.
I'm just sick and tired of every time a crime come up, Black people got to bring race into it.
Listen to what I'm saying, sir.
Why Black people always got to be the one to bring race into it? Why we just can't look at the action versus
I don't know, but y'all talk incessantly about BLM and Al Sharpton. All y'all talk about.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes,
one time.
you actually do, and you do it.
If anything, Stanley, I'm criticizing their point.
Do it every other sentence. The only reason you're not doing it here is because there were no Black people involved.
Stanley, exactly.
Yes.
So why did you do it?
I just figured it would be funny to bring up.
Oh. Because I sure didn't do it, so why would you do it?
No, you couldn't do it. There are no Black people involved. I just said that.
All I can say is he looked generically white. I'm thinking, hey, you got a mask on. Hey, I don't know if that's true or not what I see on TV no more. You finna have a whole thing with the whole artificial intelligence generating and manipulating what we see.
How is any of that relevant?
Well, I don't know, Stanley, but I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting to see. I don't know yet. It ain't happened
Gotcha. Well, on to the next story. I ran into this and kind of laughed, but colleges scrambled to shield programs amid growing hostility from GOP. Essentially, what they're calling shouldn't even bother calling it the GOP. They should call it MAGA. But I guess basically
yet.
I guess
No,
basically
it's still the same. It's just MAGA is like the largest part of it now. They
I
just took
guess
over that party.
basically
Which is why I say black people need to take over the Republican Party. We need to have a larger relevance within that party because I think their values are much more in tune with people that got shit. You know,
I
they
think
work
black
hard. They
people.
live off the merit-based society. I
I
think we
think
got a lot more to benefit if we stick with the Republican Party because they'll keep the people that got merit in society that earn their right to be there, assist them in keeping their positions by not implementing DEI level of policies where, hey, we just gonna vote based off racial demographics. Why we can't vote based on goddamn results?
I think black people won't be joining MAGA in droves because they don't like hanging around racists.
I don't know, man. I don't know what racism is, Stanley, no more. It's cool when you do it, but it's a problem when they do it. I don't get that part. If I had two children, one was ugly
Okay,
and
why
one was
are you
pretty, I'm
talking
still
over
gonna
this
be
news
forced out of
article?
family to try to act like ain't no damn difference. That's the United States government at this point. You
Why are
got the
you
ugly kids trying to say the pretty kids getting all the goddamn benefits and values, but the
why
ugly
are
kids
you
still
talking
want to
over the
stay
news
ugly
article?
and don't want to beautify themselves. That's all it is a level of choice. And if
Why
the
are
only
you
reason
talking
you
over the
saying
news
ugly is
article?
because you ugly.
Fuck.
Stanley, why you do that, man? You always trying to make me out of clown to be.
Because you're talking over this article.
You ain't even got an article up.
Oh, I don't? Oh, shoot.
Stanley, wake up. Dirty, man. Ooh, we
Oh, I'm awake.
cold-blooded. Fuck your couch, Stanley. Fuck your couch, dude.
What?
Nothing. Yeah, old Dave Chappelle shit. I can't hear nothing, Stanley.
No, I thought I'd put it up and I hadn't.
Oh.
Basically, this is an article about the reaction of colleges to Trump being elected. So they're now essentially taking a defensive posture. And
I was just about to say that. I was just about to say that, Stanley. Damn.
well, essentially, hopefully they don't go overboard because, frankly, what people don't seem to understand is that even though Trump's been reelected, he's essentially, he's got basically 2 good years before he becomes essentially a lame duck. And,
Wait, Stanley, you think y'all gonna get this? Wait, y'all think in 2 years the Democrat Party gonna rise back up from the Phoenix? From the ashes of this?
It depends.
2 years. Oh my
Okay,
God.
can I respond to this, or are you just gonna fucking drunkenly blather on all night?
Come on, man, because I'm on my last beer anyway. I'm drinking water.
Okay, the bottom line is what people don't seem to admit is or want to consider is that Trump, well, several things. Generally, when a party wins like MAGA did, all 3 branches, they tend to overreach. So, if they're wise, they will govern, but they'll govern judiciously. Historically, midterms don't bode well for the party in power. And Trump has a history of fucking up. He'll do good for a while and then he'll do something to piss a bunch of people off. So if MAGA can make it through the midterms in 2026, they'll be good to go and they'll have a better chance, of course, at winning in 2028. But I'm taking a wait and see attitude. What I don't want is colleges to get too defensive, and I'm not absolutely sure that the Democrats have actually learned a lesson. Nothing I've seen so far has convinced me of that.
Investigation, regulation, and rhetoric. While it's unclear how far Republicans will go, GOP candidates have signaled interest throughout the year in all of the above. Legislatively, Republicans could make good on threats to raise taxes on university endowments, perhaps via a tax bill that is set for debate next year. They could try to close the education department, an oft-voiced Trump goal. That would take away the college's main point of contact and leverage in any administration, and potentially some of the programs the agency runs as well. Legislation to close the department has already been introduced, and Congress could act on sweeping GOP legislation to overhaul federal financial aid by, among other things, ending a loan program that aids graduate students and their parents, and limiting the amount of money that students can borrow. Lawmakers might also ramp up their investigations on topics including free speech, campus protests, instruction, and whether admissions policies are complying with the Supreme Court ruling that banned affirmative action. Last winter, House scrutiny of the pro-Palestinian protests helped spur the resignations of the presidents of the University of Pennsylvania and Harvard. College presidents are right to feel nervous, said Frederick M. Hess, Director of Education Policy Studies at the Conservative American Enterprise Institute. Some of the proposals will be difficult if not impossible to do, such as eliminating the education department, which would require congressional approval and a supermajority of 60 votes in the Senate. But other initiatives are within the administration's control. On the line are enormous buckets of federal cash, including financial aid programs and research grants. The government spent $114 billion on college financial aid in 2023, while federal research and development funding at universities totaled $54 billion in 2022. As a candidate, Trump said he would press schools to fall in line with his ideological priorities. From inside the administration, the Trump Education Department could threaten to withhold federal funding for universities that do not comply with its politics and policies. Civil rights law bars schools that discriminate on the basis of race, sex, and other factors from receiving federal funds, and the incoming administration could pursue investigations against universities that promote diversity, equity, and inclusion, or, as Trump put it during the campaign, practice explicit, unlawful discrimination under the guise of equity. They could also threaten funds from schools based on policies around gender, forcing schools, for instance, to ban trans women from women's athletics. And universities are expecting rules about how they are to handle complaints of sexual harassment on campus to change for the fourth time since 2011. Another powerful tool the administration could use to make colleges yield to Trump's conservatives' expectations could be accreditation, a process meant to ensure colleges and universities meet standards to participate in the federal student loan program. The president-elect has already vowed to use accreditation as his secret weapon to reclaim colleges from the radical left. He has promised to fire current government accreditors and replace them with people who will require that schools uphold conservative values to receive funds. So they can and maybe will weaponize accreditation, said Brendan Cantwell, a professor of higher education at Michigan State University. Though if you were to ask a conservative, they might say accreditation has already been weaponized to advance a left-wing agenda, and what we're doing is using it to correct course. The criticism of higher education is shored up by conservative states that are also pressuring public schools along the same fronts. In Texas, State Representative Brian Harrison said he was gobsmacked when he saw that Texas A&M University offered a minor in LGBTQ studies. Then he learned about other classes at public universities he didn't like, including one he said was on alternative genders. One class included, as part of the course materials, a podcast titled Women in Hip Hop Push Back Against the Male Gaze. Look, you want to study this stuff, that's fine with me, he said. But do it with your own damn money, not on the backs of my overtaxed constituents. A growing divide. The gulf between Republicans and higher education has been growing for at least a decade. In 2015, Gallup found that about 56% of Republicans had a great deal or quite a lot of confidence in higher education. By 2024, that had dropped to below 20%. Almost half of Republicans said they have very little or no confidence at all, up from about 11% in 2015. Confidence also fell among Democrats, but nowhere near as much. At the same time, there's been a profound shift in voting behavior based on educational attainment. College graduates used to favor Republicans. In 1984, for instance, nearly 6 in 10 voted for Republicans.
Can you start saying please?
Thank you.
Or does MAGA not have manners anymore?
I appreciate this, Stanley. I apologize. My bad. Hey, everybody, please hit that like, share, subscribe button, man. We going deep in this thing tonight because I don't think I'm going to go to sleep on this. Because, Stanley, I got a question. What did you take from that?
I think that colleges are panicking.
Panicking by being guilty? What are they guilty of?
No, panicking because MAGA tends to celebrate miseducated louts.
Oh, but the leftists don't seem to award goddamn straight up liars and degenerates.
Okay, well, the funny thing is we'll probably never.
They don't have no shame about it.
We'll probably never agree on this, so why not just hear the article out and move on?
Your party disagree with you, man.
You seem to think I have
How
the
can you be pro-black and then they told you that a woman is better or immigrant is better or somebody, a murderer they don't even advertise intelligent people. The last
Okay,
intelligent
I
person
think
they invested
well,
all their
two
money
things.
on was one
Solid
black man,
Snake.
and that's Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Solid
Like,
Snake.
wow, what an
Solid
olive
Snake.
branch.
Two things are not going to happen tonight.
Hey, what's up, John?
You
John
aren't
on. John,
you
hey, what's
aren't
up?
going to take 80 minutes to make no point at all. If you ask me a
Okay, but
question,
Stanley,
okay,
y'all had
okay. What I need you to do is if you ask me a question, allow me to complete it. If you can't do that, then just run along and get some sleep.
really
My
low.
answer is that colleges seem to be running scared, at least if this article is to be believed.
Because they know they're guilty for raising a potential terrorist to the American fabric.
Okay, I basically think that number one, colleges should do what they want to do. There are free speech issues involved in
Well, I
this.
don't.
And the one thing MAGA actually gets right is colleges shouldn't be accepting all this federal money anyway.
Whoa, wait a minute, Stanley. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. So you think it's fair that we allow illegal immigrants to come in and get the
What do illegal
education?
immigrants have
No,
to
they
do?
come in and they get the education that's required for American
Okay,
citizens.
what does
Okay,
illegal
but they can leave and they can
what
take that
does
education right
illegal
overseas.
immigration have to do with this article?
Okay, Stanley. You know what? It doesn't.
Well, all I'm asking is for you to stick to whatever the article's about. This random,
That's what we're talking
bringing shit
about. They
in.
getting scared. They getting scared, Stanley.
That's pretty
They've
much
been
what
doing
it
the
said.
wrong
And
thing. They've been basing everything on these
no,
so-called DEI policies.
I think colleges should do what
They've
they
been
want to do.
raising terrorists at the end of the day, Stanley. They just raising terrorists. They raising feminists. They raising pro this and pro that. All you're doing is just elevated job training. At the end of the day, all you need to do is know what the hell you went to college for and learn that. Fuck all these social policies and all this goddamn politics.
I think they should just do what they want to do and stop accepting federal money.
And how they gonna survive in, Stanley, on black money? Because it's
They
widely
might
known
not.
black people don't tip well, Stanley.
They might
So
not.
God forbid we have to let the African-American hard-working taxpayers pay for the water company, all these utilities, and then got to fund their school, their kids' college education.
Republican
We
Ronald
did it in all these
20
years. We
years
don't
later,
have 40
college
years freedom to develop this.
Okay, I'm ready to start the article again.
educated voters were evenly divided in the presidential race. And by this year, 56% favored Democrat Kamala Harris, one of the few demographic groups where the Democrats did not lose ground compared to 2020. So Republicans are less likely to think highly of universities, and the people who graduate from universities are less likely to vote for Republicans. Both trends have given the GOP space to go after higher education. Some say universities created, or at least expanded, the rift with both a liberal mindset and liberal policies, if not outright hostility to conservative thought. That was the experience of Emmanuel Hernandez, a University of Georgia senior and chairman of the statewide Georgia College Republicans. A few months ago, his campus chapter invited Representative Mike Collins, Republican Georgia, to give a speech, but the legislator was barely through an introduction before student protesters interrupted him, Hernandez said, and kept doing so every 5 or 10 minutes for the remainder of the event. It's just very indicative of the academic environment, where people who are supposed to be the future of this country can't even sit in a meeting with people they disagree with, said Hernandez, a 24-year-old consumer economics major. Costs also drive negative perceptions, with the sticker price, which most people don't pay, for the total cost of attendance nearing $100,000 a year at a few of the most expensive private colleges. President Joe Biden may have deepened the political problem with his aggressive efforts to cancel student debt. Whatever credit he got with beneficiaries, he also drove resentment among some who didn't go to college that their taxes were bailing out those who did. Another factor, dwindling trust and new skepticism of expertise. Federal dollars for research skyrocketed after World War II, driven in part by the space race against the Soviet Union, when the threat was visible and there was bipartisan support for money to drive new discoveries. But in recent years, fueled by the internet, which allows anyone to broadcast their views on any topic, there has been a societal erosion of respect for authority and expertise, said Ezekiel Emanuel, Vice Provost for Global Initiatives at the University of Pennsylvania. And the quintessential aspect of expertise was the university. Also, the hostility to diversity and equity policies voiced by Trump has long been reflected in local clashes between conservatives and universities. In Wisconsin, 36-year-old Nathan Crone, who works in IT and voted for Trump, recalled taking a diversity course at Lakeshore Technical College, where he earned a certificate in IT networking. As a veteran who enjoyed traveling to other countries during his military service, Crone hoped to learn about different cultures. Instead, the class made me feel bad for being a white Christian male, he said. That kind of teaching, overly focused on identity, race, gender, and sex in a divisive way, has come to dominate higher education, Crone said. I would like to see colleges focus on skills that people can use in their jobs, Crone said, not things that are going to divide Americans. At colleges, new fears and new thinking, universities are reacting in a range of ways to the new politics of higher education, by both responding to critics and pushing back against them. Some highly selective schools are tackling college costs by increasing already generous financial aid packages. The University of Pennsylvania and MIT, for instance, both announced last month that most students from families earning up to $200,000 per year won't have to pay any tuition. That threshold covers 80% of American households. At the University of Montana, costs are already low, but the school is working to make sure students see a return on their investment. For instance, its career readiness programs now begin at freshman orientation and include internships and partnerships to increase chances a student leaves school with a job in hand. In recent days, some schools concerned about possible changes to immigration rules have advised international students, faculty, and staff traveling over winter break to be back to the country before the inauguration in January. Many schools are adding training in debate and civil discourse to remind or teach students that college is meant to be a place to consider a wide range of viewpoints. Most schools took steps to keep protests over the Israel-Gaza war from becoming as disruptive as they were last year. Some have adopted institutional neutrality statements to avoid giving the appearance of ideological bias, and others, such as the University of Michigan, will no longer seek diversity statements in the hiring process. And the University of Pennsylvania's program in Washington is kicking off a multi-year project aimed at rebuilding relations between higher education and government, driven by concerns that the relationship is at the nadir. Other leaders are speaking up about the essential role universities play in driving innovation, powering the economy, tackling global problems, and bolstering national security. Rife, the MIT president emeritus, notes that many critical advances were pioneered at universities: quantum computing, artificial intelligence, CRISPR gene editing. Every country in the world envies what we have, Rife said. Where are the biggest universities in the world? The most advanced, the most well-known, the ones that produce the most Nobel Prizes? Most of them are in America. Those universities attract tremendous talent from all over the globe, he said. That's not a given. That's not to be taken for granted, he said. It can go away. Danielle Douglas Gabriel and Scott Clement contributed to this report.
Any thoughts? Mitt, this article was about, well, the title of the article pretty much says it all. Colleges scrambled to shield programs amid growing hostility from GOP. which is a little bit of a provocative title, I guess, but essentially they're looking to prepare for what MAGA is going to do to them. As far as DEI, DEI. Well, basically withholding federal funds for things that MAGA doesn't like DEI programs.
Okay.
Title IX sort of
Title
stuff.
Nine. Yeah, Title Nine.
Uh, I guess there were swimmers who were trans women competing
Yeah.
with biological women, that sort of thing. So, like I said, I mean, reading articles like this are one thing, but you really can't do anything until, something is actually done. It's all speculative right now.
One thing I can say, even black people is tired of this whole agenda, everything. Even black people, just talking to black people, just in general, they kind of tired of this new way of thinking. Like you gotta watch what you say. You got the whole LGBT, whatever you call that. Like I heard a lot of people of color, they say they're tired of it.
Well, I actually think that it really doesn't matter one way or the other. Black people are as prone as white people to actually not know what they're talking about or what they're complaining about.
Okay.
DEI, like DiCapriono says, DEI isn't the same thing as affirmative action.
No,
one thing I will say, I think the biggest problem is people. DEI in and of itself isn't a bad thing. It's when DEI basically, when you get dumb people handling good ideas, they basically turn the bad ideas into shit.
Okay, so how is DEI a good idea?
I think affirmative action is the perfect example. I think there was nothing particularly wrong or that couldn't be fixed with affirmative action, but it had just been tinkered with and modified, over the years, like the Bakke case. There was a University of Michigan case, both before the Supreme Court, where they tinkered with it and put time limits on it and all this sort of stuff. And it just, the program just kind of rotted on the vine. And then when it didn't work, they just got rid of it instead of going in and fixing the problems. DEI, in my opinion, DEI started way back in the early 90s. When I was still in the Navy, there was something called tailhook, where a bunch of female pilots and aviators were kind of like, abused by the male pilots. And the Navy way back then definitely was a boys club, and the few women that became pilots or whatever, they were definitely, it was almost like Mad Men. If you've ever seen a Mad Men episode, those old-fashioned attitudes towards women. So DEI kind of it wasn't called DEI back then. It was called, I don't know. Corporations have been giving that sort of counseling for years. Don't abuse women, don't be racist, all that stuff. And it's just morphed over the decades into something that's almost unrecognizable. It could be fixed and made more common sense and practical, or you can just get rid of it altogether. And of course, we're going to choose to get rid of it altogether. What I'd like to see colleges do, especially the ones that can afford it, like a Harvard or an MIT, instead of letting the government tell you what you can and can't teach, they should just not accept the government money. Their private colleges just don't accept the government money, and you don't have to worry about you know, what you teach or how you teach it. But as long as they take federal money, they're going to have some federal involvement. I really wish these quote conservatives would be consistent and say, hey, we're just not going to give private institutions money at all.
I really wish the liberal part of it will come towards the center and say, hey, we're not going to be trying to tell the difference between a man and a woman. We're not trying to redefine nature. I mean, literally, Stanley, you always talk for this party, but y'all literally put a black Supreme Court justice up there that literally was asked that question, what's the difference between a man and a woman? And she wanted to go on a 12-hour diatribe. And this is the same bullshit y'all gonna keep on going with for the next 20 damn years.
Well, solid snake, solid snake,
yabba dabba do,
solid
yabba
snake.
dabba do. That's all you're doing.
Solid Snake, in response to that, if she went on 12 hours, she must have been drunk like you. You go on for 12 hours.
It ain't the point. She literally walked up.
You go on for 12 hours when you're drunk. I'm just going to assume she was drunk. So what's your excuse when you go on for 12 hours? Are you liberal? Hello?
Yeah, no, I'm just on the front line.
So when you go on,
for 12, I'm just on the front line.
Answer my question. When you go on forever, just going off into space with your points, are you liberal or are you drunk?
What you do it too, Stanley?
I'm not drunk.
Exactly.
And everybody wants to point out.
You still ain't sticking to the topic because you know why?
Liberal.
You constantly got to rubber band this thing to make your point.
I'm liberal.
And you still at the end, and that's what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm liberal when I go on forever, so that's my excuse. Now, what's your excuse was my question. I didn't think so. So, Mitt, I think the DEI is a problem. It should be fixed instead of scrapped. I'm not even sure. I don't.
What? It's not merit-based, Stanley. That's the downfall of it. This is about taking everybody that's supposedly graded high on a test and instead of implementing it and not really giving results. It's a merit-based system I want. Not no goddamn who chose who to be who on top of everything else.
I don't think you understand what a merit-based system is.
Results, Stanley. Results.
No, actually, DEI really has nothing to do with merit-based anything. Getting into college
exactly, Stanley, and I don't want no DEI because it's not merit-based. That's what I just said.
I am really starting to get annoyed with you, Solid Snake.
I want to know why did you get me in merit-based systems included with DEI? At what point did I say DEI was merit-based?
I think you are literally, you're just mangling.
I think you twisted my words in real time, and that's what I'm worried about.
Okay, your words are basically not merit-based.
Okay, fine.
Okay, apparently in your meritocracy, you didn't learn how to form a proper sentence.
Well, fine, Stanley. I don't use punctuation when I'm drunk.
Well, maybe, have you ever thought maybe you should listen more when you're drunk?
I do that when I rest and you still up here on this podcast.
Yeah, okay.
Shit. I'll come back at you harder when I wake up.
Eric W.
Like you supposed to be, but I see you still falling for the same argument, so it don't matter.
No, if nothing else, I'm consistent, just like you are. Eric W. Stan is fine with race discrimination when liberals do it. You know what I'm not fine with? I'm not fine with white males whining in a system that tends to favor them about being discriminated when people are treated equally. That's really what it is treating black males equal with white males seems to be discrimination to folks like you.
Why do you think? When did I say that, Stanley?
No, I'm talking to Eric in the chat.
Oh, I don't believe in that now.
All right. So the next article, this is near and dear to my heart. Pete Hegseth and Doug Collins push to cut VA health benefits, which concerns veterans groups. So this one I haven't read it,
Fear porn.
but being a veteran and a part of the VA, I'm definitely interested in this. So let's see what it's got.
Yeah, just keep scrolling down.
Well, I wasn't going to read it. I was going to use this Microsoft thing. It's probably short enough for me to read, but let's.
Why don't you just let me read it then? Just scroll.
Okay.
Hold on. I sound better than that damn AI thing any damn way.
Well, I've got to either find one that's free. They're the ones that are really good. You actually have to pay like a monthly fee for. I don't know what I ought to do.
Going AGI?
Well,
GA,
the better AIs are, small companies, and they. Oh, that's the wrong one.
You
the
know
better
they got
AIs
classes for that shit, right?
are small companies, and they want to charge. All right, can you see the article? Oops.
Yeah.
Is it large enough?
Yeah. Okay. Pete Hegseth, President-elect Donald Trump's Defense Secretary nominee, and Doug Collins, his pick for Veteran Affairs Secretary, have advocated greater privatization of veteran health care, leading a former VA secretary branded the worst case scenario for veteran health care. Oh, so we already knowing that the article ain't in agreement with what's going on.
Okay, well, this is just so you know, the Washington Examiner is a conservative newspaper.
Might be Rhino. Let me see.
Yeah.
The stand shared by Hegseth and Collins is rooted in giving veterans a choice on where they want to receive medical care. If veterans want to go back to their own doctors, then so be it, Collins told Fox News last month. And that's what I agree with. My daddy didn't like moving around to different doctors. That aggravated the hell out of him. He don't know what my daddy needs. Why would you want to move a veteran over
hold
to
on
another
one
doctor unless you move them into another experimental
Hold on
program?
a second before you editorialize. When you're done, I happen to be in the VA health system. Definitely have some thoughts and some actual experience with private.
Yeah, but you like it when they change your Dr. Stanley.
Okay, when you're done reading, I'll comment.
Dr. David Shulkin, a former VA secretary, wrote a memoir in 2019 in which he quoted himself, telling Trump in March 2018, "We want to have full choice where veterans can go wherever they want for care." Hegseth told the Sean Ryan Show podcast that he wants to effectively let the dollars follow veterans to their preferred doctors, raising flags for critics who see that as the first step toward further privatizing healthcare and tearing down the VA system. I don't know about that. Shulkin said he warned Hegseth against giving veterans unrestricted healthcare choices. In his memoir, Shulkin recalled telling Hegseth, "Your version of choice would cost billions more per year, bankrupting the system. How can we responsibly pursue this?" Unfortunately, he didn't want to engage at the level of budget and other aspects of day-to-day reality. Damn, that was
Oh, do I need to?
Hold on down.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I got a lag in my TV. Hold on. I don't know why my TV's so old, man. I got to get a new TV. I have to go home and get a new one.
Where are you here?
Yeah, Shulkin told CNN on Wednesday. Scroll back down. Up. My bad. Up. Go back. Come on up. Scroll back up to the top.
Okay, well, you read the. Oh, I thought you read that part.
Nah, this is where I was going.
Y'all have a good night.
Good night.
Yeah, just leave it. Come on down. Go back up. Yeah, Bob Rick was posting like crazy, Porsche. That mother had went crazy at one time. It was like every 2 minutes. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. That was crazy.
What did Botrick say?
Nah, he was telling everybody, hit the cash app, whatever. I was doing his job, but it was like he got real active for a while.
Well, I guess we have the gist of this. Privatization works in places where there aren't, either VA clinics or VA medical centers.
Wait. Ooh, Stanley. Ooh, man. Wait a minute. This article get good. Hey, scroll back up to where I was. I see where you got it at. Head shelf, so top. No, because, you're moving fast.
Okay, you started with Dr. David Shulkin. How far down did you go?
That's where I was, right there. Go back up. Okay, VA Secretary. Come on, here's Ron Powell. Okay, come on down. Okay, right there where Shulkin told CNN, put that at the top. That's where I was.
Okay.
Yeah, that article get kind of good. Shulkin told CNN on Wednesday that some access to private health care would be beneficial, such as when VA times for appointments are too long. However, he argued himself has no experience in veteran affairs or health care, and therefore does not understand the complexities of the delicate system. Okay. Amy McGrath, a retired Marine fighter pilot who tried to flip Senator Mitch McConnell's Republican of Kentucky seat blue in 2020, told the outlet that while the privatized healthcare debate has been going on for years, there has yet to be a widespread outcry from veterans to privatize the VA. I'm not saying the VA is perfect. It's certainly not, McGrath said, but I don't think there's this huge outcry to privatize it. Ain't that something? That's something you learn to do today. So what you think, Stanley?
Well, I'm in the Atlanta area. There's a major VA medical center here. And there's a clinic, like an actual VA clinic that's maybe 20 minutes away. And before I moved here, I was in Northern Virginia, and there's a VA medical center in Martinsburg, West Virginia. To be honest, I have had experience with private doctors. Generally, what happens is if the VA doesn't have a specialist available, they will go to a private doctor. The problem with the private sector is the VA has like a computer system where all the medical records are kept and are accessible by anybody with access to the VA healthcare system, or to the actual like databases and stuff. Private doctors aren't. Like I had an experience where I had to have a dermatologist make a final diagnosis for my arthritis, and she had no access to the system. Like her Her
she had to wait.
her
Didn't
notes.
she?
It took like 2 months for her notes to get into the VA healthcare
Yeah, see,
center.
that's what I was saying.
Now,
They ain't like that when they did it to my daddy.
right, and the reason I could have waited for a VA dermatologist, but it was quicker to go to her. But in the end, it wound up actually taking longer. So I'm lucky in that the Atlanta VA Medical Center is literally right next door to Emory Medical School. So we got a lot of Emory doctors and specialists and stuff. I was
Yeah.
lazy. I didn't want to go all the way into Atlanta. So privatization works if you live like way out in the hinterlands and it's not easy to get to a clinic or a medical center. If you live near a medical center or a clinic, I don't necessarily need private doctors. And you already have access to private doctors. If you have to go to the emergency room or something, or the dermatologist like I had to go to, there's already access. If you want to go to a private doctor, you can go to one now. So
Yeah, I think I'm gonna be honest with you. I think a lot of scheming going on in the medical industry when it come down to public funded organizations, especially the hospitals. And I think the private doctor gonna give a damn about his customer because he's gonna be more inclined
no,
to keep them
no, no,
alive
no.
longer at the end of the
My
day. He want to
my
keep them alive longer. So I think
uh,
he's going to use that
my
government fund, that government benefit to the best of his abilities to prolong the life of his customers at the end of the day. I
uh,
don't like government funded programs,
okay,
especially for like
Solid
the
Snake.
VA medical center.
Other
Just
than
like
your
you said, it took 2 months for them to get your information.
Solid Snake, I can tell you from experience, the VA doctors are way before I joined the VA system like really late. I had private doctors all the way up till I was maybe 52 or 53. VA system is way superior to the private healthcare I had. It's more responsive.
It's just
Because
more robust because it got a
okay,
lot of
because
government
I'm a
funding.
veteran, I actually get 2 physicals a year versus 1 physical a year. So, I my choice would be they don't tinker with it.
Yeah, I don't know, Stanley.
And again, I literally like have an appointment. I think maybe even it's this month or next month. I use the VA several times a year because of I've got to do periodic checkups. So I have zero complaints.
You know, when my daddy was 60, that's when he started going to the VA. We was going like almost every month or so.
Well, if I'd had my choice, my father had been on me for like 20 years to join it. And I just never did because I figured, you know what, the VA isn't as good as private health care. And I was basically wrong about that. They take very good care of the veterans. Believe me, those doctors, because I've had to do a hospital stay, they take care of you. They're very respectful of their veterans.
Hmm. Oh, Freddie 3. What's up, Freddie 3? You sound like you knew. Hey, what's up, man? But I get what he's saying. Privatizing is a horrible idea. I get it. But I think it's good to have a much more robust system where,
Well, they're not. No, it's not a more robust system. I keep telling you that.
yeah,
As a,
that's what I want, a more
as a
robust.
matter of fact, at this stage, privatization will slow the whole process down. They aren't. They aren't. They don't. The systems don't talk to each other. It took 2 months to get the results of an exam into the VA system. Privatizing it is not going to make it more robust.
Hmm.
So you got two people who obviously have like deep experience with the VA.
Yeah, I ain't got that yet, and I ain't gonna never use it. Cause I ain't no military veteran. I wouldn't dare waste American funds and I ain't fought for this country. Anyway.
So basically those are the news articles, because there was a lot of news covered today during the daytime. So the two that caught or the three or four that caught my attention are, I just happened to look at the newspapers late and didn't go digging too much. I've got some videos. One is an anti-MAGA video. I've watched this guy once or twice before, but this looked interesting. And then I have one on rural Alabama. These keep popping up in my algorithm about these small towns in Appalachia.
Man, that's what I was gonna say, man. You need to go watch that Nick Johnson, man. This dude be riding around town. He be giving his commentary in these small, desolated areas that's been abandoned. Man, not gonna lie, Stanley.
Well, there's something called Joe and Nick's road trip. Is that the Nick you're talking about?
I think he part of it. Yeah.
Okay, well, they are in my algorithm, actually.
Yeah, man, that dude there, man, I ain't gonna lie, that's some poetry right there. If you could just sit there. I was watching him earlier, and I was like, dang, because, he covered my city. He covered my little town. I was like, oh, no, I'm on YouTube. Oh, hell no. Well, you're right about it.
Oh, as a matter of fact,
you on YouTube.
This Alabama video is Joe and Nick's road trip.
Yeah, they be riding around America, man. They go all over the place. It's depressing, though, man. It's real depressing.
I like small towns, so I actually enjoyed watching them. All right, well, this dude...
Yeah. Stanley likes small town, white town, just like me. He just believes Democrat for some weird reason.
Portia, don't feel bad because I was late. I woke up at 10:30. Made homemade pizza, which I did take a picture of, by the way. I'll put it in the Slack.
Show us the picture, Stanley.
I ate some pizza and then fell asleep and then woke up around 1:30. I was late myself. So this guy here is from Tennessee.
Got any beers, Stanley?
No, I don't. So this video.
Shame on you.
This video is basic. Well, I can't drink every night. I don't have that kind of liver. MAGA. This video here is called "MAGA is learning the hard way. We are paying the price."
In your little white town.
Hold on.
As I will say for about the fifth time, the town I live in is 50-50. So I wouldn't exactly call it a white.
Do you have a white mayor or a black mayor?
It's a white female.
A white female.
But the town.
I like those kind.
The town is 20,000 people. So
that's a lot of people.
Not particularly. Not when you're next to Atlanta. And we're not the biggest town in the county. So
I'm glad you're not a part of Atlanta.
What's wrong with Atlanta?
Well, it's full of drugs and gangs. And
well, there's also Georgia Tech and Emory, and there's some nice parts too,
What's his face did a whole show about Atlanta, 50 Cent? What? Where they moved into Atlanta and they were moving crack and drugs.
Hey, I got a question, Stanley. Hold on. Hey, Stanley.
I wouldn't want to live there either.
Georgia, where they had that
okay, I can't understand two drunks at a time. Which one of y'all wanted to go first?
Good morning, John Gall.
On that biochemical print that blew up.
I don't know. You'll have to ask J Dub. He actually lives in the same county.
John Galt, can you ask Stanley why he lives in a small white town in the nice suburbs while black Americans suffer?
The only thing white about the town is you calling it white. Now, can we
How
get
about the crime rate? I bet the crime rate is white, isn't it?
There's a white crime rate?
Yeah, where there's a lot less crimes committed in white neighborhoods versus black neighborhoods. Wouldn't you agree?
No, all the neighborhoods in my town are pretty much mixed. They're really,
and where all that crime exists is in liberal cities. People that vote for homelessness and more homelessness.
Well, we covered this before.
More crime.
The only reason there are liberal cities is apparently MAGA can't figure out how to beat them in the cities. So
that's
that
why
really
there's cities and not states.
Speaks to Republican. it speaks to Republican weakness. They can't seem to be liberal.
No, you know what shows real weakness is you can't win a whole state. All you can win is the city.
Well,
you can't even win a whole state.
You know what really?
That's what weakness is.
You know what really shows weakness is when you get confronted by a homeless person and you got to get your valet to take care of it, and you run back. You run back home.
What? You call a third party to.
And then you run back home to be with your therapy dog. That's weakness.
You got confronted
with my therapy dog.
You got confronted by a homeless person, 12 man.
Yeah, several of them. They were trying to grab my phone and everything.
Really?
In my pocket.
In Anchorage?
Yeah, and I showed a whole video on it last night.
Damn,
he wants to blame liberals because he had to get the valet to do it.
What happened?
Yeah. I'm a member, right? I'm a member of the club, so I could just say, hey, security guard, get that motherfucker right there.
Mm-hmm.
That way I don't have to be involved, man. That's the way a gangster does it, motherfucker.
No,
I don't know what cabin you've been living in.
That's the way a limousine liberal handles it.
Yeah, take care of my lightweight, motherfucker.
All right, here's the video.
About this election for me is watching people who I care about cut their nose off to spite their own face, and seeing people who
Oh, by the way, 12th man, this guy's from your home territory.
The core, I thought, were good people. Be willing to just burn this country to the ground and throw away everything that our founding fathers put in place.
I'm not from there anymore.
But I know there are still people that tunes into me every day that disagrees with everything that comes out of my mouth. And I know they may find this hard to believe, but at the end of the day, I still care about them because they're people that I grew up around. They're people that I struggled with. It's just that when Donald Trump waved all of the carrots in front of my face, I didn't continue to chase it. When Donald Trump waved all the distractions in front of my face and told me to hate certain groups of people, I didn't roll with it. And I've always been sitting back on the fence saying to people in my part of the world, did you ever stop to think maybe this guy's just saying these things to get your vote? He doesn't actually give a damn about you. And I sit here and played clips of him saying, I don't care about you. I just want your vote. And they still rolled with it. They still went right along with it. But I thought long and hard about this whole election. And I thought long and hard about how that, okay, they won. They got the presidency. They got the Supreme Court. They got the Senate. They got the House. They got it all. So now go for it. Now go for it. And as they go for it, and as everything burns down around them, it's going to have to affect them and hit them before they're going to realize it. And even then, they may still not realize it. They may still find a way to blame it on Democrats and blame it on Joe Biden because they have bought into everything that Donald Trump has ever told them. But I think back to a story that a friend of mine told me. I've never forgot the story. And it's a great analogy for what we're going through right now in this country. He said that back when he was growing up, his mom had different boyfriends. But he said that his mom had this one boyfriend who at first he really liked. He said he loved this dude because every time the dude come over, he brought him a new football, told him to go out in the yard and play, or he would buy him a new basketball, buy him a basketball goal, set it up for him. There you go. Have fun with the basketball goal. Buy him video games. Here, go play this. He said, I love that dude. He said, I thought he was the greatest dude ever. He said, until one day I realized the only reason why that he had bought me any of these things was so he could distract me while that he fucked my mom. And that's exactly what Donald Trump did to Appalachia, where I'm from. That's exactly what he did. He waved stuff in front of people's faces and fucked their mothers. That's exactly.
What do you say about people's mamas?
And it's been so hard to sit back and watch that and say,
Fuck
hey, you
their
know, he comes
mother.
out here and starts screaming about immigrants
I
coming across
don't
the
know
border.
about all that. What do you say about fuck their mothers, Stanley? Is that what he said? Yeah, I don't like him. But you never know. I'm quarter black, so in general,
he said,
I don't like a lot of white people.
He said, 12th man, fuck your mother.
Yeah, that's what you said to yours, motherfucker.
I put the link in the back chat so you can go back and watch him say it.
I don't believe in watching inbreds, motherfucker.
For a minute, especially people from where
He's
I'm
one
from.
of yours.
Those tobacco fields that are down the road from me.
That's one of yours, motherfucker.
There's not a white kid in town that graduates high school and wants to go do that. They cannot pay people in our part of the world enough to do that. So to say they're taking our jobs, it's ridiculous. But he waves all this stuff in your face, pushes all this fear and all.
I don't live in the South anymore. Remember, Stanley, you do.
I'll take comments after the video.
Everybody rolls with the distractions. Meanwhile, he's brick by brick taking apart everything that our country was ever founded on. And all we can do now at this point in the game is just sit back and watch. And that's what.
Man, this thing is buffering a lot.
So disheartening. And I think back to something that my dad told me years ago. My dad never interjected to tell me that I was screwing up or to tell me that I was making mistakes. My dad did not criticize me. All my dad did was listen to me when I crashed and burned. He was always there to listen to me whenever I crashed and burned. He never passed judgment on me. He never sat and said anything. And I asked him one day, like, why would you
sound like
never
a
do that?
peanut
Said, well,
head?
learn for yourself. There's certain things I can't teach you. There's certain things you just had to learn on your own. And you had to learn it the hard way. And trust me, I went about learning it the hardest way possible. I don't think anyone ever went about learning it the hard way like Brando did. I've hit rock bottom so many times. I'm familiar with it. It's like, oh, I've been here before. So that's nothing.
You ever been in jail, boy?
I look at the people in my part of the world this way now. I'm just looking at them like
12th man. The other night, Solid Snake got out of hand, and I basically put him in the back and told the chat, you know what? If you want him back, give me $50. So what I'm saying is, don't let that happen to you.
I'll give John Golf $5 and bypass your pitching.
I have a feeling that nobody in the chat's going to want to bring you back.
All right, let's see.
like my dad did. Like, well, all right, let's just sit back and watch you learn the hard way. But it sucks. It sucks sitting back watching them learn the hard way because a lot of innocent people are going to pay for it. A lot of people that didn't ask for this are going to pay for it. And they're going to pay for it and not realize why. They'll be distracted with whatever laptop comes up next that they're told to look at, whatever boogeyman they're told. Be afraid of a laptop. Be afraid of a drag queen. Be afraid of whatever. They'll cook up something new. They'll keep dangling those video games in front of them so they can continue to fuck their moms. They will. But that's been the hardest part for me, is sitting back and watching people cut their nose off to spite their face, be willing to burn it all to the ground, and then you just have to sit back and go, well, now we just got to watch them learn. And hope that once they've learned their lesson, if they ever do, that we can somehow pick it back up and put it back together. I'm not trying to bring down the room or be a pessimist, but sometimes I say to myself, how will we ever do that in my lifetime? How will we ever even see that? Is that even possible at this point? Can we ever put the toothpaste back in the tube? To tell you the truth, I don't know. I look down at my 6-year-old son and my 3-year-old grandson. Yeah, I've got grandkids and kids that close together. Told you I've had a rough life. But anyway, I love them all. But I look at them and I say to myself, what world are they going to grow up in? And so I sit down in these chairs every day, and hopefully these platforms will still be around so they can see where their granddad.
You gotta adjust your quality, Stanley.
On these issues.
Doesn't buffer all the fucking time.
That's all I know to do.
That.
It's like just let it be known that this is where I stood. Let it
Let's
be known
have that
is
Obama internet.
While the rest of the people learn the hard way. And it sucks that we're here and that we have to sit back and watch them learn. All we can do is stick together. All we can do is fight harder than we've ever fought to save it all. All we can do is get together and come together and put what differences we have aside long enough to try to hold on to this while we can. That's it. And it's not going to be easy. People tells me all the time, they ask me, the question I get so many times is, where's the silver lining in the cloud? And the truth is, I don't know. And the truth is, anyone that tells you they knows is probably just trying to be optimistic, or they're lying to you, one or the other, because I don't think any of us truly knows what's coming next. But all we can do is stick together. All we can do is move forward. And it's going to suck to sit back and watch them learn the hard way.
Any comments?
It seems like he's really a Democrat.
Well, it's actually kind of hard to tell. There are a lot of Republicans who don't like Donald Trump. So
he sounds kind of like you.
Well, he sounds kind of like. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not a Donald Trump fan. I think that there are actually better Republican candidates, for that matter.
Yeah,
but it is what it is.
You know, I think that every Republican candidate in my lifetime has been ridiculed for, usually it's race, but I don't think there's going to be any candidate that's going to be acceptable to either side, to be honest with you.
Well, there's no candidate that's going to be accepted 100% of, by the 100% of the population. So it is what it is.
I think,
go ahead.
It's just like the visceral reactions, like Obama is to the right, what probably Trump is to the left. He energizes, I think they were able to do the same thing with Bush. Maybe the last person, maybe Clinton, even he kind of went through a lot of, with impeachments and all that kind of stuff,
Well, oddly enough, he and Newt Gingrich kind of struck a balance.
Kind of forced existence in a way, right?
Well, it was a forced existence, but in some ways, Newt Gingrich had a point, and it was Clinton. Clinton was his own worst enemy, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that it was like a totally different country at that point in time.
Well, it was a totally different country.
That's what I'm saying. And that's about as close as we've come to forming a common ground. What did they do? Newt Gingrich had to. What was that solution?
Contract with America.
Yeah. They don't even talk about America anymore. It's Ukraine and this and that.
Well, I think the United States in general kind of let foreign policy, rule it. And the one thing I actually do agree with MAGA on is you got to get your own house in order, before you police the world.
I don't know if you were on the call yesterday when that guy called in, I think from Afghanistan or somewhere.
I was on for part of it.
And how he talked about it. I've talked about this so often, how he lived near the Pentagon. And
really?
Right. That's where he said he lived Clarendon or somewhere. He worked at He worked at the Pentagon. I can't remember exactly what. Because we had a couple calls, but he probably had come here through one of the foreign missions that we have carried out over the years. There are a lot of Afghans that come here who have been like interpreters and things like that for the United States military. And so it's just, so much money in it. And then, there are incentives to bring those people here. And it becomes even more of a focus to help rebuild Afghanistan, or so on and so forth, Israel, or whatever country it is. And that becomes more of the focus of the government than, a contract with America.
Well, this next video, towns where people live on $300 weekly. This is an Alabama town. I forget the name of it, but I've been getting all these small town / Appalachia sort of videos where people just kind of drive the countryside, which I actually enjoy seeing because I like small towns. So
my hometown on there. It might be my hometown, Sammy.
I guess we'll find out.
This is all.
Hey, John Galt, send you a little something there, brother.
Oh, thank you.
From another mother.
I appreciate 12 man. Shout out to 12 man.
Yeah, well, we'll see how this goes. Somebody may be sending money to me for 12th man.
John Galt, that was the time Stanley out for 5 minutes.
Good luck with that.
I wonder what little town.
That is a fucking waste, Stanley.
I wonder what town is going to be in Alabama, man. I'm interested to see this. I've been in a lot of small towns in Alabama.
Well, let's see here.
You can see the blue dot there. That's where I am. With
he's in Auburn.
Around it.
Oh, okay. Down by Tuskegee. Yeah.
See Atlanta up there to the north and the east, and Birmingham a little bit to the north and the west. Montgomery right below to the west. Montgomery is the state capital of Alabama. These towns that I'm about to visit have really low per capita incomes. I'm talking $300 to $400 a week. So I'm curious to see what they look like. Is it relative? Is the local
Stanley be going to Tupelo by the time I was done with him.
I think we all agree that in most parts of the U.S., we cannot live on $300 to $400 a week. So I'm curious to see what it looks like. The town I'm about to enter, believe it or not, there's a town here. It's called Camp Hill. This is one of the poorest towns,
I heard that.
at least as far as the numbers are concerned. in the entire state of Alabama. So, yeah, we want to start here, see what it looks like. Camp Hill's population estimate. Whoops, somebody trying to call me. Anyway, the population in 2021 is 990 people. This is being retaken by nature, isn't it?
Yeah, that's how it looks in my hometown, Stanley.
Shoot, there's one of those right up the road
Surely.
from me.
Anyway, yeah, 990 in 2021 was the estimate. 1980 was peak population. That was the population was 1,628. So the town has lost a pretty significant amount of people. Poverty is really high here, 36.9%. That's 3.5 times the U.S. poverty rate, which is a little over 11%. Per capita income here is $15,900. That's just right at $300 a week. That people who live here, that's what they live on. Median home value is $75,800.
So
median home value across the country, across the United States, is $428,000. So yes, that's far lower. So clearly, housing is a lot less expensive.
probably happier than you.
Let's see what else we can see. Now, I am approaching downtown now.
It looks like my
The town was
hometown.
incorporated in 1895. Not a lot more information about it. So you can see a lot of decay, though, already as I approach the downtown. This must be the main intersection. The stop sign here. Yeah, you can see a light up there. See, there's a stoplight there, but it is not working. I just have a stop sign here instead.
So
here's downtown.
Oh, they need a stop sign.
And
you know what? Turn left or go straight or what, motherfucker?
Wow. I'll just kind of go slow through here.
Fucking
take a drive there, and then I'll come back and go the other way. Wow. Yeah, there is not much happening here. Let me turn around and go back the other way.
Hey, Stanley, what do you think about the prices of this shit?
Another home being
$75,000. It's
Well, I mean, prices down in the South are less. What you would pay $500,000 for, in some of these big northern metro areas will get you a palace down, even outside of Atlanta. It's just cheaper to live. Did I talk to you about Charles Blow's The Devil You Know? I think I did talk to you about
talking
that.
about moving back down south or something, right?
Right. And you know what? Virginia wasn't terribly expensive. Northern Virginia was.
Yeah.
But even in Virginia, living in the south of Virginia around Petersburg is way cheaper than living, up in places like Fairfax County. It's just cheaper. So to be honest, $79,000 for a house in Alabama, to be honest, sounds like heaven.
I mean,
if you can work remote, and make a decent amount of money and live in a small town like this, you'd be doing really well.
But I mean, for these people, it seemed like that would be high, right? Like 75.
Well, it would be, yeah.
It's cheap, but it's still probably high to them. Anyway.
Well, yeah.
Hey, John Galt. I got a 1/4 acre for sale for $5,000. Just in case anyone's interested.
There you go. Anyone want to move to Alaska?
Yeah, well, you'll pay that much to to remove snow, I guess.
Actually, it only cost me a few $100 a year, Stanley.
Be taken by or reclaimed by Mother Nature. It's been like that for a long time. Let me tell you what day it is. It's Wednesday. It's about 10:30, actually 10:45 a.m.
Damn, nobody's out.
January 11th, I believe.
Probably all working in the
Temperature's
field.
pretty nice. It's 61 degrees.
It's the local beer store.
I'm actually in t-shirt. T-shirt. It's not in.
I wonder if they got pool tables in there, Stanley.
Yeah, let's take another look at this downtown. Wow. I'd read a travel article from a travel blogger who
Man, I wonder if I need to reset my router.
said that his mother had grew up here, and then
You sound all right here,
after like 30 years, and she said it was a shell of its former self. Interesting article, but anyway, yeah, she's not kidding. There's definitely not much happening here. Why don't I go take a look at a neighborhood or two? Yeah, so I just turned around. I'm going to. Oh wow, look at this! Another house disintegrating. This property is in violation of ordinance. I'm guessing something to do with the fact that it's falling apart. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go up to this main intersection of downtown with the stoplight that doesn't work, and make a right here, and see what else we can find.
I think they just cut the stoplight off.
Or people who live in this town,
probably
their average
trying to
income
save money on
$300 a week.
electricity.
Yeah.
We already know the cost of living is very low, so let's see what the homes look like. But already, they don't look too bad. That's pretty nice. To the left here, that's really nice. It's a beautiful home. Yeah, doesn't look bad at all. Let me look around a little bit more. I'm just driving around the streets of the town. Somebody's got a horse. He's checking me out. Hey there, fella.
Yeah, I'll probably skip through this because it's a little longish.
Love that big porch. Big, huge fence around the yard, though. I wonder what that means. Because
is that a house looking my home?
None of the other houses have it.
You know, that actually reminds me of my grandmother's. Well, she's not alive anymore, but we had, well, I say we, my grandparents had a house in the middle of Adel, Georgia, and it was basically 2 acres, believe it or not, in the middle of the city with a fence around it like that.
You know, my whole side, like where I live, where I grew up, I mean, like, the whole block is like been taken over by nature like that. Like all the houses just been overgrown with trees and shit, you know. Nature takes over.
Yeah, well, if nobody, but you know, a lot of times what'll happen is, you know, the old people will die because young people move out of these cities, these small towns. And, you know, when the parents die, like my grandmother's house right now, she died years ago. And nobody lives there. You know, every now and again, my aunt and her husband will go down and do a little maintenance around the house, but they're not even renting it.
Yeah,
just basically unoccupied. And all those dogs, Portia, they'll usually be fenced in somewhere. You know, you oddly enough, you don't get a whole lot of stray dogs walking around because you know, they'll be. They all have places to go, you know, if it's like a neighborhood dog, I guess.
Yeah, they won't be as healthy as they.
It's a pretty house here, though. I like this one right here. That's really nice. You've got house here, though. Again, another one being reclaimed by nature.
Move in.
With the population loss, I guess that's to be expected.
They won't let you move in,
Another
Stanley?
empty house here.
Sure, if you bought it, they would.
Yeah, you're going to see a few of these, I suppose. Here in the town.
Crazy
But there are
part
some
is
beautiful old homes here.
have any of those
And there's
properties,
some
there's
newer modern
so
ones
much red
right here.
tape, you know.
Very well kept.
Well, they don't have to live there.
They'll wind up fleecing you. You look at the road. You see
Interesting
the road.
Anybody can get out.
You see nice houses,
Clearly,
but you see those roads.
The town is, or the town's prime is long gone. But pretty decent neighborhoods.
Anybody with a few $1,000s can get the fuck out.
Nature's taking this one.
You know? It's not a secret.
But nah.
We got a couple churches here. Wow, look straight ahead though. Look at that house. Yeah, that one is going quick. Let me see if I can get the camera out the window and give you a good look. Yeah, I love that front porch. That was probably a pretty awesome house back in the day.
Let's see.
And you got some sort of business here that's closed. The town's fortunes definitely are not good. But,
Stanley, can you pause it for a minute?
Yeah, then I'm going to skip towards the end because it looks like he's just driving around.
Like, these are all empty houses, like, no one's living in them.
So
Must or ghost.
You had me pause to tell us the obvious, huh?
Well, just to make it clear that this isn't some impoverished area that someone chooses to live in because they don't, obviously.
Let's see what else is up here. Well, despite the low incomes, make no mistake, there are some beautiful houses here. Look at this one.
Damn, it is nice.
I mean, that's a masterpiece.
It is a nice house. Hey.
Go live in
It's
it.
beautiful. That one there is real nice too. Needs a little work, but yeah.
A little.
That's beautiful.
A big porch.
Well, there like places in this part of Georgia. You can go somewhere like Cartersville, Georgia, which is a well-maintained little town, and you'll see a whole, like, you know, the main drag will have a bunch of houses like that house we just saw.
Yeah.
It just depends on, you know, the town and where the town is situated, how close it is to a metro. I know, for instance, my brother has a girlfriend who lives in Cartersville, and I don't even know what she does, but she makes a lot of money doing it. And he will, you know, there are people who commute from Cartersville, for instance, into Metro Atlanta. It's not too far away. So, you know, sometimes these little dying small towns will actually get their version of urban renewal.
Kind of like Memphis and like Midtown Memphis, especially because they had a lot of beautiful homes, and I'm sure they still do in Midtown Memphis. But what a lot of people did was buy them up and cut them up into little apartments, stuff like that, kind of fucked the neighborhood up a little bit, but you know, people gotta make money.
Huh.
Hey, Stanley,
There's downtown there.
Roswell?
Have I seen what?
Are you familiar with Roswell, Georgia?
Yep. That's north of Atlanta. I think it's still in Fulton County. It's pretty well off.
My cousin was living there, and he's moving back to small town Alabama.
Oh, really? Why is he moving? Do you know?
Said his rent, he couldn't keep up with the rent.
Oh, yeah. Well, Roswell, Alpharetta, up in that area, yeah, it's pretty expensive. That it's, I think Roswell is right on that Georgia 400 corridor, and all the like the IBM executives and folks like that, they all do that Georgia 400 corridor out of Buckhead,
Oh
and
yeah.
yeah, that's some expensive territory.
He's gonna move back to Alabama, small
Kind of a
town.
back road coming off.
Is he moving? Well, there are people who commute out of Alabama into Atlanta, or
Yeah, hell yeah. A lot of people from my hometown do, but he'll be able to work remote, so he'll be able to keep his
nice
salary and but live in Alabama and get back in my hometown. Yeah.
That's ideal.
Yeah, that's when you can afford one of them $75,000 houses.
Well, you can afford the $75,000 house and buy a few more.
Yeah.
Yeah, and can you afford the $2,000 it costs to heat it in the winter?
Well, houses like that, you don't heat the parts you don't live in.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
It sounds like substandard living.
Well, you'll see houses like this one coming up with window units hanging out. They'll just cool the part that they live in.
Oh, yeah.
And these sorts of houses will have really high ceilings. You'd be surprised, even in a Georgia, summer, parts of the house you don't have to heat or fans will do.
Yeah.
What did people do before central heating? So, these houses were built in a time when central heating wasn't that prevalent. So, they deal with.
Yeah, that's why they're going to have window units, Stanley, of course.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's a beauty. They got some beautiful old homes here.
That was a nice home. Can you back that up just a little bit, Stanley?
Yeah.
That's a beauty.
I would. Yeah, I want to look at that home one more. Now, there's people that take pride in their home. Right there.
They got some beautiful
They
homes here.
didn't give a damn what color they painted it.
I don't know what's going on there.
Probably mixed a bunch of paint up together and just painted it like that.
The bear in the tree. There's something up here I was going to show you. This looks like maybe it's being renovated. Look at that. That was a grand old beauty at one time. Sadly, it is in terrible shape.
Yeah, that was nice.
Wow. That was some house back in the day, though.
You could rent that, John Gall.
How cool is that?
I know.
We got an ice skating rink out here.
I'm telling you, renovation might not really be more about $10,000.
An ice
in a
skating
lot of
rink.
cases, the city or the state will pay for it. They got programs that'll help you renovate half of these houses.
Is that an ice skating rink in Alabama?
62 degrees right now. As I give you this nice look of the main street, Roanoke, Alabama. I'm over here on the other side of downtown from where I just was.
I've been to Roanoke.
This is really, honestly, a tale of two towns, because there are some beautiful homes here, and then there are some, they need a little work. The architecture's there, that's for sure. Potential is amazing.
I wonder if they didn't cut.
It'd be incredible to see some of these houses.
All right. So let's see. can't remember if I put that in this. I think I did put that in the slide. Well, we're going to move on from small town Alabama to this is something I talked about last night. Somebody brought this up. I didn't even know there was such a term as femcel. Apparently, it's the white female version of incel. So this is something I'd never heard of. I guess we're going to be learning something new.
On like a daily or weekly, what is a femcel? I probably get asked this question on like a daily, honestly, like a weekly basis now, unfortunately, and I never really know how to answer. So here I am. Hi everybody, I am Chloe, aka Boop Create, and today we are going to be trying to figure out what the hell a femcel is, because I can never seem to answer this for people, and I get asked this a lot. And actually, for a period of time, I was actually the top Google result for femcel on Google Images. I'm still on the first page now, but I was on like the top 4 results for images for quite a while. So I feel like if anybody knows the answer to this question, it obviously should be me, because Google has determined that I must be the face of femcels. And the most simplest of terms, femcel should mean female incel, which is a female involuntarily celibate, in case you don't know what incel means. But I'd argue it's a lot more complicated than that. You'll see a lot of different varying definitions. According to the Reddit forum True Femcels, which has now been shut down, I think probably for being hateful towards men. So I can't go on there to actually see it. But they say a femcel is an adult woman whose physical appearance is below average, less than a 4 out of 10, or suffers a significant impediment that prevents her from securing a romantic relationship, not sex. Urban Dictionary says that a femcel is, top definition is a female incel. But here's where I get a little more complicated. That's the top definition that was posted September 2020. Now, interestingly, I just saw this entry, but I feel like this is a little more accurate. This is from September 2023, just to show you how things have changed. Although the main definition would be something along the lines of female incel, the term femcel is often used to describe various personality traits. Yes, a femcel is a celibate woman, voluntarily or not, but with time, the word has been used to describe single women interested in parentheses, non-exhaustive list, the internet. Femcels are known to be chronically online, first and foremost, being mentally ill in one way or another, being femboys, or being yandere. I'm never going to get that pronunciation of that word right.
I think this bitch is mentally ill.
Well, I get the idea that she's this is something she's cultivating. she doesn't actually have to
I think she spends way too much time on YouTube.
I think she's probably kind of cultivating this for one reason or another. Maybe she's making a lot of money off of it.
Yeah. Is that what it looks like?
Fleetwood Mac, Blondie,
That's
Princess Chelsea, Deftones, Death Grips. I feel like they're missing out some. I feel like Lana Del Rey is definitely
identifies as a 4.
So let's see her views. Let's see. How many views this bitch got?
Such as video games.
You know what? Let me go ahead and pause this here. 12th man, I'm right on the edge of my patience with this drunken act that you're putting on. It's annoying.
Act. What you're watching is an act. What are you talking about?
You don't have to watch it.
Well, it is kind of funny.
You can literally take your drunk ass to sleep.
I like watching incels.
Well, then I like you watching it quietly. And if you need me to pause it, I'll be happy to do that.
Well, that's what I asked you to do, and then you're rude about it.
You know what? I'm probably going to be rude to you for the rest of the night, so get used to it.
So, man, you done got drunk over
Well, at least I'm safe and sound in my own home.
No drunk
Yeah,
You
driving.
gotta worry.
you're safe and sound.
Worry
in your
about.
own, you're safe and sound in your own home, but it's still annoying.
Ain't gotta worry about giving homeless motherfuckers change and shit. Just
Spending
for
all day in bed
walking
doing
down the
absolutely nothing
goddamn
anime.
street.
Generally being a social reject, especially in real life, and mostly having online friends, if any IRL friends at all. And their example of uses of femcel is, I haven't left my room in a week and my back really hurts. Yeah, maybe that's because you've been doing nothing but rewatching Serial Experiments Lane for the 100th time and listening to 3-hour deep dives about every PS2 psychological
We're
horror
definitely
game with
going
the
to be
woman protagonist
skipping
you
through
find.
this.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess. You're such a fucking femcel. That I feel like is a little more accurate to how I think a lot of people on TikTok and Twitter, Tumblr, Reddit even now describe femcells. I feel like that the Urban Dictionary definition more accurately fits how I see femcells described on like TikTok or Twitter or like Tumblr or places like that. However, I feel like it still remains a really divisive word. For example, like my last video I talked about posting on Reddit, I described myself as a femcel as a joke. And I had a lot of people ask me, what's a femcel? And people that seem to know what a femcel were like, you're clearly not a femcel because you're too pretty to be one. Even though in that definition from Urban Dictionary, it doesn't really talk about anything with like looks or anything else. It's just more like, okay, you're chronically online. I don't know. And I feel like we can't talk about femcels without going into defining what a incel is, which again is involuntarily celibate, but that's been like a really loaded community, really loaded word, which I think is interesting considering how the term incel initially started. It started back, actually, the word was coined by a queer woman back in, like, I think 1997. And she started a involuntarily celibate project about just people who had trouble with relationships and hadn't been in a relationship in a long time. And it has since been obviously not that means it's gotten much beyond that in the last like 20 years or so. Even though I joke about incels a lot on here, I will say it's like you can't talk about that without recognizing the fact that there are actual incels that have done violent terroristic acts and actually murdered people that identified with the incel group, which I guess brings into the point of, okay, why are we why is there a word for femcels? Like, why is there a word for female incels? Because the incel by definition doesn't talk about men.
You know what? I'm gonna skip ahead. I've got
kind of includes anybody, and that's how the original word was used. And I think it's probably because of those kind of, I don't know, that kind of like how the word has now been associated with a literal recognized like terrorist threat. So people probably don't want to use that anymore. Now we have the really important.
She is annoying. Let's try this.
It seems like these days, everyone has heard of incels.
What is an incel? It stands for involuntary celibate.
An entire generation of young, lonely, and often frustrated young men. With the media going so far as to label incels as the #1 threat in America.
The United States Secret Service is warning everyone about a rise in incel threats right here in the United States.
But despite all this, very little attention has been given to the topic of femcels, female incels, women who, much like their counterparts, can't seem to find a man or a relationship.
I've recently come to the realization that Chad doesn't want me, and this absolutely breaks my heart and soul. I am devastated.
The assumption that women are naturally better caregivers is part of patriarchy.
So I think I might be a femcel.
My name is Mr. Obvious, and this is the story of how I infiltrated the deep, dark, and disturbing world of the femcel movement. It all started on a cool November evening. I was standing by the local woods, smoking paper. Wait a minute. I don't smoke. I'd been assigned by the 69 precinct to discover the truth about femcells. What were they? Were they a threat? What did their sweat taste like? I had to know the truth. But not everyone at the precinct thought femcells were a threat. Hey yo, Captain Obvious, I don't think those femcells are a threat. You feel me? I knew if I wanted answers, I would have to get to the bottom of this. As I returned to the precinct, I sat on my desk and logged into my computer, and that's where the trouble began. I couldn't remember the password to my computer. Now we need to talk about the definition of the word incel and where the word actually comes from, especially as we dive into the deep, dark, and disturbing world of femcells.
It's time to stop!
If you believe the media narrative, incel simply means man who hates woman. But this isn't true at all. The word incel is short for involuntary celibate. A celibate is someone who takes a vow of celibacy. Essentially, a celibate chooses not to have relationships or intimacy by choice.
I have relationships with women and sex with men.
On the other hand, involuntary celibates want relationships but can't seem to find one, and are therefore maidenless.
You are fated, it seems. To die in obscurity, maidenless.
Now, if you Google the term incel, they don't give you a real definition. Instead, they seem more interested in pushing a narrative that incels are some sort of hate group and conspiracy that's against women. But the definition gets it wrong. It also pushes the idea that only men can be incels, which isn't true. It's a gender-neutral term. In fact, the term incel was actually invented by a woman. But this, my friends, is where the rabbit hole gets deeper. A woman named Alana started a website called Alana's Involuntary Celibacy Project in the 1990s. The website focused on how its followers felt shyness, social awkwardness, and had difficulties in relationships. You see, the term incel was basically unheard of, not even 8 years ago. Incels were a small, niche community on the R9K board on 4chan. Eventually, they migrated over to Reddit and created the infamous r/incel subreddit. This didn't last long, however, as Reddit quickly nuked the subreddit from the platform. The official reason given was that not sorry, I would do it again.
Any lowlife, any maggot piece of shit that I put down.
Under arrest. Reddit said something about not being able to breathe, and I just didn't listen. But for you, it's been seconds. For me, been hours. Million members on Reddit, one of the largest Reddits on the entire website. So right off the bat, you can see here that the top post is a 4B post. For those that don't know, the 4B movement is a radical feminist movement that emerged from South Korea. It's an openly anti-male movement. It's also been described as a pretty phobic group to all sorts of people.
Are we the baddies?
That being said, the 4 core tenets of the 4B movement are no sex with men, no giving birth to men's children, no dating men, and no marriage with men. These are known as the 4 no's. 4B.
You know what?
Now, the main reason I bring this up is to highlight the massive hypocrisy in which the media and society treat men.
Let me reboot my router right quick. I suspected they do maintenance or something because I never get this kind of stuff in the middle of the day. Just give me one.
Take your time, sir.
Give me 1 sec. I'm going to duck out, reboot, and come right back.
Hey, no problem. What's up? What's up, Snake? 12 man, what's going on? Snake, 12 man. Oh, Snake, what's up? 12 man, you left? That's what time is it? Almost 4:30 a.m. Tuesday morning, December the 10th. Damn. Time is flying. The year has really passed us by. It's almost over. We'll be into 2025 before you know it. Time keeps moving on. Doesn't stand still anywhere here. While we're waiting on see what's in the morning news.
Hey, John, what you think about that real estate in small cities?
Oh man, it's probably good if you just want to live there, retirement, cheaper cost of living.
I was watching my boy Nick today, man. It's a lot of places, man. I'm talking about they dilapidated though, man. That money, it's like when you go places like close to me, like Pine Bluff, Arkansas, You know, places that used to be like the booming cities. I'm talking about not even 20 years ago. Not even 20 years ago, there was a place to be. But like, if you go another day,
Yeah,
like ghost town. It's like a ghost town.
I can believe it.
You know, I've been saying that for years, man. That ain't just happened with Baton Rouge all of a sudden. They just got it authorized by the state. They've been doing that low key for a long time. They've been developing outskirts cities and for a long while, especially down here in the South, they've been segregating away from African Americans, you know?
Oh yeah, that's right there, the little secession movement, didn't it?
Yeah. You know, that happened a couple months ago, but it's like it was bound to happen. I mean, at the end of the day, man, they don't want to be around all that crime, and they don't want the same police officers that come from your neighborhood policing their neighborhood. You know what I'm saying?
Schools
We
and
got
shit.
a small population, you know. You got a small population, you know, it ain't gonna never work right. So that's why I say there's one benefit of legal immigration probably could have had if we had it structured correctly, but that ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. Eventually, it's just gonna lead to jealousy, more crime. Nah, and then they don't want to speak your language. They already don't like your kind. So you know. You do have some though. They ain't no first generation immigrants though. They like second and third generation immigrants. You know, they might speak a heavily Spanish accent, but this ain't their first rodeo. You can easily tell by the crew they usually hire when they get on these jobs. So they do hire local.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, I give them that. Most of the ones that I know, they hire local help.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They must not have enough of their own to hire yet.
Huh?
They must not have enough of their own to hire yet.
Well, essentially they did. Initially they did. But I think a lot of those guys got that money and they just ran off and went on did their own thing. You know, they get enough money, they collect a couple thousand, they gonna move around. They not gonna stay in one isolated place. You know, so as the workers stand out, you know, certain projects gonna require extra help. They probably, yeah, you're right. They ain't got enough of their own kind. If they did, they wouldn't be hiring us.
All right, well, let's try this again. It skipped ahead a little bit. I figured finding out about femcells would be a lot more entertaining.
First, this person is basically claiming that men don't meet her high moral standards, therefore she is superior to those men. Grandiose sense of self? Check. Lack of empathy. Narcissists have difficulty understanding and sharing the feelings of others. They may be insensitive to your needs and emotions. She says, even the good men have disappointed me and had glaring, unacceptable behaviors. Not one thought is spared for the men, their problems, or their issues. Or how she may have let men down. Lack of empathy. Check. Sense of entitlement. This is a big one. Narcissists have an unreasonable expectation of favorable treatment and automatic compliance with their wishes. I actually think that sense of entitlement is one of the main signs of narcissism.
You can't expect us to be wifey material for someone that doesn't deserve it.
Automatically wrong.
Okay, so you expect me to give my all and give my best to
I
someone?
expect you to appreciate the men that built the world around you. The entitlement you guys have. In college today, the average man sitting in college with a woman knows that woman wants a man making six figures. They can't even date because today young women don't want men who are making average money.
And you see it all over R/2 chromosomes. This issue is just a good example. She's basically claiming that she's entitled to a perfect man with 0 flaws, which has no issues, which meets her perfect, ideal man, aka what she deserves.
How much should your future husband make?
500,000. I agree. 300K. At least 1 million.
What do you bring to the table?
I'm sexy.
Quote unquote, because I bet you she can't even cook or clean. And with 0 thought of what she should bring to the table, what she should bring to the relationship. I wouldn't be surprised if she didn't even know how to cook a basic meal. But what she's basically doing is demanding an absolute fantasy. In order to explain this in a way that men will understand, the male equivalent would be the perfect woman who basically lives for you and is selfless and would do anything for you. And everyone calls that woman best girl, but really, she's not best girl. She's just a fantasy. She's completely unrealistic, but she's like every weeb boy's fantasy to be completely and unconditionally loved by a cute girl who's willing to put their own happiness aside in order to support the man they love.
I do not wish to be horny anymore. I just want to be happy.
But let's get back to the post and read a little bit more. This woman goes on to say, the issue for me started early, as I had an estranged relationship with my dad. And there it is.
Oh, I made myself sad.
We'll just do the first one. Are your biological parents married?
My parents are divorced. I haven't seen my dad since I was 13. My parents are also divorced, and I haven't seen my dad in years. My parents are separated.
So I think we're starting to see what the problem is. I'm going to continue. And as an adult, fell into strings of toxic romantic relationships with men.
We get our subconscious definition of love from our childhood home. This means that if little girls had assholes for daddies, there is a likelihood that they will actually associate more love in an environment with an asshole than with a nice guy. What's more than that? We all have this unresolved trauma, and we keep experiencing or even recreating mirrors of that original experience so as to try to create resolve around it.
This is a person who's never had a healthy relationship with their father or with men. In fact, they're pretty much related. And so this woman chased a lot of bad men, had a lot of bad experiences, and now they blame all men. This is femcel behavior. If an incel comes out and says, oh, all women are bad, they all suck, they're all sleazy, they're all loose. If a man says something like that, people would say, oh yeah, you're being an incel. What's your problem? Who hurt you?
So one of my guy friends gave me permission to make a Hinge account for him because I was telling him how easy dating is with dating apps. And he was telling me that it's incredibly difficult. I've been a virtual boy for 3 days, and I've never felt this bad about myself. I feel like a freaking loser trying to get these girls to like me. See, Pete's about a 6. But I'm so desperate, I'm liking the 2s and the 3s, and even they won't like me back, Pete, which is a 6.
He's already dead.
So what level of delusion has entered women's head?
And this is the common pattern that you're going to see with a lot of these posts. It's a lot of women who have made bad choices, and a lot of it is their own fault. I especially love this part here where it says, why are our standards of men's behavior so low? It makes me so deeply upset. I have seen the women in my life over and over make up for a man's shortcomings, be way more resilient, hardworking, spiritual, compassionate, open, and a plethora of other things that are admirable. I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to build a real resentment and genuine disgust and dislike towards men. However, the other half of my brain knows that this is wrong and that I can't generalize a whole population of people. I find all this very, very funny, but I also like here where she says, the other half of my brain, oh, you mean the rational half? Knows this is wrong. And to be fair, she is asking, like, how do I change my silly behavior, right? That's one thing. But the deeper you go into this dark rabbit hole of r/2x chromosomes, r/female dating strategy, and other subreddits like it, the more you notice just how seeped in massive toxicity these places really are. I had been tracking the femcels for what felt like weeks. I was not prepared for the darkness that I would encounter.
All right, this is good. This is the first sign I've seen of the femcels in weeks. Looks like a USB cord. USB-C. Thanks to those commies in the EU. It's going to be impossible to tell what this belongs to. Could be an iPhone. Your average Giga Stacy's using an iPhone, buying all the latest products. Couldn't be. The new iPhone doesn't have a USB port. This is definitely a femcel dropping. This is definitely a sign of femcels. They're probably using a Galaxy Note or something. Nerds.
It would appear that the femcels were congregating in deadly echo chambers, forums, and spaces online where criticism and negativity against women of any sort was not allowed. But criticism, anger, and even hatred against men was not only allowed, but encouraged. I knew that I was getting close. The only question was, would I be there in time to save a life?
I saved a life. My own.
Now, one of my biggest takeaways from this investigation was that platforms like Reddit are a massive echo chamber. Reddit itself is known for this. They are an extremely left-wing platform to an absurdly extreme degree. One of the top posts on Reddit, for example, was, I voted for Kamala. This got 36,000 upvotes, like 23 Reddit golds, 4,000 comments, people saying, "Good job, you voted Kamala."
You're all individuals. Yes, we're all individuals.
And this was on r/pics. Meanwhile, somebody put "I voted" in r/pics, and they voted for Donald Trump, and they were banned from the subreddit permanently. "Hello, you have been permanently banned from participating in r/pics because your post violates this community's rules." Which is absolutely absurd. This really shows you just how far the bias on Reddit really goes. I think a good example of this is how after the election, there were several posts that got a lot of upvotes on Reddit where liberals and leftists were asking essentially, if you voted for Donald Trump, why did you do that? Trump supporters, why did you support Donald J. Trump for president?
Mr. Frog, why are you so evil? You have 1 second to respond.
Hello. Time's up, plus you're wrong.
And the most amazing thing happened. Essentially speaking, Redditors were really confused because when they were asking for opinions from Trump supporters, there was no Trump supporters in the comments. Taking a look here, a Reddit user named FullCommission4643 says, "I keep coming to these subs, hoping to read the replies from actual Trump supporters, but I'm only finding anti-Trump people participating. I'd really like to hear it from MAGA mouths. Come on, Trump voters, say something." For those who don't fully understand the context, let me make it really simple. Redditors were shocked that when they were asking for the opinions of Trump supporters, not a single Trump supporter showed up. Why is that? Because Reddit banned them all.
I can't see what this is about.
Essentially speaking, if you're a conservative, you are banned from Reddit. Hell, I know a lot of liberals. Like, I have liberal friends who were banned from Reddit for saying things like there are only 2 genders, or I think that women's bathrooms should be for women, or things like this. You know, like pretty average, everyday kind of opinions. These are things that 90% of people, if you were to go out in public and ask them, they would agree with. But Reddit is so biased and kind of so like radicalized towards one side that if you even dare question these things, you are banned 100%. So I think one of the best examples of bias on Reddit is r/news. r/news is the 14th largest subreddit on the website with 29 million members. Now, although it's supposed to represent news in general, effectively all of the news posted is left-wing and anti-Republican, anti-conservative, and anti-right, even anti-liberal.
You can't keep getting away with it.
In one of the most disgusting and biased moves I've ever seen on Reddit, r/news moderators recently removed every single reference to the story of Laken Riley. For those that don't know, Laken Riley was an American woman who was murdered by an illegal migrant while she was out jogging. This happened on February 2024. She managed to call 911 during the attack, and unfortunately led to her passing away. Recently, her killer was put behind bars and is going to be spending life in prison. r/news removed every single post about this story. On r/news, there are absolutely 0 search results. If you look at the verdict, the post has been locked and the post was removed by moderators of r/news. And this, my friends, is what an echo chamber looks like. It is very sad when an innocent young woman loses her life, but Reddit is angry that this story is being talked about. On r/2x chromosomes, people were angry that people were talking about this story instead of blaming men and calling all men evil. On r/2x chromosomes, a user literally claimed that the reason that he did this crime wasn't because he was quote unquote undocumented, but because he was a man who simply wanted to hurt a woman. And in this country and many others, most of / all men apparently want to hurt women every single day because women are not valued and because men want to hurt them all. This is an absolutely psychotic statement, and I'm honestly shocked that anyone would post this.
The impression I get from this is just that democracy dies in dumbness.
There's a lot of dumbness on YouTube, my friend.
Yeah, and the only last night, well, you were here some of last night. I was just curious what a femcel is.
A what?
A femcel? Down this, I'm sorry.
A femcel, what's that?
Well, apparently it's the female version of an incel.
Oh, Jesus. Just a woman that lives on the internet.
Well, I was just looking at another video, and this
has
girl
has sworn off sex with.
Well, somehow or another it's connect. Well, no, it's not that they have sworn off sex. I think it actually starts off as, incels are involuntary celibates. Apparently the girl version is involuntary, but it intersects with 4B, which I'd never heard of before a week or two ago, which is voluntary celibates. And I just think, as much as I don't want to think it, I just think we got what reinforces my point or my thinking that parenting is just a huge issue in this country. And these kids just are not raised well enough to know that they sound silly.
And there's no discernment. I mean, see, like this parenting thing is, my feed gives me more conservative stuff than yours probably. So, like my algorithm, right, on YouTube. So the videos I get are like making fun of like college campus students. And look, the parenting is non-existent with some of these people, man. Like they're so. I mean, just think about the concept of transfer Palestine. Like conceptually, large swaths of people can't see an issue with this. And I'm like, they would kill you if you were in their country. Immediately. They would say, "Oh, you're trans, cool. Let's behead this person." At least the government, the leadership there would, right? So, I mean, they can't see that. They can't discern that. And also, I talk to even my kids that have decent discernment, and I'll have to correct them and say, "Listen, I know that you think this is a major issue, but it's not, right? Like, there's certain things that they're so skewed on us. So, where'd you read that?" And they're like, "Facebook." I'm like, "Okay, if you read it on Facebook, it's probably full of bullshit." You know, they don't have discernment, these kids. It's crazy. So, because they'll
You
reference
know,
something, I'm like, please don't get your news from Facebook. Like, go to
well,
the source.
basically, this is just a another reason to just ignore the whole thing. I'm probably
Do
somewhat better
you
off for
know
not.
about Pizzagate? You know about Pizzagate?
Well,
Do you know the
yeah,
story? Yeah.
basically, somehow or another, the rumor about an adrenochrome facility below a, or was it they were killing babies
Yes.
for adrenochrome or something like that?
hmm But my aunt believes that they take babies and they hook them up to, I guess, dialysis machines, and
And it
they
had
suck the
just
blood.
Maxwell linked to it too.
Listen, I'm like, my aunt told me this, and I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? Like, where? How do you get to the point where you believe that Hillary Clinton's involved in child trafficking, as if that's a good industry to be in, right? Like, she's worth 200 million, but she's going to risk everything by getting involved in what cartels do, which is child trafficking, right? Like, where's the logic there? Why would you ever do that? Oh, it's for the adrenochrome. Now, if you look up adrenochrome, they tested this in like the 50s, and literally it caused people to just go crazy from it. Like, because this is the thing, it's a substance, but apparently it is it causes like 500 health conditions. So I'm like, are you fucking joking? My aunt, who's by all account relatively intelligent, believes in the Hillary Clinton and Jeff Bezos, Gates. They all gather at the at the Comet Pizza, and they go down into the basement that doesn't exist, and they take children and suck the blood out of them like vampires. She
Well,
fucking looks me
I
dead
think
straight.
Well,
I don't
Ryan,
They
even know
believe
you
how
it.
got
Are
to
this.
you
look at the
fucking?
propaganda they had on 4chan. They had some good propaganda out there back then, boy. They had the little
Yeah, they
boy
believe
sound like he
straight to
was
believe.
being hunted down. I remember that shit.
I'm just like, what the fuck are they talking about? Like, they're serious. And there's a percentage of conservatives that believe this shit. Like,
Two
are you
more
kidding me?
weeks. 2 more weeks.
It's
It was
amazing, man.
bad. It was
Yeah,
And
unbelievable.
look, I mean, the Dems have their own little group of conspiracy theorists too, but they're not. I don't think they're as wild-eyed as that. That's one of the craziest stories I've ever heard in my life. So,
well, it
but
was
the second one,
influential enough for some dude to grab his weapons in the head to that pizza parlor, I guess.
oh, he got shot too. Oh, by the way, 35, they took a poll. I think it's 33 or 30. 33% of Democrats believe that it's a huge number that the Trump shooting, the first one where he got shot in the ear, was staged, that Trump set it up himself.
How many?
It's like a third, man. I'm like, that's a fucking huge number. Like,
Well,
number one, that's a big shot, right? You're gonna shoot, 130 yards and hit this dude in the ear with him moving. I know that you can really dial in a rifle, but that's very specific. For Trump to set that up, he'd have to. That's a lot of risk. I wouldn't have somebody shoot my ear from 130 yards out, just because I mean, if you're off by 2 inches, you're a dead man.
I mean, that to me is absolute delusion. I never
Delusional.
believed that so many people would believe that was staged, that was fake.
They believe
I
it's
just never
staged.
would believe. But it went from, but what was scary about it was not only did it go from believing that it was fake, it was the simple fact that how many wished that he had actually made the shot.
A lot of them.
That was the scary part.
Well, they're doing it now. They're tearing up this United Healthcare CEO who just runs a company. He could have ran Nike. He could have run Home Depot. He ran United Healthcare, and they're like, "Oh, it's his fault for this whole medical claim industry situation," which all insurance companies do, right? I'm like, this man could have run GM. His skill set is managing a company, managing all the financial bullshit, talking to the shareholders, like, looking at the P&L statement. It's not claims. It's not fucking claims. All these companies do this shit with claims. You're gonna shoot them all? It's the industry's set up with this stupid shit.
That's what
Where we're forced.
I'm telling you, man. They don't radicalize a lot of Americans. Look at
Yeah,
that
they
man's
have.
history. That man been to college. That man has been radicalized.
Oh, he's one. And by the way, very bright student. I know the school he went to, which was a private, high-end, probably 40 grand a year institute, high school, 40 grand a year. Then he goes to Penn State or Penn, one of the two. He was
That's
class
University.
valedictorian.
No, he was Ivy League.
He went to Penn.
Yep.
He went to Penn. That's
Penn.
Trump's alma mater.
Well, he was the valedictorian of his class.
Oh, shit. And then he's the main shooter out there pumping rounds into this guy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the United Health guy.
Yeah, that's him. He was the shooter.
Yeah, he was the valedictorian of his class.
The shooter was, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's only 26, so you figure. He got out after 4 years. He's just been reading the Bernie Sanders progressive blog, and now he's going to kill. I mean, it's not the one CEO's fault. The industry is already set up like that. Deny claims. They all do it. You tell me they all just pay claims, and then if all the companies are paying claims and one of them isn't, that company won't be in business for long. That's the nature of the business, because they'll be out of profit. They won't be able to make money. So, unfortunately, there's a moral hazard set up.
This guy was like dumping stock. He was doing a few things that were problematic.
Was he?
Yeah, but I mean that's really, no excuse. But
if he was dumping stock,
find out what the major motivations were.
If he was dumping stock, it might have been that they had to pay out a bunch of claims and they didn't. Or no, they had to pay out claims and they did. Because if he was dumping the stock, he'd be trying to come off of it before the share price dropped. So either way, he's already been vilified, and like he created the whole industry-wide problem. So
Ryan, did you hear? Hey Ryan, did you hear a family member of his is in the Maryland House of Delegates and has released a statement?
What did they say?
So basically, they're shocked. The family is shocked.
They're shocked?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it. But I'm not surprised.
Well, how How many valedictorians turned to assassination?
And there's a fairly wealthy guy, right?
But I'm
Oh,
not
yeah,
surprised though
apparently
that a
smart.
family member, like the high school he went to, was like Sidwell friends, or like, you know what I mean? Like these people are hoity-toity. If you went to Sidwell friends, or uh, what's that one I told you? Oh, Langdon School in Baltimore, they have Gilman and St. Paul's, which are high end. So he probably has family that's, from that tier of person. Tier of person, real, like wealthy, that wealthy status. So they're in the House of Delegates, I believe it. You know, so I'm not surprised. They tend to have those families tend to have all the clout, unlike mine, which has all the
Well,
alcoholism.
apparently he thought he could get away with murder.
I don't know if he did, man. Like he didn't cover up very well. I thought he did a shit job in getting away. Like he
Yeah,
showed his
I never
face too
seen nobody
much.
hold on to the murder weapon
Had
for
like a
like 5 to 6 days, 290 miles away from the crime scene. That's like a long distance from the time you committed that crime, and you still holding that weapon. That sounds ridiculous.
Dude, I'll tell you. Well, listen, he did. When you come off of it, then you can't control where it is, So that kind of sucks. You don't know. I don't know why he still had it though. It's kind of, I guess, because he thought it was plastic. It was a fake gun he made. But I don't
That's
know.
just something I just don't see how he couldn't go and hike through the hills and go dropping in the lake in the middle of nowhere
That's
off
what I
of
would do.
So it sounds like you're saying he should have been a better criminal, Solid Snake.
I just don't
I
buy
feel
the
like he should
main
have, man.
official story. I just don't buy the official
Okay.
story.
Well, I mean, there is the old adage that criminals tend to be pretty stupid. I think he's proving that adage.
Well, maybe it being a crime because he's a valedictorian. It's hard to, dude, how's that math work? This guy's obviously not.
Maybe he thought if he flashed his grade point average, it would be okay.
Hey, I guess it didn't work for him. Hey, man, that movie Horrible Bosses? You ever see that movie where the three dudes commit a bunch of crime and then you find this guy
No, I
called
don't think I did.
Motherfucker Jones to try to help them commit crime to kill their bosses. They go get this guy, Jamie. It's Jamie Foxx, though. It's a great comedy. And they come to find out Jamie Foxx is like, yeah, I'm good at crime. I'm good at crime. They're like, all right, cool. Come to find out he's like a laid off software engineer. He wasn't good at crime. It was bullshit. He just wanted the money. You got to see that movie. It's very good.
Oh, by the way, Jamie Foxx has a Netflix special coming up.
Well, what's his deal anyway? Isn't
I
he
don't know
like,
whether it's a comedy special or some variety type special, but I was shocked to see that.
oh, these fucking lights are in this fucking place? I'm in this hotel and I can't find shit. It's fucking aggravating. Can't find anything when you come to these places.
Well, we have devolved to pop the balloon.
That's where it goes, doesn't it?
Well, this is a slightly different version, and I think I knew where this is shot, but it's got a different female host who is pretty formidable in her own right.
Oh, fuck. We've devolved into pop the balloon.
Well, that's the hostess.
Where's the show?
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Pop
Where?
the Balloon,
I'm
Find
not
Love
sure.
in New
I
York
have
City,
to find out.
Episode 2. I'm your host, Tiara James. Today, we have some single men and some single women here to find love. Is everybody ready? So let's explain the rules. We're gonna have single women come in one by one, and if you are feeling her,
Oh,
don't
the
pop
single
your balloon.
ladies.
And while she's speaking, if she says something that you're not feeling, make sure you pop your balloon, and we'll come to you and ask, what was the problem? Okay. Let's meet the first lady.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. Okay. Can we have your name, age, and what you do for a living?
My name is Brenda. I am 30 and an entrepreneur.
Okay. And what kind of entrepreneur?
I'm a SAG actress. I'm in the wardrobe union. I'm a brand ambassador, content creator, stocks, editing, a bunch of stuff.
Okay.
Damn.
Faceted. So what?
Man, this is annoying.
What's one fun fact about yourself that you can tell everybody?
I did a lot of sports growing up. I'm a personal trainer. Also, I played basketball, cheerleading, indoor and outdoor track, gymnastics.
Okay, and then can you
I
explain
like
to
that body,
everyone
Stanley.
what you're looking for in a partner?
I do too. Both of them.
A great vibe, a good person,
Yeah, it is.
morals, and
There we
who
go.
is financially stable. And I know you're broke, but anyways, and also so many broke people. I know it happens, but also just someone
That's called
you can laugh
backlash.
with and have a great time with.
Okay, so we have all of the popped balloons, so
I
we're
love
gonna go down the line and ask a few questions.
The
What's your name, age, and
who
why did you
sounds
pop
unhappy.
the balloon? And what do you do for a living?
My name is Justin. I'm 33. I'm a vice president of Street Partnership for an economic development firm. And I popped because I think it takes a lot of courage to come on a show like this and to kind of laugh off people's intention when folks are here genuinely. I feel like that's not great. So,
Okay, and would he be your type?
No, but I also didn't get anyone's intention. No one actually got a chance to even say anything, so I didn't laugh at anyone's intentions at
your
all.
comment while we pop balloons about folks being broke is just not really appreciated. So,
Well, they popped my balloon. It wasn't appreciated on my end either. That's what I'm supposed to do.
Oh,
Let's
this is
move
going to
on.
be catty.
Yeah, she's a bitch. She's a bitch already.
Okay.
Damn, is
And
anyone left?
name, age, and what do you do for a living?
how you doing?
I
My
think
name is
they all
Chris,
popped their
35 years
balloons.
old, and I do security / actor.
They're
Now,
all
I
a
was going
bunch
to
of
keep my
Kevin
balloon on because you
Samuels.
do acting. The reason why I popped it is your petty comment. Okay, so you say you want a man financially stable, which is completely understand. But because the man popped his balloon and you want to call him broke, I can't do that. Okay, you just got to understand the man. Period. Just because.
We heard your comment. You don't have to go
Okay,
too deep.
I wanted to.
I
Just
don't
like you
think
did
I
on the
would have
last
popped the balloon there, Stanley.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and
Nah,
move
I
to
would
the
have talked
next.
shit to her and tried to bang her at least.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man.
I would've
Like,
thought-
shit, nigga, over
Oh,
some
no, this
words.
fucking smart
Show
ass
her,
bitch.
Right?
I'm gonna knock,
She wasn't
show her
talking to
what
me. Huh?
I'll show you broke.
I'm gonna knock the
Right.
legs off this bitch.
Like, she wasn't talking to me.
You would have
He
fucked.
popped the balloon.
You want to get fucking wise?
I don't understand. Like, he too sensitive, man. He going all hard at the woman. Like, shit.
Yeah, like I said, they're all a version of Kevin Samuels.
But
Hey,
no,
are these people?
Stanley. That's the
Are they
episode
looking
of
for a
hitting
life
all
mate?
right.
I'm looking for a life mate. I'm just looking for some ass tonight, lady.
Hey, you start there.
No,
Work your way up.
fuck this shit. Yeah, if it works out, if that's
Start
any
down
good, I'll.
there and work your way up to the brain, right?
Yeah, why not? I mean, Jesus, I gotta go home and use my hand. Otherwise,
No,
what
this
the
was
fuck?
about the last episode. Oh my gosh.
What's your name,
Feisty
age, and what
women
do you
in
do for a
here.
living?
Yeah, I can tell you right now, though, she's
I was
between
gonna cost
that
you multiple high-end meals right there. It's gonna cost you, guaranteed,
multiple high-end what?
and some real acting.
She
Well,
ain't
you're gonna
doing
have to
that.
take her to dinner. You can't just take her to. She ain't living at TGI Fridays. You're gonna have to take her to like a tapas restaurant, wear a sports blazer and some bullshit. You know, a couple of them. Might take her a few to put out. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Find some place you like
She's
to
not
go
putting
and
out.
take
Hey, she ain't
her.
putting out if you take her to Arby's. You know, you take her to Arby's. It's gonna cost you more than that. Yeah.
That's why I always say, find some place you like and take her with you. Yeah.
Hey man, the best spot is always coffee because if they suck, you can get rid of them quick.
That's it.
You know.
Starbucks.
I was gonna say she's all kinds of ghetto though.
Is she?
From
Why?
that
Why
jaguar print to that fake hair.
I like
you don't
that
like
shit.
Cheetah?
I don't mind it. I
No,
don't shit.
you know what?
She is a little
That is,
skinny though.
I know that I sound real persnickety here. I cannot stand when women wear like these jaguar print dresses.
Man,
They are just. I don't generally have that many thoughts on what women wear, especially if it's like fitting
you
well and
object
all
to the
that.
shirt, Sam.
Huh?
You object to the shirt. You object to the shirt.
A what?
Do you object to my shirt, Stanley?
Is that a tiger print?
I'm wearing it to the gym. So just no. I'm just it's
Okay,
just a
well
little colorful.
that you bring up your attire to me is uncomfortable at best.
I'm just saying, maybe you don't like colorful clothes, bitch.
Well, no, that's not colorful. That's a jaguar print.
Oh, okay. So you're okay with color, just not. You're okay with colorful
I don't have a
clothes.
problem. I literally like jaguar print. that
My
is
wife bought
just
me this shirt. She thought I'd like to wear this to the
okay.
gym.
Well, why do you think I'm looking at how you're dressed?
Because you're partially queer, probably. I don't know.
I'm not. I'm weird, but I'm not that kind of weird.
You wearing that shirt to
I
the
just can't
gym?
believe I just can't believe she's like, I bought you some gym clothes. It's all fucking shit. I'm like, what is this, a gay gym you think I'm going to? I'm not wearing
Well,
this shit,
is it?
but it's all
Maybe
no,
she
fuck
knows
myself.
something you don't.
Fuck you, Stanley. No, she just doesn't. She thought she liked the colors of it. So she thought that was it. And I don't feel like shopping, so it's cool. I don't care. She could buy
Yes,
me jean shorts and I'd wear them because I'm too lazy to go want to shop for the shit. So
it's
I don't give a fuck.
just to the gym.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I
I'm
don't give a
sure
shit.
nobody there's going to hit on you.
9 to 5 a.m. So guarantee that. So a gym in a
See, what is
burger.
all
What the
that?
fuck?
I'm from Mount Vernon.
What is all this?
Episode. Oh my gosh.
What's your name,
Feisty
age, and what do you
women
do
in
for a
here.
living?
I'm
What the
Daquan
fuck
Lee.
is that?
What's up, Daquan?
What up?
Damn,
I'm
she's
from Mount
twerking.
Vernon, New York, and I own a mingle and dating company. We host events, and I'm also a lifestyle coach.
Okay, and why did you pop your balloon today?
2 reasons. She's not really the type I would go after, and I think she's toxic.
Toxic. Do you want to elaborate?
I get a toxic vibe.
Did y'all hear that? He called her toxic.
Yeah.
My point is, hold on. He like
She a
wait a
toxic.
minute. Wait a minute. He owned a dating mingle service. Okay, his whole career is about relationship, but he's single.
Okay, well, why don't you just concentrate on he's an
Why
entrepreneur?
he on Pop the Balloon? Shouldn't he be advertising his own company?
Nah.
Well,
Dude,
maybe
like
he's
being
trying.
at a car dealership and owning one.
Maybe he's trying to recruit for the service.
Yeah, like corporate intel. Corporate intel.
I'm not toxic at all.
That's fine, but she's not the type for me. And
That's great. Let's move on.
I actually
it's her
think she's
combativeness.
toxic.
Okay. Name, age, and what you do for a living?
I'm Darion, 31 years old, and I own a food truck.
But the thing is,
Okay.
food truck.
And why did you pop your balloon
Just the
today?
physical, that was it. The comment that just added on afterwards, but it was
Food
just
truck?
Okay. And would he be your type?
No.
Let's move on. Hi, name, age, and what you do for a living?
I'm Josh. I'm 33. I work in the
'Cause he owns a food
telecommunications
truck.
industry
That's what it
as an account executive. I also do some stocks on the side, and I'm also finishing a blueprint to get a business started with credit card terminals. I hope that to start off next year.
Okay, nice. And why did you pop your balloon today?
So everything was good, just because the attraction was there. But yeah, the comment, calling him broke, that's what it was for me. Because in the past, I've been a man who led with money just to prove I had money, but the woman always had different intentions because of that. So I'm doing it on the reverse side. I don't want to be that person that leads with money that proves I have.
Oddly enough, these all sound like people who watch Hood Conservative. They don't want to be feminists.
Mm.
I don't know if it's feminist. I think that she made an offensive comment
I
criticizing
think they are
people's
putting
income.
their foot down and showing that they're not gonna put up with this kind of female behavior.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Maybe it's just
They're
maybe
all
they feel like, hey,
conservatives in that lineup.
I think they're too sensitive
I've
to the
been broke-
comment,
I've been
man.
broke
Like,
before,
you know,
too.
shit.
Well,
You know, she's on.
I think conservative is too sensitive. Sometimes you got to ignore what women
Are
say.
you trying to get him to come up, Stanley? Is that what this is?
Oh no.
Bait him into coming up.
I know he won't come up.
I know what. Go ahead and finish it. I know he won't come up because he's scared. Say that.
Believe me,
Say it.
he came in hot to this chat. So
That he. So you're trying to bait him. That's what it is.
I have money, let things flow, and then you're going to see what I got. But just in the beginning, that kind of tells me what your intentions are.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think asking for a man to be financially stable tells you your intentions. I mean, if I'm financially stable and you're not, that would be me taking the L and you just be leeching.
what is
But
up with
I
her
digress.
voice?
Another thing that I want to add is that there's a difference between asking that question and having a conversation and just making projections. You made a projection.
Man,
Well,
move
for one
on.
person,
Let her go.
everybody in the room.
Damn.
But if you want to take everybody's opinion and make it yours, that's fine. Let's move on.
Okay, moving on.
Yeah, I
Hi,
have
what's
to
your
admit-
name, age, and what do you do for a living?
I have to admit, I don't think I'd have popped my balloon. I'm kind of like you, John. Her body is just.
Mm-hmm.
If it is
That's what I
not,
was thinking. I would have never popped my
well,
balloon.
I still think she's toxic, but she's not toxic enough, to not, shoot a shot at.
Now that they were off that one comment, you know, they all popping off that one comment, you know.
Yeah, I don't
that's
get
just
that. Because to be honest, there would be nothing that would satisfy me more than taming her.
Damn, dude.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
What she fucking needs is a man to put her in her place, and
Yeah.
not gonna be able to do that if you pop your balloon.
She does.
Yeah, it is true. You know what I'm saying? Just the challenge of trying to tame.
Yeah, you know what? When she starts submitting to me, that's gonna make me feel like a real man.
She probably wants financials. She might want financial statements and shit. This guy here wears dirt bike.
You know what?
Here.
I don't particularly have a problem with it if the woman is worth it. My wife didn't.
I never had to show that. I never had to show it to anybody. Nobody's ever asked
me neither.
Financial statements? They can usually tell by the way you talk.
I can guarantee you, a couple dates will not require me showing a financial statement.
Nah, you're good. They're gonna look at where you take them and shit.
Well, no. I mean, for a couple dates. I mean, this isn't like getting married. It's just a date.
Yeah.
If you need a financial statement the only financial statement you need is me paying for dinner.
Yeah. But they're going to look at your car. They're going to look at what you drive, how you talk. They're judging the whole time. Okay.
Well, but every woman does that.
Hell, I've never had a car, right? I mean, shit. My car is 20 years old. The car I have now is 20 years old.
Well, but you gotta let them know that cars are depreciating assets, and then they go, "Ooh, he's smart."
Is that what I need to let them know?
Absolutely. As soon as you look, you say some shit like that, like, "Well, cars are depreciating assets; they lose value quickly." They go, "Ooh, who's this?"
Well, I mean, as long as the car is
he understands compounded interest. Who is this guy?
A lot of times these people are leasing cars anyway.
Yeah.
Leasing a car. Actually, it makes financial sense if it's for like 6 months.
It actually does. I mean, I know plenty of well-off people who lease them because they want something new every year or two.
Yeah, if it's short term.
Yeah.
And you don't burn a lot of miles.
Well, that is
right.
The math works.
Well, why would you want a car every year just for the sake of having a brand new car?
You know what? I had a friend of mine.
Some people entertain and shit.
Now, his father, I think his father owned, if I recall, a car dealership. So, I mean, there was probably a reason. You know, he could lease it to his son or whatever for a couple
Yeah.
years and sell it. So, but instead of buying a car, he leased them, and you know, every couple years. This was in high school, as a matter of fact. This dude had like 3 different cars in high school. Made sense for them.
Yeah, I can see like if you were a real estate agent or something, taking people around, clients in your car.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense.
You can't pick them up in a 10-year-old truck and shit.
Right. I knew stockbrokers who did it.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
you've got to set back like the old style stockbrokers back in the 90s. You know, the Wolf of Wall Street type people.
Yeah, they gotta have nice cars and suits. And
exactly, because you take.
But if you're at a
out,
certain, if you think about it like this, if you're at a certain income level, a $50,000 car is, you know, if you make $700,000, a $50,000 car is like a 20th of your income or a 10th of your income, right? So it's such a minuscule amount, they don't really care, you know.
Yep.
Like you know, I mean, if it's for other people, it's half their fucking income, which is really a bad idea, right? But
Right.
for some people, it's such a minuscule amount, it doesn't matter. So.
I'm 28. I work with DHS. I help the homeless find homes. Yeah, kind of.
Wait, hold it. DHS.
DHS.
Oh,
you know what?
I thought
I
that
know
was
what
the
he worked.
Department of Homeland Security.
Migrants. It's under DHS, Stanley.
Is it really?
Yep. Well, DHS is Department of Homeland Security, which is over INS and over ICE.
Oh,
yeah. So they're helping the homeless migrants find homes. So he's working for them.
To attraction, but yeah, kind of what everybody else said. I kind of did appreciate that comment. That was, in my eyes, kind of corny. You
I
didn't
know,
really need
it
to take
hurts
it
to
that.
be broke. Let's move on.
I guess.
I've never seen a financially stable person complain about someone saying you should not be broke. Just saying, but let's move on.
Okay. Yeah.
Damn,
I mean, like I
yeah,
said.
great point right there.
Okay.
I'm finding it hotter by the minute.
I ain't gonna entertain it.
Hi, what's your
Yeah,
name, age,
growing
and
on
what
me.
do you do for a living?
My name is Monroe. I'm 29 years old. I work for a company called Tishman
Please
Spire.
stop
I run a
lying. That
security
motherfucker
company
fine
with a
as
partner.
hell to me.
Oh, Tishman.
Okay, and why did you
Tishman,
pop
he's an
your
iron
balloon
worker.
Initially, I was all for it, you know, but I think how you treat other folk, it just got something to say about yourself too. But it's also, I mean, real good feminine energy, but I do like a little bit more outspoken as well, you know.
Okay, and
So
would
like
he be
pop your
retired?
balloon.
No.
Tishman's a
Okay.
construction.
Well,
He's
let's
a builder.
walk it back. Unfortunately, there are no more balloons, so there might be better luck next time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, look, here's the deal. I think she's hot now. She's kind of got an arrogance
Oh
to her.
yeah,
I kind of like her.
yeah.
I mean, there's obviously the body, but she's got some sassiness to her, and that's not bad. You know what I mean? She's got some standards, sassiness. That's good. You just got to break her. That's all.
Well, yeah, but you know, I actually think the
You
host
got to
is
break her.
probably better looking than she is.
What's that?
I said I think the host is probably better looking.
I
You know,
can't really see your face. I can't
she's
really tell.
no, the host is pretty good looking.
I gotta hone this.
Hostess.
Yeah, I agree with that. A lot of times the host is.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring out the next lady.
Oh, pink balloons.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh my
Good.
lord, that first
Can you
guy's
give us your
gone.
name,
First
age,
guy's
and what you
She's
do
a
for a living?
giant.
My name is Michi.
Damn,
I'm
she
33.
is, dude.
Great giant.
Okay, and then what's a little fun fact about yourself that you can tell the guys?
Fun fact is I paid for college while drag racing.
Wow, that's
Drag
pretty
racing?
impressive. And what can you tell
How
them?
does she
What's
fit in
your
the car?
partner?
Personally, I like to get to know you guys. Show me your true selves. I don't like to answer that question because then you're just going to show that to me and not be able to maintain it, and it's a waste of our time.
Okay.
That's
Can you
interesting.
give us a deal breaker that you may have, or a few?
Not liking children,
She's like below 6'8".
not liking dogs. That's really the two biggest things.
All right. So we don't have any unpopped balloons. Let's go.
She's a little bit of a challenge, isn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Dude,
All right,
look,
we
you
have
gotta
one
have
pop
some
balloon. We're gonna
balls
go
to
down the
drag
line and see.
race. You going to, you
She's
going
tall. She
fucking
lit
200
that
mile an hour in
hairdo.
a car.
That hairdo literally looks like something from Dr. Seuss.
That's all right. That's not bad. It's more natural, at least. I like that.
Hello, what's your name, age, and what you do for a living?
Oh,
My name is Jalen. I'm 28, and I work for DHS. I help homeless find homes.
Holy
First of all, you're
shit,
beautiful.
she's
Thank you.
tall.
You're welcome.
She's wearing
You said
heels.
not like it shows you have a child.
I have 3.
Yeah.
Wait, hold it. I didn't
That's
hear that.
Damn.
she has 3 jobs.
Yeah, I ain't
First of all, you're beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You said not like it shows you have a child.
I have 3.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's literally the only thing.
Okay.
Everything else is perfect.
Okay, let's walk it back. Like, actually, before we walk it back,
She's
would he
built
be your
pretty
type?
good, too.
I'd have to get to know you a bit more.
Okay, let's walk it back and see what happened over here. Contestant.
I bet she's raising 3 disciplined kids.
Dude, those kids listen to everything she says.
I
She
will
ain't
beat
playing.
the shit out of you.
Fuck them up. What'd you say? What'd you say to me? What'd you say
Name,
to me? Man, you call me ma'am. You call
age, and
me
what you do
ma'am.
for a living?
So my name is Chris. I'm 35 and I do security slash acting. Now, I might usually want to go for women who's relatively taller than me, but I decided to be open-minded. But I overheard that you have kids, which is 3.
Yes.
And to me, that's a deal breaker if there's more than 1. But you're actually beautiful. I can just give you
Thank
that.
you.
Okay, and then would he be someone you would go for?
I'm not sure. Again, I'd have to get to know you a little bit more.
Okay, and let's walk it down here. Hi, name, age, and what you do for a living?
I'm Darion. I'm 31, and I own a food truck.
Okay.
I popped my balloons because she said 3 kids, and that's just a little too much for me. You are gorgeous, man.
Thank you.
She's a
All
full
right,
head
walk it
taller
down
than
again. Name, age, and what you do for a living?
So I'm Josh. I'm 33. I work in the telecommunications industry. I do
She is
stocks on the
wearing
side, and I'm
heels.
also putting a blueprint together to get a business started with credit
The
card
heels
terminal
are
leasing for
3
local
inch.
businesses. Hope to get some success with that next year.
Okay, and why did you pop your balloon today?
Okay, so it's a couple of things. So the first thing I was still kind of pondering on that about how you don't want to talk about like the type of person that you're looking for, but I kind of got a side question. With your 3 kids, and just let me, if it's too personal, just let me know. Is it like 1 child's father, 2 child?
My ex-husband, so it's all his children.
Okay, got you. So when you first met him, did you kind of like go that same route of just letting him show you, or did you tell him what you were looking for in the beginning?
I kind of told him what I wanted. He played that for a little while, and then it figured away.
Okay. I guess that kind of like answered my questions then, because I was thinking like if you were doing the same thing, then maybe it does help to like just put out there like what you're looking for like in the beginning. But
Yeah,
the other thing was that the
kinda-
kids now. I mean,
he gets
I've
off
dated
nervous
moms like, over
vibes.
like the past 10 years. I
Yeah.
just wanted to try something
Yeah.
different this time. So yeah, I've never had dated anybody with.
She's
kids, so
intimidating.
just wanted to
Dude.
just try something different.
Okay,
She's
so we're gonna
intimidating.
walk it down.
These taller women intimidate these men. I'll tell you right now. That's part of it.
Hi, name, age, and what you do for a living?
Apparently they're not
Monroe,
tree
I'm
climbers.
29,
What's that?
Apparently they're not tree
and I work for a
climbers.
company called Tissue Inspire and co-run a security company.
Okay, and why did you pop your balloon today?
It's just the kids. I ain't got none of myself, so I'm trying to get with the woman a little bit more
I
one-on-one
want to
before the
raise
kids
her
come into
fast.
play.
I want to
You
raise
know,
her
and
fast.
I've adapted before, but 3 is you're doing a damn thing. So yeah, that's it. But pretty woman, same height,
Thank
we on
you.
high level, so
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, and then would he be someone that you would go for normally?
Possibly, but again, gotta get to know you a little bit better.
Okay, we're gonna walk it back. We have 2 balloons left. Let's go ahead and ask them. I see your balloon is unpopped. Name, age, and what do you do for a living?
Justin, 33. I'm a vice president, partnership for an economic development firm.
Okay, and why haven't you popped your balloon yet?
Beautiful woman. Great career. My mom's a nurse as well. I have a daughter, so I feel you on the parenthood, and I want to hear more. So.
Okay, so let's get into some questions about you. What's a fun fact you can tell?
Fun fact.
I like trees.
Pretty fun, I guess.
Okay, and what would a deal breaker be for you?
I think honestly, someone
long
not being
legs,
open to
boy.
me having a kid would definitely be one. But since that's crossed,
All the better.
I think of another one.
Yeah. Long legged.
I can give empathy.
Long legged.
Relationships are really important to be able to understand one another, both the past and the present. So, yeah, I like empathy.
All right, and is this someone that you could see yourself with?
Possibly, but again, gotta get to know you a little bit more.
Okay, let's move on down. Hi, what's your name, age, and what do you do for a living?
I'm Daquan Lee. I'm 27, and I own a Mingle and dating company. Mingle event, and also I'm a lifestyle coach.
Okay, and why do you have your balloon still?
I have my balloon still because, like everybody said, else said, I believe she's really attractive. I feel like you wear your heart on your sleeve when you're like a kind person. So I'm open to learning more. What kind of like causes me to like be hesitant? So you remind me of somebody like I dated like from years ago, and I don't know.
It was
If we didn't work too
It was
anything, I
Brittany
think friendship
Griner.
would be cool first, and then see where it goes from there. I don't know a person to I know a person.
It was Brittany.
All right, and there's a fun fact about yourself that you can share with her.
A fun fact about me is I travel a bunch. I've traveled a lot in my life.
Okay.
Yeah.
And a deal breaker or a few deal breakers that you would have?
A deal breaker is somebody that's just toxic and not empathetic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say to that?
It's fucking weak.
Okay, and then could you see this being a match?
Maybe, but again, I know I keep saying the same thing. I gotta get to know you.
Okay, we're gonna walk it back.
I can't really see the dumper on her. They're blowing
We
up
have
a
two
little.
participants left. Do you have one question for both participants?
How do you feel about blending families?
My balloon isn't popped. It's definitely not something obviously I have experience in. I've never dated someone with a kid as well. But yeah, I feel like I'm open-minded and yeah.
Okay.
A lot of support. Just close that off.
Gonna walk in here.
It really depends, and it has to go really slow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he won. Fuck it. Go with him.
Do you want to pop either of their balloons, or do you see there being a match with either?
I think I'm gonna go ahead and pop both.
Oh shit.
And we can give a clap for the lady.
She is
There's no
like,
match, but maybe next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
she's like, the thought of
Okay, let's bring out
she's
the next
thinking,
lady.
the thought of breeding with such short people is not good. I don't want to breed with these midgets.
Did she pop them both?
Yeah, she was like, these are weak men. One's talking about empathy. Fuck it, what else? I'm a fucking drag racer. You talking about empathy? Get out of here.
I wonder, did she say whether she still does it?
She's like, I get in a car and go 240 mile an hour, and you bitches are talking about empathy. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I can't imagine that would be a hobby you'd give up.
Hey man, that would be. You ever see these things? These drag
Yeah.
racers, like they showed it in the car video. It's crazy, man. It is just. If you're strapped to a rocket ship. You ought to see a
Yeah.
YouTube video on that shit, man. It looks
Oh,
so intense.
I've been to drag races before.
Dude, that shit is so fast, isn't it, man? It's nuts.
Yeah.
You don't, and it's loud as shit. You got to bring like earphones. You got to bring like, things to cover your ears up.
Ain't no firewall between you and that motor.
Hi. How are
That's
you?
it, man.
Good. How are you?
I'm well. Hi, guys.
Okay, let's start with your name, age, and what you do for a living.
I'm Sasha Rose. I'm 30, and I do a multitude of things. I act, I work in the catering industry, and I do electrical work.
All right. What's one fun fact you can share about yourself?
I lived and worked on a functioning farm upstate.
All right. How long did you do that?
My godmother owned the land. We owned like 40 acres.
Own a what?
We had a bunch of animals, the farm, like gardening. And
She lived on a farm.
All right. Let's get into what are you looking for in a partner?
Ambition, somebody who's honest, loyal, that likes to do fun things, like not just like activities like you have to pay for, like just walk around museum, go to parks. I like.
Hey, hold up here. Pause it once. I got a question. Pause it.
I like nature.
Hey,
So
let me ask you a question. Where is this?
I don't know. I have to find out.
I mean, look, I want to show a comparison. This show, everyone is a professional or has a high level position, and the women are higher status, so to speak, right? Now, remember the show we watched that was in like
It says
Detroit?
if you're in the Dallas or New York City area.
So
Yeah. This is in New York City.
It seems like these shows are drawing class distinctions, if you notice, right? Like the one in Detroit had just schmoes, right? And just people that were not in the class of these people. So maybe they're picking by class, right? These are high-end people here. I mean, one dude's running his own economic development company. You know what I'm saying? Do you notice a pattern with that? Yeah.
Not well, kinda. This one, the Atlanta one, the DC and the Phoenix with Arlette all seem to be more or less upper people. Though
Yeah.
Arlett's had strippers on there and exotic dancers.
Which one has strippers?
Okay.
Arlett's in Phoenix. She's had
Oh, wow.
strippers on there before.
Oh wow. Okay.
Well, I'm just noticing maybe they're grouping people in order to get more matches by their jobs per se, like white collar jobs versus, So I mean, when you hear one of them is like,
Well, I
well,
mean, they had a
I'm
conservative.
a musician, a
They,
rapper, and a fucking,
yeah,
change
they had
tires
a
with a jiffy.
conservative version, so I guess they will do themes.
Yeah,
I
they
just
do.
noticed there's one from Las Vegas that just dropped. I definitely want to see that one.
It's got mountain people there.
I can't imagine what a Pop the Balloon Las Vegas would be.
Just
Okay, and
entertainment.
then what are some deal breakers you can share with the guys?
No kids.
All right, we have some pop balloons. We're gonna get into why.
Okay.
Hi,
Boink.
name, age, and what you do for a living.
My name is Justin. How you doing?
Hi.
I'm 33. I'm a vice president of Shooter Partnership for an economic development firm.
Nice.
And I have a daughter. So,
Sorry.
yeah.
It's something personal. I just feel like
No,
the
I respect it.
child should always come first, and that means like we can't focus on us, and
Yeah.
rather you be a good father than try to be a good man to me.
Respect.
All right, let's
Okay.
go on down. Hi, name, age, and what you do for a living.
I'm Darion. I'm 31, and I own a food truck. I have a son, a beautiful baby boy, 4 years old. So I respect you, mom.
It's all good.
Okay, did you have anything to add?
No, it's sad. I thought you were cute. Too bad. It's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let's walk it back. All right, you're still doing pretty good. You can pop 3 balloons.
Okay.
You can pop 2 balloons
Okay.
of your choice,
So I'll do
and
two.
then your
I'll
own
do
reasons. Okay, well, first
Okay.
we have 2 more pop balloons, so let's see why. Hi, name, age, and what you do for a living.
Daquan Lee. I'm from Mount Vernon. I'm 27. I own a Mingles event company, and I also am a lifestyle coach.
Nice. Okay, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
I just don't feel a viral connection, but I think you're a really cool person.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, and did you have anything to add to that? Anything to say? Nope. Okay, would you be someone that you'd be interested
You
in?
are my type, but I just would like to actually ask you a question. That's all.
Okay, let's walk it down to the end. Hi, name, age, and what you do for a living.
Monroe, I'm 29. I work for a company called Tishman Spire, and I co-run the security business.
Nice. Okay, and why did you end up popping your balloon today?
I liked a lot of the answers is because you had worked on the farm. I moved to France to work on the farm for a year.
That's cool.
And I mean, like I feel like emotionally we'll beat her. I just think I don't know, she's pretty, but it ain't no magnetism to it. You know what I'm saying?
Was it something she said?
No, it's just the magnet. It's like everything was good on the surface, but I just wasn't too curious about anything else. And I think that's a little shallow. So
Okay, anything to say?
Like you didn't really get to know me, so it's fine. I'm like I understand the magnetism kind of comes with like more time questions, so it is what it is.
Okay, we're gonna walk it back. You still have 3 balloons, which is still doing pretty good. So now you can either pop 1 balloon or ask the remaining contestants a question.
I'll pop 1 balloon and then ask the questions.
Okay.
Sorry. Where are you from?
Bronx.
Okay. How old are you?
35.
Okay. Kids?
None.
Animals?
I'm open to it.
Are
Cats,
you
dogs.
are you allergic to anything?
None. I mean, when my when my job that I get a lot of dogs coming in all the time. So
Okay. I have cats, so everybody like
that's
I
fine.
just
I
want to make
own a
sure.
cat before, so it's fine.
What do you like to do for fun?
I don't really do much to be honest. It's just like more work and just focus on my life. But if I was to go out bowling, open until like you said, out to parks, things like that, museum. You know, I was just looking like, okay, I'm interested in doing things like that. Just who to do it with. You know what I'm saying?
Wow, synthetic. That's wow. What's up, Chaotic?
What's going on, man?
Nothing much. I just
These chicks are very mid.
yeah, well, you can't all strike gold. So John, you see this? Synthetic Future says he found out 2 days ago his wife of 23 years is cheating.
Eesh. Damn, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, that's some I don't even know don't know what to
23
say.
years, boy.
Hey, damn. You
What
have any it might not even be your children if you have to
Get some help.
Well,
Get
that's
some help
you're
with
you're Mr. Sympathy, aren't you, John? I'm not sure that's a good response.
Everything now.
Synthetic, I'm going to drop the link if you want to come up.
Yeah, come up and tell us about that. I'm not laughing at you. What's up, CT?
What's going on, man? What's up, John? What's up, man?
CT in the house. Hey, buddy.
What's
What up,
up?
CT?
What's up, Solid Snake? This
So
little black
welcome,
chick. I'm
welcome
sorry.
to the overnight I can't get along with people during the day show.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
This chick with the black dress, she's pretty nice. She has a nice little body on her.
Yes, it's the host.
Oh, she's a host. Okay. Yeah, nice little thin, little
So
tiny nice. Yeah.
the other ladies that are on here, I guess are just random. I guess they apply or and I don't know the selection process. Now this particular, I don't think popping your balloon might be the better decision. She's not impressing me that much. What's up, T? How you doing? Synthetic, all I can say is my condolences. I don't know what to say. But feel free to hit the link if you want to come up and talk.
And so,
And do you work like a lot?
Sundays through Thursdays, I work Saturday. Friday and Saturday is typically my free time.
Okay. I'll take that.
Let's walk it down.
Apparently, she's under the impression she's a high value woman.
Well, actually, he ended up popping his balloon.
I heard it's all good.
Name, age, and what you do for a living.
Jalen, I'm 28. I work for DHS. I help the homeless find homes.
Oh, nice.
And thank you. The only thing was, I think you're pretty. Is just I feel like if I'm being too indecisive in my mind about the situation, and everything that you said, I generally do. But yeah, if I'm being too indecisive in my mind about it, I felt like I just had to pop.
I respect it.
Yeah.
I'm an indecisive person, so I get it. I'm the friend that's like, help me choose. So I get it. If you don't know what you choose, I respect it.
Okay, so see, you have one unpopped balloon.
Can I ask a question? How indecisive are you?
It all depends on the sort, like bullshit, like
Right.
food and stuff like that. But like honestly, when I sit down and think about it, I'll be like, all right, I know what I want, or I already know what I want when I go out. It's when I'm trying to pick like stuff like stores, stuff that I really don't need. I'm like, do I want this one or do I want this one? Not
So
about
you
like,
basically spend maybe a few minutes, if not hours, in the store trying to figure it out.
no, like a few
By
seconds.
the
I'll
way,
really just like, okay, do I want this? I
set
want this.
this up to
If I can't figure it out that moment, I'll put them both in the cart and decide when I get up there. And I'm not wasting time standing there just trying to decide. I'll figure it out when I get up there.
Just don't go to the store.
Okay, any other questions, Ru?
Not really, honestly. Do you have any more questions for me?
Can't think of one.
Hate that part, don't you?
Well, it's crazy because I watch it all the time, and some people have questions and things like that. So what are you from? Where you live?
I'm from the Bronx.
So you live in Bronx?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, she must be Dominican or something. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to move though. I'm trying to either move to Queens or Brooklyn, but it's just for a job opportunity. I want a better apartment. I want a better spot for myself.
Stanley, would you
No,
smash?
I'm good. I'm happy. I live in Van Cortlandt, so I live near the park.
Okay, it seems like
Yeah, you
there's some
would. Don't lie.
chemistry here.
You
No.
would. Stanley's lying.
I don't find her face attractive.
Yeah, I'll agree with you on that. Yeah, she kind of looks like T.I.
You don't have to really look at her.
It's a weird effect with her face and the thin hair and the braids. It's just she's got a nice body, it seems.
Yeah.
I think you got to qualify it. Has it been 2 days since or has it been like 2 weeks? If it's been 2 weeks, it's a lot more appealing.
No. It's a weird thing about me. I'm either attracted to you or I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm able to make exceptions, like, someone who, especially at my age, I'm just not going to get.
Well, Stanley, at your age, you should be making a shit ton of exceptions. I'm just saying.
No, you know what? I've been married. I've had a child. Actually, I don't have to if I don't want to.
That's true. Good point.
I mean, I have no plans on having more kids. If I get married, I don't know why I would want to. So yeah,
It's saying, will you smash? Not would you have kids with
I
her?
would not smash. See, I don't have the 23-year-old. I have to fuck every hole that's out there. With age comes a little bit of judiciousness. Of course, I want to smash, but I don't have to. You should know that. You're almost as old as I am.
You know what's funny? It's actually so having dated later in life and get remarried later in life. At 40, you have the power, man, because
Yeah,
you don't need it fully. You don't need it. You want it, but you don't need it. And these
Well, I
women,
got
it gets in their
married at
head
40.
like, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Why is he not all over me? It gives you
Well,
all the
remember,
power, man.
I
It's
got
awesome.
married at 40. My son was born at 41. So, I probably, if you want to say so, I got married at the height of my powers. The way it turned out, life happens. But I'll be honest with you, I probably have, if I wanted to run the streets, believe me, I could be doing it. But
Well, not now though. You could run the nursing home and shit. Like you can
well,
kill them
no,
there.
I mean there are people my age running the streets in Georgia. Have you ever been to Atlanta? I mean, them motherfuckers running the streets like they're young boys.
Yeah,
that is very true,
I'm
Stanley.
just not that kind of person.
But it's
So
great to be. It's
bottom
great to be
line,
older and dating.
really, if I'm gonna get someone involved in my life and I want to be around them that much, I'm gonna have to be attracted to them. And it doesn't have to be you look like a supermodel. If you're decent looking and have an awesome personality, I'm good with that too. But I will not waste my few remaining years hanging out with someone I don't find attractive.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
See,
But if you smash, you just don't bring her to your place, and you don't bring her
well, what's
the
the
same
point of
way to
that?
your place.
What is the point of having a house and not smashing in it?
You go to her house, dude.
Yeah, you know
You don't
what?
want to.
I'd rather her come over here.
Dude, look, then they know where you live.
When I tell
If
her,
you bring her to your house, just bring her a bunch of different ways. Like
hey,
bring her different routes there.
when I want to feel powerful and I toss her ass out.
I just don't want anybody showing up.
Hey, I told you about the time
I'm married now, so it doesn't matter. But I'm just saying.
I think I might have told someone the story about I had this girlfriend and one day she pissed me off and I'm like, you need to leave. And she lived like a few blocks away. I told her, no, I'm not going to carry you. Your ass can walk. So,
Hold on, she wants you to carry her?
No, take her, like put her in the car and drive her.
Oh shit! I was
like, nope, not doing that.
Yeah, fuck that. Right,
so, and I want someone I can bring to my house. I don't have to like take the circuitous route so she doesn't know where I live. And more than likely, I've met a couple friends of my sister. I have sources.
So
What's up,
out there in the street, Stanley? You could be out there in the street, Stanley.
I could be, but I'm not. You know me. I wouldn't survive in the streets. The mean streets of Atlanta, Georgia.
So you for the street, Stanley.
The mean streets of Buckhead.
You guys have questions for each other? Do you think this would be a match?
Sure, you can go on a date. We're just gonna do something fun.
Okay, we have a match. We can give it up for the lady.
I mean, she is not that attractive in the face. If you're gonna be light skinned like that, you need to be good looking because I don't even know that I like the skin tone that well.
Hi guys. Thank you. All right, let's bring out the next lady. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Speaking at the same time. Okay, let's say your name, age, and what do you do for a living?
I work for a private equity firm. My name is Jessica, and I'm 35.
All right. So what's a fun fact you can
He's a
give me
little
about yourself?
dicey,
A
but
fun
I'd be
fact about
okay.
myself. Everything is fun about me.
Oh,
Mm,
okay. You want to
yes, she
elaborate?
is.
I love to go out dancing with my friends. I travel solo a lot, like
That's
outside of the
funny.
country. So that's a fun
She
fact.
does
All
look like
right.
a
So how
dancer.
about you explain what you're looking for in a partner?
So there's a lot of things I think has values, close with their family. It's really important for someone to actually have been in a long-term relationship as well. So
All right. So how about any deal breakers you may have?
deal breakers, lying, disrespect, no job. I feel like a man should be financially intelligent and want and have goals in their life. So
All right. You're doing pretty well. We don't
Thank
have
you.
any popped balloons so far. So we'll give you the option based on your own reasons to pop 3 balloons.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Oh,
I'm sorry.
okay.
Holy shit! Did she pop all of them?
I didn't want to waste anybody's time.
Holy! Wait, I gotta
4B
see that
movement.
again.
And this is what this is. This is the 4B retaliation.
Well, we don't have any popped balloons so far. So we'll give you the option based on
I
your own
wouldn't answer
reasons
no
to pop 3 balloons.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Oh.
Damn.
Okay. All right. So
Of all of them.
I didn't want
She thought she was all that?
Yeah, with a little fupa.
Yeah.
to waste anybody's time. And I'm just being really honest, just like these men would be completely honest with me. So I think it's fair to just.
Okay. Were there different reasons for everybody?
I have a
Was it-
certain. It's you guys are all good looking, but you're just not my type, and that's fair because you guys probably all have a type as well. So I just wanted to be really honest.
Okay, so we're gonna take a step down the line and just figure out some more about them and why they.
Did she say she's a dancer? Maybe she's an exotic dancer. They all look too respectable. Oh, too respectable.
They have their balloons unpopped. Okay. Okay. So name, age, and what you do for a living.
Justin, I'm 33. I'm a vice president of the partnership for an economic development firm.
Nice.
I had my balloon pop. She's a beautiful woman, and she didn't say anything that would have made me pop my balloon. So
Thank
I wouldn't even answer
name,
her.
you for a living.
I'm Daquan Lee from Mount Vernon. I'm 27 and I own a singles and mingle company, and I'm also a lifestyle coach. The reason why I left my balloon on pops because I didn't see any red flags, and she's attractive.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Step down here. Hi, name, age, and what you do for a living.
My name's Darion. I'm 31 and I own a food truck. I didn't pop my
Damn business.
and I want to hear what she had to say.
Goddamn business.
Hi.
I'm Josh. I'm
All right, I got to go to the gym, guys. I'll see y'all.
Don't pop any balloons when you get there.
See y'all. I gotta rock. I'm gonna try not to.
I also in the process of having a credit card terminal business started up next year. So yeah, the reason why I left my balloon unpopped is because I noticed like a sense of like femininity mixed with assertiveness.
He
which
talks
is
like he's
not for
nervous,
me,
doesn't he?
especially at your age. I love the curly
Well,
hair.
it is sped up. Let me slow it down.
Yeah, he does kind of talk like nervous. So he's talking too much.
Wasn't wearing my braids. I had my hair was colored just like that as well too. And this the last it's just the outfit. That's the perfect outfit for this.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think the color red will drive me crazy. So
Thank
It's
you.
not red. That's
Okay.
orange.
We've stepped down. Hi. What's your name, age, and what you do for a living?
My name is Jalen. I'm 28, and I work with DHS. I help the homeless find homes.
That's beautiful.
Thank you. Generally,
The homeless find homes.
Thank you.
It's beautiful.
Move to Anchorage.
Most importantly, I like that you straightforward. I really like
Yeah,
that.
I feel like I would want all of you guys to be honest.
Yeah,
at
as
that.
you should. That's
Yeah.
I like that a
I
lot.
don't want to waste anybody's time.
Facts.
Okay, and this was
Who
the
told
first
her
one.
she was
Pop
that
Hi.
gorgeous?
What's your name, age, and what you do for a living?
Monroe, I'm 29. I work for Tishman Inspire Company, and then I co-run a security business.
Oh, nice.
Okay. And why did you have your balloon unpopped?
It was all about energy for me. Confidence coming out the way she
Thank
came,
you.
and I felt it. So that's
Thank
what
you.
that was.
I hope you guys find your match.
Move on to the next one.
We're gonna walk with that. Okay, and another clap for the lady. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, let's bring out the next lady. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Good. We could face the camera. Okay, let's start with your name, age, and what you do for a living.
My name is Tiffany. I'm 28 and I'm an employee experience coordinator.
Okay, nice. What's one fun fact you can share with us?
One fun fact. I like to dance. So I do that a lot in my free time. I go to a lot of dance classes.
Nice. Okay, so how about you elaborate on what you're looking for in a partner?
I'm looking for a man that is funny, emotionally intelligent, has a good relationship with his family, and has no kids.
Okay. All right. So I'm assuming that's a deal breaker. Let's get into why they pop their balloons. You can step over here. Hi, what's your name, age, and what do you do for a living?
How you doing? Justin, I'm 33, and I'm a vice president of strategic partnership for an economic development firm.
I hate that
Okay,
draft.
and why did you pop your balloon?
Just had no kids. I got a daughter, so.
Love that for you.
Yeah, thanks.
Is he someone that would be your type? Should that?
Yeah.
Okay, let's step down the line. Hi, what's your name, age, and what do you do for a living?
My name is Darion. I'm 31, and I own a food truck business.
Okay, and why did you pop your balloon?
I have a son. He's 4. It's my boy.
Beautiful.
All right, and who's not been popped? Would he be your type?
Yeah, I like his outfit.
Thank you. You're gorgeous too, mama.
Thank you. Appreciate
All
it.
right, let's walk it back. You're still doing pretty good. So you have a few balloons left. So you have the option to either pop 2 balloons or ask the remaining contestants a question.
Okay, I'm gonna ask a question.
Okay.
Have you guys been in a long-term relationship and how long?
All right, let's step down. Hi, what's your name, age, and what do you do for a living?
Hi, I'm Daquan from Vernon, New York. I'm 27, and I have a single and mingles events company in New York, and I'm also a lifestyle coach.
Okay, and the answer to her question?
The answer to that question is 6 months, and it's for a really good reason.
That was your longest.
Mhm.
Okay, what's the reason?
The reason is because I'm very intentional and selective on who I actually date and take seriously.
Yeah.
So there was one person that actually made it through, and I made it through for her.
Mhm.
And when it got too toxic, we stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, would
I
you
think
want to
that's a
add
good
anything?
reason. No.
Okay, let's step down. Hi, what's your name, age, and what do you do for a living?
I'm Josh. I'm 33. I'm an account specialist for a telecommunications company. I do stocks on the side, and I'm also in the process of starting a business where I'll be leasing credit card terminals to local businesses.
That's awesome.
Okay, and
As
longest
far as
relationship?
to answer the question, 2 years.
2 years.
2 years.
Okay.
Mhm.
Any questions on his relationship? How did it end?
No.
Okay, thank you. Hi, what's your name, age, and what do you do for a living?
My name is Jalen. I'm 28, and I work for DHS. I help the homeless find homes. The question, 2 years,
Okay.
and yeah, that's a long-term relationship to me. Like,
Yeah. It's a long time.
yeah.
Anything to add? Anything to
No.
ask? Okay. Step down. Hi, what's your name, age, and what do you do for a living?
Monroe, I'm 29 years old, work for a company called Tishman Spire, and co-run a security business.
Nice.
Okay, and then your longest relationship?
2 years, cliche as hell, but it's
Yeah.
2 years.
Yeah.
All right.
It's hard.
Did you have anything to add?
No.
Okay. Let's step it back. Still doing good based on everyone's answers. Would you pop any balloons from here?
Yes.
Okay.
Pop it?
Only 2.
Only 2. Okay. Sorry. uh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so you can come back here and we'll just figure out why did you pop his balloon?
I just feel like 6 months it's not that long. So I want someone that's experienced being in a relationship. So
Okay, and we'll come down here. And why did you pop his balloon?
Your answer was great, but I just had to pick between the 2, and I think my physical attraction's stronger with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
So coming back, you have 2 balloons left. Okay, so now we're gonna ask the guys if they have a question for you. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I got a question.
Mhm.
Well, I got 2 really.
Okay.
1, you have kids?
No.
2. What do you like to do for fun?
I like to travel. I haven't been international yet, but I'm going to Europe in April.
Oh, that's what's up. I just came back from Japan, so
Nice. That's really fun.
yeah, it was cool.
I imagine you had a good time.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Love that.
Okay, and then step down here. Did you have a question?
If I talk to an ex of yours, what are 3 things they would say about you?
She's a bitch. She can't cook.
Oof.
And she
I'm
don't
funny.
clean.
I'm caring, and I'm outgoing.
Okay, any other questions?
No, I heard you.
Okay.
Looking for a place to stay
So
in the
we
heart of
still
the
have 2
nation's
unpopped balloons. Okay. One
Whoa.
balloon left. Let's see why he popped his. What's your name, age, and what you do for a living?
My name is Monroe. I work for a company called Tish Inspire, co-run a security business. Yeah.
Okay, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
I mean, I like the beautiful smile. I mean, the energy is real sweet.
Mhm.
I know I can be somewhat a little rough around the edges sometimes. So I just think the correlation would be, but pretty woman. I was looking in her eyes. She's fine.
Thank
Himself
you.
out of the
I like
running
rough
like that. He should
around the
have.
edges. I mean, not. Sorry. No,
He's
that's not what I
like a
meant.
good guy.
That's not what I meant. I'm sorry. No.
Okay. So the reasoning is because you are rough around the edges and you don't
Yeah.
think it would be a good mix.
But that was my initial
Yeah.
feeling. Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's more you.
Personality.
Okay.
For me, yeah, it is.
Okay. So you have one unpopped balloon. First, we're going to ask you, why did you not pop your balloon?
To me, she's beautiful. I love her smile.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Main thing, she doesn't have kids. That's a big thing. I ain't gonna lie, I like that comment too. So yeah, that was cool.
No, I'm good,
Okay, so
man.
do you guys have any more questions for each other before I ask you one last question?
What do you think, John?
I like her look. I like, she's pretty attractive. The dress doesn't bother me like it does you. Maybe the fabric on the
Yeah,
dress.
I just, I don't tend to like off the shoulder dresses, apparently.
She's got nice
I mean,
shoulders.
it's very rare that women know how to wear them. And
Yeah.
the other thing that's bothering me, I can't tell is that her hair or is that a hair piece?
Oh, that's weave for sure now. Is that shit, or is this shit down her back? I can't tell.
Yeah, it's touching her butt.
Oh yeah, that shit's fake. I don't like that shit now.
Well, I actually have known women that dark with hair that long, but it's obviously, the texture difference. And I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I would have to ask T or Portia or someone, more a woman like a sister. Because I'll ask my sister questions like, I would much prefer her wear the hairpiece after I know. You know what I mean? I need to know what she looks like the real her. And if you want to put on a wig or a hairpiece, down the line, at least I know it. Don't try and fool me up front.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that.
It just seems kind of, and I know I'm overblowing it, but a little deceptive. I like truth in advertising.
I'm with you on that too.
No.
Okay.
Oh, extensions?
Oh yeah, it could be extensions.
Do you think that this could be a match together?
Yeah, her dress does look too big.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely.
Okay.
You know
So we
what?
do have a
I'm such a
match.
dick. First thing I
Congratulations.
thought is, you know what? That's off the
Give it
rack.
up for the couple. Thank you. Yes, you guys can exit. Thank
Yeah.
We
you.
went to the dress barn and got that off the rack.
Okay.
All right, let's bring out our last contestant. Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Let's get your name, age, and what you do for a living.
My name is Nadia. I'm 32 years old, and I'm a sales development manager for a real estate company.
Okay,
Middle
exciting.
Eastern?
So, what's one fun fact about yourself that you can
Or
share with the guys?
Hispanic?
I love
Middle East.
to work out and go to the gym. I love fitness. It's a big part of my life, and I love to do boxing as well.
Oh shit!
So that's something.
Okay, before we get into that,
Yeah,
before we get
man. I
into
popped
that,
that
what are you
motherfucker
looking
too. Them
for in a
motherfuckers look kind
partner,
of
and then
big,
first
that
deal
man.
breakers that you would have?
She'll knock a
So
nigga
I'm
ass
looking
off.
for someone who's fun. That's really important. A fun personality, and spiritual. Kind, respectful, and
Bodybuilder,
financially
man.
stable.
Okay. So let's take a walk down here and see why the balloon was popped.
Okay.
Hi, what's your name, age, and what do you do for a living?
Yeah, T. You know she does give off tomboy vibes.
My name is
Look like she
Monroe,
pick up
29.
weight,
I work
man.
for a
That ain't no
company called
fat
Chicken Spot.
arms. Them muscular arms.
Yeah,
Just untrained.
she says she's into boxing, so she probably does weights.
Yeah.
All right, and co-run a security business.
Okay.
All right. So what was it that made you pop your balloon?
Pretty woman. I mean, and I almost did this for one of the other ones, but it's just my preference. I like black women.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
All right. Then
Right on, brother. Right on.
Deep
God
blue
damn it.
type.
Yeah, he's a good.
Snake, what do you mean? You don't like black women?
I prefer black women. I just
Oh,
don't
do
have
you
none.
really? I'd have
Hey,
never
I ain't
known
never
that.
seen you never heard me say I dated outside my race. I said I'd be willing to try, but hell, that's a long way from reality.
Well, the way some of the shit you talk, I wouldn't imagine a black woman would tolerate it.
You'll be amazed, Stanley.
I would be at that.
Looking guy. He's tall, handsome. I don't like the way he's dressed a little bit. It's not like the kind of type of style I would go for in a guy.
Okay.
So
So let's walk it back. We have another popped balloon.
All right.
Hi, what's your name, age, and what do you do for a living?
Hi, I'm Daquan Lee, 27 from Mount Vernon, New York, and I have an events-based company in New York City.
Okay, you can come closer.
Okay.
And what was it that made you pop your balloon?
She said nothing wrong. In fact, I don't feel any red flags. I just think it's more of like a maybe not a. I don't really feel a vibe.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And would this be of interest? Would he be of interest?
He's a good looking dude. I would say. I don't feel the vibe as well. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not feeling it. So
Okay,
yeah.
let's walk it back. You're still doing pretty good. You have 3 balloons left. So we're going to give you the option to pop 2 balloons or ask the remaining contestants a question.
Okay. Do any of you guys have kids? That's a deal breaker for me.
Okay. So let's come over here. Hi, what's your name, age, and what do you do for a living?
Hey, how you doing?
Hi.
Justin, 33. I'm a vice president of strategic partnership for an economic development firm, and I have a daughter. So
Okay.
respectable deal breaker though.
And I love kids, and that's fine. I personally don't want any baby mama drama or any of that. I don't want to deal with that. I've seen my friends deal with that, so that's why.
Okay.
That's it.
Let's walk it down.
And she's
Hi,
a
what's your name,
tomboy.
age, and what do you do for a living?
My name's Darion. I'm 31. I own a food truck business. I'll pop the balloon because I got a son, 4 years old.
And like I told him, yeah, it's like I have nothing against kids. I love kids, and I want some one day too. I don't have kids yet, but like I said, my friends have, baby daddy drama and all this stuff, baby mama drama.
Okay.
Completely understand.
So I don't want that.
So we have 1 balloon left. Okay. Hi. So I see your balloons unpopped first. What's your name, age, and what do you do for a living?
So I'm Josh. I'm 33. I'm an
laugh.
account specialist for a telecommunications company. I also do stocks on the side. I'm also getting ready to start a business leasing credit card terminal machines to small local businesses next year. I see it
Hey,
being
get
very
his big
successful.
ass to the gym. That what you
Okay.
do.
And why do you have your balloon unpopped?
She'll make him
Oh
go.
yeah, the energy is bright. I can see her being a people's person. Like with the line of work that I
You
work
gonna beat
in,
his ass.
I have to surround myself with people like that, and it's something that's translated into my personal life. So it'd be good to have someone alongside of me that can kind of like share that same energy.
Okay.
Okay. It's
Do you
great.
have anything to add?
Well, how old are you? What's your age?
I'm 33. I'm actually going to be 34 next week.
Okay. Oh, great. Okay.
All right. Do you have a question for her?
What do you value in a relationship?
I value honesty, good communication, a strong friendship. Looking for someone who's my best friend, and
He would definitely be your
honesty,
best friend.
loyalty. That's important, and be able to have fun with each other. Be a kid together.
He's
That's
definitely a
important.
kid.
So that's what.
Okay. Any additional questions?
I do have another question. Just only because just in relationships, there's times where one partner will give negative feedback to the other partner about just what they could work on. Can you tell me about a time that any of your past partners gave you negative feedback? Like, what was the situation and how did you react to it?
Oh wow. Negative feedback. I guess maybe I'm emotional, so I give emotional reactions sometimes if I'm upset. I guess that's pretty much it. Yeah, I can be my feelings sometimes, and yeah, I would say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any questions for each other before I ask one last question?
I don't think I have anything else that I can think of right now.
Okay, we're gonna walk it back.
Okay.
So, seeing as he's your last contestant, is this a match for you? Is there something you could see building here?
He seems like a sweet guy, but I don't know if he's my type really per se. But you seem like a sweet guy. I like your height. I love tall guys. Yeah.
Okay, and elaborate why he wouldn't be your type.
I think maybe just not feeling the chemistry, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, so unfortunately, this is not a match, and we
Okay.
are gonna have to
Pop it. Oh, I'm
Probably
sorry.
could have
You guys
spot
are
on the
great,
weight.
though.
Hey, a big boy, but she probably
Thank you,
bitching
and we can give a clap for the lady.
220,
Unfortunately,
We did not find
we
love
did not
today.
find it today, but maybe on the next episode.
Maybe.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, guys.
Thank you guys for participating. And everybody, that is it for this episode of Pop the Balloon. Thank you for watching. I'm Tiara James with Welt Media. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. And make sure you tune in to the next episode of Pop the Balloon.
Why you pop your balloon?
Hell no.
Oh shit.
What happened to the shoes?
Because your pinky toe hanging out of yours.
You still on this week? That's called these weak ass people. Dude, it's already. He's out. Right, man. Would you like her to make you a Lunchable? And I don't know why you popped your balloon. You are not a pimp. You mad?
Are you gonna be the same person when you take that makeup off?
Oh, they finna go to clowning on here.
It's tough. This is Pop the Balloon Tough Guy edition.
Who the hell said God damn?
Tough Guy
edition? They gotta be playing, bro.
Oh, I gotta see a little bit of it. It might be too toxic for my taste. Man.
What's going on, y'all? It's your boy Stutter Steve back with another viral video. As usual, I'm right here with
It's your girl, Big Guy. Everybody, your favorite rapper's favorite ass clapper.
Man, so, Gotti, what is we doing for this one, babe?
Man, we back at it again. We're gonna help these people find love. They're gonna do a little pop the balloon, find your match. I mean, we did a pretty good job with the last one.
It was smooth, man.
It's some people that's
smooth.
here now.
I think I've finally seen one worse than
They had a
before.
double back on them, man, because that shit must have didn't work, man. All right, y'all. Make sure y'all like, share, subscribe, stay tapped in. Oh yeah, and look out for that new merch too. It's coming soon, man. Let's go. Man.
All right,
Reality
first lady up.
edition.
Come on, pretty girl. Not today. What's your name? Instagram? What you do for a living? My name's Bubbles. You feel me? The big-headed Bubblina. You feel me? Get it right. Big-headed Lace is my name on Instagram, and I just be bubbling. That's your line of work? Absolutely. I be bubbling. You face. I didn't want your black anyway. Or you. Or that one. Cool. You wasn't my height limit. I told you was a homie anyway. Let's go. I don't like. Kids, I'm not a pedophile. Okay, so we still got 2 left.
Jesus.
So boom, why you pop the balloon?
She cool. She just look a little young. She look young.
I'm young.
Yeah.
How old are you?
32.
Young.
You not that old. Go ahead.
Young what?
No.
You know, I get it. You know, you like a little more grass on the playing field. Go that way. Okay. Hey, what's up, my dog? How
Oh my lord.
come you pop the balloon?
Said, "What's up, my dog?"
She cool
Yeah.
people, but she, you know what I'm saying, she know better. That's why
Supposed
she
to be
looking down. She
ghetto
not ready for
Prince?
what this come with.
Oh my
Go to
God.
face. Go to face. She ran. Go okay.
Fast face.
Face. Why you pop the balloon?
Oh shit.
Truth too.
She
What
stuttered
is
like
she
a mother
wearing?
too. For one, if I ain't know her, I'd be like, "What the f is you on, dog?" Like, but now you cool though. Come on, sis.
That
Come on,
motherfucker like Prince. Look, that motherfucker like Prince and Maris Day at the time,
She cool
man.
though.
What
No,
the
she
fuck?
stuttered a little bit. She was like, "You
stuttered.
more confident though." For
I
real.
am confident.
All right.
I just didn't want to go first.
Fast face.
Pass face.
Fast face.
Stutter Steve is my dog. There's nothing wrong with stuttering.
Because you violent,
I ain't violent.
Yes, you is.
Stop backing
You
up.
from the Bay? I know you is. Huh? Our women ain't aggressive like that down in Cali, South Central. They do what we say.
Bye, face.
You from the Bay too, huh?
No, I'm from New York.
Oh.
It wasn't me. Why you pop the balloon?
Yorkins is toxic.
That's not me. Boo boo the fool.
Oh yeah, you toxic. You toxic too.
I absolutely am. Toxicity. Boom. Caught.
Nobody taking that home.
Go that way. Maj, why you pop the balloon?
That's where it came out of her mouth.
Toxicity. Yeah. It's okay. You don't like dodging bullets. You don't like running for your life.
That's why I came to Bacon.
My dog. Why you pop your balloon?
She not my type.
Ooh. You know what? You're not my height requirement.
Oh, damn.
So cute though. Why you pop your
Just
balloon, bro?
pop the balloon pedophile edition.
She coming off like we gonna be fighting every day. I don't got time.
Ooh, fighting every day. I'm actually really a lover girl, but I like your crop top.
Appreciate it.
Deuce. Why you pop your balloon, bro?
That's gang, man. Like,
feel me?
you feel me? Like, you know what I'm saying?
What's up
I
with
ain't
it,
gonna,
though?
you know what I
Like,
mean?
what you say, face?
I fuck with
Say
her
with
a
your
long way,
chest.
but that's gang though. You know?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did.
It's like Gary Coleman.
Well, it looks like we didn't find love for Bubbles. On to the
Bubbles.
next. I wasn't looking for no anyway. Next.
All right, so Bubbles, man, they wasn't rocking with
Man,
you.
that
So
motherfucker
what
look
happened
like
out
she
there,
got
right?
some base to pay for.
Well, between the crop top, I got my location wrong.
Not
That's the
crop top,
homie.
man.
He's adorable. His shiny shoes.
Like
His
she on
sparkly.
papers, man.
Sheesh. But look, they wasn't
love
rocking
all
with you
y'all,
though.
They wasn't rocking with me, and that's okay. Because when it was my turn and I had to pop the balloon,
You popped all they had, bro.
everybody was like, how am I the homie? But today everybody want to pop my balloon. That's fine. I don't really kind of give, you know.
I appreciate you, Bubbles, man. See you next
Still
time,
love
man.
y'all.
Always love Bubbles. All right, now like, share, subscribe, y'all. Let's go.
And comment. All right, next lady up. Care to tell us
Hey,
your name,
Freddie
Instagram,
probably
and what you do
is.
for a living?
My name Gia. You can follow me on Instagram at Gia_Nelly3. And I'm a jack of all trades. I do a lot of things.
A jack of all trades.
Damn,
Okay.
yes,
It's so
he does
when
a
it
lot of
comes,
things.
talk with me. So where do you want a guy to take you on your first date?
To do something adventurous. I like to have fun.
Adventurous like ATVs
Mhm.
or like robbing a bank?
I'm down for either.
Okay. She ain't no snitch. I like that. Okay. Y'all still f***ing with it? Are you a snitch?
Never.
Okay. Okay. We still got room. Okay. So let's just
on
start
now.
down here. What's your type?
What's my
Yeah,
type?
you see anything up here that's your type?
No,
Okay.
not a damn one.
It seems like they like you.
Okay. I like y'all because y'all like me.
Okay. All right, so let's start
All
down
right.
here. You could ask him a question, or if you're not feeling with it, pop it.
Ask him a question.
Yeah, this is sparkly pants. They're sparkly.
It's the sparkly pants. It's the sparkly pants.
Hold it.
You feel me? That's hilarious.
Ooh.
It's
Okay.
only because I know who you is.
It's dangerous.
You feel me?
The streets are wicked. You want to talk to Face?
What's your best personality trait?
Boring. Face, why did you just pop that balloon?
Because I'm high as I ain't understand what she asked me right now. She's asking me some shit. I don't even know what it meant. For real. That's why I made myself look stupid.
Personality.
Yeah,
It's
I
okay.
popped my balloon.
That's
cool. You know, I'm just still. I told them me mad.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad.
Oh, they're still friends after this. All right, my dog Chris.
Like 2 + 2 or something.
Okay.
Asking a man about his personality traits is a lot. Okay.
Golly. Do you got a personality?
Yeah, I do.
What's your best personality trait?
I can make you laugh.
It's making me laugh right now.
Make me laugh.
Tell her a joke.
I don't got like no jokes like that for real. So it's like you got to be like on a genuine vibe type shit.
You genuine, but like it's still giving a little boring. You know what I'm saying? You could have made me laugh real quick. It's like I could make you laugh, but I can't make you laugh. Thank you though.
That was deep.
Thank you. Thank you.
You on live?
Nah, I'm on Google.
Oh.
FaceTime.
You on FaceTime?
Yeah.
Who you on FaceTime with?
With the homies. Got to get a second opinion if I last.
The homies.
Do your friends cheat on their business?
Great question.
Do my friends? I don't know.
You plead the fifth?
What? I don't be in their business. I don't ask them their personal business. They ain't gonna ask me mine.
Okay.
Do you cheat on your bitches?
No. Black men don't cheat.
Black men don't
Now,
cheat.
see, that's my kind of question. Do you cheat on your bitches?
Alrighty.
Plan B or pull out?
Plan B.
Crazy. Crazy. Plan B or pull out.
I mean, you still standing here. I think you might like him.
Wow.
You ain't pop the balloon. You
I
ain't
ain't
stop
pop
talking
the
to you.
balloon.
What's your best?
And you know the sad part is Yellow Jacket there actually does have a pretty face. It's just fucking up the effect.
His personality trait.
I'm nosy, so I care.
All right, cool. I liked all his answers. We're just gonna fly with
He
that.
lives to see it another day. All right. Look like little man still messing with it. What's up, dog?
Hey, you. What's your name?
True.
True. I like your necklace.
Thank you.
Your chain. What you doing here?
Just kicking it?
Just
Yeah.
kicking it.
You looking for love?
Yeah. For yourself?
Yeah.
You don't think I'm too old? No?
You like older women?
How old are you?
Yeah. 7.
7. You're so cute.
Maybe I could go to lunch later.
Lunch later. We just gonna. It's the crop top. It's the crop top.
They is not letting this man live with this
Then you got
shirt.
the little beater underneath. You feel me?
Bro, that's
It's
crazy.
not.
That's crazy.
But I like that you really went for it with the fashion thing. I like that sort of thing.
I like to
You feel
style
me?
my stuff.
Yeah.
You styled
Style.
yourself?
Yeah.
Where did you get the shirt from?
Well, Memphis. I'm from Memphis.
Okay.
Do they wear a lot of those shirts in Memphis?
Got a lot of these in Memphis for sure. That's the style.
I never seen Dolph wear one of those. My dog Deuce. You see what you like? You like what you see?
It's cool.
It's cool. Want to ask him some questions? Or you want me to ask?
What's your best personality trait?
I'm a ladies' man, so I got a whole bunch of good traits, but
Sounds good.
Why you
Sounds
pop the
good.
balloon, Deuce?
she's beautiful, but I don't like her shoes.
The docs?
What's wrong with the Doc Martens?
It's too gothic for me, like, you know.
She
Crazy.
looked like she was gonna rock out with her.
I like her though.
You know
I like her though, but
I
it's
like to
just-
I
have
like her,
fun.
but I don't like her shoes.
I've been watching the
I
whole
felt like our
time.
outfit, the gothic. I mean, that
You
don't
waited
even sound
25
like a
minutes to
good-
the end to say you didn't like her shoes?
I mean, I was hearing the question she was asking as well. You know, she got a beautiful personality and stuff, but I just couldn't get the shoes.
It's like yo,
You beautiful, though.
Would have thought
You
you liked my
beautiful.
shoes.
But like I said, it's a little gothic for me.
No, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool.
Y'all
it's
was
cool.
giving twin for shit.
You know what I'm saying? Like he not even matching up with what he got on. It's not following through. So that's it's all good.
All right,
big
so then we
bet.
just left with my dog Maj. That's
You
all
know
that's
what
going
I'm
on. So
saying?
what's really good? You fucking with it? Y'all finna leave here together? Y'all in love? Happily ever after? Or is you finna pop his balloon too?
I don't know what you're trying to do. Oh, big bet. Sounds like I'm leaving alone.
Why the you pop the balloon?
I mean, she was cool and all that. Conversation was great, but you know, at the end of the day, it's all about what you take home, and you know, it's something in the longevity. You know, maybe it wasn't what I like in the image, but her personality was cool.
Amen.
All right, man. So what happened out there, man?
Man, I guess I ain't find love today. They wasn't with me.
Why you think though, man? Like
I don't know.
you put that shit on though, right?
I put that. Dude told me he ain't like my shoes.
He ain't like the shoes,
The
man?
dogs. He's a hater. He's a hater.
They be wanting them toes out.
I mean, my toes is done. He could have seen them
You know,
later.
white toes for that, right? Yeah, you understand me? But yeah, I appreciate you coming out, man. We're gonna find you love hopefully next time. Or didn't you
Next
find
time.
love last time?
It ain't work out. You seen I'm back.
Oh, she had a double back, man. It's all good, man. See you next time, man. All right,
Next time. Thanks for having me.
all right now.
All right, boom, round. I don't even know. Can you care to tell us your name, Instagram, and what do you do for a living?
White Ratchet.
I'm Selena, and my Instagram is GoLoco4 Selena, and I'm a dancer, but I don't mean ballerina. So,
Ooh, she a spicy dancer. Ooh, okay. They messing with it. I didn't hear nothing. All right, should we start? Which side do you want to
What
start on?
in
That side,
the
this side.
fuck?
Where's your
Just
flavor
start
at?
off from we could start from the start.
Okay.
Shit. So what's up? Oh, he popped his already. So what's your usual first date? Like, what do you like to do on the first date?
I ain't gonna lie, I like to go all out on mine. So I like to
What's the definition of go all out?
do some shit she never done before.
Can you get this girl a PJ?
Gonna fly helicopters and shit like that.
PJ,
Raptors.
PJ.
private jet.
Did I ever be on a private jet?
Can you get this girl a private jet?
Yeah, but not on my first day.
I don't know. I think
Cause some people ain't worth the private jet on their first date. You get me?
Nah, he right. But
Selena, you don't think you worth the private jet on the first date?
I mean, I'm worth that private jet on the first date. but
How would I
shit.
know that?
I mean, look at me. Okay. All right, that's how y'all feel. That's cool. That's cool. Why didn't you pop your balloon? He said I'm cute. You're cute too, but I think the age difference gonna be an issue. That's the only thing. So I'm sorry, baby boy.
No, I like that.
You gotta come talk to Crop Top. He popped his balloon.
Oh yeah, why'd you pop your balloon?
I got a new nickname now.
Yeah, why'd you pop your balloon
I
actually?
popped my balloon because I just don't want you to rely just off of looks. That's how it was come when you said, just look at me. Like, you cute and all, but it's like you just relying off your looks only. So that's why I popped it.
I don't think it's really off looks, but it's kind of like, you don't think I'm more well deserving? Like,
No, I'm gonna say that. No,
I mean-
just I don't know. That takes time, but from a jump, I of course take you out. You know,
yeah,
games and like that.
that's cool.
Dave and Buster's or
It's
Chuck E.
cool.
Cheese?
I'm talking about games as in NBA games. But yeah.
Yeah. All right then, for sure.
All right, let's go. Mosh, why you popped the balloon?
She just seemed like she always needs some help. Like she didn't know what questions to ask. She might
So you're
seem
trying to
like
say
she
I'm
might need
needy?
to be directed a little bit too much, and I like them, you know, with a little bit of knowledge and knowing what they're doing. You know, she just seemed like she needs a little bit too much guidance.
Okay.
And how do you know that?
Your answers. You
My
not knowing not knowing what questions to ask.
Cause it just depends. Every
And
person's
you
different.
not knowing to ask him, telling him you know you're worth that. Not asking him, do you look like you worth that?
Oh, you do got a point though.
I know.
All right.
See, she needs a little bit more guidance.
Okay, my dog Chris, why you pop the balloon?
She cute and all, but I just don't like the fit for her.
You didn't like her outfit?
Nah,
What's wrong with it?
too exposed for me for
Too exposed.
yeah.
Ain't you the same guy who wanted to take somebody to the view on their first date?
Alright, that's different. That's
I mean, I am a
vibe.
dancer, so it's like.
That's a vibe.
He was cracking backs on the first date, but your outfit's crazy. Okay. Face, how come you ain't popped your balloon yet?
I just want to see that one dance move you just did over there. I just want to see. Let me see.
Nah, you're pop.
Oh, you ain't about to pop me.
You're gonna pop me.
Nah, you straight though, but like you, I just want to see that one dance move. I ain't want you. You did that over here. I want to see the plus why I held my balloon for real. I ain't really.
I mean, you could come see me dance.
I don't pay for dancing.
All right then.
What? I'm something different, little mama. Stop playing.
Guess the isms, episode 3.
All right, huh?
Why you ain't pop your balloon yet?
I'm just feeling out her energy, you know what I'm saying? See if it could be mutually beneficial to each other. You know what I'm talking about? So I'm just letting her, you know, she gonna dig her own grave, she gonna dig her own grave, or she could pick herself up and show me something different. Then I'm just letting her, you know, hearing her out.
You gonna show him something different?
I mean, I don't know. It just depends.
On what?
On what?
What you about?
I'm about everything. It's about what you can do for me, though.
About
Show you the
everything.
world. For real.
Except
I'm honestly gonna say I'm not feeling the grills. To be honest with you, I just think it's too much. But yeah, I think I'm good. And why did you pop your balloon?
You look good. You say you dance, right?
Yeah.
What else you do?
Just dance.
That's what I'm saying. You gotta have a little bit more to bring to the table than dancing. You look good though. Ain't nothing wrong with you.
I mean, I do bring something to the table if I'm dancing.
But it's dancing, like you gotta have dancing. That's slow sometimes. You know, it's a lot of
It
dancers.
just depends where you at.
You right, but it's a lot of
Yeah.
dancers.
I mean, here in Vegas is different, so you know.
Right, you right. Ain't nothing wrong with it, but I'm gonna pass on it though.
All
You
right,
cool
then.
though.
For sure.
Damn, my Selena, no fucking love. You can fall in love with me. Come on, girl. It's all right.
All right,
let's go.
All right, so what happened out there? They was all f***ing with you, right?
They was all fucking with me, but I just think they just felt. I feel like they probably felt a little insecure about how I was looking. Cause
how
a
was
lot,
you looking?
cause I talked about my looks, and they kind of just didn't like that part, you know. Which I understand. Which yeah, some bitches ain't all about the okay, but it ain't like that, you know.
Okay.
But
She actually, she's
I don't know.
just
I
kind of
just wasn't
plain, really.
with it. No, and I just on
Maybe-
top of that, it's like I bring something to the table. It's just like I expect that from other people
Yeah, I
too.
know. Why does she think she looks
I
good?
mean, I'm a dancer, so
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I bring
She's
a
a
lot to the
dancer,
table.
therefore you just
Yeah, I bring
automatically
that
look
bag.
good.
I mean, you see this chain?
I see, buddy. Okay,
You
okay,
see
all
this
right, man.
chain?
Let's say Selena, man. All right.
Yeah, you see Selena with the dollar sign, so you know.
Classy,
So
classy.
yeah, follow me on Go Loco. Number 4, Selena.
All right now. Thank you. All right.
All right.
Wow.
All right now.
Next lady up, care to tell us your name, Instagram, and what you do for a living.
My name is Myla. Instagram is Lady Leo, and I'm a medical biller.
Okay, little sweet, soft baby voice. What's your type?
Dark skin, dreadhead.
Dark skin, dreadhead. Sure don't have none of that here.
Pretty teeth.
There's some teeth here that are nice. Okay. You see anything you like here? Let's just start over here. I see where this is going.
You can't wait to pop his balloon. Pop it.
I know you fucking lying. Come on, baby. Come with me. Walk with me, talk with me. Oh, Jesus. Face, why you pop the balloon?
She's just too nice, man. I don't want to fuck her over. Nice, for real. You need one like a nice dude, for real. You need
Do you like nice dudes?
nice. I done had y'all before, for real. And she look like no, for real.
I'm a Leo, so
That's why I can't fuck with her. I knew it. Oh, my mama Leo too. I can't fuck with y'all.
very dominant, very not nice.
Yeah, we gonna be
but
trying to battle.
I am nice.
Yeah,
Anyways,
She said you got her up.
why you pop the balloon sparkly pink?
No, you look good though. But you say you say you like dark skin with dreads. I ain't. No,
Okay.
That's all good. You look good though. You cool.
Oh, you was offended by her type?
No, it won't even offend it. I ain't. She cool.
Why you just pop your balloon and smack me in the leg?
My fault. You know, I'm just looking at the aesthetic. You know what I'm saying? Nails not done. You know, she came a little bit more up to par. But she's straight though, you know, in the face and shit.
Damn, y'all is ruthless. She cute as fuck, and they're clean.
Face though, you know what I'm saying?
The nails are clean though. She don't got no dirt.
She could have came a little bit more up to par. That's all I'm saying.
Shut your stupid ass up. Why you pop your balloon?
She looked like a vibe, but like I think she'll be a runner for me. Like
Did you run from him?
Definitely.
Your jacket, bro.
I'm gonna run. I don't like the way he. That's from my hair. You all in my business. Mind your business.
Okay, your balloon's still here. You got some questions for the lady? You want to ask him some questions actually, but he light skinned with dreads. He not dark skinned with dreads.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an entrepreneur and I manage 2 businesses.
What kind of entrepreneur?
Online stocks and trades.
Are you from Las Vegas?
No,
Where you from?
I'm from California.
California.
California. The
Where?
IE, Fontana.
You got beef with Fontana? What they do?
What,
She's
you
no.
don't like IE people because you from LA?
Exactly.
Oh, you don't like IE people. That's crazy.
And they said girls from LA don't fight. All right, man.
Little joint going, little joint, you better. Oh, real, he waiting for you.
You so cute.
You better not pop it, bro.
You can pop it.
All right. Why you pop your balloon, bro?
Because of her shoes.
Because of her shoes. What you ain't like about her shoes?
They look like grandma's shoes.
They look like grandma's shoes.
I respect it. You still cute.
My dog crop top.
The homie standing on business.
Why would you wear that? They fucking with you. You might as well take it off.
He said in Memphis that's what they wear.
You from Memphis?
Yes, I'm from Memphis.
You got a heart nose ring?
It's actually a horseshoe.
Oh.
He lucky.
Yeah. You're cute. Your dimples are cute.
So why you pop his balloon if his dimples is cute?
It's the crop top.
I like dark skin and gray hair.
Then it's yeah.
Oh. Okay, come on. This one got dreads.
No, you too rock star.
I like that.
You're very rock star. I put it, but not for my nigga.
The shit show.
Well, damn, Lil Uzi.
All outfit.
I bet.
I bet.
Still rock star though.
I love it though. Thank you though.
You fly.
You do.
All right, she fine as didn't find love either, so this is now my girlfriend. Goodbye.
All right, so what the hell happened out there, buddy?
Nothing.
Nothing. Yeah, a whole lot of nothing, man. What you ain't with nobody for, right?
I don't know.
Or was they not with you?
They wasn't with me.
Why though? You look smooth, man. What you do?
I like dark skins with dreadheads.
Okay.
And you got light skinned princesses.
I see some. Wait, hold on. She said I got light skinned princess. That just went over my head, y'all. Excuse me. All right,
No,
so
I'm not trying to be mean. They fly. They look cool. I don't mean to offend nobody, but they're just not my type.
Damn.
And obviously, I'm not their type either.
all right.
That's
Well,
okay.
yeah. I appreciate you rocking with us, man. Hopefully you come back and back, because
Bring me a light skin. Bring me a dark skin
dreadhead
with pretty teeth.
with pretty teeth. I got you, man. All right. It's good. I appreciate. Oh, hey, D-Lo too scared to hop in this camera. Hey,
Lady.
D-Lo.
Little man said, I got grandma shoes on. Little man said.
What you got on? Hey, grandma bar.
He said, I don't like her shoes, but I let him pop his balloon though.
Okay, all right.
But it's Lady Leo in this bitch and I'm out.
All right, y'all.
Okay, so boom, next lady up is really my girlfriend now. Kara, tell us your name.
Yeah, I don't think I can do this anymore. This is just a little bit too toxic for me. I can't do dysfunction. I can't do it.
I just don't see the purpose of having that little young man up in that lineup.
I think that whoever his parent is, they're not doing him any favors.
I mean, what was the purpose of putting that young man?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't even know. Yeah, I thought that Detroit, that Pop the Balloon Detroit, I can't remember if you were there to see it. It was ratchet as hell, and they managed to top it, especially with the little kid.
Man.
See, I guess Roller Skater Texas Girl told me that there was a new one of these out. I was hoping she'd be in the audience, but she's not. But I'm going to go ahead. It's a little bit of a change of pace. Some of you may have seen this before. This is a show. I think it's called Red Flag, and it's only 13 minutes. So, maybe it won't be as bad as this one. I just can't. I can't do that shit anymore.
Real one. Will my next real one come on? Let's get ready for our next real one. Will my next real one come on in? Come on.
No, Deacon Dave, I don't think I can do Pop the Balloon. It's I'd never survive it. Shit.
On in, would you step on that green X? Step on that green X for me, so those wonderful real ones can see ya. All right. Would you please share with these real ones your name, your age, and what you do?
My name is Elliot. I'm 30 years old, and I am a photographer.
Wonderful. All right, we got a photographer. We did get a red flag pull, but we're going to keep talking to you because
That's
you
okay.
are a real one. What makes you a real one, Elliot? What makes you a real one?
I'm just an honest guy. I tell it like it is. Very straightforward. Very to the point. I don't like to beat around the bush. Yeah, I appreciate honesty in another person as well. So I think that's what makes me a real one.
Fantastic. Now, what are you looking for in a real one? You see these wonderful ladies here. What are you looking for?
Man, just like a ride or die, man. I just want somebody who's gonna be there with me through thick and thin. Keep it real with me like I keep it real with you, and just journey through life together.
Fantastic. Okay, I'm going to ask you one more question, then we're going to figure out why we got one red flag. But you're looking pretty good. We haven't had the red flags pulled, so let's do this one. I'm just going to ask something a little crazy. Ideal first date in a sentence or two. Where would you take these wonderful real ones? What would you do first date?
So I'm a very simple person, and I like to keep first dates very simple. I don't like to do anything too extravagant because at the end of the day, you're just trying to get to know somebody. So my ideal first date is just like a low key, maybe like a dive bar, like a speakeasy. There comes the red flags.
That's a good question,
but that's the truth. I think that's like the best way to get to know someone. Just keep it simple, couple drinks, and just shoot the shit.
All right. Interesting. We got some red flags pulled. Let's go for them. Let's start with Sunny. Name, age, and why'd you pull?
Hi, I'm Sunny. I waved a red flag because you're giving the villain look right now. Like I'm nice on the outside, but I'm a villain on the inside. It's the eyebrows for me. Do you get them done? Or are they like hair?
I do get them professionally threaded.
Oh,
I'm Persian,
villain.
so I have no
No, I
choice.
can
You wouldn't
tell.
want to see me. You wouldn't want to see me otherwise. Trust me.
It's all bushy. But yeah, it's just giving the villain look. Your eyes are really dark to me, and I can't really see them all the way. They look pretty from what I can see, but
All right.
I don't like that. I'm an eye contact type of person, so I can't see your eyes too much, and that bothers me.
Okay. All right.
All right. Is she someone that's your type, Elliot?
Looks like a terrorist.
Yeah, the one who just waved a red flag.
I mean, she's cool. She's not like my type, but she's not like she's not ugly.
Okay, we'll figure that out later. Let's go to our next one that pulled. Name, age, and why'd you pull? That was you, Marina. Yeah.
I'm Marina. I'm 26. I do want to say that your eyebrows are a green flag. Like,
oh, thank you.
Yeah, your eyebrows are great.
Thank you.
But you said that your ideal first date is a dive bar. I'm okay with like restaurants, like like dinner and drinks. But for you to just immediately want to go to a bar and like get me drunk on a first date is kind of creepy and a little sus to me. So maybe I don't know, maybe it's the context, but that kind of just was a red flag.
Villain aspect I was talking about.
Coffee's cool too. Coffee shops are cool.
Besides, well, before he said that, aesthetically, is he someone that's your type, Marina?
He wouldn't be my usual type, but you are attractive. I have those shoes, so we
Cool.
could match.
Awesome.
And then you spoke to, Sunday Night. Is she someone that you type? Marina is someone?
Yeah, I think she's really beautiful.
Okay.
So just so everybody knows, StreamYard is having some issues. They've been doing maintenance or troubleshooting or something over the past day. They're having trouble with shared videos. So I rebooted my router, and these buffering issues are still happening, but looks like it's not even YouTube, it's StreamYard.
Hey, all right. We're getting closer. Now our next red flag, name, age, why'd you pull?
My name is Breeza. I'm 31. The reason I pulled is, yeah, it's a dive bar thing. I love dive bars. Don't get me wrong.
I do too.
Yeah, I love them. I love playing pool. I love shooting darts. I love doing all that good stuff. But I want to get to know you sober, not drunk first. And I'm easy to have too much fun for sure. As far as no.
Interesting. Okay. Is she?
Yeah, I
someone
can
that's
tell
your
she'll go
type,
too
Ellie?
far.
Not particularly.
Okay. All right.
That's right.
Okay.
That's cool.
We've been going deeper. I won't go too much deeper. Now, Cisco, did you pull a red?
Yeah.
All right. Let's wave it just for the aesthetic. I did. Okay, wonderful. Name, age, why'd you pull?
I'm Siska. I'm 25. I pulled because of the drinking on the first day. I just don't do that. Like, I want to get to know you sober, and we could like if you said like go out to eat and a few drinks, that's fine. But like straight up bar, like it's different,
I didn't mean it like that. That's cool. Yeah, I got you.
Is he someone that's your type?
I like the way you dress, but no, not really.
Okay. Is she someone that's your type? Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, you do have some that didn't pull red flags, which is a great sign, Elliot. It's a great sign. So we're going to start to get a little more specific. Let's talk about religion or politics. Do those things matter to you? You don't have to go super deep, but do you want someone that's religious or political or not religious? Not political?
I tend to get along with everybody. I don't like judge people based on their like political views or religion at all. And I'm not like a particularly political or religious person. I tend to keep like an open mind. And I like to talk about those kinds of things, but I wouldn't say like any religious or political view would be like a major red flag for me as long as it's like reasonable,
Interesting. Okay. All right. I do want to open it to the ladies really quick. Kamarne, Nicole, or Gia, do you have a question for Elliot? As we start, before I give him a red flag and he maybe has to eliminate one of you.
I have a question.
Name,
I'm
age, and your
Nicole,
question.
26. Have you ever cheated in a relationship?
No.
Good answer.
Yeah, that's the right answer. If you want to put it back, wow. Okay, that's fascinating. Okay, Kamarne, do you have a question for Elliot, or are you just still feeling it out?
I'm still kind of feeling it out.
Okay, Gia, did you have a question?
I'm just listening.
Very good. So I want to do this. Elliot, do you have children?
No kids.
Okay. Do you want children?
Yeah, eventually that'd be nice.
Okay, in the future. Okay.
Yeah.
How about this? What's one of your pet peeves? One of your major pet peeves that would affect? Maybe not a red flag, but a pet peeve that could, affect the relationship.
I don't know if it's a pet peeve. I don't like lies. Like I just don't like girls who just like lie for no reason. Like my ex-girlfriend used to just lie about random shit. And it was just like, dude, like why? Like why are you lying? I don't like lies. So
I think we'd agree with that.
Yeah.
Lies just not lies. Okay, if we don't have any questions from the real ones, I'm gonna have to. Oh, Marina, you have a question? All right, share your question.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
That seems like the right. Oh, all right. All right, we have a red flag pulled. Name, age, and why'd you pull?
Oh, girl on the end look like she just been disrespected. Like
that's not relevant.
Like damn.
Okay, well, I can see. I don't think you're 5'10". I'm sorry.
You don't believe I'm 5'10"? I mean,
So Gia, why'd you pull? Because you don't believe he's 5'10"?
There's nothing negative about you, but I'm not like, oh, who is this? I mean, I don't know you, but you're not unattractive, but yeah, I'm kind of neutral. I don't know.
Okay, that's cool.
All right. Is she someone that's your type?
I'm neutral as well.
Okay. All right. So we do have three. All right. Marne. Yes.
Are you from LA?
I am from LA. Yeah, I'm from the Valley. I was born in like Encino. Lived in Calabasas for a little bit, and I'm in Century City now.
Awesome. All right,
I
you
have a
got three.
question.
Yes, Maria.
Can you repeat what you did for work again?
I'm a photographer.
Like a freelance photographer? Can you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I do everything. I shoot like products, I shoot events, I shoot weddings, I do videography as well. Yeah, I mean, I like, I've kind of transitioned. I used to be I went to law school way back, and I practiced law for a couple of years, and then I decided that I wanted to do something more creative, and I kind of just took my camera and just ran with it. So here I am.
Fascinating. Now, Kamarne, you pulled a red flag. Name, age, and why'd you pull?
I'm Kamarne. I'm 19. I just put my red flag because I kind of like what I told the young gentleman earlier. Is just like I do photography and videos as well, and I also do like short films. So I spend like countless hours in front of my computer, and I think I'm just looking for someone who's not like particularly up that alley, because I want them to kind of just take away. I want them to take me away from what I do, for hours on end a day. And I don't know if that's gonna balance out. That's all.
Before that was established, he's a photographer. Is he someone that's your type aesthetically?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is she someone that's your type?
She's cool. Yeah.
All right. Well, you've got 2 red flags that have not been pulled, Elliot. So you are actually one of the real ones that have made it this far, which is a beautiful thing. I am going to ask you, do you have an essential for these 2 real ones? If not, I've got to give you a red flag and you have to possibly eliminate one.
Do I have an essential?
You have an essential question that could determine your real one connection because they're obviously feeling you, as the kids say.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd like to know what they do.
Wonderful. Let's start with Nicole.
I work in supply chain for a medical device company.
Very cool.
Marina.
I go to school for journalism, and I also work as a tutor.
Very cool.
All right. Ladies, do you have an essential for him? If not, I am going to give him a red flag, and he's going to have to make a decision here. I don't want to cut it too short, but.
Are you looking for a serious relationship at this point in your life?
I mean, yeah, I'm 30 years old. I'm not playing around anymore. I would like to find someone I really connect with. Yeah.
You want to find a real one.
A real one, absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Nicole, do you have a final question? If not, I got to give him a red flag.
When was your last relationship?
We broke up like a little over a year ago.
How long were you together?
Like 2.5 years.
All right, Elliot. Well, it's a red flag for you. I want you.
Well, can I ask one more question?
Please, yes. Yeah, I don't like to cut it too close. Yeah.
I'm 5'8".
Okay. Okay.
She looks tall, so it's like.
Okay. Marina, did you share how tall you are, or just for the?
I'm 5'7".
Okay. So yes, some stallions, low key. Okay. So you have to. I'm gonna give you this because you got to make.
This is tough, man.
It is tough. It is. Unless you have another. That's why I always ask for essentials. But we do want to be mindful. Oh no. A real one. Not a joke.
That was a joke. That was a joke.
That was a joke. That was a joke.
Oh my god, it was a joke.
I feel like at this point in my life, I know that I want a man that's gonna pick me no matter what. I want a man that wouldn't hesitate.
You did originally pull a flag on me, so.
Yeah, but you did make me laugh. But I feel like I should have trusted my gut.
Oh my god, she's tough, man.
It was the joke that kind of sealed the deal, like you said.
It wasn't the joke. I love to joke. It was the hesitation. I want a man to choose me.
Yeah. You want to be chosen. Okay. Well, Nicole, if you don't have a final question, I'm gonna call you up here. If you don't have a final, or if you don't have a final, I'm gonna call you up, and y'all could go connect in a real one way.
I don't think I have any more questions.
Okay.
That would be appropriate for this. Like.
Okay.
I don't judge. You can ask me anything.
I think she wants to ask on your first date. It seems like that's the vibe she's getting. All right. Well, Nicole, can you drop that mic and come on up here then? I'm gonna just come on up. Yeah. We might have some here. We just might. So, final question. Come on this side. Let's slide over some. Come on this side. Elliot, do you have a final question for Nicole?
Which dive bar do you want to questions?
Okay. Any final question for you?
I don't think so.
All right. Do you both feel this could be a real one connection?
Oh, me? Yeah, absolutely, of course. Why would I say no to that? Of course.
Yeah, maybe.
Can we clap it up? Because we got a real one connection. Oh my God. It's about time. I will take this mic and y'all can head out that way and maybe go plant something. Go on off, you wonderful people. Clap it up for them. We got what we were looking for. All right, let's get ready for our final real one. Our final real one.
Oh, Be Brave is live. Let's what is
Oh
he up to?
no. Be brave on this morning.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That's a rare one. Let's see what he's up to. Well, it looks like his volume is something's up with his volume. I ran into this video. It's called "How to Meet a Cougar at the Store." So I have to watch this. Oops.
Okay, Cubs. I'm at my favorite grocery store, and I've literally spotted like 5
Apparently,
cougars.
this is what old
So
women
this
are
is
up
how
to
you
these
spot a
days.
cougar. I don't want to videotape them because I don't want to get in trouble. But what you do is you look for females who are shopping, and they don't have a wedding ring on. Don't have a wedding ring.
Oh, she's
Most females wear wedding rings,
what is
and
she
if they
doing?
don't, they're likely not married.
This is called
Because
"How
most
to Meet
women
a
wear wedding
Cougar."
rings when they're married.
So apparently,
Tip number
she's
1.
advising her
Tip number
son.
2, I'm in the spaghetti aisle. All you gotta do is you wait, and if she comes into this aisle, you ask her, "Oh my God, you look perplexed, like you can't figure out what kind of spaghetti to pick." And then you ask her, "Can you help me? I'm looking for some spaghetti. Should I use thin or should I use regular?" She's gonna ask you, "Well, what are you making?" Damn, boom, you started a conversation. In the pet section, literally just saw a cougar here picking up cat food. What do? If I was a dude, guess what? I'll walk up to her and be like, "Hey," or just go, "Ah, what's your favorite cat food? I just got a new cat. Can you help me?"
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, J Dub.
Boom, conversation started. Okay, don't ask.
I
Oh,
need a
J-Dub
cougar.
now.
I need a cougar in my life.
So I'm at the self checkout, or I'm at the checkout, right? So he's sure far away. You see a cougar in front of you or behind you, just go, "Hey, do you want to go ahead of me?" "Yeah, no problem. You have fewer items than I do." Boom. Guys, if you can hone your
That's
in-person conversation skills,
that's an
you'll be light
interesting
years ahead
comment,
of
Gary.
everyone of all ages. Man, if half these baggers knew, some of them, I'd smash them in the
J
parking
Dub
lot.
on the weekends or during the week?
They probably have a good day. So there you have it, guys. How to meet cougars at the grocery store.
Yeah, okay, that's weird. Got to do it.
Yes. I cannot say what's wrong or right.
Are you a PhD?
So, I like to think that I have my stuff together. I'm
Okay.
beautiful. I have a great
Yeah, J Dub.
body.
Oh,
I just
maybe I'll
turned
try
30.
that.
I don't have any children. I work as a graduate assessor, and I'm also a high school English teacher. And I am
An
single.
indirect
I was
advertisement.
listening
Interesting.
to the other day when you were talking about Tracy Ellis Ross, and I was a little taken back at some of the things you said. So I was trying to understand, even today you were saying a woman shouldn't be her first focus should be on a man. And I just feel like if I sit around and wait for a man to do it, like I'm never gonna grow or be a better person for that man. Even looking at statistics, like the amount of black men, because I want a black man incarcerated. The amount of black men
hold on now. So now I'm gonna stop
that
you
are
right here.
gay.
Whoa. Hold on. This is a conversation. I'm gonna shut this shit down right here. 51% of black men are single and childless. 64% are in the middle class. What you just said is an outright lie that has been disproven, debunked for decades, and you're still talking about it. Blackdemographics.com, black statistics for black people by black people, even debunks this. So please, ma'am, stop repeating that lie.
I might have to fact check, but those are
Fact check it all you want to. Okay. I say this because I'm a black man, and when I hear black women repeat this lie, it bothers me because you're going to give me 51% are single and childless. Do you believe that or not?
I'm gonna take you for your word.
I'm asking you, do you believe it?
I believe something else until you told me that.
What percentage of black men are, okay, please turn off YouTube in the background. And that's fine. But if we're going to have a conversation, it has to be rooted in facts, because you ladies love the facts that make you look good. And the ones you're saying, talk about black men are in jail, and down low, and all this other kind of stuff. Man, that's an old trope that's been around since the 80s. In daytime TV, Oprah, Sally Jesse Raphael Donahue made millions and billions off of destroying black men. And when I hear black women going right along, educated black women going right along with this, when all it takes is a simple Google search, and you can find blackdemographics.com. Just like the previous caller that I had to shut down when I said, according to the CDC, black men make the most involved active fathers. And no, black men can't be shit. So
I mean, let's move. Shit. So
but the fact is, 51% are single and childless, and 64% are in the middle class. So now what's the issue?
I mean, I guess I have to explore those things. I guess the issue now is me. So what's my issue?
Well, do you want to be married?
I do, possibly, but I'm happily single as well. So
okay, well, happily single. What does that mean?
It means that if I never have the opportunity or meet the right person, I will be okay with that.
Why would you never have the opportunity?
If I just didn't meet the right person that like made me feel special and loved, important, treated me right, didn't cheat, all that stuff.
So in other words,
because I feel like I got it together.
Excuse me. Okay. Well, first I asked you if you said you never have the opportunity, and I said, why wouldn't you have the opportunity? You just skipped right on over to that to get into the finding the right person. Why wouldn't you have the opportunity to get married? Can you get married? Are you legally single?
I am.
Can you enter into a contract with the man and the state? Can you sign a marriage license?
I can.
Then you have the opportunity to get married just like any of us.
But I'm not going to settle.
Excuse me.
Lower my
Hold on.
standards.
Okay. All right. Let's get into it. Since you want to smoke, I got it for you. How tall are you? How tall are you?
I'm 5'5".
Dress size?
7.
How much did you weigh the last time you weighed yourself?
170. I also have a 25-inch waist.
So 5'5". Listen, hold on.
Look me up.
First off, here's one simple rule. Hold on. There's one simple rule.
No, because that's
hold on, ma'am. One simple rule of my show is I don't care who. Yes, you cannot do that. It will go completely off the rails because that is just disrespectful.
I agree. But you're disrespectful.
Excuse me?
I said you are disrespectful sometimes. But what
I
I
can
would
be
want,
hold on, ma'am. I can tell you one thing. As the host, it's not disrespectful to cut you off because I am running a show for 4,500 people. I don't know you. I'm trying to do 10 different things. So this is my business. I'm running a show. If you consider me having standards and a systematic way I handle a show disrespectful, that's on you. Because I have plenty of women who love my show and watch it every day. But you seem to have a problem with the things I say, and that's your right. But don't call it disrespect because you don't like it.
No, I think the way you respond sometimes to people not cutting people off on your show that you're hosting is disrespectful. But what I was going to say is that your body standards and my body standards are what
the American
find
Medical
attractive.
Association, the American Medical Association. I'm a professional image consultant, so your opinions and you're fine. You can have those, but I go by. Excuse me, as an image professional. Excuse me. Oh, see, there you go with this shit again. I told you don't do this. See, I could care less if you disagree. Many black women disagree with truth. In fact,
are you paying attention to this, Solid Snake?
all day long. Many black women will say they're thick when they're obese. 80% of black women are overweight. Is that true or false?
I haven't heard that statistic, but it's probably true. But I know that I have a 25-inch waist, and I know that.
So you're 5'5". So you're 5'5", right?
I don't have a problem with sharing.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, I don't, ma'am. I don't care about your pictures. I need you to listen to some basic facts. In mammals, is it typical for the female of the species to weigh more than the male?
No, but I don't like.
All right, ma'am. Then I need you to go. So a man who's 5'5", how much should a man, healthy weight, 5'5", weigh?
I'm not sure. However, I wouldn't date.
How much would a man at 5'5", healthy weight weigh? Give me a ballpark guess.
Probably what they should weigh according to the BMI chart, or what they should weigh according to what I find attractive. Because
what you find attractive is irrelevant. And what you find attractive is irrelevant. I mean, just walking through society.
Walking through society of being.
Just answer the question, ma'am. Can you answer the question, ma'am? Could you answer the question?
I think Bernice Burgos.
I asked you a 5'5" man.
Whoa, she went right to the zodiac side.
All right, I've told you.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You're not going to talk over me. So we'll try this one more time. And if you're going to continue to do this, I'm going to bid you a good night. I asked you to answer the question, and you just keep on saying what you want to say. I just asked you to be polite, man. I'm trying to be polite to you. Could you please answer the question? Just give me a ballpark. How much of the 5'5" man weigh?
I was actually just looking at this chart recently, and I believe it's between 175 and 195.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am, it's not. The average American man in 1960 was 5'9" 3/4, 5'10", and he weighed 165 pounds. The average American female at the same time was 5'4", 120 pounds. Fast forward 55 years later, the average American man was still 5'10", and his weight had ballooned up from 165 to a whopping 168. He gained 3 pounds in 55 years. Yet the average American woman went from 120 to 160, a 40-pound differential. There should roughly be a 40 to 45-pound differential between men and women. The average height of a black woman, average weight of a black woman in this country, 5'4", 187. 80% of you are overweight, and you think because you have a nice snatched waist and a big ass, and you like where the fat landed, that changes the way the body is set up. You're overweight for your height. And bottom line, you're way more than a man.
I don't weigh more than a man I date.
A man, if a man was your height, you would weigh more than he does. You weigh more than the average American male who's 5'10". Did you not hear me say that the average man is 5'10", 168? You weigh more than the average man in this country.
And the average man in this country is in my DMs.
Average man in this country. And you can have all your defiant attitude and not like it and challenge the BMI and the racial disparity, whatever. Doesn't matter. You're overweight for your height.
I am, and I'm fine as hell.
Well, good. Knock it out. You could be as fine as hell. And the problem you had with me saying Tracy Ellis Ross could not get a high value man and she's happily being single is what?
Oh, do you consider Tracy Ellis Ross overweight? Is her BMI, her butt?
I asked you, see, the proper thing to do, ma'am, is before you ask a question, you answer the question that's been asked. You don't answer a question while asking another one. That's rude. That's disrespectful.
Did you hear that, Stanley?
Well, then you should know how to do it better than I do.
Did you hear that?
Well, apparently, but you're not making a very good.
Missed it.
He say when you ask a question, you answer a question. You don't ask a question after somebody will answer you. Ask you a question.
Yeah, well,
you answer the question.
Well, better yet, did you hear it?
I always answer the question.
I know how to answer a question. You are the worst at asking a question with the question and whataboutism.
Oh,
as most Trump voters are.
I give you the whataboutism.
It's showing, man, because you're
I
being
don't know
very
about
rude,
all that asking
disrespectful
questions
as far as
after.
communication goes. You've done this many times. I've had to mute you twice.
I'm a PhD.
So the question was, answer the question.
At this point, I don't remember the question.
Right. So you have a degree in communication, but you can't keep up with the communication.
I mean, there's a lot going on, sir.
I'm right here. I'm on task. You're the one that said that you have a degree in communication.
I do.
So show your work. I asked the question. What's the answer to the question I asked?
I asked you the question again.
All right. So in other words, you are being disrespectful because you're not even paying attention to the person who's hosting the show and the question I'm asking. You want to say what you want to say so much. You basically said, fuck you and your question. I'm going to say what I want. All right. So you're happily single. Congratulations.
Yeah.
What else?
I said, thank you.
So what else would you like us to know?
I mean, I believe that's it.
And you're how old again?
Say that again for me.
You say you're how old again?
I'm 30. I just turned 30 this year.
All right. 30 years old, happily single. 5'5", 170 pounds, 25-inch waist, and all these other things. But why, if you say you're happily single, but you'd be open to a relationship, which do you want?
So right now, I decided because I was dating someone and I got out of that.
Can you make it
situation,
short, please, ma'am?
like,
There are 4,700 people. Can you please kind of shorten it down so we can go back and forth? Which one would you like? Which one do you want? Do you want to stay single? Would you like to be in a relationship or married?
Right now I'm focusing on me for a while, but after that, yeah, someday.
Someday what?
Maybe in a year, I'll consider like dating and meeting someone and getting married. But
have you ever been engaged?
I have not.
Okay. Women control access to sex. Would you agree or disagree?
I agree.
Men control access to relationship and marriage. Would you agree or disagree?
I agree.
So just because one day you may decide you want to do it, do you think it could happen just because you may decide you want to?
If I meet the right person, yes.
No, you don't control that. We do. See, you ladies always talk about one day in the future, if I decide I want to. You don't control that. Men do. That's what the old Tracy Ellis Ross was talking about. She's open. You can be open all you want to. No one wants to pick you. 25-inch waist and all.
Mm.
I mean, you've never been engaged to this point, right?
I haven't dated anyone in 8. I haven't been in a relationship in 8 years. Either.
Exactly. Thank you for proving my point.
I've been focused on me.
Exactly. I could not dream you up, ma'am. You are you are the person I made this show about. You have no relation. It's difficult for you even to hold a civil conversation with the man who challenges you. So yes, you haven't had a relationship in 8 years because you're unfit for one.
But it's by choice. I have people pursue
Of course,
me for a relationship.
No, they pursue you for sex.
Okay.
They didn't pursue you to be married. They did not pursue you for being a wife. Knock that shit off.
Okay.
See, guys, remember the laughter is a tell. It's getting more pronounced the deeper the truths get because it's uncomfortable now.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking to the audience who can see what's going on, but you think you think you're the shit.
I do.
Good.
And one day somebody else will too.
Unfortunately, the kind of man that you would want, the special kind of guy, doesn't seem to share your opinion. If he did, he'll be trying to find you. He would have wifed you by now. Not after you, not when you're in your, because your youth is what men want. Your youth, your fertility, your womb. We don't want you when you're all past the wall and everything else. So your sell by date has already happened, but you were not fit for it. And that's fine. And women like you and Tracy Ellis Ross can say what you want, but just like her, you sound delusional.
I'm old at 30.
No, you're first off, no, you're okay. You're at the wall at 30, but past 35, you enter what? High risk pregnancy?
You do.
Okay, so your eggs are old. And as somebody who has not had a relationship in 8 years, you're wholly unfit. Your relationship muscles have atrophy. This back and forth right here proves that you really don't even know how to hold even a civil conversation. You may be able to have sex, but a relationship, no. So it's not as though you could just turn this shit on and off when you choose to. So being happily single, you don't have any choice but to be single and be happy with it because you don't have a choice to not be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's why you're not cackling and laughing as much, because the truth is set in. You don't have any options in this. Enjoy.
I'm cackling.
Would he send her packing?
Yeah. You don't pack her up, man. She packed up.
Well, I don't like the idea that
I'm a
he's,
PhD.
I don't like the idea that he's using taps.
Yeah.
That's
All that shit has not helped you one bit.
That's a sacred song.
Is it?
To me, it is.
Huh. Well, they use it in all different types of productions.
Well, you know what?
Tap what does it mean?
Taps?
Yeah.
Well, essentially, it's an ending. They're usually played at military funerals. You didn't know that?
Yeah, I know. My father had a veteran's funeral.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I've seen it played. I've actually witnessed a couple burials at sea, and they'll play it at Burial at Sea as well. I'll be honest. I used to want to be buried. I used to want a burial at sea, but my wife's buried at a national cemetery. So I guess that's what I'm going to do. As a matter of fact, my gravestone is already there with my name and rank, name, rank, and service on the
You still
tombstone
have an
already.
option, though, if you as a military service member. You still have an option on how you want to be buried, huh?
Well, actually, I don't. My wife's buried. She was cremated, and her remains interred at a national cemetery. So I guess I have to do the same thing now. When I was thinking about burial at sea, though, it was before I got married. So
military, when they buried my father, he had to go to the Veterans Memorial. I don't think they buried him beside his wife, but beside my mom.
Oh, really?
I'm not sure.
Well,
I think
for married veterans, you actually have the choice of having, my mother, as a matter of fact, is buried at a national cemetery. She died last January. My father was Air Force.
I always wondered, though, because I know I had aunts and uncles in the military, but I don't think any of them ever been buried side by side. But my aunt, she was in the Air Force, but she had a military style funeral. And my uncle, he was in the Army or Marine. I think he was Marine. And he had a separate military. But I don't know if they ever got buried together.
Right. Well, we're going to be buried well, more or less side by side. This is if I ever get nothing else from Kevin Samuels, I've got this. This is going to make my life a whole lot easier when I lock horns with the B Braves of the world. This is blackdemographics.com. And let me enlarge it here. It's got a bunch of different stuff on here that I'm definitely going to use. It's got population statistics, household statistics, economic statistics, education statistics, and then it's got some miscellaneous stuff, culture and geography, health, and resources. So it's got household income, Black marriage rates, housing, middle class. For instance, for Black households, 3% of Black households are considered upper class. 4% of Black households are upper middle class. Middle class, 36% of the Black population. Working class population is 25%. Working class slash poverty, 13%, and 19% of the Black population actually is considered in poverty at under 15,000 a year. This is gonna kick some ass here, because essentially, what is it? 61% of Black households. I said Black population. I should have said households. Basically, 61% of Black households are either middle class or working class incomes. So 61%. 65%, 68% of Black households are above the working class slash, well, basically working class poor. Roughly 60, what did I say, 68% are above working class poor. So there's some, this looks like in the source is the U.S. Census Bureau. The 20 working class, I'm sorry, U.S. Census annual 2019 annual and social economic, some other stuff in here. And these two charts here are Black only, not mixed households. So it's got more Black demographics information, population, state population and rank, city population. It's got male stats, female stats, Black marriage, housing. Yeah, this has some shit in it. So, J Dub, what do you mean? Where is this 70%? You mean where is it located geographically? Yeah, Deacon Dave, I'd never watched Kevin Samuels. I'd seen clips here and there, but I've probably watched more Kevin Samuels in the past 2.5 days than I have in my life. So yeah, I'm sorry I'm late to the party, Deacon Dave. But better late than never, I hope.
Yeah, it is better late than never, Stanley. I got to give you that one. It could be you never met him at all.
Well, I didn't meet him.
Well, I'm just saying you never seen any of his content, but you know.
Well, I think if nothing else, it's just going to improve me. There's some good stuff that I'm learning here. This came into my algorithm tonight, so I figured I'd at least look at it.
Oh, he was asking where is the 70%? It's based upon the Black household income.
Yeah, it's Black household.
Huh?
Black households nationally, and then they can break it down by state, I guess.
Well, what I was looking at was Black household income. And it said percentage of household with earnings. It says Black 78, 77%.
Okay, this is Black middle class by income. That's the type. That's the heading. Then it has Black households versus all households. So it has Black households broken down into classes by income. So 3% of Black households are considered upper class. 4% of Black households are considered upper middle class. 36% of Black households are middle class. 25% of Black households are 25% of Black households are considered working class. Now, here's the deal. I would have to go in and look at the source material. When they say households, I'm assuming they mean all households, whether they're married or whether they're single. I didn't get that far. It's the first time I've ever been on the website, so I'm just kind of doing a quick overview of what's there. I haven't gotten into any detail and stuff. But the reason I'm excited to find it is, now when I meet the Be Braves who want to talk about, most Black people are like, this, that, or the other, I have numbers that I can quickly go to and either decide whether the point's worth arguing or not.
Yeah. I'm listening. I'm trying to see where all the resources come from. But they using books, I guess.
Green is 50K to 150K. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, okay. I see what you're asking. You were asking. You wanted to know actual number, like what the range of household income was. Yeah, I didn't get that deep. Kimmy, here's the link. Oops. Let me get that. Let me drop that link to this.
Huh.
All right. All right.
30% married versus 45% of every other race, I guess that's the name.
Yeah. If you take all households together, and I assume that means black households too. It's just every household by income is
Yeah.
so we're 36% just in the black community compared to the average or the whole, which is 45%. It's not that much off, really.
Well, that's the way I love to think it goes, but when it says all, I'm thinking they meaning non-Hispanic and every other race other than black when they use that total.
No, all means all.
Huh.
They would have said all other or something like that, I guess. Yeah, Kim, it's not that far off. But you got to understand that income is not the same thing as wealth. While I'm here, let's go ahead and see, can we find wealth?
Wouldn't that be that would be under economics, wouldn't it?
No, here's the median net worth of black families. So this line here, let me blow it up. So the top line is the dotted line, the dotted black line is median. Oops. The blue line is white net worth. The black line is black or African American net worth. And then there's a Hispanic Latino, that's the yellow line. So that's quite a big wealth disparity. The income disparity isn't too bad.
That's what I'm saying. We always
What do
talking
you-
about the white man. We doing good.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm just saying, we always blame the white man, but hell, we doing good. I don't know what they talking about. We could do better, but I mean,
No.
we don't mind to say we can do better. Hell, I ain't
We're doing pretty good as far as income goes. As far as net worth, we are not doing very good. There's a huge disparity.
I don't think we're gonna ever be able to help that.
No.
It'll take a miracle for that to happen, Stanley. But Stanley, I got to get off of here, man. I got to go to work in a couple of hours.
All right. Have a good night. Kimmy, the problem is that the census is self-reported for the most part, but I don't know. I can't think of a better source. It's comprehensive, and most everybody fills it out. And quite frankly, I would tend to trust it over just the numbers off a guess, or whatever, the B Braves of the world who just make shit up. you know, it's at least a number. Well, of course I couldn't help but look at this. This is 7 key signs an older woman wants to be approached. So for most people, this won't matter, but for me, for me personally, I'm curious. So let's have a look at what she has to say. And I wonder how old she is. She doesn't look that old.
An older woman wants to be approached and what to say after. Okay, guys, so knowing when and how to approach older women is a true skill. There are always those few guys who just instinctively know when to approach a girl. But most men who have success with women have to learn the hard way. Hi guys, my name is Melissa Santos with BeyondAges.com, and today I'll be teaching you the 7 key signs that an older woman wants to be approached so that you too can have more success with the ladies. You have to understand that most guys don't naturally know when a girl is sending them a signal.
Does everyone in the chat, I'm curious to know if most men don't know when they're being sent a signal. I definitely think you get better at it as you age. But do y'all agree with that by and large, that men tend not to know when women are sending signals? Would just put a 1 in the chat for yes, men don't know, and a 2 in the chat for yeah, men are okay, they don't need help learning this. And when I say men, I'm just going to say 18 and older.
Signal, or that she wants to be approached. The key is to pay attention to her body language, facial expressions, and her behaviors. Keep watching if you want to learn what to watch for and how you can take action. But before we get into it, don't forget to like our video and subscribe to our channel if you found this video helpful. We love making videos for you, and we can keep doing it if we see that you appreciate all of our content. Also, don't forget you can check out our site at beyondages.com for more useful, proven advice. Now, guys, let's dive in. 1, she's scanning the room. A woman who's interested in meeting new guys will be looking around to see who is around her. This won't be a one-time thing either. She'll likely scan the room multiple times over and over. So if you see a woman glancing around the room frequently, you'll know that she's probably open to being approached.
Oh, wait, Kim, you think men actually know how to do this? Interesting. At least in this case, like an older guy actually knows. I don't know. I might actually agree with you on that now that I think of it.
Approached. A woman who doesn't want to be approached will keep her focus on her friends or whomever she is with. If she's alone, she'll likely be looking at her phone, maybe her laptop, book, or whatever is directly in front of her. She won't be looking around.
But see, I'm trying to learn, Brooklyn.
No matter how beautiful she is, guys, or how interested you are in her, do not approach if this is the vibe she's giving off. You'll almost always get the brush off. 2, the look and look away move repeated. If a woman glances at you, smiles, averts her eyes, and then repeats the move a few times, it's a pretty sure bet that she wants you to approach her. It's sort of a game women play to capture a guy's attention.
Is that true?
So if you catch her glancing your way repeatedly, it's like virtually guaranteed that she wants to come over and wants you to talk to her. So while a mature woman generally move forward and it might even approach you first, many older women love the feeling of luring a guy in with just a coy glance. This is just one of the many subtle signs women give away when they're interested in you. For more signs to look out for, click the link above. Number 3, she stands near you. If you're in a crowded bar or a club, you may not want to read too much into this move, but if you are in a setting where there is ample room and a woman just stands near you, it's a signal she might be interested. That's especially the case if she glances your way, if you're paying attention to her. You see, a woman who is not interested won't continually find ways to be accidentally nearby. So next time you spot a woman who's always in your area or is seemingly next to you, take it as a sign she wants you to make the move. Now, number 4. Her movements are exaggerated. While not all women do this, it's a telltale sign for many single ladies. If you see a woman who is laughing loudly, she's flipping her hair a lot, she's gesturing with her arms, she may be trying to get your attention. Trust us. If this is her goal, she'll be surreptitiously checking to see if you can notice her. Number 5, the smile and hair flick. This is similar to the look and look away. In this case, a girl will smile at you while playing with her hair. She may flick her hair.
I don't know. This seems the smile and hair flick. It seems mighty white centric. Oh, I'm sorry, Eurocentric.
Hair off her shoulders. She may twirl it around in her finger. If she makes eye contact and smiles when she's doing this, it's as good as her telling you out loud to come over and talk to her. And speaking of eye contact, number 6, making eye contact. Remember, not every woman you make eye contact with wants to be approached automatically. The key is knowing if it was an accidental eye contact or intentional. When eye contact is accidental, she will likely look away quickly. If, however, the contact lasts longer than normal or was repeated several times, she's likely sending you a signal. The way an older woman makes eye contact with you will depend on her personality. A shy woman will likely glance away and quickly look away, and she'll kind of look back and check if you're coming over. If you don't approach her right away, she'll keep stealing quick glances at you. But a more confident gal may catch your eye and actually hold your gaze for a few seconds and maybe smile before looking away. For a more complete guide to this, check out the link above. Either way, you've almost certainly got the green light to approach. Number 7, she preens. Listen, I know preen may be an old-fashioned type of word, but even a modern woman will do it when a guy they like is looking at them. She may smooth her hair or just adjust her skirt. She might even do this in hopes that you'll pay attention to her hair or even her legs. The key is that she's subconsciously trying to make herself look more attractive for you. So if you notice any sort of this spontaneous type of grooming happening, get on over there and talk to him.
You're just the right person to join right now. What do you think of this?
Hello? Okay, okay. My mic wasn't picking up my audio for a second. How?
What do you think of this?
It seems kind of immature for some of the stuff that older women have to do just to show that they're interested. I thought older people would be more direct in their dating.
I kind of think so too. I do think that I think the smile part, that very first that very first thing, um, women will tend to smile if they like what they see. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're into you. It just means they like what they see. Now in the South, it's a little bit different than the North. Uh, I'll get a lot more smiles in the South, and it's just a high. In the North, you either don't get a look or you do. So, that's kind of my thought, because I remember, I've had at least, maybe 2 or 3 experiences where, I was in a bar with guys or something like that, and a woman would show interest, especially in the North. I mean, if you get an eye contact and a smile in the North, I mean, if you go up and say hi, it's pretty innocuous. But what I found is that, women either look at you and smile or they don't in the North. In the South, everybody says hi. But I mean, this is just, I think guides like this are for people who are just like incels or inept or, really have no experience. I would never recommend this to an 18-year-old. You'll get yourself in trouble. And I also think that men, the older you get, the more you kind of know what these signals are. Let's see, this video is almost over.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm just going to go ahead and play it, and then I have an even better one after this. This one's going to, the next one's going to be pretty good and or funny.
So now you've made your move.
She is
now
good
what?
looking, though. I have to give her that.
If you're on the lookout for these
that's
5 signs,
lipstick.
you'll never again miss an opportunity to approach an older woman who's interested in meeting you. But guys, that's not the end of what you need to know, though.
Where did she go?
She may give a clear signal that she wants to be approached, but that doesn't mean your work is done and that she's ready to just fall into your arms. Knowing how to act and what to say is key to making your approach a success. Your first job is to, number one, make a connection. To truly make a connection with her, you must engage with her interests. That means having something interesting to say that will spark the conversation.
Oh, that's gonna be hard.
You're the one who approached her, so it's
gonna be hard for who?
I said that's gonna be hard for most men.
Not necessarily. Once you get up old enough, you actually don't give a fuck one way or the other. Kind of like a Rhett Butler thing. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. It either happens or it doesn't. Because that's actually my attitude. If it happens, awesome. If it doesn't, I'll keep moving smartly on.
up to you to get things rolling. After you introduce yourself, you can make a comment about your social surroundings or compliment her outfit. Then follow up by asking her a question that requires more than just a yes or no answer, like an open-ended question, guys. Remember, older women prefer a guy who can hold their interest. So don't be afraid to show your humorous
This is
side.
a Kruger how-to.
Need a little more guidance? You can learn how to create a connection with her by checking out our complete video guide to finding, meeting, and attracting older women. All you have to do is click the link above to learn more. It's been working for a lot of guys, and I promise it will work for you too. Number 2, successfully flirt.
Yeah, okay. This is getting a little cringe. Oh, wait, what happened to my other video here? Oh, there it is.
What do you mean? Really? You think it's a little cringe?
You what?
I said, really? You think it's just a little cringe?
Yeah, it's a little cringe. It's not a lot cringe. I mean, I'm really not paying too much attention to what she's saying.
I don't know. I think having a full-on video guide on how to pick up older women might be a little much.
Well, for younger guys, women will pick you up if they want. It's not so much. I've been hit on by older women when I was, in my 20s. But this is a good one, considering who's giving it. Why white women fantasize about black men. I have to watch this.
What?
That's the name of the video. Now, she's an older woman, so I'm definitely interested in in what she has to say, at least initially.
I don't know. Maybe she watches too much porn or something. This is 10 years ago.
Yeah, what the hell? It popped into my algorithm. So I have to do it.
All right. Let's get this up. Let's get this done.
You see, Kelvin. So 10 years ago, this is interesting.
Finally a definitive answer.
Welcome to today's Friday rant. Today's topic comes from Renee. She said, "Why don't you discuss women's fascination or fantasies about making love to black men?" And I thought, that's a good idea. So that got me thinking back to when I was in college, and a guy named Vince, if you're watching, you know who you are, he used to call me all the time and say, "I know you fantasize making love to a black man." And the truth of the matter was, I hadn't fantasized making love to a black man because at that point I was still just had my girl crushes on different guys, and I wasn't really thinking about the color of their skin. It was just who I was actually attracted to at the time. But now, many years later, I want to address that subject from a different standpoint. Why do people fantasize in general? It's because people want something different than what they have. And I think it really goes back to basic forbidden fruit. You want what you can't have or what you're not supposed to have. I do remember a movie called Mandingo. And that movie was from many years ago, but I remember very vividly all these different taboos about slave owners. And
do you ever see Mandingo?
and black men with white women and vice versa, and how that was an accepted practice.
No, Stan,
white plantation owner with the black women, but not the other way around.
I didn't see it until a few years ago.
Is one of the biggest reasons that women are turned on by the idea of being with a black man, because it is such a taboo subject coming way back from the days of slavery. Yeah, making love to a black man is probably on a lot of different.
Wait, hold on. What?
I went to my.
What?
Wait, hold on. Did she say that she said that the reason white women fantasize about black men because it's a taboo thought that goes all the way back towards slavery?
She's right.
Practice with the white plantation owner with the black women, but not the other way around. And I think that is one of the biggest reasons that women are turned on by the idea of being with a black man, because it is such a taboo subject coming way back from the days of slavery. Yeah, making love to a black man is probably on a lot of different white women's bucket lists. I went to my white male gay friend, and he told me his reasoning for why he thought that white women or white men are fantasizing about black men. And he thought it was mostly to do with the perception that black men have large penises. And just the thought of that is very exciting to them. Even if that black man may not know what to do with it, it's exciting to fantasize about it. Another explanation is how black men feel about white women.
What?
Nothing. It's just the slight slide.
Yeah, even if black men don't know what to do with them.
Yeah, that's funny. That's just pretty funny.
It was kind of funny.
Because the black men that I've known like the large bootied woman. The perception of society is that white men typically go after the really skinny white women, as opposed to the black man who likes the curvaceous white woman. Most women do have curves, so they may feel more comfortable and more desired, which adds to the fantasy of being with a black man, because black men tend to like the curvy, more bootylicious booties of women in general. So to summarize why I think
Is it funny
white
that
women
white women
fantasize
say
about black
bootylicious?
men, one is a cultural
it's
difference.
hilarious.
I think that they want something completely different than what they're used to, which is the white man, dark meat, or dark chocolate. That might be very exciting to women who are typically with white men. Reason number two might be black men are seen as taboo. We're not supposed to be with them. We're supposed to be with men of our race. So to do something that's against that societal pressure or to a societal norm is something that's exciting to white women who want to experiment and do something out of the box, so to speak. Third reason is I think that there is a perception that black men have big penises. And therefore, that's something that would be very exciting to a white woman who may be with a guy that doesn't have a big penis or just an average sized penis. A fourth reason is that black men typically appreciate and sing and
Hey, this isn't cringy. This isn't cringy to me. This is truth in advertising there above the trees. Now, I'd like to know why it's cringy to you. Hint, hint.
Probably because she said bootylicious. Might have
No,
something.
I think it's because she fantasizes about black men.
right and talk about
I'm assuming she's
curvaceousness,
white.
and most women do have a little extra weight on them, so
She's a
they feel
dust
much
bunny?
more desired by that black man than
You
the
know
white
what?
man who typically goes for the skinny white
she's
female.
probably
So those are
age
my four
appropriate
reasons
to me.
why I think that white women fantasize about black men. If you have any additional reasons why white women would fantasize about black men, please list it in the comment section below. And as usual, thank you all for watching my channel and subscribing, liking, and commenting. I put
For
out
her,
videos every
black
Wednesday
men
and
might be
Friday. It's
chicken.
Karen Lee Potter, and I love you all. Keep spreading the love. Mwah.
She likes the seasoning on her chicken. I
Hey,
get it.
and white woman, keep doing what you're doing. I appreciate it.
Hey, Stanley, did you do any Kevin Samuels episodes today?
I did one. Oh, I'm about to do this one. Here's a white woman tells why she loves dating black men. I got to do this one. My brother. Yeah. Now let me take a look at this though, because this is this looks like some sort of syndicated show or something. This is from 8 years ago though. Praise 98 FM. So this is what are you doing? This is some sort of religious programming, maybe.
I think this is religious.
Say that again. Oh yeah. So
seems like a normal talk. YouTube.
I was just sort of curious because it looks well produced, and I wanted to make sure that this is a white woman calling into a radio show, apparently. Brother, my
Okay.
Your men.
Uh-huh.
Cougars. And the allure of white women with African American men.
Ooh.
Because I can talk on that one, honey.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Hold on now. Hold on.
The allure. You're attracted to brothers. Go on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Why? But why? But what? Hold on.
Are you Caucasian?
Wait.
Yes, I am. I'm very white.
She said, I'm very white.
Before we go.
So this apparently the 916 area code call-in number is somewhere out in San Diego. It's a San Diego area code. So this is this is California.
Oh, that makes too much.
Go any further before we go any further. Before we go any further.
Oh, Lord.
Before we go any further, the judge, the court is in session.
I got to hear what you got to say.
So, my sister, family, what is the Allure Brothers?
Yes.
Tell the truth. Break it down for us. I really don't know. I've been wondering this question for years.
Please share.
For years.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Tristan, you know who I am.
Now, who's this? Who's this?
You know who I am.
Wait. Who's this?
Okay.
Who? No. Who would this be? No. Don't get nervous.
Think of the white girl with the long blonde hair that calls you all the time and tells you to play Kim, and you never do it.
Patricia?
Oh, please.
Tracy?
I'm going to hang up on you right
Vanessa?
now.
I want to get back to the topic at hand.
101.1.
Mary J?
No, we're going to get back to the topic at hand. So you say you are a Caucasian woman and you love black men?
You know, I started being attracted to black men in high school.
Okay.
Because they were great dancers, great sense of
Portia,
humor.
it's been buffering less, like maybe the last hour. So it's better than it was. Maybe
is it
Oh,
StreamYard or is it YouTube?
Say that again.
Is it StreamYard or is it YouTube?
Portia says it's YouTube. Some email or something that she got because they subscribe to it.
Yeah, YouTube's been having a bunch of updates recently, and people have been having a lot of problems with it.
So it, to me at least, now I went and rebooted my router a couple hours ago, just because thinking maybe it was the router. Probably time to get a new router, by the way. But since I'm going to be doing this a lot, what was I going to say? Shoot. I was going to say something and forgot. Damn.
They just took to the heavier woman. I was heavy all through high school.
Okay.
Now that I've gotten all that behind me, what I'm really attracted to, and I realize, is that there's a certain savoir-faire that the brother brings that my brother has. Like,
that's what I bring.
A romantic side.
What
They have a sense of side that my white brother.
Chat, I know it. I know it when I hear it. I bring a certain savoir-faire.
Savoir-faire.
You don't know what savoir-faire is?
No, this is the first time. It's the first time
like
I've been.
a certain. Well, basically, it's flair.
You're gonna say it's similar to swag in any way?
That's exactly what it means.
Oh, okay.
It's the ability to act or speak appropriately in social situations. So basically, I want to say shit talk. What do you say? It's well, it's basically being able to be sociable.
I think T said it. She said charismatic. That's what I was.
Yeah, charisma. Yeah, appealing in social situations. Yeah.
Others want to act goofy. They want to act goofy and silly all the time, and
Sally.
Instead of yes, hush up.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out who didn't be on the phone. What?
Shut up. Instead of being sensual, they want to act all silly and nerdy. And I've never, like my black brother, he brings a more sensual, playful side to the relationship.
You hear that? Savoir-faire, sensual.
She said black men are more exciting.
A hustler. No, I don't know. Hustler, maybe. I like savoir-faire.
Allie, I gotta say this. I have never heard a white woman talk about. I've never heard a white woman talk about our black men like that and what you like about black men. This is so juicy. Y'all need to go online and go to BADFM.org.
Let me just say the myth, and even with my white girlfriends who I know are married to some black men, the myth has always been the, shall we say, I don't know how to say this on air, so you just have to figure it out. The
Careful now.
sensual part of the anatomy, and that is not true. That is not true.
Okay.
It hasn't been in my experience because I've had that with some white men that I've dated and some black men that I've dated. What I like is the sensual energy that the black man brings to the relationship.
Wow.
They just have a sensual side that they know how to stroke that woman's, at least me, that woman's heart. Where my experience with the white men that I date, they're too goofy. They still want to do goofy stuff. And they're just, I don't know how to explain it. No disrespect, please. Wow. No disrespect. But my white girlfriends and I, we all talk about that. The man knows how to dress. He knows how to, he just knows how to bring the
Sally, I gotta be nosy. So wait, so since you say, you say you and your white girlfriends talk about, how much you guys love black men. So what are some of the things that a white woman do to try to pull our black men?
Uh-oh.
Hold on.
Somebody's mad.
I got to know.
Did you say pull or fool?
She says she's mad because you got competition now.
That's right. Where's Universalist Cam I am when we meet?
Brothers, listen up.
Them niggas.
Listen up now.
They're probably,
Okay, so
they're both probably with their white women.
Oh, come on.
Well, wait.
Where's you from, Stan?
Just
this is let me see. This is several years old. It's some radio station around San Diego.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
The show is called Lady Charmaine TV. This is from 8 years ago. And the radio station is KDEE. Let me look it up right quick.
Tough got to call it.
Well, I went back and looked to see if it's not very many subscribers to the YouTube channel, and it's some sort of it's a black radio station. It is in San Diego, and it's called K, and it's basically dedicated to economic empowerment.
Oh, okay.
Here, let me bring up the website here. It's called The Soul of Sacramento. Oops. So let's see, 97.5 KDEE. You can listen live. Welcome to the Soul of Sacramento. More than just an old school R&B station, is one of the proud few black-owned radio stations in California. Wow. We've been the cultural cornerstone of Sacramento for over 18 years, bringing a rich mix of music, talk, and community-focused programming to our listeners. See, this reminds me of a radio station I grew up with in Savannah called WSOK. So I don't know. I'm going to bookmark this.
You ever heard of WVON in Chicago?
No. And it's funny. I've always loved radio.
Yeah, me too.
So anytime I come across a station like this, I want to keep up with it.
I think WVON is Voice of the Negro out of Chicago. I can't remember.
It's called Voice of the Negro?
Yeah.
That's not what it's called.
Nice.
WVON. I used to listen to that shit with back during the Corn McDonald. I think it was Corn McDonald. I think that was the station. Yeah.
Well, hold on one sec. Let me look that up right quick.
WVON.
Yeah, there it is.
I do want to finish the video though. That was
yeah. But no, you got me on radio now. I'll go all day.
I tell you, Stanley, conservative radio is the better radio. You have to give it. You have to admit.
Well, I mean, it's the better talk radio.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But actually, all these black stations, like WSOK, on Sundays, it was, at least most of the day was church up until maybe 2 or 3, and then it would kind of switch back. I'm pretty sure they used to play gospel on Sunday also, but this is the station you were looking at.
WVON.
Called the Black Talk Powerhouse. Oh, Black Talk Radio. Okay, well, shit, I'm definitely gonna do this.
Also the Negro.
You ever heard Atiba Kareem Buchanan?
I've heard the name, probably on the
So
website.
it's the Hill and Buchanan show.
I wonder, could we listen to it? What they see what they're talking about? Like when they're talking.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely going to do that.
Yeah, why, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, why not?
They got Sharpton on there.
Oh, they got Howard Sharp.
Oh, yeah, Sharpton comes, I think, on Saturdays or Sundays. He's syndicated.
How about Urban Heritage Legacy Station? Let's look at the lineup. Where is there? Oh, there it is. Okay, this is the lineup. Meet our personalities. You can listen live. So they do, let's see, do you know Perry Small, Rufus Williams, Maria Pappas, Lynn Richardson, Alex Sharpton? So he comes on today at 1 to 3 o'clock.
Oh, Stanley, we should listen to a little Al today.
Yeah, okay.
Gotta get some progressive radio from somewhere.
Yeah, Tavis Smiley's on at 6 to 9.
Stanley, I knew a lady who used to work for Tavis.
Oh, really? How'd she like it?
She did not have anything nice to say about our boy Tavis.
She did not?
Mm-mm. She did editing.
Actually, to be honest, I've never heard anything positive about him.
Yeah, she's called him lazy and everything. Give me 1 second, bro.
Portia, we're on our radio kick.
She was working for him, Stanley, during the time he was going through that I think that sexual harassment kind of thing. You remember that? The sexual harassment tablet?
Yeah, I barely remember. I've never been that big a fan of his, actually. Yeah, I remember because he used to have a PBS show, but he also used to be on the actual public broadcasting.
Yeah.
So he came on, like he was trying to be like a new you remember, damn it, Tony, damn it, he was on for years on PBS. Tony
Snow. Tony.
Oh no. Damn it, what's his name?
Tony Brown Journal or something like that.
Tony Brown, yeah.
Yeah.
I used to watch that every Sunday or something.
Yeah, he actually came to Alabama, I think, while I was down in Alabama and spoke.
What did you think of him?
Yeah, I like Tony Brown. My dad actually came down to see him too. What was I going to say? Tavis, when I was a younger man, Tavis used to go around with Tom Joyner. I don't know if they
Tom Joyner, yeah.
And every year they used to go to this event. I like Caribbean food, kimmy cake. Every year they used to come to the Wardman Hotel up on like Connecticut Avenue and have like this, blackity black, like young professional type event. You know what I mean? I think maybe in the Thursday Network, which is the younger group of the Urban Network, Urban League, You've been around a long time, man.
Well, Tom Joyner, I kind of came to him in the 90s. Growing up, he was never on any of the radio stations I listened to. But I don't even know if he's still alive because he was ill. But I talked to you about Jared Ball. He's got a YouTube. I think it's called Black Liberation Media now. It used to be Black Power Network.
BLM, huh?
No, it's Black Power Media. Black Power Media.
Good morning, Portia.
Hey, Portia. But yeah, we can hear you.
Just not heard you.
Yeah, you're
sorry. I was just trying to get. The only reason why I came up is so I can get the details for this radio show, so I can make sure that we tune in at 1 p.m.
Oh, did I? Okay, yeah, I have. I don't know if it's still on. This is 8 years old.
What are you talking about?
If you could put the link to it in the back chat, Stanley, I'll check and see, and I'll do all of that so I can make sure.
Okay, yeah. Well, I've got two radio stations for you. Then I'm gonna put the video that we're gonna finish up in the Slack, and then I'll put the because there's WVON in Chicago. Mm-hmm. And then this one is in Sacramento. It's it's KDEE.
Did you hear what VON stand for, Portia? Did you?
Are you putting it in Stanley Steamers?
Well, I put the video we're watching there. I'm going to put the actual radio stations in your back chat. Or would you rather me put it in Stanley Steamers?
You can.
Yeah,
you can put it.
They ain't no way you call it Stanley.
I put them. Yeah, that's what I call it. Stanley Steamers.
Yeah, you can put it in Stanley Steamers.
Okay.
Or just in the Slack period, wherever.
Okay. Well, no, the WVON. I actually want to maybe listen.
Voice of the Negro, Portia. Voice of the Negro.
Oh, Voice of the Negro.
Out of Chicago, HB's Black's hometown.
Well, see, I have a thing for radio stations in general, and Black radio stations. I grew up with Black radio, so anytime I've come across one, I get excited because I'll
be back.
I don't listen to them in Atlanta.
I probably have his morning show.
They've got morning shows, but I just, usually if I listen to radio in Atlanta, I listen to sports radio. I like sports radio. So we'll just go ahead and finish this up when you want to start, just let me know because it is kind of.
Okay, now I've got a lot of Black girlfriends, okay? So when we're sitting around talking about this, what I notice is depending on the relationship that the Black woman has had with her boyfriend or husband, and if it's been bad, if it's been a hard life with her, she comes at it hard. She comes at it really demanding. She's going to take no, man, I told you this, man, I told you. She's got her finger up in the air. And I understand that. But where the white woman comes at it is we will stroke that Black man a little easier. We won't be so demanding. We're a little bit more sensual and playful. But after we get to know that, after we get to know the game a little bit, then our finger kind of goes up in the air a little bit. But we're not as demanding, and we're not as.
Sisters can be a little rough, but
Black women.
Let me ask you this question. Can I ask you this question? I don't have any experience dating a white woman, so I really can't. I don't know if she's telling the truth or not. I've heard certain things. You were married to a white woman, and I think you've dated Black women. Is what she's saying true from your own experience?
I wouldn't say more or less demanding, but I would say different. They're different, even though it's all American culture and there's a lot of overlap. They're different expectations, really. No, but it depends. The Black women that I dated Black women and girls in high school. That's totally different than regular dating once you're an adult. In my 20s, I dated two Black women in Norfolk, and the first one was single, and I just happened. She was a waitress. I went to a delicatessen one day, and we got to talking. And that night, we were related. I'll put it that way. Now it was kind of funny because we were both maybe 25. And one day she said to me, "You know what? Any Black man I date is going to spend some money on me." And she was dead serious. So I looked at her and I just started laughing. I'm like, well, you know what? If that's what you're thinking, we'll see how long this lasts. And it didn't last that long. But I was in the Navy. So, I mean, I was always, coming and going anyway. But I think young Black women want to go out. That was really the only difference. Now, the thing is the white women that I dated in my 20s, they went out. We went out too, but not as much. And, sitting around watching TV or cooking at home was, fine too. Black women just wanted to be out and about more. That was really the only difference. Now, now when I got into my 30s, it was more or less the same. You know, the black women I dated in my 30s, you know, restaurant every now and again, but it wasn't that much different than white women who were my age.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, older women tend to be a lot different than women in their 20s.
Yeah, that's for sure.
You know, I don't know what she means by
the difference in the 30s, like black women versus white. Like, I have no, like, I'm totally coming from a point of ignorance on this. You know, I have a couple of friends that date white women, but I think theirs is coming from a negative point of view. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean negative?
But yeah, what do you mean by negative?
So they may not like black women, right? And so they choose not to date black women, and so they really don't have that experience of dating both, if that makes sense. You know, much of their.
Let me tell you something. I think, believe this or not, my parents, they were always very demanding about things like appearance. Like, you know, you weren't going to leave the house. You know, there was a time when my mother, especially, she wouldn't even let me wear jeans if I was going out with her, like to the store or anything like that. So I never, you know, as sloppy as I dress now, believe me, in my younger days, I was a lot more attentive to appearance. And if you know how to dress and you know how to speak and you're polite and you know how to talk to a woman, it doesn't really matter. You know, if you know how to dress, if you know how to be presentable, if you know when to wear a suit and tie and when not to, those basics that my mother taught me pretty much stand you in good stead with women in general.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, that's interesting, man. You ought to do a stream about that.
It'll be a boring stream.
Well, I mean, I'm sure other people would chime in. You know, other people are going to chime in.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, I could do it one day tonight or one night, you know, because apparently there are a lot of videos of this or YouTube videos of this sort.
You know, like, you know, one of the things you mentioned was like cooking, right? Do you think that that they tend to cook more?
No.
Differently.
Like believe it or not, all the women I've dated knew how to cook. At least, you know, I was a better cook than my wife, but that's because I was more adventurous. She, you know, if it wasn't beef and potatoes or Tex-Mex, you know, she wasn't that enthused. But
you know,
I mean, like I've had girlfriends cook for me.
What's up?
You know, it's never been, but then I'm older, so women tended to cook more, apparently.
What's up, HB?
I've never met a woman who said to me,
I'm getting no signal.
No, we hear you, HB. You know, it is very interesting to me, Stanley. Because you know, I when I go out to dinner, you know, but I'm mostly going to nicer places. It's mostly all white people, right? You know, there be a handful.
Really?
Yeah, but you know, it's probably the places that I'm going. You know what I'm saying?
Where the hell are you going?
Oh, you know, I'm going. You know, like
there are nice restaurants in DC.
Say what?
So they're nice. DC.
Yeah, man.
Like a food place.
Yeah, man. Hell yeah. And so, you know, I don't see that many. But when you say that they like to go out to dinner, you know, I've heard that. You know, so I'm assuming that you're correct. It must be going somewhere.
Maybe they all go to Red Lobster.
or you know, just a lot of seafood. Like if I go to a seafood restaurant, it doesn't matter what the scale is. You know,
because I hear a lot of Olive Garden and Cheese Factory or Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah.
Which, you know what? I've been my father-in-law took me and my son and his wife out to Red Lobster up in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. But I mean, I could take or leave somewhere like a chain restaurant. I can take or leave them.
Yeah. HB says, keep it real, Stanley. Black and white women are as different as black and white men.
HB, I can tell you right now, not the ones I've dated, but then I tend to date women that, are higher end mentally.
Hey, Stanley, I had a friend, I ain't date, a friend of mine, a real good friend of mine. She lives down in the Atlanta area now. She's probably about 45 now.
Mm-hmm.
So she was Canadian, Haitian Canadian, whatever, Canadian Haitian.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, someone. Well, she wasn't Haitian. I think she was Jamaican Canadian.
Yeah. And so she would cook Haitian food. Well, she would cook Caribbean food. Let's just say Caribbean, however they would spice it or whatever, a little bit more spice or whatever. But she was dating an Italian man.
Yeah.
He hated he felt like her food was too spiced. You know what I'm saying?
He was Italian?
Yeah, it was
Was he from Northern Italy?
I don't know, but it was just a difference in like just diet, the way she
Caribbean food isn't that far from Mediterranean food.
Well, I guess maybe she didn't cook a lot of pasta, right? And I want to say she was telling me how it was. I want to say she was saying that it was the spices. He didn't like it spicy.
That could be. I mean, there's a lot of warm spices in Caribbean food that you wouldn't find in Italian food.
Right, and I think that was kind of their conflict in that.
I mean, like jerk chicken,
right? Yeah,
is like nothing you would probably find in Italy or the Mediterranean. Right. Maybe jerk chicken would be closer to like Middle Eastern food.
Yeah, you're not going to find much spicy food in like Western Europe.
No, the Mediterranean kinda, because some of those North African dishes can be pretty damn spicy. Moroccan food, for instance, it can be a little spicy.
Yeah, maybe a spicy hummus.
But there's a book. Do you remember? Did you ever watch a book called? Watch a science fiction TV show called Eureka?
Oh, Miss Dan, I probably haven't watched much TV all my life.
Okay, because there was a black actress in this TV show, and she's done other things, but she wrote a book. When she was in college, she did like an exchange student thing. And she went to Italy for her exchange student thing, and she wound up falling in love with a Sicilian.
Mm.
And he they got married and had a child, a daughter, I think. And he wound up dying early. So even after he died, she would still go back to Sicily and visit his mother and all that. And she wrote a whole kind of like a memoir about that, because it was like she just happened to be somewhere in Rome, I think it was, and they just met by accident, and then it just took off from there. So when you said Italian and black, even though she's Caribbean, it made me think of that.
Yeah.
Virgo, your husband would like your food because he's from Florida.
He probably eat enough Caribbean food to get used to that.
Well, that and just Southern food. Southern food can be spicy.
Yeah. Some Southern fried chicken.
CKJ3 says he can't hear anything once you enter the stream.
Huh? Yeah. He was up here a couple of times. He says someone says stream is acting up, but I can hear.
CK, try it again. People have been joining every now and again overnight and been able to hear fine.
I think HB said, but Portia did say that there was some issues. I think she put that in the chat. By the way, guys, we're 6 hours. Is it 6 hours? 6.5 hours in.
Yeah.
Show full of Stanley Cross holding down overnight. Stanley against the world overnight.
Did you see the title?
Yeah. Portia was teasing us that it was going to be an interesting title.
That's not too bad.
That ain't too bad. Oh man, that
I
was
see.
pretty quiet. I haven't heard any news coming out of New York.
Well, not. I can tell you right now, there are probably a lot of Black people who are like, "Hey, you know what? I've been down on those subways and been scared too." So I just think this isn't this. If you're going to get out and you're going to loot, this isn't the case you want to loot for.
Yeah, that's one way. Someone says StreamYard is updated. Portia says StreamYard is updated right now. Matter of fact, let's see what's coming out of New York.
Hours?
Oh, Stanley, before I go too far, man, I wanted to. I talked about this, and I just did a stream probably about an hour or so ago, 2 hours. Anyway, so yesterday we talked about Floyd Mayweather. Were you up here when we talked about Floyd Mayweather?
No, I wasn't.
Well, anyway, so HB had mentioned that Floyd Mayweather has been buying up commercial real estate, and we all know commercial real estate has been kind of in the doldrums, right?
Yeah, right.
You know, many of the buildings, as the man described in the video, were basically, you know, you have to more or less tear them down in some cases. If you can't stimulate demand for the corporate building, the renovation to turn them into housing, is
Right.
just, you know, it's just be better just tear it all down. So anyway,
Wait, tear it all down rather than turn it into housing?
well, to reformulate, you know, the stairways and the
Oh, yeah, okay.
right, you know, it'll be very expensive to, you know, kind of reformat that. And so Floyd Mayweather's been buying a lot of buildings. Some people have been selling him some buildings in New York and commercial space. And so I was looking into, because of HB, he hit me to it, and he said, look into Floyd Mayweather. So we watched their video yesterday, and then I looked up. I'll start with this article here. And
Well, you said you did a video about it, right?
yeah, but
just bring that up.
No, because some of the stuff I didn't cover in there, I'll cover it here, right? So, damn, maybe I didn't save this one, but it is rather, man. I'm rather, you know, I hate to be negative because I'm not negative, but you know, people don't tend to sell you stuff that they don't want you to have. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
So here's an interesting.
It's like private sales of residential properties.
Yeah. And so take a look at this. Stanley. So here's an article called Navigating the Intricacies of Real Estate Investment Fraud. You can see it, right?
Right.
And this is an article about, in the compelling case of Natalia Legg, Josh Gottlieb, and Black Spruce Management. We delve into the intricate world of real estate investments, fiduciary responsibilities, such and such. In a recently filed case, Natalia Legg alleges breach of fiduciary duty by her deceased husband's former business partner, Josh Gottlieb. Right? They built a real estate empire together and with 50-50 owners. Legg placed his rights to the business in a trust and appointed Gottlieb the trustee. The suit alleges that Gottlieb abused his role as trustee by, among other things, assigning the trust ownership of the businesses to himself and using the trust asset to fund the business for his benefit and to the detriment of his beneficiaries, being the wife, Natalia Legg. So this is the guy that Floyd Mayweather has gotten into business with.
Oh, wow.
Right? And so take a look at this, Stanley. And I wondered, did Floyd Mayweather know this before he got into business with him? You know, that would be very interesting. Here, let me see if I can find this article.
So he's going to be held liable along with Gottlieb?
Who?
Mayweather?
No, I don't think Mayweather is going to be held liable. But here's a guy that has committed fraud on his own partner.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And now he started a new company, and seemingly they were in some financial troubles. Clearly, this woman is suing him, saying he's defrauded her. And so if you were to Google this guy's name, let me see if I can find it. I have an article here. Gottlieb. Let me see if I can find it. Josh. And you'll see it here. In this article where it talks about Mayweather. According to reports, the plans are to raise a $3 billion luxury rental housing and commercial firm, which includes Meyer Orbach, chairman of Affordable Housing Solutions, and Josh Gottlieb, co-founder of Black Spruce Management. And that is a guy that Floyd has gotten into business with, a guy that cheated his own business partner. Yeah, very interesting.
Well, what happened? I mean, what were the consequences of his cheating?
Well, the man's wife is suing him, saying that, hey, you cheated.
Okay, so it's still current.
Yeah. And so here's an article where Floyd Mayweather is buying $402 million of Black Spruce portfolio, which is owned by Josh Gottlieb.
And you think Mayweather doesn't know about this?
I don't know. If he did, I'd have real serious, reservations about going in business with a man who just cheated his partner and basically his wife as well. Once the man died, he took advantage of him. I wouldn't want to go in business with a guy like that, especially if I had the kind of money Floyd Mayweather had. I want the cleanest person I could find.
You would think.
Yeah, so it's just kind of interesting, these people are, they're cutthroat, man. New York real estate is very, very cutthroat. And
well, Ryan was describing it yesterday.
Yeah. And Floyd has a lot of money, but he doesn't have that kind of money to be dealing with, these kind of people. These people are dealing with the billions of dollars, Anyway, very interesting.
Maybe who knows? Maybe he's drawing up a contract that'll protect him.
Yeah, we'll see how it all shakes out. Anyway, very interesting. Floyd Mayweather making moves in the commercial real estate sector.
But he's actually been able to maintain his money, right?
I haven't followed him very well. I think.
Well, I haven't heard any negatives.
I think he's kept it fairly simple. I haven't followed him very closely, so people might know more than me. But aside from the obligatory car collection, right? Or a couple houses, which that's not out of the ordinary.
Because I think he had a big place in Atlanta. I think it was him.
And there was Evander Holyfield.
Okay, yeah, it was Holyfield. Okay, my bad.
But what I remember of Floyd is that he used to be very liquid, cash liquid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at least he hasn't had to go back and re-enter the ring.
Right. He used to carry around like millions of dollars, just carrying it around, which led me to think he must be pretty liquid cash-wise. But now it seems he started a real estate company. Let me see if I can show that to you. He started a real estate company. Voda, and now he's dropping some real serious cash. He's getting, kind of out over his skis a little bit, You just hope it all works out for him.
Man, is that a recent picture?
I'm not sure, probably fairly recent.
Man, he still looks pretty young.
Yeah, he does. Well, he is still pretty young. He's about 40.
I thought he was older than that.
Maybe about 40.
Yeah, 40 is young. But these guys start boxing, when they're really young. So.
Mm-hmm. Kimmy Cakes coming up.
Well, I'm sorry.
What's up, Kimmy Cakes?
Nothing. Do y'all want to see me get all the weed smokers out of the bank this morning?
Out of the what?
The bank.
What are we looking at here?
Oh, I'm at work. This is where I work.
You're going to beat up some weed smokers?
No, I'm going to get our weed smoking teenagers out of the bank. This is what I do in the morning.
Out of the bank?
What are they doing in the bank?
Smoking weed.
In the bank?
This is what they do every morning, and I have to tell them.
Oh, you mean in the lobby?
No, like in the Bank of America.
Why they smoke weed in the Bank of America?
This is what I want to know.
Oh, full screen Kimmy. All right.
And then the people in the community are afraid to use the bank because a whole bunch of black people in there smoking weed.
Well, why they? Why they? Like, it don't seem like it's that cold. Can they just smoke it outside?
It's not cold. It's not cold at all, especially today. It's like 50 degrees.
It's NYPD right there.
Yeah.
And so I said, because there's no Bank of Jamaica.
This is the school safety squad.
So they don't do shit. So you about to go and tell them what? Stop smoking weed and come on to school.
Exactly.
Come on, school. Eat your breakfast.
I don't understand how half of the adults in our building walk past it like it's normal.
Eat your breakfast. Come on, school. Eat breakfast.
Or at least try to learn something.
Do y'all wash your clothes at your school, Kim K? Do y'all wash their clothes? I know
No, we don't. That's in New York City. That's called a community school, and we're not a community school.
Mm.
But the community schools are usually where there's public housing and like extreme poverty.
So they do have places where they wash kids' clothes at school.
Yeah, but those schools are strategically placed in extreme lower income neighborhoods.
Now, why don't they just don't the housing projects have laundromats?
They do, but the thing is, it's like it's families in shelters too. They might not have access to laundry.
Oh, right.
And if the schools don't have laundromats, they'll give them laundry cards.
Oh, like
wash their clothes.
God damn, you got all the bases covered.
Yeah, so there's no excuse to not send your child to school because
no coming to school.
Oh, the uniform wasn't clean. I can't send them.
Can they get some of that gain that they like that gain that shit smell real good.
Let's see who's in the bank today.
Where's the bank?
Oh, it's like a few. It's like.
But why the bank?
Maybe we can ask him this morning.
That's where the money is.
That's what one of the deans said. He said, while you're there, pick up a few Benjamins.
So do they send you to go get the niggas, or you just doing it on your own?
I just do it on my own.
Well, it wouldn't be me. I leave their ass right there.
No, look at him. Look at him.
What? Yeah, damn, look all them niggas. Here they come. Look all them niggas.
That's in the ATM machine. Right?
Come on out, friends. Let's start our day productively.
Come on, school.
We need black engineers, black scientists.
Yep.
It's
Black,
okay. You're still a part of our society. We don't need any more black drug addicts.
All little Walter Whites coming out
Black
that moment.
scientists and engineers. We need you.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Come on, everybody.
Bridge collapse, nigga.
Why is everybody wearing black puffer jackets?
Wait, can I ask you a question? Why do y'all choose the bank to smoke weed? Is it warm? Okay.
What is it? Look at his ass out. Ass out. Here I go. Oh, scholars, ladies and gentlemen, you get to see it here first.
And then they go right to the corner store. Look at this.
You go to a corner store, nigga, get you some blunts. Get you some blunts.
You said it's warm?
It's
These
warm.
are the young ladies that hang out with them. And
It's
they
warm.
don't know.
Oh, hey, hood, nigga, hood, bitches. Go ahead and get some blunts, nigga. Yeah, I'm just
up in the studio.
Yeah, this is just true shit right here. We seeing the real right here. More rec centers, niggas. More rec centers.
This is my ministry.
More ESL. Hey, they done bought up all the red drinks. They done bought up all the colored water. All the colored water they got. What? Go there, go to the cafe and see what them motherfuckers about. They're getting them sandwiches out the deli, Kim. Eating their breath for Kim.
Maybe someone staying here until the Arab man yells at them. Like
Look at them motherfuckers. Look at them motherfuckers. Folks, come on. Can we call this? Can we call the whole thing off? Can we call the whole thing off?
That's why when Stanley talks about parenting, Stanley, these parents gave up.
Eat breakfast, nigga. Go ahead and order something from ain't that what they call them, Kim?
Yeah.
What you cooking for breakfast? These niggas for breakfast, hey. Oh, we breaking through the propaganda here every day. We breaking through the propaganda. What y'all niggas eating? Ain't no food desert out there. Look like they got eggs, bread, milk, potatoes.
I'm coming, sir.
What y'all eating? Oh, look at that diversity.
Waiting for somebody to let them back in the bank.
Like diversity in that motherfucker.
Will they go back to the bank?
I mean, they don't have the access to, but once someone goes in, they jump in behind them.
Oh,
not understanding how scary
What
they
time,
are.
what time does school start?
School has started 7:45 in the morning.
These niggas must got recess early. They must got homeschool. First period homeschool.
They must not have first period classes.
Hey,
Excuse me, ladies. Y'all have school to get to?
these niggas,
Oh, yeah. They in somebody's apartment.
what they doing? What they doing? Lord have
Listen,
mercy.
this is private property now.
Lord have mercy. Let them do their thing,
This is
Kim.
private
Yeah, we
property.
just lost a soldier yesterday.
Come on,
We just
gentlemen.
lost a battle
They can
yesterday.
literally call the cops on y'all for being on their property.
Kimmy, can't ask them what they think about that boy Jordan Neely. Ask them nigga, little nigga, do they even know who that nigga is?
What do you
They
think about what happened with Jordan Neely?
Who?
Remember the man that was choked on the train?
Who?
The crackhead guy? No?
Who?
They came out with the verdict yesterday, so I don't know if y'all had thoughts about it.
I don't understand.
All right, you have
Kimmy
school,
can
young
hear
lady?
us.
You have school? Your mother know you in the street with boys? Who smoke weed? Let's get there now.
It's over,
Get there
man.
now, because what I'm about to do is figure out who y'all parents are and have them pop up at this bank. Where's the other young lady? Come here, miss.
Come here, young lady.
You go to school over here? Let's get there. Okay? I know your mama will not approve of this.
Yes, she would. Yes, she would. Don't speak for her. Put no words on mama mouth. Little with that big old boot.
Ladies, the school is this way.
To the Jewish that I have to smoke.
Excuse me, if they're not getting anything, send them out the store, please.
Why? They doing. They getting something. They putting in their
Get
pocket.
your
They
stuff
walking
from
the
when you
fuck
got
out.
here.
Raise the prices up. They stealing them
I'm
there.
just saying. I'm about to have y'all parents come to this bank and see what y'all doing.
What is
your mom would not approve. Hold up.
man?
That's what they call the man who work in the store. Female ham egg cheese. Egg cheese.
Come on now.
Today.
What they order?
I'm proud.
You can't get pregnant from weed.
I'm proud of you.
Proud of you. You showed up today.
Because you say words that don't even sound like anything. I know.
Feed me a salmon. Cook that bacon hard.
I think you're a nice person. I really do.
Look at that. There ain't no
No,
food.
don't say that. He is nice.
There ain't no food desert right there. Look at all that food. Look at all that food.
Yeah, it's a lot of candy.
Preservatives and
food.
And salt.
Everything they want right there. Everything they want. Everything they want. That meat.
Look at the grapes.
Cell phone shit.
Guys, let's go right outside. Let's go.
Wait, can I get
Yo. I know you guys actor again. Let's go outside.
What am I?
Is that coconut water, Kimmy?
Now, Kim, come on back, Kimmy.
Yeah, you and my son with that coconut water.
Wait, can I get a straw?
Hey, we need this. Somebody said they supposed to be in school. No, they ain't. Goddamn, that's what you just been told. They ain't supposed to be. Them motherfuckers need to be working, right? All they want to do is smoke weed. Why
I
keep
keep saying to my principal why he don't meet with these parents and get them out the building.
shit? Now, why?
They're not productive. Why are they here?
Universal. What does DEI have to do with this shit? Universal.
DI.
Is your MAGA programming kicking in this early?
Look at that, people.
And the thing is, like, this is a white community. Like, this is not like they don't even have no McDonald's. There's no Chipotle over here. There's no Wendy's. This is like a real white community.
People.
They have a 7-Eleven, and that's as far as it's going.
People, you saw our scientists, right? They're gonna make sure the roads don't collapse. I promise you.
Look at them going back to the bank.
The road, they're going back to the bank. Go back over there.
Well, they might be going to someone's apartment this time.
Wait a minute. You said they was in an apartment building?
Universal. I don't fall for that bullshit. You eat, sleep, and shit, MAGA.
So hold on. So Kimmy Cakes, they were when you say they were in. Look at this motherfucker with the mask on. Have mercy. Have mercy. New
That's
York is
probably
falling.
because he doesn't want to smell the kids.
New York is falling. New York is falling, people. Y'all just plug his nose. Plug his nose. Don't put that mask on.
Yeah, put some camphor under his nostrils. Put some Vicks under his nostrils.
She got that mask on. Hey, was that woman working construction? Ooh, the sisters out here doing the man's work out here. Go up and ask the sister. You do
Stanley,
construction?
when you talk about parenting, this is what I'm trying to tell you. It's not what you. It's not what you think.
I don't see much of it.
The bridge is over. The bridge is over, nigga. Hey, nigga, everybody. Woo, this was it right here. We saw it, people. All this shit
There is no black MAGA. There is no white MAGA. It's just MAGA.
All that shit you read newspaper about, we need more school.
And mind you, one of them threatened to assault me. He would say, "Oh, I will buy milk right now." I said no.
See, I'm almost the opposite. I'm like, why would you bother even going? Let them fail.
What I'm talking about, that's what I keep saying.
You know what? Don't bother. You know what? You need to go to your warm classroom.
I'm gonna try a warm office. I don't have a classroom.
They about to go into school, right? Smelling like smoke.
Yeah.
Late. Interrupt.
I'm telling you right now, I think, to be honest, you should teach the ones who want to be taught, and the rest can just fall by the wayside.
But that's not the American education system. We have to educate all students.
Yeah, well, you know what? MAGA's a bunch of pussies. They need to just let people fail.
All the students that should get their own time should be taught, right?
Thank you.
Everybody
do you have a bag I could put everything in?
Yeah, you know the ones.
One of those things that hold drinks.
The ones who want to be taught will be taught.
Yeah.
Hey, somebody said, what high school is that, Kim K? What high school?
I'm not going to disclose that.
It's a New York City public school.
This is your black center left quote liberal here. Let him fail.
This is Eric Adams' creation right here while he was focusing on the migrants, right? But he knew he was doing the right thing, focus on the migrants, right? If neither one of them ain't gonna go to school, at least one of them can be organized criminals and shit.
At least the migrant children tell
criminals out.
It's a time.
At least the migrant children are different. They'll say they don't want to go to school because A, they never been to school, and B, they just want to work.
Yeah, they just won't. They won't get out here and say tamales.
You know what? Let them work then.
Tamales, mangoes. Get on the street.
This one child said that he just wants to be a cashier. He said, "Why do I have to go to school to be a cashier?"
Yeah, that's correct.
The cashier for his father?
He be working in there with op.
He just came here from Ecuador.
Kim K, ain't that what they call the men that work in the store? Op.
Yeah, and he threw them out because he don't play with them at all.
Yeah, he don't play. They don't play them games. Serious opinion.
Oh my God.
But when they fail, they just have to become victims to society. They're going to be the next one that someone has to strangle on the train.
They become menaces to society, not victims.
Hey, and look at the neighborhood they're doing this in.
See, look, this is why I want to correct here for the T right here. These people, they may want to be a cashier, but they're in them owning one of these stores. Master Kim has told us what these stores make. These stores make a shit ton of money. Money now. Making money. Trust and believe that.
Oh yeah.
Making money. Them kids coming in every day, bringing money every day.
Most of the Arabs that own the bodegas are from Yemen, and people think people from Yemen are broke, and they're far from it. They have a lot of money too.
Hell no. Hey, you remember old girl from Drink shit? With her daddy and got him, her Mexican mama?
Oh yes.
Yeah. What's her name from Drink? She Yemenese and some shit. Yemenese and Spanish.
What are you talking about? I can't remember her name.
Yeah. Jennifer. I can't remember. Whatever.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. So cashier ain't a crazy career for them because they end up owning the store. Honestly, that's very true.
Yeah. And he was like, every day he'll be like, why do I have to be here?
Yeah.
I'm
Why?
like, well, if you don't come to school, they will send the feds to your mother's house. So you got to come to school.
It's a nice little story right there. Kim, what story is this?
Oh, it's very juiced. It's a vegan juice bar. You get smoothies, all sorts of good stuff.
They don't come in there and smoke. It's like a nice place to come smoke.
The small hats are not having that. Not in a million years. They fight back, you know.
They're called Shumrum on their ass.
Well, that was just one of his adventures. But I'm gonna take Stanley's advice and just let it be.
Yeah, man, hell no. I wouldn't be fucking with him. Hell no. Hell no. Boy, making Ock rich. Mama won't even feed him. They gotta go to the bodega every morning.
I think their parents gave up. I'm being incredibly honest.
Bacon, egg, and cheese, man. Do they walk around with their ass showing in the school like that?
They go everywhere like that. Everywhere.
So you can't make them pull their pants up in school?
You can't make them go to school. They probably won't come to the building today.
Now, so you don't think they're going to school?
I don't think so. I know one of the boys he will, because he's actually a good student. He's just with the wrong crowd. But one of them he will. You know, once he's done smoking, he'll come in, he'll go to class, and he'll get good grades. You know, but the rest, I don't even think some of them even go to school in this community. They just are here.
So they don't live there, right? They don't live in that community.
No, they absolutely do not live in this community.
Right? Because that's a Jewish community you live in. You're working in, right?
Wait, say that one more time.
That's a Jewish community? I think you said you working in, right?
Yeah.
Right. So where do these kids come from, and why are they coming from these ghetto ass areas to come to school here?
Because I think back in the early 2000s, the mayor, who was that? I don't remember who was the mayor at the time. It might have been, I think this was before de Blasio. It might have been, what's the one that used to have the radio station? Bloomberg.
Yeah.
I think it was him.
So he starts shipping them kids all the way down there to where you are.
Well, maybe it happened before him. Maybe it happened with Dinkins.
So where do most of these kids
But
live?
pretty much they lifted up the zoning map. So pretty much before you had to go to school where you live, first you can apply. If you had the grades to go to a better school, they will send you to a better school. But if you did not, you had to go to what was called your zone school, which was a school in your neighborhood. But then the liberals said that it's not fair. They don't have opportunities if they stay in their neighborhood. So they should remove the zoning. So they can go to school anywhere in your
where
city.
do these kids live, Kim? Like, how far do you think
I
they
would
live?
say mostly from like Flatbush, Canarsie, definitely a big one, East New York.
And how far you think they're commuting? Are they on the train?
About an hour, yeah.
Hey, learning is important. You gotta learn, people. You might go a whole hour just to learn something. SKC is Jay-Z illiterate? Shit, you read that article. Read that response he wrote to Tony Busby, and you tell me, is he illiterate, man? We read it here on the stream, and I read it on the stream, man. Like that, man. Shit. If he ain't illiterate, he damn near close.
Mayor Adams was actually the only person that called it out. He was, why are so many of our young people starting school high? And nobody wanted to hear it. They wanted to cancel him.
Shit. Is it a high or low?
He was like, they're on vapes, they're high.
We go low, we go high.
These people don't know they're just destroying the whole South. And I don't know how young ladies could be in that. Like, I was never with a group of boys huddled up nowhere. Never in life. Like,
that shit like on some of them women gonna be on Pop the Balloon. Shit, I got 4 kids. What you trying to do, nigga? Nigga, what you trying to do? Nigga, I got 4 kids, 22, nigga.
Right.
Look at that. Ain't that cute? Ain't that sweet? Look at that.
And they want to come to this community with their nonsense.
You too. Do they send it? Are any Jewish kids in your school, Kim K?
Yes, they actually have the Jewish Students Union in my school.
Really?
A lot of Jewish students. So not all of them want to go to Orthodox schools, but they will go to like Hebrew school on the weekend or after
Have you
school.
met any of the parents, Kim and Kate?
Parents of those people in the bank?
The Bank of America kids. Let's just call them Bank of America kids.
I only met one boy's grandmother, and she's a really sweet woman, but she's elderly. She can't do it. So I asked her why is she doing it. She said his parents sent him here from Trinidad because they wanted him to get a good education. But I said the schools in Trinidad are great. They're free. He can go to college for free in Trinidad. And I think the master's programs in Trinidad are 50% off. Why would they send him here? I said, send him back. She didn't do it. She didn't do it.
Well, folks, hate to pop the balloon. On the education bubble here, we just popped the balloon.
Stanley, how do you feel about what you saw? Kelvin said that was eye-opening. Black Knight says we need cashiers and ditch diggers.
You know, Kimmy Cakes. You
Black
know,
Knight says we can't save everyone.
Do this work. We will do this work because our students are depending on us to win all the things. NEA, we have to win all the things. All the things. All the things. Our colleagues are depending on us to win all the things. Keep going, NEA, to preserve our democracy. We must win all the things. Delegates, we won't go back. We will keep going forward because we are the NEA.
Them niggas
We
need.
are the NEA.
And what do them niggas
We
need?
are the
Tell
NEA.
us what the niggas need. Them niggas need all the things. They need all our things. They need Kimmy Cakes to go drag their ass out of the Bank of America so they can get all of our things.
And you know, those people that usually
Need all our
screaming,
things.
and those people that's usually screaming about education and making decisions and stuff, never spent a day in a classroom or in a school. You'd be surprised.
I ain't either. But I done been in their house on their way to school and on their way home from school.
John,
She gotta live somewhere. I see where they live.
Community has a question for you, John. Community wants to know, what would America look like if the blacks were in full control?
Man, boy, that'd be something. That would be Mad Max type shit going on. Mad Max. You know, man. I mean, I think, you know, Stanley may not be here, but what we're doing to those people, I've said it before, this shit is child abuse. That shit ain't nothing but child abuse.
True.
Sending these motherfuckers, wasting their time, right? Filling their head full of shit they'll never ever use. Child abuse. That's the only way I can see it. You know what I mean? Hustling kids, make a living.
Universal Jones says, it honestly breaks his heart to see so many black males tapped out, and Communitar said why in response.
Well, maybe it's just because I'm a little sleepy, but my heart's not breaking. What's up, Virgo?
Hey, what's up?
When
I
you saw that though, Stanley, like, you know, you hear the lady, all the things, we must preserve the NEA and the education. Like, we spent probably trillions on education, and look where we are. Look at what
John, I'm on I guess maybe I'm approaching 60, and I'm like, you know what? Nobody's fucking telling the Asians to do it.
Mhm.
They're just doing it.
Right. Yeah.
You know, and I know I hope I'm to the right. There's some things I'm to the right of MAGA on. And you know what? We have literally been here for centuries. And if we haven't figured out that if we haven't figured the system out and how it works and who cares about what and whom, if we haven't figured that out, guess we're not going to figure it out.
Yeah, you know, man.
Nobody's coming and saying you can't get into MIT anymore.
Yeah, that's very true. You know, the thing that you know, I keep saying is like, I think so many of them, like, let's be honest, man. Like, you know, and this is not being critical. Those kids deserve a different pathway, right?
Absolutely.
Well, but the thing is a lot of it is self-created, though.
See, this is where I
kids need guidance, so I'm a little, I feel a little bad. I mean, kids need guidance, okay, but the thing is that you can't save every one of them, and the tools are there.
Well,
if
I think
you use them.
You know, I think, Stanley, I think for your child, the tools are there. You know what I'm saying? With a good parent, a child with a decent intellect.
John,
go ahead.
The thing is I understand all that, but these kids are wearing like black puffer jackets. Those aren't cheap. I don't know what to say other than kids should have.
Probably were cheap. They probably were cheap. Those weren't like no $1,500.
Right, but kids need better parenting. But again, we have been here for 400 years. We know how it works.
Well, this is where I'm probably to the left of you. I think that probably more Booker T watching you did, like, all those kids, man. You know, the more and more we subject them to going to school, what we just saw right there, it's just gonna further alienate them. And we talk about intervention all the time, and someone needs to intervene with those kids and say, hey, you know what? Let's just be honest. School ain't the right thing for you. That don't mean you're a lost cause.
Right.
But there's a path for you. You got 2 arms, 2 legs. You can walk and talk reasonably.
Up till now, you had DEI.
I'm just talking about what you got, right? I'm just working with what you got, right? And there has to be someone that could use an additional 2 arms and 2 legs, right? You know, if the school could, maybe be the intermediary and, find the people, like what they call that shit, like on campus, they would have your recruitment type people, right? Right. You go out and recruit people in the neighborhood. Hey, man, you need somebody working in your store? Let this man at least learn how to interact with customers, right? At least he'll know how to do that, because that's going to be required or requisite on damn near every other job they go on, right? Let them learn how to do that. This is the foundations of working, the basics, customer service, showing up on time, right? Like, they're not showing up for school on time because it has no value to them. Maybe they'll show up for work on time, right? Some of them works.
This is where I kind of disagree. If they don't want to do something as easy as school, then what makes you think they actually want to work?
See, that's where I think I'm disagreeing with you. School is easy maybe for you, right? You majoring in chemistry. Shit, that's a challenging major, right? So clearly the basic level of school had to be fairly easy for you, right? But for those kids at the 8th grade, they're tapped out, man. Shit, we heard a nigga on the channel the other day. I was in the 7th grade boxing champion. That was his peak. After the 7th grade, man, there was really no more point in sending him to school. Figure out for him to do, right? He big, strong, nigga, go lift some concrete. You know what's crazy, Stanley, this morning? I was riding my bike and shit. I do my rounds in the morning before these niggas wake up and shit. I do my rounds before the niggas wake up, you know what I mean? And so I'm riding my bike, man, and they're building a hospital around my way, and then they're still expanding on home security. Yeah, hell yeah. GW, George Washington, building a hospital, sorry. And they built an arena. They're doing a lot of development, 3-4 blocks away from me. And man, there were dump trucks lined up as far as the eye can see. When they're doing all that heavy grade, grading the land and shit, they got to haul dirt away or haul in. It was probably, 45 dump trucks that I could see, right? Blocks on top of blocks of dump trucks. And I would bet you if I were to jump up in them dump trucks, see and count who's driving in those trucks, it's probably a lot of immigrant men, right? Them motherfuckers get paid good money, man. And it's an easy pathway to owning your own business. Shit, driving a truck, right? Hell, teach some of these niggas how to drive trucks, forklifts. They get out of the high school or they get 17, 18, whatever the age is to get a CDL, they can have their CDL. Go look, at least they have some value to offer to employ. Hey man, I know how to drive a forklift. Hey, I know how to drive a whatever, all the excavator type shit. Because they're not going to get that opportunity passing out their resume with an empty ass resume like what I showed you from that Georgetown resident graduate. Right. They're not even going to get in the door with that empty ass resume, man. Not going to happen. Period. So teach them how to do something, so they have that on their resume.
What's up, SKC?
Oh, nothing much. I was just listening in on the conversation and kind of in my own weird way, seeing how it plays right into John Henry Hammond's mudsill theory. He almost sounds like a prophet.
Well, if you like old South Carolina governors, I guess, but like I said, I'm actually probably to the right of all of y'all. I'm just not in the mood to mollycoddle these kids if they don't want to do stuff. Now I know the argument is, they'll wind up on welfare rolls or something like that, but we don't have to let them do that.
Oh, where are their parents, Stanley? That's the question.
They were on Pop the Balloon.
Probably working their second job right now.
Yeah, because everything is falling on these teachers, and it's sad that Kimmy has to go out there and the cops are just sitting there. The truancy cops are just sitting right there, probably eating some donuts in the paddy wagon.
Well, the thing is, NYPD, their hands are tied. They tried.
Yeah, those aren't real police. Like those aren't. Go ahead.
They can't even hold them.
Go ahead, Kim.
They can't hold them. They can't do what they used to do. Like when we was growing up in truancy, how they would take us to the precinct and call our parents. They're not allowed to do that no more because of DEI and all that. These cops will get sued for that.
But here's the thing: if it's a choice school, right? Shouldn't truancy be a reason, for them to get kicked out? Because back in my day, I don't know if things has changed in New York, if I'm oblivious or anything, but back in my day, I went to LaGuardia. So that's definitely a choice school coming all the way from Brooklyn to another borough.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest. If you found out the name of the school, it is a great school in a great neighborhood. But it's just the 10% of degenerates that don't belong here.
I kind of could make from the neighborhood, I kind of could make a educated guess what school it is. And yes, that is a good school if it is the one I'm thinking about.
Well, Virgo, the reason why the truancy police, they can't do their job, or teachers can't get these kids out of those schools and so forth. Well, there was some a group of scholars in the ivory towers of higher institutions that wrote papers that proved that these black people were being systematically oppressed, and they didn't really show their methodologies, but they created numbers to show how these black boys and black girls were being treated differently, and therefore it doesn't really fix anything to actually ask results from the parents, and you need to kind of treat them or handle them with kid gloves.
Did you are you guys familiar with like what an SRO is? Anyone know what an SRO is?
That sounds
I
familiar.
want to say it's standing room only, but I know it's not.
It's a school resource officer.
Oh, that's
School
right.
resource officer, yes. Okay.
And back during the Trayvon Martin trial, I learned a lot about school resource officers and how a lot of school districts would want their own school resource officers, right? So instead of a police officer, being on the school grounds, it would be kind of he may be a fully sworn police officer, but he'd be like a school resource officer, right? It may be a budgetary thing as well. He may be paid from the school district or whatever. But the bigger point of contention is that it gave the schools the control over that school resource officer. And so you say, well, how does that play into Trayvon Martin, and how do the schools manipulate these things? Is that once the schools got control of the school resource officers, then the crimes that were committed on the campuses by the kids can now be handled by a school resource officer, as opposed to calling 911 or 311 and involving the police. And then that transmission, which is public, goes out, and you'd be able to ascertain how many times the police are called to this school for this or that. It would be public record. So the schools were able to take control of that and more or less mete out the punishment and keep their kids from entering into the criminal justice system. That was one of the kind of the things that Obama kind of spearheaded, I guess you could say, with the way he funded schools, where they wanted to equalize the number of kids who were disciplined, expelled, and shit like that. They felt that there were too many black kids and black boys in particular being expelled, and so they tied federal funding to schools that were able to have their numbers more kind of equalized, proportionally across the races. And so that's kind of where we are here.
Out here, we call them school safety agents, and they are the same thing, kind of, but they're a division of the NYPD for schools.
Like if a crime happens on your school campus, will outside police come in your school, or will if two kids get to fight and one kid attacks another child, well, that's an assault. Yeah. Will they bring in the police, or do they bring in those school safety officers?
The school safety officers are here all day. They leave after we do. They're here all day long, and they can arrest students, especially if they have weapons, and then they will hold them for NYPD to pick them up.
Right.
Yeah.
But there's no 911 call. Hey, we got a fight on campus, because you got your guy already there, correct?
No, we would only call 911 for medical, or like if there's like a suicidal ideation. Right. But that's it. Or if there's a weapon involved, then they have to get PD involved.
But the school resource officer would come get him, right? Say, hey, give me the gun, right?
If it's a gun
or knife,
NYPD is gonna stomp this place out. I'll be honest with you.
Would the school resource officer come take the knife from a kid?
Yeah, they're allowed to confiscate weapons, any type of weapon. But if it's like an active shooter, they're gonna probably get put down by the police. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
Damn, I didn't even go to school with resource officers. We had a couple of security guards. That's about it. We didn't have like officers.
Once drugs and guns and gangs started getting into schools, they just put school officers here.
There's a reason why they won't put a police officer. Like in some of the schools, they won't even let the police officer bring their gun in. like in Baltimore. They can't bring their guns into the school. They have
Well,
to pick them.
our safety agents have fought for years to get guns. They won't give them guns, but they give them bulletproof vests.
Wait a minute, say that again.
Our safety agents in New York City have fought for years to get guns, but they won't give them guns. They only give them bulletproof vests.
Right.
Yeah.
Do they have tasers at least?
No, they only have.
They have billy clubs.
They have billy clubs. They have.
They do?
Oh, that's what I meant to say. Not
those
batons,
plastic
billy
things to hold people. Those plastic cuffs, and then they have regular cuffs.
I can't believe they let them have a billy club. I can't believe they let them have that. That's amazing. Regular police officers don't even have billy clubs.
Mm-hmm.
Be taking my staff to school.
And in schools with scanners, my school doesn't have a scanner, but in schools with scanners, the NYPD puts in the scanners, and the NYPD decides when the scanners leave. Historically, once a school has a scanner, it's not leaving. And if anything comes up on that scanner that you're not supposed to have, it's either automatic arrest or suspension. But a lot of the DEI, and I'm telling you, these are the people in the future that's gonna be like DEI. I was disenfranchised. That's how come I didn't learn anything. They're not gonna take personal responsibility and say, I chose to every morning smoke weed in the bank.
I can't believe they go to the bank because the people that work in the bank are probably there when they're smoking, right?
It's just one of those ATM branches, so there's no bank workers.
Oh, so they're just in the ATM just smoking.
Yeah, and
Dang.
scaring the people. Who wants to get money
to keep warm?
That's what they say. But who wants to get money from a place where they see a whole bunch of black people smoking weed?
Oh hell no! I would just be like, fuck it, I'm just broke today.
Dang.
Either that or they got fake checks they're cashing.
And I want people to see this. So when they come with their BLM stories later, don't believe it. Like, you see where this starts at.
You just send that shit to BLM.
So they push their, like, when the customer's going in, they kind of push the customer and
Well, honestly, they'll respectfully wait for the customer to leave. They'll hold the door open for them, and then once the customer leaves, they'll just go in.
And ain't nobody else coming in that motherfucker.
Not after that. I mean, I wouldn't.
Man, that's amazing. All the things.
And they scare the white children. The white students are afraid of them. The black ones that are normal are like, Miss Watson, how come they're so ghetto?
Is that what they say? Oh my god.
Oh yeah, they definitely ask.
Yo, what are the relations like? What is the environment like in the school? There has to be like a lot of tension and shit, I would imagine.
No, it's a calm environment. It's quiet. Our students go to class. The ones that don't are either outside or they walk around the building all day. But what I try to tell the black boys, because they be like, well, the Arab boys, they walk around all day too. And I'm like, they're different. They already have their marriages arranged. They have businesses that they actually work at already that they're going to inherit. Like, you have nothing.
What's the percentage over there? Like black, white, Hispanic, Arab, roughly?
If I was to go in order, it's largely white, then Asian. If we could include some of the Arabics in the Asian category, because some of them do fit in there. And then blacks, and then Hispanic.
What's the size of the classrooms?
I would say about 25 students a class.
And like, so in the average class, how many black, white, Hispanic, Asian?
In the average class, I would say, let's say it's like maybe 18 white. Let me say this. So maybe 12 white. Maybe another 8 would be Asian, and the rest might be black. And most of the Hispanics, because they came from the border, they're trying to put them in the classes to learn English. So they're in a different...
Like the remedial, like the ESL classes?
Yeah, so they're just in a whole different...
Wow. You know what's going to happen, and I hate to say this, Kimmy, but that school, maybe within another generation or two, them whites are going to run out of there. And it's just going to be another hood school.
Damn.
Virgo, you sound like you've seen this happen before.
The only reason I would
Oh,
say no,
absolutely. I was born and raised in Brooklyn. I was
don't.
surprised the other day. So okay, I lived close to South Shore High School. Kimmy, you know, right
Yeah.
there up on right. So I lived close. I didn't go to that school, but my sister did. And it was basically, I would say, about 60% white. And, you know, the rest Hispanic, Black, you know, you had some Asians or whatever. Now I'm looking up on YouTube. South Shore is like one of the worst schools in Brooklyn now.
Oh yeah.
And guess what the demographics are?
Mm-hmm.
Are you telling me that
All
the
Black.
school went dark?
The school went faded.
But there's a couple of things that happen with South Shore that would never happen here. First of all, South Shore has night school, and night school attracts all the degenerates. Secondly,
Yes, that is true.
Canarsie has changed from being like a middle class Black and white neighborhood to all gangsters, because what happened was when nobody would rent to the Section 8 people, they all went to Canarsie to the private landlords because they couldn't get apartments with the real estate brokers, like the real estate agents that own all those rent stabilized buildings. They would not rent to Section 8 people, so they had to go to the more residential side where it was like a 2-family or 3-family home to rent from those private landlords. So because of and those landlords needed help with their mortgages, so it was kind of a win, but it wasn't a win for the community because it opened the doors to.
Yeah. Canarsie is trash now.
Yeah, it's totally and all the gangsters
When I was
that came
growing up,
in.
Canarsie was such a beautiful community. My
agree.
cousin got married at that Catholic church right on Rockaway Parkway. You know the one.
St. Jude's, I think.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful community. I actually went to Canarsie for I think I had to take a summer class. But back in my day, like I took night school and like I would take a class in the summer so I could get out early, so I could get out a semester early. But now it's like a bunch of failed kids that just like can't pass. And you know how night school and summer school is. They just pass you.
I never went to night school.
Just pass you.
But summer school was easy. You know what I mean? You're there for like what?
I went to Erasmus for night school one semester. And you know, Erasmus is straight up in the hood.
Mm-hmm. My dad played football there. So back then it was different.
Well, even when I was growing up, it still was hood. Now it's worse.
I think Erasmus is okay now.
Oh, so it changed. Okay.
Yeah, but this school will never change because politically they're not going to let that happen. The community.
My brother went to.
The people in Park Slope won't have anywhere to send their children. Like this is not happening. That's not happening here.
Yeah, my brother went to Tilden, and I heard they turned Tilden into like 3 or 4 different high schools within the building. You remember how beautiful Tilden was?
Mm-hmm. It's still beautiful, but yeah, it's like 4 schools in there.
It is like, I'm telling you, some of these high schools in New York are like monuments. They're like gorgeous.
My goodness, Virgo,
Yeah,
the way that you explain it, you explain it almost as like a dystopian sci-fi movie where a certain invasive group comes in and then everything just goes to crap.
It is. It is. And it's hard. You know, I wouldn't go as far as say heartbreaking, but it's, you know, I mean,
it's sad to see. Man. It's sad to see because you knew what it once was.
These beautiful buildings. I mean, wow.
Mm-hmm. My building is beautiful. We have a nice courtyard. It's really nice.
And a lot of our teachers, Kimmy, I don't know if everybody else on the chat went through this, but a lot of our teachers in New York, they graduated from that high school. Still lived in the same neighborhoods.
Yep. It's still like that. Except for they live in Jersey now.
Yeah. Or somewhere out in Long Island in the sticks. Driving 2 hours to work.
And if they live in Brooklyn, they're like in this part of Brooklyn, like the really suburban parts of Brooklyn. Yep.
Man, it was sad to see what Prospect Park looked like the last time I went to New York, because that's where I lived.
When was that?
Before.
Prospect Park is beautiful now.
Oh, they checked, so it got gentrified.
You talking about Prospect Park or Prospect Heights High School?
No, not Prospect Heights. Jesus Christ, that's Prospect Heights is right.
Prospect
Isn't
Park
it right
is
across the street
beautiful.
from Clara Barton?
Prospect Park is beautiful, and they just redid the third. They're actually redoing the 3rd Street playground. So now they have a playground for like young children, older children. It's just so nice. It's just so nice. They have like tents they can sleep in. It's really cute. Like Brooklyn is on the upgrade, and this is why I don't think it's going to get more hood, because the number of blacks that live in Brooklyn have gone down to about 20% or less. Like black people are being phased out of Brooklyn. They can't afford to live here anymore.
Smoke them out.
Wait. Are you saying that that as the percentage goes down, the area goes up?
Yeah,
absolutely.
But I'm not saying that. That's what is being shown to us. It's the experience, but that doesn't come from me. I'm just
That's
repeating.
music to an anti-black perspective's ears.
Kimmy, I don't know if you remember how Franklin Avenue on the 2, the 5, the 4, 3 line used to be back in the day.
All like alcoholics and crackheads.
Okay, so now when you go to Franklin Avenue, what do you see when you get off the train?
It's beautiful. That's where me and John hang out when he's in New York.
Yeah, nothing but little restaurants with the
Bars.
seats outside. Man, thank God for gentrification.
Mm-hmm. We have Italian restaurants. We have Thai. We have cute little bars with fancy drinks.
My mom worked at what do you call that place? They changed their name so many times. That big nursing home across from it used to be like a drug addict.
Oh, I know you're talking about. It's on Classen, the downtown rehabilitation center.
Right on Classen. Yes.
On Classen. My mother was over there. I know you're talking about. Mm-hmm.
Your mom used to work in that nursing home too?
My mother-in-law is there right now.
Oh, okay. My mother retired about 10 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then they turned that drug rehabilitation building, I think it's a condos now.
No, it's a nursing home / rehab for like when they need to learn how to walk again and stuff like that from surgery.
Oh, so maybe Center for Nursing bought it. And
that's what it is. It's CNR, Center for Nursing.
CNR, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I used to do summer youth every summer since I was like 14, and I worked in the adult daycare.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I used to work because my mom was with 1199, and they
my mom was with 1199 too.
1199 is a good union.
They were great. They used to cut us checks for college.
Oh yes.
Mm-hmm.
They sent me to College Bridge, which was a program where they helped you with your SATs and like a prep. Yep. I used to go to College Bridge. I had to go all the way to
send us money. I would get like $10,000 checks like per semester just because.
Yep.
I was in school.
But my mom was telling me that they don't really do summer youth anymore.
They do summer youth. Maybe not at CNR, but they do summer youth.
Like working at the parks or something.
We can pretty much work anywhere. So they have the sites that registered through New York City. And those are on the application for young people ages 14 up to 24.
Oh, went up to 24.
Yeah, and then they have like let's say I have a dance school and I want to be like hired for summer youth. They can give me my own number. I'll give the number to whoever wants to apply, and then they can go through summer youth that way too.
Oh my. Oh, okay, so it changed. That's a good thing. 24. Wow, I remember it was like 18 for us. That's it.
Same.
Once you went off to college, that's it.
So the way that you guys are describing it, it seems as though there's all sorts of opportunities for people if they want it.
My God, yes.
1,010,000. They have every single thing in New York. They even have something called out of school time where if you have to work and your child doesn't have school, Here's a million places and things you can send them to, things they can do. And I had parents saying to me, well, it's not right that they have to, like, what else is going on? Because they can't be on the video game 8 hours a day. And when parents tell me that, I'm like, well, why do you allow them on a game 8 hours a day? That's a parenting problem.
Mm-hmm. And what was that program that they had in the schools too, Kimmy, where you went to school one week and you went to work the other week?
Oh, I was in that. I don't know if they have that anymore, but I was in that. It was called executive internship.
Yes. So like your senior year, you go to school one week and then you go to work.
I was actually at Bloomberg. But I didn't like it because I was like, the corporate role just wasn't for me. So then they put me in St. Vincent's Hospital, which is no longer open. And I was working in the breast cancer center, like letting people know if they were going to die, live, if the results were positive or negative. And I worked with a really famous doctor. She actually operated on Rosie O'Donnell and removed her cancer.
Oh,
and
wow.
Yeah, it was a great experience when I was like 17. But I don't think they have that anymore. I haven't heard about that.
Mm-hmm. And we actually, and I don't know if they still have these vocational schools, but they actually, like, you can go to Clara Barton, and when you graduate, you're either you're a nurse with the LPN, or you're a CNA. You know,
they have that still. They added another one called health careers, where when they graduate, they're a nurse or a home health aide. Yeah, and the girls do it.
Then
they
you had
graduate,
Brooklyn Tech.
Brooklyn Tech is still good.
So from you guys' perspective, why are the group of people that you were talking about before, why are they not engaging themselves in the multitude of all of these opportunities? I mean, is it some sort of
want to? They don't
is this
want
some
to.
sort of cultural thing or
outliers.
something?
I think there's outliers in every group. Because for the most part, New York City public schools is the largest public school system in the nation, which makes it the most complicated, but we're also the most successful public school system in all of the country. So, but look at all the resources that we have that you would not find in other states.
Right.
So the majority of our students do well, but this is the 10 to 20. This is like the 10 to 20% of society that you see that's fucked up. This is what it looks like in the early years.
So it seems as though no matter how many different roads to success that you give them and the amount of money that you give them, it seems like there's going to be a group of people that you're not going to be able to make the horse drink the water.
Yep.
Well, according to the CDC, we're supposed to do all these early life interventions to prevent that. But it just doesn't happen. And let's be honest, like, I seen a student throwing up gang signs in my building right in front of the principal. But my principal's an old white man. He didn't know what the hell was going on. So I said to them, like, that's just highly inappropriate. This is a place of learning. All that gangster stuff is for the street. This is not the street. This ain't your mama's house. So don't tell me about that either. Then the young man said to me, and I said to him, I said, how did your life turn out like this? You're 17. You're telling me you got gun charge. I'm like, how did you end up this way at such a young age? And he's like, well, my mom is blood too. My mom's a blood too.
Oh,
said, what?
Jesus.
And then he goes, but she's not ugly though. And I'm like, I'm still confused. Like, but some of them, like, their parents aren't criminals, you know? You don't think criminals have children? They do.
Well, wait, hold it. His mother's a blood.
Yeah, that's what he told me.
They're female bloods now?
I guess so.
There were always female bloods, Stanley.
What?
There were always female bloods, I guess.
Oh, there were?
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
What was that weird animal noise I heard? Is that you, SKC?
Yeah, I was amazed that you didn't know that from its infancy that women were always in gangs.
Okay. Have you ever
SKC cackled?
Do you know anything about my background?
No, I have no idea. I just found it humorous.
How the fuck would I know about gangs?
I don't know. I just thought it was humorous.
I didn't grow up in the hood.
Neither did I.
Okay, well then you seem to know a lot more. I was never exposed to it. Were you?
No, I just found out through my anthropological studies.
You see, well, you know what? I never got around to studying gangs.
Well, yeah, that's why I stated
So
You know,
that's
after
why you were cackling like some barnyard animal.
yes,
Oh my
I
God.
found it humorous.
Okay, well, man, you must have found it very humorous.
I did because I would think that
heard a laugh. I haven't heard a laugh like that since the fucking Jungle Book.
yeah, my laugh is quite unique.
It was like Uncle Remus got a belly laugh.
Oh my
Yes,
God.
I can't.
That was Joel Chandler Harris level laughter.
indeed.
Well, anyway, I don't know that much about gangs. I'm sorry.
No, I just thought it was humorous because in my study of Das Communitas,
Was
um,
that you laughing at humorous?
in my study of Das Communitas, I think that it's obvious that you have to look into gangs. I thought it's just basic.
Oh,
thing,
you're
you know.
an anthropology. Oh, okay.
You know, just self-study. But I don't understand how if
I'm
a person
sorry,
was to look at
I have a
the
predilection for sociology.
well, if anybody was to take any sort of serious look at the woes of the Black community, I think it would be impossible not to cross gang activity.
Like I said, I don't take the study of the Black community that seriously. I'm not a sociologist by nature, or by temperament, for that matter.
No, I'm just curious. That's all.
Well, I appreciate it. That's why I depend on you to teach me about that sort of stuff.
No, you don't depend on me. Kimmy Cakes and Virgo will tell you that women have been in gangs for a long time.
Well, see, here's the deal. When I talk to Kimmy Cakes and I talk to Virgo, I always, receive a lot more intellectual responses. Like, hey, oh, Stanley, you didn't know, and they'll chuckle a little bit, like you sheltered fool, but they never cackle like that.
Oh, I didn't know that I hurt your feelings. I'm sorry, Stanley.
Oh, you didn't hurt my feelings. You scared me a little bit.
Oh, I didn't know I scared you. I didn't know I scared you.
Bust a blood vessel.
Yeah, I didn't know I scared you, man. I apologize for scaring you.
Somebody call 911.
I didn't know that your nerves have become that sensitive at this age.
Somebody call 911 or Bellevue, because this motherfucker's going crazy.
I didn't know that you cared that much.
I do.
Oh, thank you, Stanley.
I know you're a family man. I want you around for your family for decades to come.
But yeah, but women have been in gangs for a long time.
Your wife and children, did you?
So now I'm guessing it's going into generations of people that I wonder if there's like gang grandmothers and grandfathers and great grandmothers and great grandfathers.
Now,
It has to be.
I do know there's multi-generational male gang members. I didn't know that, it went that deep in females.
Why?
Well, I guess that's a good question. Why didn't I know? Just never thought of it.
Yeah. I don't know. I think you may have a blind spot for women.
No,
we're in an equal society. I mean, they can be in gangs just like everyone else.
I know males that have been, members of gangs, former gang members and stuff, and they never talk about females.
Well, they have to procreate somehow, huh?
Well, I guess. I don't know that they have to procreate gang members. I didn't realize that was assigned at birth.
No, I'm just saying I would think that with the growth of gangs that and that subculture as a whole, that the women that are involved with those guys would at some point be initiated into those gangs.
Well, see,
or be a part of those gangs, just indirectly.
I figured it would be.
I don't know the details of how it works.
Fraternities and sororities.
But that's what I was going to say, Stanley. I think there are people in gangs who don't think they are because they don't have like a title, right? Like, so those people who like work together to like steal items from like, you know, they're that's organized crime, right? They can probably be considered gangs.
Yeah.
They probably don't think they are.
Hey,
man, we had boosters since the 80s, man.
Boosters?
Yeah, that's
people who
that's
steal.
the euphemism for smash and grab or whatever they want to call it nowadays.
Hey, boosting. Okay, yeah, I've heard that. Hey, Hood Conservative, I'm proudly Pollyanna. That way I don't get as cynical like you. I still have hope for the future.
Yeah, but I don't know, Stanley. I think I appreciate your rightness on some of these issues. I think that they
I
should be left behind.
Teaching me the stuff I don't know.
Oh my God!
It's an exchange. That's all.
Kimmy, Black Knight said used to be a Decepticon. Yo, I remember them Decepticon. That's right. I never remembered Bloods and Crips in New York. At least not Brooklyn. It was all about the Decept.
That was before my time. I can't speak to that.
Oh, okay.
I'm from
I
the
graduated in '94. I graduated in
okay.
the early '90s. Yeah.
In '94, I had just started 6th grade, I think.
Oh Lord,
Or
Kimmy.
5th grade. Yeah.
So you're not young enough to be my daughter, but you are old enough to be like a little sis.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
A sister con.
Sister con. There you go. Oh my God, he brought that back. Decepticons, man.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what the gangs and stuff were called at that time in New York?
Yeah, we had a gang called the Decepticons.
Oh, okay.
Know-it-all Pollyanna. Very funny. Pollyanna's one word, isn't it?
What are you reading the comments? I'm like, where is he getting Pollyanna from?
Hood Conservative is being very, very harsh.
You got tough skin, Stanley. You can handle it.
Oh well, Hood Conservative is like lotion to my skin.
Oh my God! I didn't like the way that sounded.
Is it like baby oil?
It only nourishes my skin.
Oh my goodness, man! Good.
And he kind of smells. He kind of smells like rose water.
Oh shit! Hey, that's a good scent. That and lavender.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave this one alone, man. This has some sort of weird connotation to it.
It's meant to do just that.
Okay.
No, you don't think I do this without planning and forethought.
You plan for this, Stanley?
Yes, I do. I literally, every time y'all appear in the chat, I'm already writing down what I'm going to say.
Wow! Wow! I'm proud of you. I feel like I'm part of like an elderly help program or something.
Part of the comedy routine.
A reality show.
Wow, he's writing, he's thinking.
Half scripted, half real.
I hope that this keeps you sharp, Stanley.
Well into my elder years, no doubt.
Yeah.
You're gonna be the cure to my
autism.
Autism, yeah, not autism. To my damn it. See, I'm already my dementia.
Your dementia.
That's right. Some people puzzles, I talk to SKC and Hoodservative.
Oh, okay. You know, this school talk reminded me of what was happening in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, with the split between uh, old Baton Rouge and the new city, St. George, and
Mm-hmm.
how it all began with, you know, of course, now citizens of St. George were having crime issues, but the straw that broke the camel's proverbial back was that of them wanting their own school district and being denied by Baton Rouge. So they just decided to create their own city.
Now, are there any blacks that live in St. George?
Yeah, it's about, I want to say, around 10 or 12% that
Okay.
live in St. George. Yeah.
Okay, so they made it seem like the white folks, the evil white folks out there just wanted a town all for themselves, you know. That's what
Well,
they made
yeah,
it seem like.
that's what the ex-mayor of and the council over at Baton Rouge tried to do, to try to, you know, build up some sort of racial fervor in the divide. But at the end of the day, it all came down to tax money.
Right. How long do you give it?
What do you mean?
Before it all turns to shit.
Oh, they already divided. And the old mayor was voted out, I think a few days ago.
Oh yeah,
And
I think we covered that last night, correct, Stanley?
What's that?
I think we covered that last night. I was listening in
Covered
with
what?
the mayor, the mayor president or whatever they call her, the black woman.
yeah, broom, the broom era.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Oh,
It
you
must.
weren't there last night, Stanley?
Not for most of it. I didn't.
Oh, okay.
The show didn't start till shortly after 1:30.
Well, oh, it was okay. Sorry, it was John who covered it. Then it had to
Okay.
be John, either John or Portia.
I thought it was very interesting how on their mayoral race they had they had two Dems and a Republican. Of course, the incumbent was the black lady, Mayor Broom, and they had a black guy that was, you know, he was fighting for it. But during the debates and questions that they would have, the black woman and the black guy would be arguing with each other almost for, you know, 60 to 80% of the debate, and eventually the white guy just won out completely.
Yeah, well, don't worry. Asians are on the way.
They are. I mean, they're the most married group in America.
Well, no, I'm just thinking that. Oh, you haven't heard my my newest theories, right?
No, I think it's an old theory, but I think it may be new for you.
Well, no, it's probably, it seems like a lot of things are new for me these days. No, I'm just, my theory that that whites are second best and that black conservatives should switch their allegiances.
Oh yes, we've heard this, Stanley. We should switch it over to the Asians.
It's like black conservatives, you know, worshiping whites needs to stop. There's a new sheriff in town.
There's a new sheriff in town, buddy.
So I guess you really didn't watch any of my shows then.
No, I rarely. I don't. As a matter of fact, in your actual show, I think when I came up on, I think I'm actually blocked in your YouTube chat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you did it a while ago.
Oh, yeah. I think that's the day when you came up on my panel. That was like many months ago. And
Yeah,
I only had one rule, was just not to curse.
Oh yeah, and I broke it.
Yeah.
Did I laugh when I did it?
I don't know. I don't know. No.
But anyway, yeah, I've been banned. When I do come in your chat, it's usually under another.
It's almost like those kids that we were talking about at the school.
Oh yeah, I'm a truant. I
you broke the rules. You were expelled.
I'm a YouTube truant.
I would say miscreant.
Well, that's even better. It's a stronger word. I like to go into your chat like it's a Bank of America ATM room and smoke pot.
I didn't see that section of your show, but that's interesting that you've learned from the youth.
Hey, you know what? Youth have a lot to teach us old people.
So that's what they did. That's what they did. They went into the ATM room and smoked weed. That's
that old dog new trick thing. That saying exists for a reason.
Oh, okay. I thought that was like the whole rotten apple spoiling the bunch scenario.
Well, I mean, sometimes that happens too.
So explain this phenomenon to me. They went into the ATM room and they were smoking weed.
So if you think about it, what inspired me was I think I talked to you about this. University of California, Berkeley has more Asian. Once they got rid of affirmative action.
Yeah, that's my mom's alma mater.
Yeah, Asians actually outnumber whites at Berkeley.
Yeah.
And the number of Asians, I think you told me this, number of Asians in Harvard went up by a few percentage points.
Yep.
So I'm thinking, and then I told you about that neighborhood camp. It's Johns Creek, Georgia, where Asians moved into this like exclusive white neighborhood, kind of like Northern Virginia in basically Asians moved into this like exclusive, rich white neighborhood, and the school was excellent. Well, when Asians moved in, they were better at meritocracy and all that stuff than the white kids were. So they were winning all the academic awards and becoming valedictorian and all this stuff. So, the white parents, like, the white kids would complain to their parents that, oh, I'm not that good at math because, this Asian kid is stomping me grade wise in AP classes and all that. So instead of telling their white kids to work harder and be more competitive, the white parents just picked up stakes and moved to Forsyth County south of that high school and started over. So there was a white flight, not because of black crime, but because of Asian excellence. So
oh really?
That's some shit.
I would like to I would like to see.
Hold on, I'm not done yet. All these centuries of pulling yourself up by your bootstraps and all that bullshit, they didn't have guts enough to tell their kids to do it. So, they basically became second best. And my thinking is, I looked up Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech has more Asians than whites at it. And this is Georgia. So, as it turned out, I was raising my kid to an Asian standard, not that second best white standard. So, I'm figuring black conservatives really need to pick up stakes just like the white folks. And they need to start worshiping Asian excellence.
Wageni, how shall she?
Oh, that's right. You're married to an Asian woman, right? Oh, who the hell am I talking to? You're like way ahead of me. Okay, excellent. Okay, well, you know what, SKC? You are cutting edge. I will freely admit you are cutting edge. So I'm gonna join your school of thinking.
Tuition is due next Tuesday.
Well, I hope you
gotta make that tuition money.
Times.
Well, Stanley, it's funny that you say that because I think I did that whole Asian standard before it was even a thing, without even knowing it.
We was tiger moms, not Kangs.
Yeah, we were tiger moms. Yeah, there you go. Because I knew that, I saw the potential, especially in the twins, So what I did, I got those, and Kimmy would probably remember this. We had those Scholastic books when we
I
were
love
kids.
Scholastic.
Which school did you ladies pick?
Sorry, I love Scholastic.
Mm-hmm. So I actually went to like a Barnes and Nobles, and I would get like the math, the reading, the writing, and I would get it a grade up. And of course, it's a grade up, so they would struggle with it. But eventually, especially in the summertime, you do 2 hours of this, and I would Xerox it on my copier, on my printer, and then have them read it and write the answers. If they didn't get it right, do it over again. And this was like for 2 hours, every day in the summertime, on the weekends before they can get on their little DS or whatever they had back then, and do that. And they excelled. I did that with all the kids.
Yeah, I love Scholastic. I love getting they used to give us this paper order form, and we can go through and order whatever books we wanted, and then we'll submit the order through the school, and then when the books came, we had to pay for it. It was nice.
Yeah. I never got the prize though. Remember the prizes that you would get if you sold so many books or got so many books? I never did get the prize.
Remember that. But now they have the Scholastic bus that goes around from school to school, and children can actually it's like a pop-up store. They can just buy the books like how they would at Barnes and Noble.
Oh, but we also used to go to the library a lot too, as when I was a kid. Like every Friday, I'd be so excited. I was like 8 or 9 years old. Every Friday, my stepdad would pick us up from school, and we'd head straight to the library, and we'd take out some books. And I remember reading Stephen King at 8, 9 years old. My first Stephen King book was Cujo. So there's very big words in there, and
My dad used to pick me up. I was only in school on Fridays for a half day because when he started to work for transit as a train operator, I never saw him because his schedule was all over the place. Or he'll come at night and take us on bike rides, but working for transit is almost a 24-hour job. So it was, especially in the beginning years, it was really hard. So he was off on Fridays, so he'll pick us up halfway into school. And I don't know if you remember Woolworth, downtown Brooklyn. The Woolworth.
Oh, hell yes.
He would take us there. We'd get burgers.
Right there on Fulton.
Yes, we'll get whatever we wanted, and then we'll just chill. I had piano lessons on Friday at Brooklyn College, so he'll drop me there. And then on Saturdays I had ballet, and it was right by Grand Army, so I would do both. I go to ballet, go to Grand Army, and every Saturday I'll cry for my dad to buy me flowers because there's a flower lady that will sell flowers. Sometimes I would get it, sometimes I wouldn't, but I'll cry every Saturday for them flowers. I was a hot mess. I don't know how my dad dealt with me. I don't know if you remember the Spiegel catalogs.
Yes.
I would go through Spiegel, circle all the jewelry I wanted, and be like, "Here, Dad."
Yeah. Or the Sears.
What is up with you?
Oh, no, not the Sears. The Consumers catalog with all the toys. And they'd have the Christmas edition. They'd have the Christmas edition, the Consumers.
No, I don't remember Consumers.
Yeah.
It was all about Toys R Us when I was little.
Was it Consumers or was it Toys R Us? Well, Toys R Us had their catalog too, but I remember Consumers. Maybe you're too young to remember Consumers.
I might be, yeah.
But they had a huge a toy section too that you just circle everything, and of course we didn't get everything that we circled because we damn near circled everything in the catalog.
Right.
But we did get the stuff that we wanted.
But I'm thinking, who was giving me Spiegels, and why was I shopping for jewelry at 6 years? I don't know what was going on.
Oh yeah, Spiegel's was the bomb.
Everything. My mom bought everything from there. Her clothes, the bed sheets, everything.
Oh yes. I miss ordering from catalogs, to be honest with
Yeah,
you.
me too. That's why I kind of want to. My dream
It's
is
like
to be on
nostalgia.
QVC. Like one of my dreams is to be on QVC. And I was talking to a friend about it, and she's like, "Kim, you can create your own QVC now. This is the age of the internet." She's like, "What do you think people do on TikTok?"
I love QVC and
Me too.
HSN. Oh my God, don't even get me started. My
I think I'd be
husband would
great
get
at
so
selling
mad.
items. I want to be one of the women that are selling the items on QVC. And my friend was like, "Kim, you can start your own." She was like, "What do you think TikTok Shop is? It's like your own QVC." And I'm like, you know what? You got a point.
I always wanted to be the host because I liked how bubbly they were.
Yeah, I still want to be on QVC. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna give up my dream yet, but I will start with TikTok Shop, and maybe QVC will pick it up.
But their jewelry is trash now. I remember I used to get some nice. That's when I used to wear like real gold.
You don't wear
Now
real
it's
gold
like
anymore?
trash. No, I just wear like I have like, you know, pieces that I've had for years, but now I just rather do costume jewelry and then, you know, you change it with every outfit or whatever. But I had a nice Byzantine necklace from HSN.
Oh, that's beautiful.
With the matching bracelet. I don't know. I don't think people don't wear gold as much as they used to back, at least back in the 90s. You know, like I said, I have a.
You remember these? Wait, let me see if I can
Oh
get the camera to focus on
yeah.
it a little better. I took this from my mom and had it since I was 17.
Is that the elephants? Wait.
No, it's just different like geometric designs and gemstones.
Oh, okay.
But they
because I also have an elephant. I also have an elephant set with the elephant bracelet, the elephant necklace.
How do I do this? I don't think you can find these anymore.
No, and to be honest with you, I need to come to New York because I gotta go and get some I wanted these earrings, and I like the Guyanese earrings because they do like 18 karat gold or 24 karat gold, and I like that because now Chinatown, you cannot find like good jewelry anymore. They say it's 14 karat, but it's probably like less than 8.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I would say no, maybe about 10 carats.
It's less than 10 karat.
This is, I think, 14. This came from Qatar. A friend gave it to me. This is my mom's. I had it forever. It's 14. And I had a nameplate.
I had a nameplate, and it came from Panama, and it had the onyx on the back with the 18 karat gold on top with my name.
I don't think they make those anymore either.
I lost my damn necklace. Well, then again, I don't think I'd want to even wear my name on my. That was like a young thing, you know. But I remember I loved that necklace, and I think I had went to King's Plaza, and I don't know, maybe the thing was loose, and it kind of like fell. I imagine maybe it fell in the cab or whatever. I don't know. And I had my name ring too. I got that from downtown Brooklyn. You know what? I may still have my name ring.
I remember the Arabs
with your brass knuckles.
Oh yes, we used to have the 2-finger rings, Stanley, back in the 90s. Yes, we had the 2-finger rings.
I remember 2-finger rings when they came back in like the early or mid 2000s. I do remember that.
Yeah, and I was like, man, please. We had the door knockers.
I wasn't allowed to wear those, but my dad snuck and bought. I wasn't allowed to wear those, but my dad snuck and bought me the Mickey Mouse ones. Like Mickey Mouse jewelry was like a thing in New York, like
I know.
But it had to be gold, like authentic gold. I still have my Mickey Mouse pendants, and he has the guitar, and I still have one of the door knocker earrings with Mickey Mouse on it. I'm like, I need to melt this down and do something with it.
Okay, so here's one thing I hate to admit. So I still have a Hello Kitty necklace, right? So it's a white gold necklace, and it has the pendant, and the Hello Kitty is like diamonds, and it has rubies, for the nose or whatever. And then I have the ring, which has like all the pink diamonds, the white diamonds. And every so often I'll bust out that set and put it on. But I just feel that at my age, still wearing Hello Kitty, that's something I'm probably going to pass down to my daughter.
I was going to say that, yeah. You can give that to your daughter, granddaughter.
But you know what? These kids nowadays, like I don't know if it's every kid in this generation, but like my daughter doesn't wear she has gold earrings, that I've gotten her, whatever. But she likes like that costume jewelry too. She loves it, because she gets to have like a lot of different looks and different styles, and like she loves to go to Claire's.
Yeah, I think it's cute, but I think it's dangerous because like a lot of those things are made in China, and the materials used are very toxic. So I don't even mess with that stuff.
That's true, especially when you're putting them in your ears. That's what I told her about too. You have to get those. I try to tell her to get like the stuff. What you call it with nickel, so that you can just
hypoallergenic.
There you go, Stanley. Yeah.
Master Kim, speaking of Asians, look at one of my Chinese colleagues. She made me this dragon from a 3D printer.
Oh,
so beautiful. I named this one Syria.
I like that. I was born in the year of the dragon, right?
Oh, nice. I'm the year of the boar.
Yeah, that's why I have a dragon tattoo on my leg.
And this is the other one, Matilda.
Oh, that's nice.
She really did this.
She was born in the year of Pepe Le Pew.
You know what, Stanley? Did you write that one down too, Stanley?
No, I just can't go that off the top.
And then she made me like a little koi fish.
Oh,
wait! I didn't know you could do all this with 3D printer. Like, how the hell?
All I know, Kimmy, is when I come to New York, I usually come with a empty suitcase.
Oh, nice.
I come with an empty suitcase, and I have like a couple of outfits in my backpack, which is considered my carry-on, and that's it. I just go shopping, and I love to go to Canal Street.
Yes, I like Canal Street too. Calvin says girls love stealing from Claire's. They've upgraded to Sephora, but that remains true. They love stealing from Claire's.
Oh, Lord. Not the Claire's over here. You get Florida don't play. They don't play that shit with people stealing out here. I'll tell you that much.
They don't play that out here anymore. The problem is that once they get arrested, they're back out to do it again.
That 60 Minutes video you put back there, we're not going to be able to play it. 60 Minutes. Oh, 60 Minutes. They do not play when it comes to re-airing their stuff.
No.
I mean, they and well, I know 60 Minutes in particular. They'll get you. They actually have a reputation in the YouTube streets for being pretty aggressive about having their stuff replayed. I don't know why.
I don't know why either, but it was a really good video on people that train
Kenyans and AI. I'll watch it.
Yeah, they train the AI programs to become smarter, but they feel like they're kind of overworked and underpaid, making $2 an hour.
Do they teach them to recognize Black people with facial recognition?
I don't. They didn't talk about that.
Lord.
Well, no, there was a big story a few years ago about facial recognitions, basically getting Black people confused. Somehow or another, it was I guess there weren't. I don't really know why the algorithms wouldn't pick it up, but there was a lady, I I think she's half African or something, working in one of the human interaction type labs or something like that at MIT. He was kind of working to rectify that problem.
Okay, I'm going to put another one. I actually wanted John to show this one because it's about tenants from hell. But let me see. We could probably watch that one.
Here's a Miss Master Kim says the whites moved away from Asians because we stink up the neighborhood with fish head soup. At our lawns,
I like fish head soup.
And don't know
Hey, I'm
how.
down with some fish head soup.
But if you hibachi, you are something or another.
It's fish head soup is very popular in Jamaica, which is also has a large Asian community and culture.
So is goat head soup. I love me some goat head soup.
Oh, that's good.
Is that some form of self-deprecation?
Goat head soup? It's more like a funeral soup, but
well, no. His admission about fish head soup and Asians.
Oh, you got to ask Master Kim. I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, I know Jamaica. Yeah, Jamaica has a growing Chinese population, I've heard.
Yeah, it's always been fairly like in existence, but now it's like even more. It's even more so like not second and third generation Chinese. It's like now it's just like people straight up coming from China and buying real estate and opening businesses in the Caribbean.
Well, didn't they build the airport or something?
I think one of them, yeah.
I was actually somehow or another, maybe it was on a YouTube show or something. There was a Jamaican Chinese girl or something like that, really pretty. I can't remember. Maybe it was a Pop the Balloon or something like that.
My cousins are Jamaican Chinese. But I have a lot of Jamaican and cousins because no one in my family dates or marries black people. So like everyone in my family is all mixed up. Like some of my cousins are Jamaican and Mexican. It's just like
they don't date black people.
No, not really. My mom was like the only one, and I'm kind of like the only one too. But everyone else is in a biracial relationship or interracial relationship. Sorry.
Is Bob related to your family?
He might be. Is he Jamaican?
Or no, he doesn't date black women.
Oh.
And you know what? Me, Kimmy, my family's the opposite. Like they all, all of my cousins dated black women, but none of them are like of Haitian, like on my mom's side, none of them are like Haitian descent. All of them are either Guyanese, Trinidadian, Jamaican, so they all married, women from the islands. Yeah, that's why I'm telling you, a Thanksgiving at
but
like
are
or
they black
any
Trinidadians
kind of
black?
Oh my God, any kind of get together at my house with all like my cousins and their wives coming and everybody bringing in different dishes, you think that you was at a Caribbean fest, okay? So it's really good.
But are they black though? Because just because they're from like those islands don't mean that they're black either.
One of my cousins married a Indian Jamaican, like a coolie.
Yeah, see, that's what my dad is.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
like
her
he's really
family.
He's one of those like dark skinned Indians.
Yeah, she's pretty dark too. She's actually a little darker than me, not too much darker, but just a little darker than me. But she's definitely a coolie Indian.
Oh wow.
Coolie Jamaican, I should say. Sorry. And then, like my white side of the family, none of them lives in. The ones that are left, none of them lives in America.
Ooh. I'm actually shocked to hear that Virgo. Asian people usually marry white people. Well, it's a, tend to marry their own like. Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot.
Yep. Hey, what's going on, everyone? Hey, I was in Kimmy. I was in Montego Bay in Kingston this summertime, and I saw. So I think it's the Han Chinese, and I think on the pecking scale they're kind of lower on the list. But yeah, they're part of the Jamaican culture. I mean, intermixed everything. It's actually very stunning, and speak Jamaican with the accent. It's weird. Your eyes are doing a double take. I mean, it's very impressive.
And they will dare you to tell you they're not Jamaican. Let me tell you.
Brother Marquise from Two Live Crew. He's isn't he Jamaican and black? But yeah, they're part of the culture, and they got nothing to do with mainland China.
Yep. You have ever been to the restaurant, Kimmy, out in Queens called Nakasaki, the Jamaican Chinese restaurant?
Well, Nagasaki was actually Jamaican Japanese, and the one next door,
okay.
the one next door, that was Jamaican Chinese.
Okay.
What was it called?
So maybe it wasn't Nagasaki. It was something else. I know it turned into a nightclub at after dinner hours.
Yes.
And we used to, girl.
That's Nagasaki, but they were Jamaican Japanese. People thought they were Chinese. They weren't.
Oh, okay.
We had a good
Jamaican
time.
Japanese. Okay. Mm-hmm.
It was out on Long Island. It was in Long Island. It was a good time.
Yeah,
and
right
Jamrock.
there on the border of
Jamrock
Queens and
that was it.
Jamrock was good.
It was
girl.
Jamrock. It was right next door to the restaurant, and that was a nightclub.
Wasn't Nagasaki?
Yes.
Wasn't it Elmont? Or somewhere around Elmont?
I don't know.
Because that's like on the border of
Long
Queens
Island.
and Long Island. It's
so
on the border. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because my grandma used to live in Elmont, and then when you would walk 2 blocks up, you were in Long Island.
I just put a link in the back chat that my cousin was given financial advice, but he's just such a beautiful Blasian. His dad is such a big deal in Jamaica. But my aunt, this is what I'm telling you, like when I talk about like women dating men with children, my aunt met him when he was divorced from his first wife. She was also Jamaican, but she was white, and she ended up having a black baby. So obviously it wasn't his because he's Chinese. Then he met my aunt and got married. And then she said, like, as she was getting, like, having children in their marriage, in their relationship, like, it wasn't interesting. Like, he's been there, done that. It wasn't like, oh my God, my first baby. Like, there was no, like, excitement there. He already had two children. He was excited for the third one. That was that was a boy that wasn't his because the boy came out black. And then he just wasn't excited. And then her second pregnancy, she had twins. And then he was a little excited, but not really. And then, like, his children didn't like her children because the dad lived with them and not them. It was just too much drama. And she was like, if I could do life all over again, I would get a man who was single with no children.
Yeah. Hey, Stanley?
Yes.
Yeah, do you mind if I give a little pushback about the Asian academics, just to put it in perspective? So the Americans, which we're all American, by the way, when they achieve high academics, and not to say that these Asians aren't American, but when average Americans, black, white, or green, get high academics, it's because it's their choice. They're not forced to, right? And in fact, one could argue that they're naturally talented to get high academics. Asians, on the other hand, are forced and shamed into getting good grades. And also, a lot of these countries are poor, so there is no social security. So that kid has to get his pharmacy degree as young as possible because that income is going to be reliant for the retirement of the elderly parents. It's the same with the Hindus as well. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that these kids are cracking the grades, but it's under force and pressure and shame. And I'm sure that there are, bright kids in the mix, but man, it's a different dynamic versus I would rather be an American and be 20% less intelligent, but have no pressure, live in the American life and whatnot. And then of course, I'm overly generalizing it, Stanley, of course, but I give kudos to American academics.
Portia actually mentioned that. Portia and John, I guess, mentioned that. Oh, but Portia, do whatever you want to do. Nikki Giovanni actually was a huge hero. She's more or less a contemporary of my mother. So I'm a huge fan of hers. I've actually seen her speak a couple times. So if you want to show her, go ahead. I saw there was a partial obituary of her last night in the New York Times, and I didn't, I was going to wait for the full obituary before I. If you want to play it, yeah, go ahead. I need to be more specific. I mean Asian Americans, like a Amy Chua, though she has some issues if you actually go do any sort of research about her. But I mean, like the Asians, like I have a buddy of mine who's a Berkeley graduate. I kind of, as a matter of fact, I bounced some of these ideas off of him. No, I mean Asian Americans, not Asian Asians. Like the ones that are running Microsoft. There's a lot of South Asians actually. The ones who have taken over Berkeley and you live in Georgia. Georgia Tech has more Asians than white students, surprisingly enough. So I mean the Asian Americans are the ones that I'm talking about. The Vivek Ramaswamy's, even though I'm not a fan of his, but
yeah, Stanley, I'm talking about the Asian Americans too, not the whack ass people in Taiwan. The ones that are here, I'm telling you, they got different pressure. I would take
right. Well, and
academic any day.
I mean, I hope you know me well enough to know I don't mean like mimic them. Take the stuff that's good and leave the stuff that's bad. I mean, when I joke, and I am half joking anyway, when I say I raised my son to an Asian standard, I didn't force him to do shit.
And that's a good perspective. That's a good comment.
I told him what needed to be done. When in 7th grade he came to me and said, "Well, hey," he got a C in something or another, and he said, "Well, hey, it's a passing grade." I say, "In this house, it's not." It was gentle. I had standards, but I didn't beat him or shame him or anything like that. He got where he is because I had a standard, and he had, enough gumption to meet it. But the other half of the joke is the Johns Creek joke, where our little white Timmys and Brandons and Karens have to actually compete and work hard to meet an Asian standard, and the parents would rather move to Forsyth County. That's what I mean by they weren't pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. They were running because they could afford to run. So I don't admire white people. That white standard I don't admire.
What's up, Master Kim?
Hey, what's up, John? Hey, John.
I got the email from you.
Yep. Okay. Well, good. I was just going to ask about that. Sorry, I don't mean to.
Yeah, no problem. We'll talk about it a little bit later today.
Portia, where are they playing Nikki Giovanni? Oh, basically anytime you want to play them, you can do it now if you want, Portia. Or tell me where to go and find them, and I'll play them. Nikki Giovanni died overnight or yesterday.
I've heard the name. Who is she though?
I didn't know that. Who is she? Sorry.
She was basically a major poet. She was she was like poet in residence or something at Virginia Tech for decades. She was a poet. She was a contemporary of Amiri Baraka, Sonia Sanchez, basically late 60s. She and James Baldwin were kind of friends. I guess she wasn't exactly Black Power, but she was kind of adjacent. It's just part of the civil rights movement. I guess you just have to be into kind of culture. I don't know how well she knew what's her name. damn it, who's the black feminist? I can't think of her name now. She was a little bit of a feminist, but not that, she wasn't what's her name's level. Can't even think of her name now. I'll think of it in a minute. I guess you could say she was a black feminist, but she was never very militant about it. There's a famous interview where, like, I guess it was an interview, kind of like conversation she and James Baldwin had back, I think it was in the early 70s. That's floats around YouTube every now and again. That's pretty famous. You can Google her. She's famous enough that the New York Times is going to do an obituary.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's pretty famous. But I've known of her because my mother had poetry books by her, so I've known about her since I was a kid.
Says he wants to come up. He's backstage.
Who does? Who wants to come up?
Garian.
I don't see it.
Oh wait, never mind. That was like 3 hours ago.
No.
Never mind.
Oh no, he's been up and gone.
So like, anyway. So what's going on, Master Kim? How's things in your world?
How you doing? Oh, it's raining here in Georgia. I'm not sure where you guys are, but I've got a fool with the boat today. I got tons of stuff to do, and
You got to do what? Oh, so you got your son the boat, huh?
Yeah, so the bass boat, but I've got to the battery. We took it to the lake the other day. So when I talk casually, I'm not making Lake Blackshear, not like a lake.
Oh yeah, I know right where Lake Blackshear is.
So took a boat to the lake and the darn battery was dead. And it's not like you can jump it in the parking lot. You got to jump it when it's running because the motor's running. And then it's a matter of, okay, well, if you got a battery problem, you surely don't want to be in the middle of the lake. So just, what everyone says about boats is so true. It's so much money. It's a money pit. And I'm experiencing that right now. And,
well, what do you have to do? Use the trolling motor to get back to shore? That's
correct. There's the yes, correct. Correct, because the trolling motor is on a completely different battery. But you're right. And I've got this. His fishing buddy is a Patel, like a high dollar family. And this is a Patel. I don't know. These guys are pharmacists and stuff like that. So I most certainly don't want to like put my son and the other kid in danger. So of a boat that isn't working or whatnot. So I got to hopefully figure that out before Saturday. Because they're on like a competition bass angler team.
Wow.
Now, Stanley, and not that I need to turn anything back to racism, because I always accuse others of, oh, there we go, racism. But I will say, despite the fact of the racism that whites have for, Asians or whatever, I'm going to say there's a healthy 20% always existing level racism that just exists everywhere, right? But despite the fact that there's racism, the Asians still admire the whites because of advancement in chemistry and science and all that bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the thing is they basically surpass them. And to be honest, at least South Asians, and I know a number of South Asians, they actually don't admire whites as much as they admire Jews.
Oh yeah, no. Oh, now make no mistake about it. And I'm sorry, you are exactly right. They admire the small hats, numero uno, period. And then down the food chain from that point on. Correct. Now, obviously not hillbilly, blue collar whites, which is to their detriment, and that's why Asians, and that's probably why Asians are so smart, because for one, now mind you, I'm only half Asian, so I got normal testosterone levels like any man. But I think a lot of Asians have low testosterone. So what else? They're not going to.
Well, yeah. But the thing is my son, for instance, is a good 6'1". So and not ugly, he tends to be pudgy, but oh well. He tends. I mean, if you can be good looking, he's mixed race and as smart as an Asian. Hopefully he has higher testosterone levels.
Oh yeah. I think it's the Asian bit, and apparently there's real research on it. So to me, it makes sense why they're so academic, why they're so passive, and I mean, of course, there's criminals and beastie, belligerent people in every culture, but I think on average, they're just low testosterone. They're more organized with their thoughts. They're more self-control. They're not very overpowering men physically. So they're almost
Right.
like the light-skinned Patels,
Well,
So as a result,
all I have to say is to get in to get into Georgia Tech and to do well at Georgia Tech, he's going to have to compete with Asians because there's more of them. Even if it's a few percentage points, the Asians are going to be the mark of excellence at Georgia Tech. So
that's interesting. So,
like
Master Kim, did you broker peace with Stanley?
No. I just realized that by trolling him is getting nowhere. So
why would it get anywhere?
No, my trolling is unproductive. So, and obviously my half Asian part of me said, okay, well, I got to shift gears. So,
well, bottom line is I am half joking, but I'm only half joking about that. And I love Black's reaction yesterday. Oh, that's just Stanley's newest rant.
Well, Stanley, one of the schools that my stepson was looking into was Georgia Tech.
Yep. And it is it's got like 36% Asian, and then
well, he's not Asian, but
well, yeah, but what I'm saying, I was actually kind of shocked that Berkeley didn't surprise me because California has a large Asian population. It did surprise me in Georgia. Georgia does not have a high Asian population. So
these are students coming from abroad.
Well, yeah, coming from abroad, but still, I never imagined that would ever happen in Georgia.
Well, Georgia Tech is a good school.
Well, yeah, but Georgia is the state it's in. And it's it's a public school. It's not a private school. So maybe my way of thinking is a little old-fashioned. I was just kind of surprised.
Yeah, but he's also looking into USF, so we'll see. Well,
USF is a pretty good school.
It is. I don't know how good it is I haven't done my research on it.
Well,
his mom is taking over. I don't know how good it is for engineering, but
actually, it is pretty good for engineering, if I recall.
Oh, okay.
Because there used to be a Florida Tech, and it might have morphed into USF. I know one of the schools down there actually has a bit of a reputation for engineering, and it wasn't the University of Florida. Let's see.
What is this video link Portia posted?
I don't know.
Watch? Okay.
Where'd she put it?
It's in the chat.
In the back.
Oh, we definitely want to see that.
I think Garion posted one too.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there's a Senate hearing. Is this live?
I don't know. It says live. In the hyperlink. Or link, I should say.
Not sure why they're having this hearing. Still until next January, there's a Democratic majority, so nothing's going to get passed. I guess it's just a hearing. Why they're getting to have it is surprising. Oh, is it not?
No, maybe you have to share your screen.
Hold on one second. I thought I shared it out. Oh, I see what the problem is.
Hey, Stanley?
Yeah.
My first request is for the 5 witnesses to please stand and take the oath.
Go ahead, Master Kim. I can hear you.
Do you affirm the testimony you're
about to give Kim?
Yeah, I'm sorry. In a little bit, can anyone kind of, clue me in on what took place yesterday? I mean, how the conversation ended relative to Jay-Z? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't watch.
Durbin,
You'd have to ask
Member Graham,
somebody.
a member of this committee.
As far as
morning,
if Kimmy could
and thank you all for inviting me
comment
to speak
about the
with you
real
today.
estate piece, I think it's so weird.
Before I begin, I'd like to express my deep sympathy to Patty Warren for the horror she and her family have endured. My prayers are with you and those dedicated fighting for justice. My name is Forte Toure. I am a DACA recipient, a prosecutor, a husband, and a dad. And without question, a patriot. My love for this country stems from my elementary school days, when I recited the Pledge of Allegiance with all my classmates each morning. My family came to the United States in search of freedom and safety. I was born in Sierra Leone at a time of great civil unrest. When I was 4 years old, my father was killed, and my mother and grandmother and I fled to Guinea, a neighboring country. My mother was able to migrate to the United States, but I stayed with my grandmother, who died shortly after my mother left. I came to the United States on my 7th birthday in 2003. I have been here ever since. I learned that I was undocumented when I tried to get a driver's license. It was one of the worst days of my life. In 2012, I was thrown a lifeline when DACA was announced. Thanks to DACA, I was able to graduate from college and attend law school on a full merit scholarship. I now
DACA
work
is
full-time
new age
at the
slavery.
district attorney's office in Philadelphia. During this time, I met and married my beautiful wife, Jack CL, who is here with me today. And we bought a house and we have our son. The opportunity to address all of you on behalf of DACA recipient and mixed status families like mine is not one I take for granted. My wife and I have spent years building community, and we're extremely anxious about what the future might bring. I feel the consequences of mass deportation on a personal level, on a community level, and on a societal level. On a personal level, my wife is here, and I have no family in Sierra Leone to help sustain me. I'm currently the breadwinner in my family. If I were to be deported, my wife and our son would be left without to pay the mortgage. My son would also be without a father. My deportation would hurt my own US citizen mother and my wife's extended family, all of whom are United States citizens. My wife is the primary caregiver of her mother, who is legally disabled and has a tumor in her brain. My wife's mother requires chemotherapy injection each month in order to control the size of the tumor on her brain. If I were to be deported, my wife would no longer be able to play such a critical role in her mother's life. My wife should not have to choose between caring for her mother, who's legally disabled and has a brain tumor, and me. My brother-in-law should not have to choose between re-enlisting the Marines next year and risking his mother's health if
my wife is not here to care for her. My brother-in-law has been serving in the United States Marines since he graduated high school. On a community level, my taxes help fund my community's road, school, and overall well-being. If I were to be ripped from my community, the taxes I pay would go with me. My wife and I are also devoted Christians with strong ties to our church. Finally, the people of Philadelphia would be hurt if I were to disappear. Victims of crimes whose cases I prosecute will lose an ally in their fight for justice. On a society level, mass deportation would be devastating. As a prosecutor, I know how delicate the ties between law enforcement and immigrants can be. If immigrants are afraid to cooperate with the police or prosecutors like myself because they're afraid of deportation, we all suffer. When you have ICE agents patrolling courthouses and police stations, you create a category of people who are less willing to report crimes and less willing to cooperate with law enforcement in solving crimes.
Where's the
Mass
proof?
deportation hurts all of us, our family, our community, and our society. We owe it to ourselves and to our country to reject mass deportation and look for a solution for dreamers whose lives have become deeply rooted in the country and strengthen our borders. DACA recipient and long-term undocumented individuals in mixed-status families have become pillars in their homes. Removing them would place hardship on U.S. citizens like my mother-in-law, U.S. citizens like my wife, who depends on our contribution in the house. This will cause an incentive for those U.S. citizens to turn to social welfare programs due to one less income in the home. After more than 2 decades here, I can absolutely state that this is my home. I am part of the fabric of my community, and they are part of me. The federal government may not have fully recognized this truth yet, but I long for the day when they do. Until that day comes, I'll continue to contribute everything to my house, to my mother-in-law, to my son, to my wife, and to my entire family. Thank you all so much for your time and attention to this critical issue.
Thank you, Mr. Toure. Mr. Arthur.
Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Graham, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me today. My name is Andrew Arthur, and I'm the resident fellow in law and policy at the Center for Immigration Studies, a nonpartisan think tank here in Washington. Respectfully and humbly, I believe that today's hearing, which focuses on the immigration enforcement policies of the incoming Trump administration, is premature, because as of yet, the incoming administration has not announced its policies. Given that, however, the committee should assume 2 things. First, that the policies the new administration will implement will comport with law. And second, that those policies will implement enforcement mandates Congress has set forth in the Immigration and Nationality Act. As the Supreme Court has made clear, the principle that Congress is entrusted exclusively with the formulation of policies relating to the entry of aliens and their right to remain here, quote, has become about as firmly embedded in the legislative and judicial tissues of our body politic as any aspect of our government, close quote. Right now, the U.S. immigration system is at a breaking point. The number of cases pending before the immigration courts has nearly tripled in the past 5 fiscal years. And that's after 700,000 cases involving putatively removable aliens were terminated, dismissed, or closed. A record 10.8 million plus inadmissible applicants for admission have been encountered nationwide since FY 2021. And between releases and gotaways, nearly 8 million inadmissible aliens have entered our country over the past 4 years. The sad state of our immigration system is directly attributable to policy decisions that have been made at the local, state, and most critically federal level, not by Congress that has plenary power under our constitutional order over immigration, but by an executive branch that has usurped Congress's authority. That has needlessly rendered the American people vulnerable to predation by criminals and aliens who pose a national security risk. And as the chairman of the Federal Reserve has admitted, it has dampened wages for American workers, both citizens and lawful immigrants, and impacted the unemployment rate. Most critically, however, it has ruined the faith of the American people and the credibility of our immigration system. As Barbara Jordan, civil rights icon, former member of Congress, and at the time chairman of the U.S. Commission on Immigration Reform, told Congress in 1995, quote, "Credibility in immigration policy can be summed up in one sentence. Those who should get in, those who should be kept out are kept out, and those who should not be here will be required to leave," close quote. With deportations, including deportations of criminal aliens, plunging over the past 4 years, Senator Graham's chart showed, it's little wonder that, as Gallup reported in July, a majority of Americans want an immigration reduction, reversing a 19-year trend. The law mandates that illegal migrants be detained, but that law has been ignored. The law mandates that alien criminals be removed, but that law has been ignored. And most crucially, the law mandates that foreign nationals who want to come here do so legally, but that law has only been honored in the breach. This massive migrant surge has allowed our elected officials to ignore the fact that 22.5% of working age American men are out of the workforce, a 7.6% increase compared to just 2000, and 11.2% more than in 1960. Those non-working Americans are more vulnerable to addiction, disease, and, quote, deaths of despair, close quote. 2 weeks ago in the United Kingdom, Prime Minister Keir Starmer resolved to address the immigration source of such issues in Great Britain, and it's well past time that our government did the same. In his 1995 State of the Union address, President Bill Clinton explained, quote, "All Americans, not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country, are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens," close quote. Change the tenses, and that's pretty much what President Trump promised to do when he was candidate Trump on the campaign trail. Thank you. Truly appreciate the honor, and I look forward to your questions.
Thanks, Mr. Arthur. General Manner.
Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Graham, members of the committee, I thank you for your invitation to speak today. For over 35 years, I served our nation in both the regular Army and in the National Guard. Prior to retiring from the Army as a Major General, I served as a Deputy Commanding General of the United States Third Army in Kuwait, as the Acting Vice Chief of the National Guard Bureau, and as the Acting and Deputy Director of the Defense Threat Reduction Agency. During the time I served, I saw firsthand that our military force is the envy of the world. It is respected by our allies and by people around the world who want to live free of oppression. It is feared by our enemies and those who would do us harm. Our military members come from every possible background, representing every state, every race, ethnic group, and religion. But when they come together in the military, they are molded together in a team expected to embody the values which make America great: duty, honor, integrity, respect, selfless service, loyalty, personal courage, and excellence. President-elect Trump has announced his intent to use the U.S. military to execute his mass deportation plan. I am gravely concerned that placing our military in this role could cause significant harm to both the institution of our armed forces and to service members themselves. There are 4 significant risks that I want to emphasize. First, using military assets for mass deportations would negatively impact the military's readiness and capability to accomplish its core mission of national defense. Our military is engaged in over 160 countries around the world. They are focused on responding to potential threats from China, Russia, and other competitors, strengthening interoperability with allies and partners, and taking care of our servicemen and their families. Our National Guard units are stretched thin, responding to natural disasters at home while also regularly deploying overseas in active duty status. Additional training or deployments to support deportation operations would absolutely harm operational readiness and reduce the military's ability to counter adversaries or respond to crises in combat. My second concern is that the military is simply not trained to do this mission. Immigration enforcement is the responsibility of federal law enforcement agencies like ICE and CBP. These agencies' personnel regularly interact with migrants and U.S. citizens. They are extensively trained in the appropriate application of immigration law, the protection of civil rights and civil liberties, and care of migrants in custody. The U.S. military is the best trained in the world for its war-fighting mission, but it is neither trained or equipped for immigration enforcement. Most active duty armed forces receive no training for domestic law enforcement situations. A small number of National Guard units receive a mere 4 to 8 hours of civil disturbance training per year. This lack of training and experience greatly increases the risk of significant and potentially deadly mistakes in a charged operational environment. My third concern is the effect on recruiting, retention, and morale. The military is already facing its most challenging recruitment environment in 50 years. Involvement of the military in a politically charged domestic deportation efforts would only add to those challenges. It would separate service members from their families, their jobs, and their communities for extended periods of time in order to engage in a highly controversial mission for which service members would feel ill-equipped and trained. That's a recipe for disillusionment and a poor advertisement for potential recruits. Finally, involving the military in a politically charged domestic issue like mass deportation would erode public trust in the military. Americans trust our military because it protects all of us, regardless of our politics, from the possibility of foreign aggression. When the military is tasked with carrying out domestic policies that may be controversial to some, it undermines the foundation of that trust. That, in turn, will increase risk in morale, recruitment, retention, and readiness. And all of these impacts carry serious consequences for our national security. Gentlemen, for these reasons, and ladies, for these reasons, I strongly encourage any future presidential administration to keep immigration enforcement and our military separate. Thank you, and I look forward to our questions.
Thanks, General Manner. Ms. Morin.
Chairman, ranking members, senators, thank you for this opportunity to come speak to you. I really appreciate it. As you can tell from my introduction, I'm not a politician. I'm a mother. I raised 6 children. I have 25 grandchildren. I have 4 great-grandchildren. The day that we got the phone call that my daughter had been murdered, I'm sure you've heard this before, but I was in Kentucky. We had a grandbaby that had passed away. And when I got the phone call, the detective said, Mrs. Morin, we found your daughter's body. At the time, all I knew was that my daughter was dead. When I went to meet with the detective and we had come back from Kentucky, I was told that she was beaten so badly that her body was blanketed in bruises, that she was strangled, that she was raped, and that she was stuffed into a drain pipe. The person that they alleged did this was an illegal immigrant from El Salvador that was a gotaway. They already had an Interpol warrant for him in El Salvador for murdering a woman. He had attacked a 9-year-old and her mother in California, and he waited on the trail that day that our family has walked for 25 years and dragged my daughter off the trail and did these horrendous, brutal things. This is what she looked like before that day. Oops. She's a beautiful woman, but more than that, you can tell from looking at her just the light that comes out of her. She was a happy person. She loved her children. She was a hard worker. My daughter is like so many other American girls that go about their life and they're just caught unawares from behind, dragged off the main road, trail, whatever, strangled, raped, murdered, Some have been found, some have not. I realize that deportation and illegal immigration has become such a big issue, and rightly so. We have Americans that are dying every day, and law enforcement don't want to give you the true numbers because they don't want the public to panic. In our town, we've had 2 murders by illegal immigrants. Maryland is a sanctuary state, and we have sanctuary cities. I was last told that crime in Maryland has increased by 850% over the last 4 years. We have over 54,000 convicted criminals, illegal immigrants that are criminals in our country at this very moment. I think deportation is necessary. The American people should not feel afraid to live in their own homes. When I was 14 years old, and I don't know if anybody knows this, but when I was 14 years old, a criminally insane man came into my house, kidnapped me, made me walk 60 miles towards the Canadian border while raping me at night. I have some idea of what it's like to be a victim of a violent crime where law enforcement did not believe that they were going to find me alive. So I have some understanding of what my daughter suffered. And when I was at that funeral home and saw my daughter's body, because the case, the hearing's not until April, I can't tell you in detail, but I can tell you this one thing, that my daughter suffered so terribly in a very brutal and violent way. And these type of immigrants should not be in our country. And because we have open borders, and because everyone is allowed in, and because the law is not being carried out at the borders, if they had done a DNA swab, the 3 times they encountered this person that's allegedly accused of killing my daughter, they would have known that he had an Interpol warrant for murder in his country. We need to follow the laws that are already on the book. We need to close our borders. We need to protect American families. We need to protect our women and children, which are the most vulnerable in this country. And I do understand the economics that everyone is talking about. I do understand the military position, but I think that you should put American citizens first. We are the ones that pay your paycheck. We are the ones that pay taxes. We are the ones that believe that when you went into office that you were going to keep your word and that you were the man or the woman for the job at the time that would uphold our values. We are a constitutional republic for the people, by the people. We, the people, have put you, the people, into office. And you should be doing everything you can to protect us. That's why we put you there. A thought that I had just today coming on the train over here is that when you look at a tree and you say, oh, that's an apple tree, you say that because you see that their apple is the fruit that's growing on the tree. It's the same thing with a man's character. It's by your actions that a person knows what their character is like. And I think one of the reasons why 87% of Americans voted for Donald Trump is because they have seen the character by the fruit that President Biden and Kamala Harris have produced these last 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moran. Mr. Reichlin-Melnick.
Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Graham, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Aaron Reichlin-Melnick, and I'm the council. At the council, we have long studied the population of immigrants in the United States and provide detailed estimates of their demographics and economic contributions on our Map the Impact website. Today, there are at least 13 million undocumented immigrants in the United States. President-elect Trump has promised a mass deportation campaign with the stated intent of rounding up and deporting every single one of them. So who are they? Well, most have been here for at least 15 years, having entered before the Obama administration. Over 4.8 million people have been here for 25 years or more. With no path to permanent legal status, no line for them to stand in, most undocumented immigrants have spent decades living, working, and putting down roots, all at constant risk of deportation. Nearly all are either employed or attending school. Some have permission to work legally. Most do not, putting them at increased risk of exploitation. They are farm workers, meat packers, cooks, waiters, construction workers, factory workers, delivery people, home health aides, nurses, teachers, artists, writers, musicians, entrepreneurs, and yes, even lawyers. Undocumented immigrants are also more than their jobs. They are parents, spouses, partners, brothers and sisters, grandparents and grandchildren, loved ones and friends to millions of U.S. citizens and permanent residents. 5 million U.S. citizen children have at least one undocumented parent. In an average public school classroom of 25 children, at least 2 have an undocumented immigrant parent at risk of deportation. While President-elect Trump talks about targeting criminals, over 90% have no prior criminal record whatsoever. Of the small minority that do, the most common prior convictions are traffic offenses or immigration offenses. Efforts to ramp up deportations would sweep in tens of thousands of people each year who have no or minimal criminal legal system contact. We know this because this is what happened during the first Trump administration. When there were no enforcement priorities, everyone was an enforcement priority. And the single largest group of the increased arrests under the Trump administration was people with no criminal record. Beyond splitting families apart, a mass deportation campaign would be a costly mistake for American taxpayers. When we account for the enormous capital investment, infrastructure, and hiring necessary to arrest, detain, process, and remove 1 million people per year, we estimate that mass deportations would cost $968 billion in total, enough to instead construct 2.9 million new homes or fund Head Start for 79 years. Mass deportations would also cause economic chaos. As millions are expelled, the U.S. population and labor force would shrink. So too would the economy. Prices would rise in sectors with significant undocumented workforces. Building, maintaining, and repairing houses would become more expensive, as would groceries, restaurants, travel, and childcare. Every American would feel the pinch of inflation. Overall, we estimate that a mass deportation campaign would lead to a loss in total GDP of 4.2 to 6.8%, at minimum as much as the Great Recession. And just like then, many Americans would lose their jobs. Even an attempt to deport millions of people will have repercussions. After all, undocumented immigrants are not just producers, they're also consumers. Collectively, they hold over $250 billion in annual purchasing power. If millions are deported or otherwise forced to leave, American businesses will close not just from a lack of workers, but also from a lack of customers. A large-scale mass deportation campaign will also increase exploitation while it is carried out. Unscrupulous employers will dangle deportation over any of their workers who dare to push back, and will have the full force of the U.S. government to support their threats. But mass deportation is not the only option. Congress could instead create a new path to permanent legal status, allowing many people already living here to file an application, go through a background check, pay a fee, and get their papers in order. When the Council studied the impact of Reagan's 1986 amnesty, we concluded that legalization would be the cheapest federal workforce development and anti-poverty program for children in history. It would also raise overall wages, create new jobs, increase tax revenues, and create a level playing field and fair competition for U.S. workers. The president-elect's mass deportation plans would crash the American economy, break up families, and take a hammer to the foundations of our society by deporting nearly 4% of the entire U.S. population. But Congress has a choice. Instead of going down that path, we can instead crack down on exploitation, strengthen millions of families, and build American prosperity by providing undocumented immigrants a way to fix their papers. The choice is clear. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Each of us now has 5 minutes of questions, and I'm going to start mine with Mr. Toure. Mr. Toure, are you undocumented?
Perfect time to buff. Huh?
Yes, Senator.
And why are you undocumented?
I came here from a civil unrest. I had no choice. My life was in danger. My mom told me the story when I was trying to get my driver's license.
How old were you when you came?
I came here when I was 7 years old.
What do you do today?
I'm a prosecutor. I represent victims of crimes and go after heinous people that have committed crimes against the Morans family.
You've talked about Ms. Morin's situation a minute or so earlier, but the perpetrator of the crime against her daughter Rachel would be the type of person that you would prosecute?
Yes, Senator.
I think there is a fundamental difference we're being asked to acknowledge here. Is there a difference between Mr. Toure and the animal who attacked Ms. Morin's daughter? Of course there is. This man for a living is prosecuting criminals. This other individual is a clear criminal with a record. When we say massive deportation, should we consider them the same because they're both undocumented? Let me ask you this, Mr. Reichlin-Melnick. Most Americans, when you talk about the cost to the government,
What are folks in the chat getting about to have strokes listening to this? Y'all are just weird. Trump wins and you're still acting like assholes. Trump's not even in office yet, folks. I really don't even know why they're holding these hearings at all. But they are. The dude won. Y'all can stand down. You can stop being assholes.
Well, Stanley, you raised a great point in that we have a current president and who
You
should
have
still be
what?
doing their job.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You raised a great point. Oh, sorry. I said you raised a great point in that we have a current president who should still be doing his job.
Okay, well, I'm sure that means something or another, but doesn't change my point.
That means any of the issues and concerns that are happening.
May I finish, ma'am? My point is that, if you can wait a month, you'll have the president you want.
Why do we have to wait a month when we have quote unquote
Because that's how the law works, Kimmy. The man's not sworn in yet.
Right, but we have current leadership, so what are we waiting for?
Okay, you know what? You voted current leadership out. Maybe their feelings are hurt and they just want to be butt hurt and do nothing.
Wow.
But on January 20th, your dreams will come true.
And so will yours, Stanley.
Oh, no. You know what? It'll be a few months later that I get to say I told you so.
Okay.
So my dreams are going to have to wait a little longer.
It's a dream deferred, like Langston Hughes?
Yeah, pretty much. And you know what? I actually hope Trump doesn't fuck up. If he's successful, that'll just be, one more reason.
This is a result of the last 4 years.
No, I think
we tried to tell y'all so.
Okay, well, see, that's rather short-sighted. This is the result of decades of, not getting the job done.
But never before.
This ball started rolling downhill pretty much once Reagan did the amnesty thing. For some reason or another, immigration reform and a bunch of other things never quite happened. So Reagan tried to solve the problem, and pretty much every president since has failed. So,
but here's my thing: it got better under President Trump, right? With remaining in Mexico and certain things. So for us to say that it just
Trump basically shot himself in the foot when he mismanaged COVID. He was doing good until he actually had a crisis.
Okay, but we're not talking about COVID right now.
Okay, well, I am. Okay,
So
because
once everything transitioned over to
you
Biden
want to
and
bring
Kamala,
up, ma'am, you
they
want to
opened the
bring up
borders.
Trump's presidency. Let's look at the whole
We've
presidency.
never seen an invasion like this in the history of the United
It's
States.
not an invasion for starters.
Okay.
Maybe you can solve problems better if you use the right terms.
I don't know if I'm really trying to solve this problem, but I am in support of the people who will.
Well, I think if you don't want to solve the problem, I'm sure President Trump is going to give it his solid try. And the one other thing you need to realize, Trump didn't fix the problem. If he had fixed the problem,
I
it
didn't
would.
say he fixed it, but I said his solutions
Now,
were effective.
can I finish my point, please?
His solutions
If
were effective, Stanley.
Trump had fixed the system, it would have stayed fixed.
I think we were on the path to fixing it until Biden and
Okay.
Kamala showed up.
Stuff
And opened the borders and allowed
you
invasion
can
in our country.
all you want, but the truth is, Trump fixed the problem for Trump. He didn't fix it for America. As soon as he left, everything got undone. That is not the definition.
Because as soon as he left, Biden undid all of his policies on day
I
one.
finish.
Did we forget?
Because what's happening is you're not going to hear what I have to say. You're just already preloaded for something that doesn't make sense. The definition of fixed means it doesn't break once you're out of office. Trump did not fix anything. He like did a Band-Aid so he would look good. He didn't fix it for America.
So if I fix your fence and Mavid is the new HOA person, he comes and kicks down your fence.
He didn't.
Was it not fixed?
Fence. And if it's a good enough job, I won't be able to kick down the fence.
Biden undid every
policy
that helped on day one. It is undeniable, Stanley.
Love for Trump and can't see anything.
I have a love for my country.
Biden, basically, Trump didn't Biden-proof it.
And Biden should have protected us first. He opened the borders, he allowed an invasion, and he undid every policy that was effective on day one.
Do you know what a law is? Do you have any idea what a law is?
We're not going to be facetious today.
Okay, well, you know what? Actually, you're being facetious in not knowing what a law is. Trump's an executive order is not a law. If Trump had been able to get laws passed on immigration, Biden would not have been able to undo it.
That's not the point.
Trump did not fix the problem. There was no law passed.
Okay, so how did Biden make it better?
Well, I don't care. You heard what I had to say.
Okay.
That's how American government works, Kim. You gotta pass laws for
because
fixing.
as much as you're talking about my love of Trump, which is undeniable,
about any of
you're
that.
supporting someone that you can't admit was wrong, did something wrong, and unhelpful.
Law, you do not fix it. That's basic. That's civics 101.
Okay, so how did Biden make it better?
What do you mean? How did Biden make it better?
So President Trump didn't do anything helpful or effective.
Did I say Biden made it better?
We don't have open borders. We don't have an invasion. So how did he make it better?
Is you don't want to hear what I have to say. You want to move the goalpost. I did not say Biden made it better. I said Trump didn't fix it. You can laugh all you want, but it's not me who didn't show up for civics class.
Oh, then who was it, Stanley?
It was you.
Okay.
Because
I forgot you was the all CNI. Stanley the all
you
CNI.
Showed up on Law Fixes Things Day, you would know this.
Listen, Biden invited the whole world to come in here. He opened the borders and he allowed an invasion to happen. He undid effective policies on day one. And this is all, listen, this is all in 4K. We don't have to argue about it.
Trump all of a sudden.
This is all in 4K, Stanley.
Fixed it. What happened to Trump fixed it? Because you know he didn't.
Stanley, I think you're capping right now. Like big time. You just don't want to admit that Biden was wrong. And a lot of you Democrats don't want to admit when things are wrong. Hence why things are the way they are in society today.
It is obvious you don't teach government.
Oh, and you do?
I know it better than you do.
But do you teach it?
I literally know it better than you do.
But do you teach it?
I could. But I don't know.
Who's moving the goalpost now?
I don't teach it, and neither are you. The bottom line is that Trump, who we were talking about, I never implied Biden fixed it or did better with it. I'm saying Trump didn't fix it. You need laws.
And I'm saying that Trump didn't fix it either, but he had things in place that were putting us on the path
Okay,
for
he had
solutions
executive.
that your president undid on day one.
He had executive.
Opened the borders and allowed people to invade our country. And that woman's child would still be alive if it wasn't for Biden and Kamala, who have blood on their hands. They have blood on their hands.
They have shit on their hands because Trump handed them shit.
No, absolutely not.
Okay,
they did that on their own volition.
You can believe.
In addition to Afghanistan, which they did on their own. They're terrible leaders.
I understand, Kim, that you are disappointed in your man Trump because he didn't fix the problem.
No, I'm heavily disappointed in
he just did
people who don't put our country first,
orders.
such as Biden
He
and Kamala.
handed a load of shit off when he got
undid everything. They stopped fracking on day one. They cost people millions of
day one, my ass.
dollars.
Day
they
one,
didn't do anything effective. What effective thing came out of these 4 years?
What you can't handle is that Trump did not fix the problem. If he had, it would be Biden.
We had effective solutions that were putting us on the path that
had
Biden
no
undid on day one.
You had no
solution. Opened the borders and he allowed our country to be invaded.
You can be a little Trump bot all you want to be. But
and you can say that there is no invasion because maybe you don't have a migrant shelter in your community. But there's an invasion. Why don't you ask the people in Arizona and Texas who's been dealing with this for a long time?
There was no invasion.
Okay.
Trump did not fix
Jen
the problem.
Psaki said the same thing. And so did Kareem Jean-Pierre.
Okay, I'm not Psaki. I actually know what I'm talking about.
Okay. You sound just like her. She said there was no invasion. There was no border crisis. You don't remember that?
Nation
we don't have to argue. This isn't 4K. We need to just roll the tapes.
Kimmy, what are we a nation of?
We're a nation of hardworking people who believe in pulling ourselves up by our bootstraps.
We are a nation of laws, and Trump did not pass laws. If he had, immigration would be fixed.
Stanley, we have laws that are not being enforced, like you can't cross our borders illegally.
Bullshit.
Okay, so who doesn't know the law now?
You don't seem to understand. You skip over the part if you cross the border illegally and you declare or ask for
that is not the law, Stanley.
When you ask
you
for
have to go to a port of entry to declare asylum, not go through the Rio Grande.
You can over-talk me
and have a coyote throw you over a fence.
All you want, but you know I'm right.
You're not right.
Trump has turned y'all into a bunch of fools who don't even understand how laws work.
So everyone's wrong except for Stanley.
Yes.
Okay, that's right.
On this channel,
really,
all the
realistic.
All the MAGA fools are wrong, and I am right. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so I think the conversation ends here.
Oh, it should. It should have ended about an hour ago when I said law. Trump passed no laws.
Which you don't even understand because you're saying people are allowed to invade the country illegally and just say asylum, which is not a step back. And first of all, our asylum laws say they seek asylum in their first country, which should have been Mexico, Guatemala, Ecuador, Brazil, whatever they passed on the way here.
The MAGA bots on this channel are pre-programmed to believe everything Trump says.
Stanley, this is a nation of laws. I'm repeating the law to you.
Yeah, it's a nation of laws.
You don't invade. You don't cross into someone's country illegally and say asylum. You get asylum in the first country you hit. So if they are coming from Africa and they hit Brazil first, they get asylum there. If they're coming from Nicaragua and they end up in Guatemala,
ask for asylum.
That's their business. What does that got to do with us?
Kimmy,
so you're saying that
asylum?
President Trump did not put a law in place. We have laws that are not being enforced. So start with
MAGA bots say Trump. Every time you say Trump, a little.
You said Trump more than I have.
A little.
You're definitely a fan, just like everybody else is.
Every time you say Trump, an angel gets its wings.
Beautiful. We need more. Trump.
You need a lot more, and on January 20th, you're going to get a ton of them.
Stanley,
Yes.
would you agree or disagree that asylum is sought in the first point of arrival, which
No.
for most migrants is not America?
Nope. Asylum is where you ask for it.
That is not the asylum laws of our country.
Actually, it is.
Okay. Roll the tapes, please.
Go to Mexico and don't ask Mexico for asylum. They're not going to give it to you.
But that's our policy. If you land an asylum first, if you are an asylum
Laws in
seeker
Mexico,
and you're running for your life and you're so scared, you get asylum in the first place you land in. You don't go through 3 different nations and then say, "Oh, I need asylum now that I'm here."
Do you hear what you're saying?
That's an abuse. That's an abuse. Do you hear what you're saying?
Yeah, it's an abuse, but the bottom line is Mexico is under no obligation to obey U.S. law.
So let me ask you a question. Are you okay with what's happening in our nation today with the invasion?
What does that have to do with anything I said?
I just really need to know that.
Wait, are you changing the topic now?
I'm asking you a question.
No, are you changing?
That's related to the topic.
Now, because I'm not talking about anything like that.
Okay, so you can't answer. So I think your answer is no. You're not okay with it.
Only point, Trump did not fix the problem. If he had, we would not be talking right now.
We are talking now because there are laws in place that are not being enforced. Right?
That might be true, and all of that is true until they come and ask for asylum, and then the laws start being followed.
So why are we creating new laws instead of enforcing the ones that we have in place and then actually seeing what's needed?
Once you ask for asylum, Kim, the U.S. is obligated to take care of you, basically.
No, but if they're so scared and they need to get rid of.
I don't care about any of this. It has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Well, I think you're having we're clearly not watching the same movie.
Okay, what you can't figure out, or you're just not programmed to admit, is Trump didn't fix the problem.
No, what I am going to stand by is the fact that we have laws in place that President Trump was enforcing, and he created policies to enforce those laws, right? Our policies, that even a policy in the workplace is usually a policy because of an existing law, right? Like no harassment in the workplace, right? It's an existing law. So he created policies to back up the laws that are currently in place. And those policies were effective.
I know.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
I know you're used to being able to overtalk people. My one question to
No,
you.
Stanley, I actually don't. I need to overtalk you because you don't let nobody talk.
My one question to you,
The
Kim,
overtalker is not talking about overtalking.
fix the problem.
We were on the path to solution.
Fix the problem.
Yeah, actually, we had a
did Biden and Kamala fix the problem?
Mike, I'm talking to Kim. You wait your turn.
And did Biden or Kamala finish the problem? Fix the problem?
Stanley, that was not nice. Put that man back.
No, I asked him to wait his turn, and he can't seem to follow the rules.
Stanley.
He doesn't make the rules.
Well, you
so
don't really make the rules either.
My question to you is,
what's your question? And bring the man back after I
don't recall your answer now.
So for the 13th time, Trump created policies that put us on a path towards solution. They were highly effective policies that were undone by Biden and Kamala on day one of their alleged leadership that caused the borders to be open and an invasion to happen, which that lady testified her daughter's dead. They have blood on their hands. And that's what I stand by.
Okay, now my response is that policies are not laws. Trump passed policies.
But policies support our laws. Policies support our laws.
Now let me respond. Policies are not laws. Laws are laws. Laws fix problems permanently, so the next president cannot undo.
And I think what the gentleman was going to ask you is what I asked you already. How did your current administration that you voted for, how did they make it better?
The gentleman needs to wait his turn, as I asked him politely to do, and he ignored. Okay, and I'll let him up after I say, Kimmy, yes, Trump passed policies, but he did not get laws passed Laws fix problems, policies not so much.
Okay, and which laws have been passed since?
Okay, I'm
since
saying I'm talking about laws that weren't passed.
So you're pretty much admitting, without saying it, that Kamala and Biden did nothing to solve this problem, and they actually made it worse.
Were we talking? When's the last time I said either of those names? I wasn't even talking about them. Different topic.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I wasn't talking about Trump either, but you brought him up.
No, actually, I didn't.
Actually, you did.
You were telling me that Trump had policies.
Stanley, bring the man back.
Please. I didn't hear a please.
Please bring the gentleman back, Stanley. Mr. Cross.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, what's going on, Stanley? I'm not here to go back and forth with you, man. I just feel I don't answer to you, man.
You often come up to my panel not to have a back and forth. Do you run this panel?
I do not, and I don't think you do either.
You came back to have a back and forth.
No, I came back to finish my statement before you started crying and put me backstage.
Yeah, well, I can put you backstage again and cry some more.
Yeah, it sounds like you're just butthurt because Trump won.
Oh no, I'm over it. He's won now.
You haven't said anything about the current administration, like she was saying.
Why
You
would
haven't
I
said
say anything about the current administration?
because that's who's in charge right now.
You're gonna let me finish the sentence, so you can be gone.
And you don't let anyone else finish.
You know what? That's their problem, but you are now my problem.
No, I'm not like everybody else. I mean, you can put me back there; it doesn't matter.
I don't talk about the current administration because
because you know that.
I don't talk about the current administration because they are on their way out. There's
Stanley,
not.
this is why I got quiet, because you literally brought up Trump, because I said to you, you said, why are we even having this hearing? He's not in office yet.
I don't expect him to do it.
Stanley, you said, why is this hearing even being held? There's whatever amount of days left until the new administration comes in.
I don't feel a need to talk about it.
My response to you was, Stanley, we have leadership now. What is happening now?
We have what now?
We have leadership now. What is happening now? You brought up Trump.
They were so bad. They were so bad. They were voted out, and I guess they're butthurt about it, and they just don't want to do anything.
Yeah, that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, well, it shouldn't make sense to you. You can barely speak English.
Yeah, you know,
really?
Stanley.
Let's stop making stuff up now. Now you're making stuff up.
What are you saying, Mike?
No, your audio. Something's wrong with your audio. Or is that me?
My audio is fine.
It sounds like it's cutting in and out.
Oh, is it? Is it better now?
Somewhat. But my question.
Let me go out and come back in because I want you to hear every word I have to say.
I really don't care what he has to say. But...
Yeah, Mike. I think Stanley's not getting it. Like, he brought up.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, I agree with you. You know, we have a current administration, and Stanley, he's just butthurt. It seems like.
Is this any better?
Yeah.
But I'm not here to argue with anyone.
Let me.
Yeah, and I kind of want to get back to the hearing at some point. But go ahead.
What is it you have to say, Mike?
Yeah, I was just saying we do have a current administration right now. It doesn't matter who we voted in. I mean, it's who's in charge right now.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
And I don't think Stanley understands that.
No, I understand it better than you do. So is that it? Because we can move on.
Let's move.
Okay. I was gonna ask the chat if they were done with this hearing, but apparently we're not. So I'll just turn it back on.
Oh. It's your panel, like you said. You can ask.
Well, I mean, I don't mind hearing the hearing.
Time of Louisiana had his eyes, not knives out for black immigrants. That's your testimony.
Given their
Thank you,
litigation
Senator Kennedy.
conduct, yes.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a broken immigration system. This was acknowledged over a decade ago when I first arrived in the United States Senate. And we actually, in 2013, we had a bipartisan, comprehensive immigration reform bill that addressed the issues of all of the immigrants who are working in various large sectors of our economy, i.e. in the ag sector, where the Chamber of Commerce are concerned about what we're doing with immigration policy, where we dealt with the undocumented immigrants who are working and paying taxes for which they get absolutely, they're paying the Social Security, Medicare, they don't get those benefits at all. So we have a broken immigration system. We actually had the two senators who are sitting here, the chairman and the former chair of the committee, who are part of a comprehensive immigration reform. So I don't know why we cannot come to some sort of an agreement to deal with the massive complex issues that confront us. So that is what I'm calling for. Until we make a commitment to comprehensive immigration reform, pointing fingers at the Biden administration or any other administration is not going to get us for anywhere fast. And in fact, every administration has had border enforcement policies. You may not like the policies. For example, I certainly didn't support the Trump policy of separating thousands of children from their parents without keeping track of who their parents were. All I'm asking for is a rational, reasonable, humane immigration policy. So that was what I thought the comprehensive immigration bill in 2013 was. I didn't agree with all of the provisions, but some of us worked really hard on it. And Senator Graham, as I mentioned, was part of that. So that's what I think we ought to be focusing on. Now, General Manner, I'm glad you're here because we have a president who has said many times that he intends to use the military to do immigration policies, to effect his immigration policies. And General Manner, you said that that is going to have a very negative impact on readiness, for example, because our military, including the National Guard, they are not trained for immigration enforcement. So as the chair currently of the Armed Services Committee's Readiness Subcommittee, I share your concerns. By the way, maybe you can go over again a little bit more. What kind of infrastructure would be needed to enforce immigration deportation on up to 4% of our population? What kind of infrastructure would we need in order to effect that?
I have to defer to the other experts on the panel.
Okay, well, then that would be Mr. Ragnick-Melnick. Am I
Yes.
pronouncing your name? Would you like to go into some of that?
Senator, in order to carry out that form of operation would require hiring tens of thousands of new law enforcement agents, would require building dozens, if not hundreds of new detention centers, hiring thousands of new judges, all at a cost of hundreds of billions of dollars, potentially up to or more than $1 trillion over the course of more than a decade.
Do you support comprehensive immigration reform?
I do.
Does anybody on this panel not support comprehensive immigration reform that really gets to some of the problem, well, that really addresses the issues that we're facing? Anybody on the panel?
Senator, I have to say, comprehensive immigration reform is not a defined term, and as with all
Well, you
legislation,
can
the
look
devil's in
at,
the detail.
excuse me, you can look at the 2013 bill, and that had some of the kinds of, that would be what I would describe as comprehensive. It was not the answer, it was not the be all and end all, but it was pretty comprehensive, wouldn't you say?
I was actually on the bench at the time that bill was introduced. I was an immigration judge and not involved in legislation.
Well, it was, trust me when I say that it was about as comprehensive immigration reform as we have managed to do in over a decade at this point. And that's more, I think, what we need to do. And I don't think there's anybody here who supports something called the open borders, because as I said, every single administration has had border enforcement policy. You may not agree with all of that. I don't think there's anybody sitting here who supports open borders, whatever the heck that means. But we all know that we need to have border control. We need that. But what are we going to do about the 11 million to 13 million undocumented people here who are very much a part of our community and the fabric of many, many communities, not to mention that there are U.S. citizens that are part of their families? And are we going to start busting them up? What's that going to do? So, before we start throwing out all kinds of so-called solutions, I think we need to think about what are we going to do to have a rational, reasonable immigration policy. And that's what I'm calling for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hirono. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to each of you for being here today. Ms. Morin, I am so sorry for your loss. I know that's been a very difficult time for you and your family, and this truly is a season of sorrow for you all, and I recognize that. I find it so interesting. This open border policy that we've seen is not a compassionate policy. I've talked to people that work with human trafficking and sex trafficking, and what is happening to women and children is abhorrent. And we all are fully aware of that. Mr. Chairman, I appreciated your remark that we should deport those that are truly a danger to Americans. I think that's accurate. I don't think there's anyone would disagree with that. We've all seen the uptick in violent crimes, such as Ms. Morin and her family have experienced. And this is the reason I reintroduced my CLEAR Act this year, which enable local law enforcement, when they apprehend someone who's in the country illegally, to detain them and then call on ICE to deport them. And then the federal government have to repay that local law enforcement agency for what they've spent in that apprehension, that detention. And we should pass this bill today. And that would be a good thing for this committee to be doing this last week. Pull it up, put it on the hotline, and run it. Is there anybody on this panel that disagrees with deporting criminal illegal aliens? Raise your hand if you disagree with that. Everybody agrees those that have committed crimes against our citizens should be deported. Mr. Arthur, I want to come to you. Talk for just 1 minute about why it is important that we empower local law enforcement to carry out the job that the federal government has not done.
Well, you actually heard Mr. Reichlin-Melnick talk about how few ICE enforcement removal officers there are. There's always going to be a set number of those individuals. When you allow police officers who are involved in their community, who are the first line, actually putting hands on criminals, they're going to be the people who are best able to pull those individuals out of the community. And it's important to note, Senator, that when you talk about immigrant crime, Ms. Morin's situation is horrible, and every crime is horrible. So much of that immigrant crime takes place in immigrant communities. Sanctuary jurisdictions do nothing but punish the immigrants that those individuals that live in those communities, that those criminals are sent back to. So that's why it's absolutely crucial.
I appreciate that. So I think we should move forward with my legislation, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Reichlin-Melnick, I'd like to come to you. I want to talk about some of your tweets. You've been active on X. Here's one. This is bad analysis that bears little resemblance to the facts. The Remain in Mexico program was not very successful. It was a human rights disaster that fed people to the cartels with not much impact on border crossings. Plus, Biden ended it when it was barely in use at all. So
That's correct.
let's talk about that. So do you still believe that Remain in Mexico was not very successful?
It wasn't. In fact, it was one of a suite of programs that went into effect in 2019, about 4 or 5 different ones over the course
Do
of
you
about 8
believe
months.
it was a human rights disaster?
Yes. I'll tell you the stories of the women sent back by the United
May
States
I
to
please
Mexico
tell
who
you
were
stories
raped in
of
Mexico because of that.
people that were raped along the way, people that have been
And we sent them back to those traffickers. Remain in Mexico gave people to the cartels, and we turned our eyes away from them.
Remain in Mexico was successful, and we all know it. Now, let me talk
It
to
was
you about
not.
another tweet that you put up. There are not 320,000 missing children.
That's
that
correct.
number is a false interpretation of a DHS OIG report that said that 32,000 people who entered as unaccompanied children from 2019 to 2023 were ordered deported for missing court, and ICE failed to file charging documents for 291,000 more.
That's right.
Now,
That's an accurate description of the OIG report.
This is a human rights disaster because what we have heard is the DHS Inspector General, and what they have testified is that they found 32,000 migrant children did not show up for their court date, and an additional 291,000 migrant children never received notices to appear.
That's
so
correct. That's
it
what my tweet
isn't
said.
your testimony that DHS does in fact know the whereabouts of every single one of these 320,000 children, and they're just not telling people where these children are.
No, because that's not DHS's function here. It's also Office of Refugee Resettlement. It's
It is
not their job
DHS
to go out
and
and find every
ORR.
single people.
It is DHS and ORR.
I guess the
What
broader
we
point is
know,
somebody isn't missing
sir,
if no one's
what
looking
we
for them.
know, what we know is that through reports that have been made, reporting even the New York Times, many of these children are in abusive situations. They are working in plants, and indeed, DHS says that you've got this 320,000 migrant children that cannot be located. That is a human rights disaster. I yell back.
Senator Blackburn, they did not say they can't be located. They said that they had not even attempted to file
My time has
charging
expired. I
documents,
yield
which
back,
is a very
Mr.
different
Chairman.
I'm going to give the witness an opportunity to finish his remarks.
I just want to know, the DHS report did not say these children were missing. It said that ICE had failed on the job to actually start the court process for them. If ICE filed the court documents, many of those people would be living at the exact address that the ICE told them. It's just ICE has not filed the charging documents. It's not that they're missing. And of course, exploitation is very real, and we've called for more labor enforcement to ensure it doesn't happen.
Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the fact that we're still discussing, debating the struggle to reconnect children who were separated from their parents more than 4 years ago today should tell us a lot about what to expect in the next administration. I think it's worthy of further conversation, maybe a different hearing, a different day to focus on that. Just as a reminder for folks that are observing today's hearing, that the stated topic of today's hearing is, quote, how mass deportations will separate American families, harm our armed forces, and devastate our economy. So I will attempt through my questions to bring us back to the focus of this hearing today. But first, I wanted to point out a couple of notes that I've taken throughout the hearing. In hearing from my colleagues on the committee, the issues they've raised, the questions they've raised, to underscore a statement I made at the outset, which is how complex this conversation in this policy area is. And so it requires thoughtful and nuanced solutions. Senator Graham was talking about the numbers, and even questioned witnesses of would you be opposed to someone who has had their day in court, he said, and has been denied a further stay in the United States after having had their day in court. That sheds light on process, due process, often lack thereof, representation in the process, lack of representation in the process. I'm for a process and finality of a process, a finality, an answer, clarity about your future in a matter of weeks and months, not years and years, but that requires investment in the process by the federal government, in hearing officers, in immigration judges. So let's just lay that out if we're going to be genuine and serious about tackling the backlogs and the issues. Second, man, if I had a nickel for every time I heard fentanyl in this committee, serious problem, but irresponsible in how it's misportrayed so often in immigration conversations. Fentanyl needs to be addressed. Fentanyl needs to be stopped. Its illegal importation needs to be tackled. But if we're going to do it thoughtfully and seriously, let's look at what the Customs and Border Protection Agency tells us. 80% of individuals who are prosecuted and convicted for bringing fentanyl into this country are United States citizens. Happy to share the link, folks. Happy to share the report. So if that's a concern, then let's address the heart of the concern and not just use it as a soundbite to further attack immigrants. Oh, by the way, did you know the numbers at the southern border are way down? People talking about this crisis at the border. We always need to do more to ensure a safe, orderly, and humane border. But some of these numbers that are being tossed around are not what's happening today because of President Biden's policies this last year. So let's be intellectually honest with ourselves and the public. Now, that being said, Mr. Reichlin-Melnick, you're pretty popular today. I have a question for you as well. As you know, and you've referenced, the largest mass deportation effort in U.S. history was President Eisenhower's Operation Wetback. I referenced it in my opening statements. During that operation, more than 500,000 Mexicans and many United States citizens were deported. And as far as anybody can tell, Operation Wetback did not achieve its intended effects of increasing employment rates or wages for U.S. workers. Former President Trump has said that he planned to model his deportations on Operation Wetback. Now, you testified today about the expected negative economic impacts of mass deportation, including the rising costs of food. Some estimates say food prices are going to go up 19% based on this alone. In what world does food become cheaper with mass deportations?
Mass deportations would not cause food prices to become cheaper. The exact opposite would occur. In fact, a single worksite raid in 2018 under the Trump administration at a beef plant in Tennessee led to ground beef prices rising by 25 cents for the year that the plant was out of operation following the raid.
And just to follow up to that question, I'm cognizant of my time, Mr. Chairman. I've referenced so many industries that have significant percentages of undocumented workforce in them. I think chief among them is the agricultural industry, not just nationally, but particularly in the state like California, the largest agricultural producing state in the nation, where estimates are, well more than 75% of the workforce is undocumented. I hear from growers, as do all my colleagues. I hear from labor contractors, as do all my colleagues, about how easy it is for them to recruit United States citizens to do the work in the fields. And let me tell you how easy it is. It is not. There's a reason that the agricultural industry relies on immigrants, including so many undocumented immigrants, to help keep the food supply chain going, keep food on the tables of American families. And I invite my colleagues, if you want to get a taste of what it's like and the difficulties for the recruitment, to spend a day in the fields like I did in 2022, picking radishes and parsley, like Senator Booker did in 2023. Happy to work with growers and farm workers to provide that opportunity for all of you. Follow-up question, Mr. Reichlin-Melnick. Just briefly describe to us what it would look like if the agricultural industry were suddenly to lose half of its workforce.
I mean, if it was overnight, the U.S. food supply would crumble. Undocumented workers work across the agricultural sector, from picking crops in the field to meat processing to poultry processing to dairy to everything in between. And these are workers that without them, our food supply would drastically diminish. I'm not saying that there's no jobs Americans will do. Of course, that's not true. Americans have done those jobs in the past, but it could take decades before we got enough workers to replace the experience and the knowledge of some of these workers who have been doing the jobs for 20, 30 years. It is not something that can just be replaced overnight and will cause severe impact to the U.S. food supply.
Thank you, Senator
Chair.
Padilla.
Violent criminals, let's go after them. The vast majority of immigrants and undocumented immigrants who are contributing so much to this country, they deserve better. Thank you.
Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to paint a picture of the crisis at the border and what the incoming administration has to deal with. Roughly 8 million people came into this country illegally from the outgoing administration's border policies. 8 million. Does anyone find that acceptable? I'm going to give you all a chance to answer that question shortly. The American people elected a new president in large part to secure the border and deport people who came illegally under their predecessor. So to my Democratic colleagues, how many illegal immigrants being deported by the new administration would you find objectionable? Mr. Melnick, I'll ask you, 1 million?
I think 1 million would be a disaster.
2 million?
Again, considering we're talking about law-abiding people who've been here for decades, I think that is enough that would have severe negative ramifications for the United States.
3 million?
Same answer.
5 million?
Same answer, even worse ramifications.
Do you think it would be fair or moral to deport any illegal immigrants?
Yes, I'm not a supporter of open borders, as I said before.
Well, I'm kind of curious what your position was back during the Obama administration when that's exactly what he did. I'm not reading what Trump intends to do. I'm reading exactly what President Barack Obama did when he came into office and deported nearly 5 million people, or in excess of 3 million people. So at that time, were you involved politically or in this space at the time that Obama was here? How old were you back then?
I was a graduate of law school and was working at the time.
Were you opining on deportations at that time?
I was not.
Do you believe that President Obama made a grave, horrible, inhumane mistake by deporting those folks?
Well, it wasn't
that
5
came
million
in under the
people.
Bush administration.
It wasn't 5 million people. When we're looking at
It was over 3
internalized
million.
deportations.
So let's not split hairs.
Actual numbers are closer to 1.5 internal ICE deportations. And
But
there
you
as
said
well,
that
it
was
depends on the
immoral.
portfolio.
So you said President Obama was immoral and inappropriate to deport those million people. Is that what I heard you say?
There were many people
No, it's
that
a
were deported
yes, no
under his
question.
administration
You
that should
can't
not
be-
have been. Yes.
Look, I don't normally get into these antagonistic sorts of discussions here, but it needs to be said because you just a month ago said at the turn of the century, Jim Crow was legal, lynchings were at their highest level in the U.S. history, women couldn't vote, the infant mortality rate was 165 per 1,000, and the average life expectancy was 47. And we also had quasi-open borders. That part wasn't bad. So let me tell you what I tell everyone who comes in this room and has the polarizing testimony, sir, that you have had. You're a part of the problem. I'm a part of a group of people here who have said, as the president did incidentally on Sunday, he believes there should be a path for dreamers. We're demonizing President Trump for something he may or may not do, but he has said to his Republican base, he believes that there should be certainty for dreamers. He's also said that we have to have a secure border. And as long as the border is not secure, people like me who try to treat people who are in the state that they are here with respect and understanding some of the issues that that Mr. Padilla brought up, you cause people to go into their corners and get nothing done. That is why Chair Durbin has not been able to fulfill the promise on Dreamers every single year he's tried for the last 20, because people like you make it impossible to have let me finish, and then I'll let you speak as long as the chair wants to, have a rational discussion about it. Because if we don't secure the border, I can't get a path to citizenship for the DACA population. If we don't secure the border, I can't get Democrats and Republicans to come together and give certainty to the Dreamer population. Are there any Dreamers in the room? Raise your hand if you are. All right. Well, this is a part of the problem, ladies and gentlemen. You have an incoming Republican president who just said as late as Sunday that he's prepared to give you certainty. But we have people here demonizing him for asking the reasonable question of, can't we all agree that we need to secure the border? So if you are sincerely, I don't know how you make your money. I don't care what your political motives are. But number one, I would really appreciate it to say, if you would go out on social media and say that the President Obama did a horrible disservice to those people he deported, and he's as wrong-minded as every other Republican who said we've got to secure the border, deport people, because you can't have one being okay and the other one not being okay. And if you don't come to the table and recognize in a world where, 100 years ago, it was probably safe to have a quasi-open border because the world order was changing and we emerged as a world leader. But today, we have terrorists that can fly from the Middle East, land in Mexico, and come across the border in less than 24 hours. We're not living in Ellis Island anymore. We've got a problem that can't be solved, and people like you are creating more obstacles to people like me who are willing to take hits from my own party to satisfy what people like Donald Trump want to get done. Thank you.
May I respond?
No. Thank you, Senator. It's my time, so I'm going to speak. First of all, I want to thank all of the witnesses. I think we're actually going to start making progress on securing the border and on a sensible and humane policy. I want to thank folks from the immigrant community and Dreamers who I know are here and acknowledge my respect for the contributions you've made to our country. And I don't want to lose the benefit of that. As I've listened to my colleagues, I think it's not that complex. Number one, I think there is agreement we have to have a secure border. You can't have a country that doesn't have a control over its border. Second, I think there's broad consensus that criminals who are here should be deported. Ms. Moore, and I just want to acknowledge, as we all have, the incredible life you've had, the loss of your daughter and your own experience. People who do that, they shouldn't have gotten in and they shouldn't be here. And if they are here, they should be in jail. Third, we have the question of people whose status has been determined, but it took so long for that status to be determined, in many cases, years and years, that they become an integral part of their community and they put roots down here and they haven't committed a crime. This is where we don't have consensus. There's a view among some, and I think the President-elect Trump has this view, that if you are here illegally, no matter how long it took for that adjudication to occur and no matter what your roots are, then you should go back. Senator Graham was indicating a view that if you've been adjudicated, fair is fair and you should go back. There's another point of view, and that is that if you have been here and we had a system that didn't adjudicate in any kind of timely way, and you have been working, I'll put it in very specific terms, on a farm in Vermont for 7 or for 8 or for 9 years, and you become a contributing member to the community and the economy. There's another approach one could take where you might pay a fine, you might have to make amends for the fact that you came here illegally, but there'd be an acknowledgement of the contributions you've made, the roots you've established, and what the harm to the community would be. And that certainly would be the case in Vermont, just speaking about agriculture. I just can't imagine. Actually, I can't imagine. I've talked to some farmers who, if they lost their labor, would lose their farm because cows don't milk themselves, and they are not able to get local labor to do that. So there is a real potential here for us to find common ground and get something done that is securing the border, that is deporting criminals, that is making judgments about allowing people the option of paying a fine, where there would be a deterrent as long as we have a secure border. You know, Ms. Morin, I just want to ask you, you've suffered so much, and I want to express to you my gratitude for your advocacy on behalf of others. But if we had a secure border, you're advocating for that. If we have, and that keeps criminals out, right? Would it be in conflict with what you think would be a reasonable outcome for like dreamers, like, for instance, kids who came here with their parents, who've not committed any crime, who've become parts of the community? Would that be something that you would see as a reasonable outcome to find a way for them to have a legal status?
A couple of things from listening to everyone speak. One, as an American citizen and not a politician, so I don't know all the ins and outs, but just what I'm hearing is the bottom line is profit. To an American citizen, they're hearing you're putting lives, you're putting profit above American lives. So that's the message you're communicating. For me personally, our country is made of immigrants. We have 250 years or more of immigrants that have come to this country and have built the country to what it is today. And we are descendants of those immigrants. The issue is having an open border that allows an invasion of people that compromises our national security because our borders, we don't have enough border agents to stem the flow of immigrants, but then also they bypass the law to speed up them coming in, and in doing so, they miss all the criminals that are coming into our country. So I think we need to put those laws back into place and to practice so we can catch them at the border. And then I think that we should work towards those that have come to the country. If it's illegal, the very word itself means unlawful.
Mm-hmm.
So are we saying it's okay to come to America in an unlawful way? There has to be some kind of a line, a precedence of what is lawful and what isn't lawful.
Well, I thank you for that. I mean, the heart of, at least as I hear what you're saying, is that we have to have a secure border in the first place.
Yes.
Yeah, well, thank you again. My time is up and I'm going to, are you next? Holly? Senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to the witnesses for being here. I have to say, I'm kind of amazed that we're holding this hearing. To me, it's remarkable that the idea of actually, as you were just saying, Ms. Morin, the idea of enforcing our laws, protecting our border, securing our streets from criminals, it's amazing that that's controversial at all. And it says something a lot about the other side of the dais that we're having this hearing today. Let me just ask you, Mr. Reichlin-Melnick, I mean, is it really such a bad idea to deport people like the criminal who killed this young man? This is Travis Wolf. He was 12 years old when he was killed. He was mowed down, and I do mean mowed down, in a car by an illegal immigrant, 12 years of age, walking along a sidewalk in my state of Missouri, mowed down by an illegal immigrant who I think also had a prior criminal record. Is it such a bad idea to deport the person who killed him?
Any person who commits a heinous crime should suffer the consequences under the law.
Good. What about Officer David Lee? Officer David Lee was killed in Missouri just a few months ago by another illegal immigrant, once again in a car, who used it as a lethal weapon to ram him and kill him. Is it so wrong, such a bad idea to deport the illegal immigrant who killed this good man?
Again, any person who commits an awful act should face the full force of the law. And
We've
I've
had
never said
multiple
otherwise.
stabbings in the state of Missouri at laundromats in O'Fallon, Missouri, where innocent civilians were going to do their laundry of an evening and were attacked with knives, slashed, bled, stomped upon. Should the illegals who do that, should they not be deported?
As I said,
in over one. We saw this legal immigrant deported.
They should face the consequences. Are a very small the population that President Trump is promising to deport.
Well, let's talk
13
about the
million
rest
people.
of the people who you don't want to be deported. You said in an article that you wrote recently, new report shows devastating costs of mass deportation. You wrote this in October. Do you remember this piece?
Yes, that is a summary of our report.
Yeah. So in this piece, and it's also in your written testimony, you talk about how much the economy will lose if the United States actually enforces our immigration laws and deports folks who are here illegally. And I want to quote you now. You say some industries would be particularly hard hit, including construction, agriculture, and hospitality, which can 1.5 million workers. What's the argument here? That there aren't American workers? Jobs?
No, and as I said previously, are, but the issue is
Wages
decades.
to rise?
I think that we want to pass a path to citizenship so we can have a level and fair playing field for every American.
Why would you want American citizens and those who are here lawfully to have to compete against illegal immigrants who, by the way, are often paid not minimum wage, who are not given the federally mandated benefits precisely because they're here illegally? Why would you want to drive down the wages of millions of working Americans who can't get those jobs in construction, agriculture, and hospitality because illegal immigrants are getting them? Suppressing wages in the meantime. Why would you want to do that?
Well, if you didn't hear from my initial testimony, you know I don't want that.
Listen, I read your testimony word for word, and
avoid.
I've been watching it, and I know what the answer is. You don't actually care about working people because you're absolutely hell-bent on this ideological agenda of opening our border. You want to give everybody who's here a path to citizenship. You want blanket amnesty. You talk about mass deportations. That's your word, not Trump's. You want mass amnesty, right? It's right here in your testimony.
We want a path to citizenship for people
amnesty.
who pass a background check, who pay a
That's
fine.
amnesty, who you
and
just said there's millions of people, 13 million people. Right, 13 million people you want to dump into the labor force.
They are
who
already
will drive
in the labor force,
illegally.
Senator.
They're here,
Yes.
taking jobs
So
from
let's
American
make it
citizens and selling.
legal
Oh,
and avoid
perfect. So
this.
here's your plan. So just if you're wondering, America, here's the Democrats' plan. Take the 13 million plus illegals who are here, taking jobs from Americans, taking wages down, taking health care benefits, and bring them here legally so that they can continue to drive down wages, flood the labor force, and suppress
Senator
all of
Hawley,
the
they
above.
can't flood the labor force if they're already part of the labor force, which is
They
the
are
economic
flooding the
issue
labor
today.
force now. That's what's happening now. Why
The
do you think
majority
wages
have been here for
flatlined?
over 15 years. Many millions have been
And
here
what has
since the
happened to
Reagan
working class
administration.
wages in that time, Mr. Reichlin-Melnick?
Working
Have
class
they gone
wages
up?
are currently going up. Yes.
Oh, really? They've
have
gone up over the last
year.
15 years?
Over the
They're
last
up?
15 years, I will have to.
Kim,
consult
are
the
you and
economists on
Virgo
that.
done with this
Yeah,
hearing?
down, way down. What world do you live in? Listen,
Senator Hawley,
here's the deal.
Are y'all
American
done with
people
this?
just voted.
Apparently
The American
Sam is
people
bored.
just voted. Well, you know what? It's my time, not yours. So
There's an audio issue. I don't know if it's on my end or yours.
Soliloquy. And let me just end with
It
this.
might be mine.
Had a good look at your economic, and they voted against it. An open border for the last facto amnesty.
Man,
yourself 15 plus has been a people have died lower because of it. Our streets are in chaos because of it. And now you and the Democrat Party just say more of the same, more of the same. Let's double down. I would just say to you, I think that's insanity. I think it's total insanity, and the American people do.
Senator Hawley, we have a choice. We can either hurt the economy or help the economy.
Democrat for over a read this election. When your home is invaded, million people, it changes.
Is this
your
any
voting
better?
patterns.
Can y'all hear me at all?
Every single day.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's a little better.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. My computer
We have
got
seen Americans
low on battery,
murdered.
and I
We've seen rape.
brought it here into the kitchen.
We've seen children brutalized by criminal. Illegal aliens released deliberately.
When y'all get tired of this hearing, let me
Joe
know.
Biden and
I
Kamala
know
Harris.
Sam.
The numbers are staggering. According to ICE, as
Yeah, it's up to you.
21st, 2024,
Okay,
nearly
well, is there anything else
650,000
anybody wants to talk about?
criminal illegal aliens.
Yeah, it's also
currently on
I'm not
ICE's
opposed to stopping it. It's up to you, Stanley.
Let's see what else. We were watching this earlier, and I kind of hate to start it over again, but this was just something that popped up in my algorithm. It's a it's a snippet of a conversation that happened at this Black-owned radio station in San Diego. And guess a friend of the show or something, a white woman, called in saying that she loves dating black men, and it was kind of pretty funny. And it's related to some stuff we watched overnight. Let's see what else is out there. Guess we can finish watching it. It's almost over. And then, are y'all familiar with something called blackdemographics.com?
I'm sorry, you said hotdemographics.com?
Blackdemographics.com.
Oh, black demographics. No, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I was listening to a Kevin Samuels video early this morning. And he actually, I'd never heard of it before, but he mentioned it. So I went and looked at it, and it's got a lot of good stuff, a lot of good data on different aspects of Black American demographics, income, education, all kinds of stuff like that. And I will definitely be using it in the future. Because there's some folks like Be Brave who just kind of make stuff up. And this has a lot of different stuff to
I haven't
look
seen
at.
that guy in a while. Be Brave. I haven't seen him in a while.
He hasn't been over here in a while. He got annoyed. I think it was with John. So he'll be back eventually. But he's taking a moratorium. But I still go on his show. He's got his own show.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought him and John were cool.
Well, they still are. It's just sometimes Be Brave can be a little sensitive. So he'll be back eventually. But I go on his show every now and again. So, next time I go there, I'm going to have some statistics to come with, to be forearmed with. So anyway, it's a good, I'll drop the link again into the chat. It's a good website. And, it's something anybody who ever gets into these political debates should probably at least have in their back pocket if they ever need it.
How accurate is it?
Don't know. The charts I looked at today were based on the U.S. Census. People seem to have trouble with all kinds of things these days, but, I trust the census to be at least relatively accurate. There are other sources too. And then not only do they give you the sources, but some of them actually, allow you to get under the hood and see how data was compiled and that sort of thing. I tended to actually use well, Kim, if people don't tell truth on surveys, you got to start somewhere. It's better to get near the truth than just make stuff up like P Brave does. So if anybody knows of anything more accurate than the U.S. Census, I'm I'm open to suggestion.
Yeah, I was going to say that. You know, people do lie a lot on surveys, but
Okay,
I guess
well, you know what? There's no way to get more accurate. I mean, if people lie on surveys, where's more accurate data?
because I'm sure you took a survey before that you lied on.
No, I never have a reason to lie. I mean, I filled out the census. Everything I put on the census was true.
Yeah, I get it.
But, you know, actually, Kelvin makes a point. I mean, statistics are inherently problematic because data has to be interpreted. So interpretation can even be subjective.
And you
So
also have to look at the people who's taking these surveys as well.
I don't care to do any of that. The numbers are there. You either trust them or you don't. If I have to second guess a number, I won't use it, but census is good enough for me.
And what was this video here about?
Oh, this is a black radio station in San Diego, and the topic, it was a call-in. A white lady calls in and says she loves dating black men, and I'll just start it from the beginning. It was actually pretty amusing.
I can't be mad at you.
Calls into a black radio station.
All
Apparently,
let's be careful.
one of them knows her.
We got to be careful.
Yeah, I want Raider Man to call back in.
Yeah, Raider Man, where you at, bro? Break
I wanna
it
hear
down. Break
your
down the truth.
Yeah, break it down.
Get to these phone calls. 97.5. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is this Lady Charmaine? Am I addressing that correctly?
Yes.
So do you ever take suggestions for topics other than what you're talking about today? Because I like what you're talking about today, but
I do. All you have to do, yes, we do. All you have to do is go to my Facebook page. Just go to Lady Charmaine, and you can put your topic right up in there. You can inbox me or put it on my page.
Okay.
Okay, what if I'm not on Facebook?
Well, you're on the air, so what's the topic?
Yes.
What?
Okay, so older women, younger men.
Cougars.
And the allure of white women with African American men.
Ooh.
But I can talk on that one, honey.
Oh, really?
Ooh.
So what do you mean by that? The allure of...
The allure. You're attracted to brothers. Go on.
Yeah.
Okay. Why? But why? But hold on.
Are you Caucasian?
Wait.
Yes, I am. I'm very white.
She said, I'm very white.
Before we go any further,
Oh, Lord.
Before we go any further, the judge, the court is in session.
I got to hear what you got to say.
So, my sister, family, what is the allure of brothers?
Yes.
Tell the truth. Break it down for us. I really don't know. I've been wondering this question for years.
Please share.
Okay.
For years.
Okay. So, Tristan, you know who I am.
No, who's this?
You know who I am.
Wait. Who's this?
Okay.
Who? No. Who would this be? No. Don't get nervous.
Think of the white girl with the long blonde hair that calls you all the time and tells you to play Kim, and you never do it.
Patricia?
Oh, please.
Tracy?
I'm going to hang up on you right
Vanessa?
now.
I want to get back to the topic at hand.
101.1.
Mary J?
No, we're going to get back to the topic at hand. So you say you are a Caucasian woman and you love black men?
You know, I started being attracted to black men in high school.
Okay.
Because they were great dancers, great sense of humor.
Okay.
And they just took to the heavier woman. I was heavy all through high school.
Okay.
Now that what I'm really attracted to, and I realize, is that there's a certain savoir-faire that the that the brother brings that my brother doesn't have. Like they have a romantic side, they have a sensual side to them that my white brothers want to act goofy. You know, they want to act goofy and silly all the time, and you know, instead of yes, hush up.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out who
being,
be on the phone. What?
Instead of being sensual, they want to act all silly and nerdy. And I've never, you know, like my black brother,
Okay.
you know, he brings a more sensual, playful side to the relationship.
Now, Sally, I gotta say this. I have never heard a white woman
You should see her
talk
face,
about.
y'all.
I've never heard a white woman talk about our black men like that and what you like about black men. This is so juicy.
Well,
Y'all need to go online and go to KDEFM.org.
Let me just say the myth, and even with my white girlfriends who I know are married to some black men, the myth has always been the, shall we say, the, I don't know how to say this on air, so you just have to figure it out. The
careful now.
sensual part of the anatomy, and that is not true. That is not true.
Okay.
It hasn't been in my experience because I've had that with some white men that I've dated and some black men that I've dated. What I like is the sensual energy that the black man brings to the relationship.
Wow.
They just have a sensual side that they know how to stroke that woman's, at least me, that woman's heart. Where my experience with the white men that I date, they're too goofy. They still want to do goofy stuff, and they're just I don't know how to explain it. No disrespect, please.
Wow.
No disrespect, but I just. My white girlfriends and I, we all talk about that. The man knows how to dress. He knows how to. He just knows how to bring the
So you just
Sally, I gotta be nosy. So since you said you say you and your white girlfriends talk about, you know, how much you guys love black men. So what are some of the things that a white woman do to try to pull our black men?
Ooh, how dare you ask that question?
I got to know.
Did you say pull or fool?
No, pull. So what are some of the things that you and your girlfriends sit around and talk about to, you know, to attract our black men to you?
Brothers, listen up. Listen up now. What?
Okay, now I got a lot of black girlfriends, okay? So when we're sitting around talking about this, what I notice is depending on the relationship that the black woman has had with her boyfriend or husband, and if it's been bad, if it's been a hard life with her, she comes at it hard. She comes at it really demanding. She's going to take no, you know, man, I told you this, man, I told you. She's got her finger up in the air. And I understand that. But where the white woman comes at it is we will stroke that black man a little easier. We won't be so demanding.
Hey, Stanley.
We're a little bit more sensual and playful. But after we get to know that, after we get to know the game a little bit, then our finger kind of goes up in the air a little bit. But we're not as demanding, and we're not as...
Sisters can be a little rough, but you know.
Hey, I'm sorry. I have to drop down, and I'll be right back. I just got sent to a call. I'm currently at work.
Stop.
Okay, yeah, I'll be here.
Okay.
You just let us know what your game was, child.
It is over.
Thank you, Sally.
Thank you, Sally, for checking. Yeah.
Just play Kim for me, and we can get this handled.
We can get this handled. Okay, gotcha. Brothers gonna work it out. My brother.
Bye, Sally. Thank you.
Wow.
Oh, that was so juicy.
She said juicy, like, oh my God.
Oh, that was juicy.
921-5333.
She exposed the game.
I need some water or something. I don't know. Maybe
or they can go online to KDEFM.org. Oh, what's your comment?
What's happening, family? What's
My comment is this. I'm speaking up for our African American sisters. We stroke our brothers. I just get so tired of the perception being that black women are so harsh and hard, and they put their finger up. You know why the finger goes up?
What's the finger goes up? What does that mean?
Up when the brother starts cheating. The finger goes up when the brother starts lying and playing games.
Right.
So black women love their black men. Don't get it twisted.
Right. Okay.
From head to toe, honey.
All right,
and if you know how to bring it correctly, then you will always have that love. But we are not going to cower down and not confront you when you don't know how to treat us like a black queen.
Whoa.
How about that?
Whoa, this is so juicy.
Thank you, sister.
I just want to correct that notion because there's always the notion that the black sister is hard and that's why the brother don't want her. He got a black mama. And if his black mama laid down and had his black ASS, he understand how to treat the black queen.
Baby girl,
Woosah.
She going in.
It won't be no problem.
Wow.
For every.
Okay, she let her come.
Well, you know what? That was juicy though.
97.5. Hell, I'm scared to answer the phone, man.
Really interesting.
It is, ain't it?
You know what?
Okay. But I want to say this, okay? I have dated some white men. I am in a committed relationship. I've always been into, I'm a black woman.
Okay.
Into black men.
Okay.
I always have been. But the perception that she had with regards to black women being rough, that is totally not me in any form of fashion, nor any of my girlfriends.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
And in fact, I'm one of those who love, like they say, stroking. Okay. We're building up the man's ego. This world is difficult enough.
Right. Yeah, and it's hard on the brother out here. You know?
I like holding him up. I like making him feel good and confident and strong. Okay. I'm that. That other part of him where he goes out into the world and the world is rough, okay, and it's challenging and whatnot, but he can come home and be at peace.
Wow. You know, I got to tell you.
This is so good.
There's way too much estrogen on this phone. Brothers, check in on this one. 921.
Sally, girl, look what you did.
53.
No, you know, I respect because that was an interesting take, and I've never heard that before either.
Yeah, that's why I respect her for, she just put the game out there. So thank you, Sally.
Very interesting because it works the opposite way too. Now, the white men who are into the black woman.
Oh, Lord, here we go. We're going to come back. Hold on. We're going to come back with
that's good. It's just not a white man that can call in who loves the black woman.
Listen, this is Reba.
Hey, Reba.
Yeah. Hi, Reba. Let me tell you something, okay?
Yeah.
I think, if depending upon what that woman was talking about is your class. If you're a classy woman, all right, and I'm not necessarily high educated or whatever, but you just know how to comport yourself. You have a certain demeanor.
Have
then
a
you're going to take that. You're going to take that, and you're going to share that with whomever you're with, male, female, okay, black, white. It doesn't matter because that's going to be who you are, and that's the energy you're going to put out there for whoever you're with. But when you care about somebody, you're not going to pound on them emotionally, physically, or verbally, or anything else, because that's
Rima, girl, look. Thank you for checking in.
Thank you.
I gotta woosah.
You know these phone calls from all these black women that's calling in who are
coming back with a whole lot more on Sacramento's Growth Station. Thank you for checking in, girl.
Thank you.
Estrogen-driven show we got going here. 921-5333. That's 921-5333. Yeah, I got to breathe a little bit. Let me set it off over here. In the meantime, black, white, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
When you do it for the love of the other person, it can work out.
But Sally doing it for the love of our black brothers, though.
Here we go. We're coming back with more, man.
Love you, Sally.
You see, that's how our brother do it.
Is that how you do it?
He say, look, girl, I'm doing it for the love of you.
Okay.
That's just how brothers do it. Not my fault.
Right.
I get that from my daddy. You know.
I gotta get your daddy.
Oh, my God. Well. I'm scared. Family, I gotta tell you, y'all got me scared to answer the phone. You never know.
Up in here.
We done went from talking about what do you look for after 50, clear down to interracial dating, and what's the deal?
Yeah.
Let me go to the phone. 97.5.
Hi, guys. My name is Amira, and I just want to say this. I love our chocolate brothers.
All right.
Speak on it, baby.
Chocolate, caramel, light complected, you name it. As a black queen, we know how to put it down with our men.
All right.
And so I don't like the perception that the black woman is just enraged. No, we are queens.
Diary.
And we know how to represent with our men. So do not dare call into the radio station and misrepresent the black queen.
All right.
Speak
Correct.
Of
Thank
a
you. Bye-bye.
black
All
woman.
right now. She said thank you. Bye-bye.
Diary of a Black Woman, Mad Black Woman. Wasn't that a movie?
It was a movie.
Sisters can be a little rough on brothers. I'm just saying, sisters can be a little rough on brothers, but at the same time,
I don't think we're rough. I think we're passionate.
sisters a little rough.
No,
on
we're not
brothers
rough.
every
We're
now and
passionate, and a lot of times we speak out of our pain. So a man can measure.
Speak out of your pain.
Let me tell you something.
What?
A man can measure how much a woman really cares about him deeply.
But how mad she get?
By how mad she get. And I'm gonna tell you that.
What?
Because the deeper her pain, the deeper her rage, that is how much she loved and cared for you and adored you. When your woman stopped tripping off of you, that means that
When she don't
love
argue
level,
no more?
when she stopped asking, like Johnny Taylor said, when she stopped asking where you go, that mean your woman don't want you no more.
Yeah.
So you can measure the amount of love she has for you by how deep her pain is that she has towards you.
I'm looking for a brother on the phone tells me why you do the interracial dating thing. 97.5. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh God, it's another woman. I don't trust y'all no more. It's just too much estrogen on the phone. And
Sister, don't pay no attention to him.
What's happening, my sister? What's going on?
Hold on.
Hold on. She said, hold up. Wait a minute. What's going on?
Just calling to give out kudos.
Kudos?
To Sally.
Okay.
Sally, thank you for exposing the game.
Exposing the game.
And to Sister Soldier for exposing our feelings. And we're passionate women. That's it. That's all.
Why you say it like that? We're passionate women.
Very passionate women.
Who's this on my phone?
This is Terry.
Hey,
Hi.
Terry. Hey, Terry. How you doing?
But we are passionate.
Very passionate. And as it was mentioned before, we come correct
Right.
until incorrectness comes.
There you go.
Sisters can be a little rough on brother.
Well, that's right.
Be a little rough.
Be a little rough on
Yeah.
brother.
be a
You
little
left that plate out all night. My bad. My
Right.
bad. You left your drawers in the
But
floor.
you got some Caucasian
come on
women that
now.
got that in them too.
Yeah.
Today, since we were talking about immigration, this popped up in my algorithm. Ghana grants citizenship to 524 African diasporans or diasporans. I guess you can pronounce it either way. I want to watch a little bit of this. This seems interesting. I'm interested to know, were they Americans? Were they a mix? I'm almost surprised Ghana just doesn't grant automatic citizenship to Americans.
Why is that?
Well, I mean, it's got American roots.
Oh, I see.
Both Sierra Leone and Ghana do.
Okay, so similar to like the U.S. version.
Ghana's, which one? Is it Sierra Leone or Ghana that has Monroeville as its capital?
I think that's Sierra Leone.
Yeah, well, it's named after James Monroe.
Oh,
So
okay.
that, there was let's see, when was it? During the American Revolution. You remember Britain basically said, hey, if you fight for Britain, we'll free you. Well, the slaves, and it was mostly in Virginia, that fought on the British side, eventually wound up in Nova Scotia. I can't remember if they wound up in Nova Scotia, then a portion of them wound up in what is now Sierra Leone, or whether part went to Sierra Leone, the other part went to Ghana. But anyway, some of them were American born descendants of African slaves. I think some of them were still African slaves, wound up over in Sierra Leone, etc. And a lot of them died. A lot of them, wound up fighting, because they wound up being basically colonials, colonists. They were taking over land from Africans who were already living there. So anyway, Monroeville was what they named the capital.
Okay. I'm just thinking. I said maybe it was that other country not too far from Sierra Leone.
No, I'm pretty sure it's Sierra Leone.
Was
I
it
think
Libya? It's either Libya or Liberia, maybe one of those two.
like
Might be Liberia, I think.
Liberia is actually got some American roots. Well, that is directly American, if I recall.
Yeah,
They came
that's what
right
I was
after the
thinking about.
Civil War.
I don't know about Sierra Leone, but I was thinking about Liberia, I believe.
Yeah, Liberia got created either during the Civil War or after the Civil War. I can't remember. I guess I should know, but I'd have to look it up.
So, I mean, it poses an interesting question, and we can talk about it later. But this, I'm saying that we should have citizenship there, but should they just have American stamps? Like, should how it is in the U.S. Virgin Islands or Puerto Rico, for example?
I don't know. I mean, the relations that the former slaves had with the natives that were there were not particularly friendly. They weren't
Gotcha.
they weren't accepted with open arms because they were taking over other people's land. So I think some of those problems still exist today. I have a friend who's from Sierra Leone that I haven't talked to in quite some time. He can tell you chapter and verse. He's real good with African history. He actually went to Morehouse.
Wow.
I don't think he graduated, but
I would love for him to come on the show one day, and I would like to know the status of all the diamond mining in Sierra Leone today.
Oh yeah, I could. As a matter of fact, we're on a Discord. I think he's still there. I'll text him and see if I can't get him to come on.
Yeah. All right. So let's watch this video. So she's in Ghana. She's an American in Ghana. Is that what it is?
I don't know. First
okay.
time I've seen her. She looks American.
Got it. Okay. Calvin says Ghana has closer ties with the UK.
You're right.
Hey y'all, I am Michelle Maisel. Welcome back to my channel. Something amazing happened about 2 weeks ago, and I am here to celebrate it all. I'm going to share with you all this video clip, then we're going to come back and we are going to talk about it. So let's get into it. Let's try. So let's talk about the citizenship part, because that's one of the complaints that you hear some Black Americans on social media talking about, that it's so difficult to get a citizenship. They went over there, they couldn't get a citizenship, and that's the reason why they don't want to go to a country in Africa, because they've made it so.
Is everything okay?
What?
I just don't see anything happening. I thought there was something.
Oh, what happened, Stanley? What happened? What's going on?
He was playing a video about getting Americans getting citizenship in Ghana, and I think it just stopped.
Oh, his internet may have. He's been having issues with his internet there.
Oh, okay, got it.
Americans getting citizenship in Ghana. That'll be interesting. Yeah, I've been in Ghana many times. Yeah, missed it several times. Yeah, I don't know.
How do you like it?
Here's what I don't like about it, right? Because as long as you got food, water, and you're safe, I mean, it's all relative, right? But what I didn't like about it relative to America, and it's probably just a me thing, right? And Kim, and maybe Virgo, you probably understand this too, is that you live behind walls over there, and I didn't like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, in the country, my mother, when she first moved here.
Okay.
Say that again.
It's like compounds, right? It's like compounds, I believe.
Compounds, yeah. And so my mother, when she first moved here, Stanley, what you might find interesting, Stanley, down south.
Where'd she move?
My mother moved to DC from Alabama, right? And I try to, bring it all home here. And so one of the biggest things she still complains about is she can't sit on the front porch.
Huh.
You know how down south.
Oh yeah.
That shit is like a part of life. Sitting on the front porch, seeing motherfuckers pass by your house, you wave at them, that kind of shit, right? And so by the fact that she lives in an apartment building, and even our apartment buildings got their own little entrance to it. Many of them, they're not like these common entrance buildings where you go in and then, your door is on the inside of a hallway. Right. And so she doesn't like that. So in Ghana, it's like that on steroids, and that when you go on your compound, you can't even see your neighbor's house in many cases, or see their front porch or anything like that. You can't, hey, what's up, neighbor? How's it going? When you're watering your grass, you can't see over the walls to the other person. So it's like a lack of community, to me. That's to me,
It's not like that in Jamaica. I don't know about other Caribbean islands, but in Jamaica and Trinidad, and even in Grenada, like, it's no walls. We don't really have compounds. It's just like regular communities.
Like when you come in Ghana, it's like someone has to come out and open the door to let you in to the driveway. Like if you're driving.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Okay, like
right, hey, I'm pulling up. And they come open the gate for you, let you in. Then you close the gate, lock the gate back. Is everybody in for the night? Okay, we can put the padlock on it. It's like, like you want to go out and damn, I want to go out and give me go to the store, give me a 6-pack. Like it's kind of a process. Someone's got to come open the gate for you and lock the gate behind you. I didn't like that part. Yeah.
So they'll padlock the gate at night?
Yeah, hell yeah. You know what I mean? To keep people from breaking in, so it'll be like a bolt lock where you can put
like a razor wire or something on top of the gate? Or
they had like broken glass and shit like that on top of them. I know you've seen that, Kim. So if you really, what I'm saying, it just really,
I didn't
remember. Yeah, I remember playing, like, how in the States you might go down to the park and play, right? In the city like New York, there's a park in every neighborhood, right?
Right.
But we just had to go out and play in the front yard, right? No other kids around, Now you could go places, take them to like a paid facility where it was maintained and like a little jungle rumble, what they call a jungle gym or whatever.
Yeah.
But I don't remember going to a park, right? And I didn't do that in Alabama, but we had backyards and shit that people just come over and play in your backyard,
I never thought about that. Well, we'll see. Let's see what happens to her. I'm assuming she got citizenship.
There is steps.
Yeah, for some reason my internet went out for a second.
You have to go through in order for you to get your citizenship and gain your citizenship from the United States of America. It is not something that you can just walk into the United States of America and they just hand you. And so there definitely were Black Americans who were trying to obtain their citizenship, realized how difficult it was to obtain, and then all of a sudden they want to say negative things about Ghana simply because they had to follow a procedure. They had to follow what was necessary for them to get a Ghanaian citizenship. Now, I want to share with you all a short little video clip of one of the African diasporans who did obtain her citizenship from Ghana, and this is what she had to say about getting that citizenship.
Things anyway, anyhow, and I see stories that say free citizenship in Ghana. Ghana's giving free citizenship, and it's like they're making it sound like they're just handing them out to everybody walking down the street. But you have to be committed to Ghana. You have to be living in Ghana. You had to have been doing something. You've had to have gotten your residency, or whether it's a work permit or something. You had to have proven that you've been laying down a foundation of doing something in the country, not just you just arrived and you want to get it.
Now, Ivy Prosper has a YouTube channel, and it's all geared towards her life and what she's doing in the continent of Africa. And a lot of her content is geared towards Ghana. And what I like about what she said is that you're not going to Ghana and just picking up a citizenship. You're not just going to the embassy and say, hey, I'm here, I need a citizenship from Ghana, and somebody's just going to go ahead and give it to you. No, you have to put in the work. And these 524 African diasporans who gained their citizenship put that work in. And there's some Black Americans who had something negative to say about Ghana with this whole citizenship issue, is because they didn't want to put in the work. They did not want to come with any type of resources. They didn't come with any type of plan. They didn't come with any type of entrepreneurial ideas, any type of business ideas. They didn't stay for a long period of time. No, they literally wanted to walk up in Ghana, like she said, get a free citizenship and go on about their business. And it just doesn't work that way. And so I'm glad that she, definitely put it into perspective, is that these 524 who got their Ghanaian citizenship, they deserve the citizenship because they went through the transition. They went through the struggles. They went through the, having to adjust to a new country, having to adjust to a new way of life. They started up businesses. They are helping the people. They're giving back to Ghana. And this is Ghana's way of saying thank you. They see you. They see what you're doing, and they are trying to keep their word. And one of the things that it said in the year of 2019 initiative plan is that more citizenships were going to be granted. They were going to make it a little bit of an easier process for you to get your Ghanaian citizenship. And so that is just something else that they put in place during the year 2019, and they're following through with that. And I think that is what is wonderful. Ghana is actually keeping its word as far as, yes, they see what these African diasporans are doing. They see all the work that they're putting into it. And so they're saying, you know what, here you are. Here's that citizenship that you were longing for. You are now, fully Ghanaian. Go out there and continue to do what you have been doing in the country of Ghana. I'm glad that this took place. I think that this goes to show that Ghana is continuously making the steps to invite African diasporans over to the country of Africa. The president of Ghana, the current president of Ghana, had this to say about during the ceremony as well.
Our ancestors left these shores in circumstances that were truly tragic and inhumane. They left, but their hearts, and now your hearts, have kept that enduring connection to the African soil.
The great thing about what he had to say was that he definitely made it known that now that they had citizenship, they were seen as Ghanaians. I think that was probably what I heard the most out of them. So the one thing that he definitely said in his speech was that now the 524 African diasporans who gained their Ghana citizenship were now full Ghanaians. And I think that was something to say, because when you talk to, or when you hear some Black Americans when they're talking about people deciding they want to move to Ghana, they always say, well, they're never going to treat you like one of them. You're never going to be considered a Ghanaian. They're always going to see you as an outsider. And so that is then their reasoning for you not moving over there or visiting over there.
Hey, pauses. Hey, Stanley, when I was in Ghana, right?
Yeah.
I went to the point of no return. You know what it is, right?
Yeah, yeah.
My lady was like, don't say anything. Just tell them you're Ghanaian if they ask. They have different prices, right? But Ghanaians versus, regular Black Americans, you know, to go to like to the, you know, the museum.
Let me ask you a question, and that's why I paused it so quick, because I was about to anyway.
Yeah.
You know, do you know people who've immigrated? Because I only know of people that I've seen on YouTube, and I've actually never gotten a sense of why people really want to move over there.
I've never known anyone, I don't think, that was an American citizen and moved over there.
I see.
But I've known Ghanaians that have kind of gone back and forth. But I don't even know any of them that have moved over there, moved back.
Right.
Like they, you know, even the older ones that I know that are doing pretty well for themselves, they'll be building houses. And I've told this on the stream, man, you can Google it if you want to see it. Like, they won't finish a house until they're absolutely ready to move back.
Right.
And so they'll work here and build a house in piecemeal and then go back. That's typical.
Are they doing that because they're afraid somebody will move in?
Yeah, somebody will move in. Yeah, yeah. So I think the unfortunate part for Ghana is that they're basically getting a bunch of old people back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, America's gotten the best productive years out of them, and then they go back to Ghana and, you know, retire more or less.
Well, I don't know. You know, I actually will always agree that there are places I would move, you know, if I had to move. But, you know, something as simple as being able to run up to the beer store. You mentioned that earlier. Like, I live out, I mean, this is an older neighborhood. It's got trees everywhere. There's a pond, you know, 5-10 minutes of, well, it's probably more like, for me, a 10 or 15-minute walk. But the conveniences that we have here, just, you wouldn't even think about them. I would be kind of like your mother in that porch. Like, you know what? I'm good until I actually want to go out and sit on the porch. Then I get really agitated.
And then you're looking at a wall. You know, yeah. You gotta find something to do in the house, yeah.
So I don't know. I just, one of these days, I hope I'm sure I must know somebody, or because I have a friend who has family over in Sierra Leone. I'll ask him. Kim wants him to come on the show to talk about a couple things. So I'm going to see if I can't get him to come on. He's a conservative, by the way. Okay, seems all my friends are conservatives.
The reality is, if you go over to Ghana acting like an outsider, then that's how you're going to be treated. But if you go to Ghana, you actually immerse yourself in the culture, you learn about the people, you learn a little bit of the language, try to really try to get in with the local people, then you will find that you being an outsider is going to continue to decrease. It's going to kind of dwindle away, because you're going to be finding yourself more and more involved in the country, in the culture, and with the people. And you're going to soon not be seen as an outsider, because you're not going to be acting like an outsider. And so now that they have citizenship, hopefully, they will start to embrace that title and really continue to immerse themselves in the culture, continue to learn about the Ghanaian people, because now they are now a part of the country of Ghana. Now, another thing that he said in his speech that I think that definitely needed to be said, when he acknowledged what went on during the transatlantic slave trade, how that affected the African diasporans, and how, coming full circle, and going back to Ghana and getting your citizenship is definitely for the people that's getting their citizenship, and for the African diasporans, is definitely going to create sort of like So the one thing that there's a couple of good things that he said in his speech. One of the things that he said is that so there's a couple of good things that he said in his speech. The first one he said was that the 524 African diasporans would now be considered Ghanaians. And I think that that was definitely important to say because there are some Black Americans, especially the ones who do not like the idea of other Black Americans going to Ghana or going to a country in Africa, moving there. They always say, why are you moving to these countries in Africa? They would never see you as African per se. They would never see you as anything but an outsider. It's always going to be a you versus them. And with him saying that they are now full Ghanaians definitely shows that that is definitely not how it is going to be. If you go to Ghana and you act like an outsider, you're going to be treated like an outsider. But if you go there, you immerse yourself in the culture, you get to know the people, you actually try to be involved in the local, what's going locally as much as possible, you will find that you being looked at as an outsider, you being an outsider will slowly start to dwindle away, and people will start to look at you as you are one of them. You're living the life like one of them. You are living in Ghana like they are, and they are going to look at you that way. But if you are one that you want to separate yourself from them, if you do not want to immerse yourself in the culture, if you do want to kind of feel like or be like that you're better than, or that you don't need to socialize with them, then yes, they're going to see you as an outsider because you have shown that you do not want to be one of them. So I do like the fact that he basically said, y'all are Ghanaians now. And so for those who always say that that's not how the people of Ghana look at African diasporans when they go there, that is absolutely not true. Another thing the great thing that he said in his speech when he was acknowledging the transatlantic slave trade, that's how the disconnect came to be, how the African diasporans being forcefully taken to two places around the world. And that, of course, caused a disconnect between the African diasporans and people on the continent of Africa. But now that they are in Ghana, they now have their citizenship. It's almost like they're just connecting that broken bridge, the bridge that was broken during the transatlantic slave trade, and piece by piece, hoping that that bridge will be brought together and the African diasporans and people from the continent of Africa will come together, will unify, will have some sort of solidarity to help each other and to continue to build that bridge, because that definitely is going to be of use and of help globally around the world and helping each. I really wish I was in Ghana so that I could have seen this event. I really wish I would have been able to see it, because I know that it was something amazing to see and be able to witness and be able to be a part of that. And it just goes to show that Ghana is continuously, taking the steps. They're continuously taking the steps. I so wish I was in Ghana so I could have witnessed this event, because it looked absolutely amazing. The people looked absolutely amazing. And I would have just loved to be there to see just this historical event. This just goes to show just the steps that Ghana can continues to make to build that bridge between African diaspora and the people on the continent of Africa. And for those who don't want that connection, for those who don't want to travel there, for those who don't want to move there, then you are more than able to do as you want to do, but you definitely need to stop trying to create a narrative where there's not any, just to deter African diasporans from doing what they would like to do and what they want to do, which is connecting to the homeland that is made them whole and has made them at peace. So congratulations to all the 524 African diasporans who received their Ghana citizenship. The hard work definitely has paid off, and congratulations to you all. All right, you all, that's all I have to say about this video. Thank you all for watching. Make sure you like and subscribe, and I'll see you on the next video. Bye.
Any thoughts? It was a little bit different than I thought it would be. I thought she'd get more into detail about who those 524. Maybe they were all Americans, but I can't imagine there wouldn't be some Britons. Any thoughts?
I thought there were more than just 520. Was it 524 or 542?
I thought I saw 524. Let me check right quick. Because
I remember that whole Ghana announcement back in the somewhere before the pandemic. I was sworn there was over 1,000 people that went back there.
Well, maybe she meant just Americans. She wasn't very specific.
Yeah.
One of the questions I guess I've had the answer now that I think about it. John wanted to listen to it says 524 524 African diasporans, but she doesn't say whether they're specifically American or not.
Oh, okay. I did think that was pretty well due to the I guess I didn't really like the detail, but I thought it was pretty informative.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you think it's informative, you know more about it than I do. I was trying. Do you know any Americans that have immigrated to Africa?
Personally, other than I can't really count myself. No.
Okay. Because I've been trying to figure out what other than being wanting to go quote home. I can't imagine why anybody would want to.
Land.
Is this channel anti-Penny after the verdict? Who's asking that?
I think it's Jay Rillo. He covered the whole Penny verdict as well, similar to how we did.
No, this channel is so anti-black. There's no way they couldn't be pro Penny. I'm sure that's going to piss somebody off, but oh well.
Yeah.
But I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't say I'm pro Penny, but I am thinking they made the right decision. The jury gave the right verdict.
Yeah, so do I. That's what I was also going to ask, Stanley. Are y'all planning on still listening to the whole Al Sharpton talk?
I'm hoping, but I thought it was Eastern, but it's actually Central Time, so it won't happen for another hour and 3 minutes. Which by that time we'll be going to HB's show because it's already 11:16. However, I can, if it's here, the link is in the back, in the back chat. It's the WVON link. But I would actually want to listen to it. I could always start up another channel and, you and I, or maybe we can convince HB to do it.
Yeah.
But he'll want to.
Hey, I don't know if you guys can hear me. I'm getting observed right now, and I have been for the last several hours, and they just stepped out, but I'm sure they'll be back in any second. So
is HB going to be around? Her observers must have come back in. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Stanley. But to answer your question, Stanley, a lot of people from the diaspora do go to Africa because they have pretty cheap land there. A lot of them want to start up farms and stuff, or just have their own private lot because it is very cheap to just build land here. So that's another reason.
Yeah, but I mean, you could probably find cheap land in the United States. You might have to move somewhere you don't want to move.
Yeah, that I think that might be the reason, because there's a lot, because unlike the United States, which has like cheap, it does have cheap land, but a lot of it is like either bought up by corporations or it's partially owned by the government. A lot of land in Africa is just free reign, and outside of getting like government protected, like getting past like government codes.
Yeah, I was saying though, the houses are just like, basically compounds.
Yeah, that is true. There's not many building regulations. There's also a lot less building regulations here. So depending on where you get your land at, you can practically build anything.
Well, yeah, but he was saying that, a lot of times they're compounds because you're basically vulnerable to looters. So
Yeah, you are vulnerable. If you don't get like a proper gate or a really big fence, you're gonna get robbed.
Yeah, and I don't know. He was saying, down south, I mean, even if I lived in, grew up in like a regular old like neighborhood, neighbors on either side, but even so, the front yard was big enough to play in, the backyard was big enough to play in and have a dog. I don't know. He just, he was. I mean, I kind of feel like he does. Having to live in a compound and at night, basically locking gates, to ward off robbers. I just don't know. That just seems.
Yeah, man. I forget. I didn't tell you this story, Stanley. One of the things, man. One night we were driving in Ghana, and it's a dark road. Maybe they call it a highway or something. I don't know if it was a highway or not. And again, I'm not being critical. I'm just telling you a story. And so we get, we pull up and it was like a roadblock, right? Like the police used to do roadblocks.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's really kind of a shakedown. You know what I'm saying? And so you pull up, you're like, you shake you down, and then you go about your business, right? And you're in the middle of nowhere, right? You could be in the middle of nowhere, so they could do anything they wanted to do it to you if they wanted to, right? And it's those kind of things. Well, America has a lot of technology to ward off a lot of corruption, right? And the cool Kamasi said, John Galt speaking fast.
Some of that technology's, got six rounds.
What's that?
So some of that technology has 6 rounds.
What do you mean? I think I got an idea what you mean. What do you mean?
Even in like when I lived up on the mountain,
yeah,
the one thing you didn't do is like, and everybody left their doors open. I never locked my door unless I was going to be gone for a while. You don't just knock on the door and, hey, I know the door's open, go in.
Yeah. Now that's how I grew up, honestly. You know what I'm saying? My grandma was kind of crippled, so she hated locking the door, had to get up when people come, so you just leave the door unlocked, and lock it at night, before she go to bed. But Cool Kumasi is from Ghana in the chat channel. Kumasi is a town in Ghana, right? And it's one of the bigger towns, I want to say. And then there's Tema, and of course Accra. I don't know what the other big cities would be. There's the Cape Coast town where the point of no return is. We're all over the world here, Stanley.
What? You ought to come up there, Cool Kamasi.
Yeah, come up on the panel and tell us what it would be like to be a citizen of Ghana.
Let me drop the link.
They shake you down. Will they shake you down for your land like they did in 2018?
Is that right? I'll do it.
That whole, if you've ever been to Egypt or the Middle East, it's all baksheesh culture over there.
And you know what else? I think the property, if I'm not mistaken, you know how like in America, you know, we have like inheritances, this, that.
Mm-hmm.
They may have changed it now, but I think their property, Kumasi said it happened to him about this, you know, the police checkpoint, like on a dark road, you know what I mean? And they'll be having rifles, you know, like it's not like America, but they have a handgun. He just got a rifle. You know what I mean? Oh, he said he's not a citizen. Okay, so Stanley, there's one person that you asked if someone has moved back to Ghana, looks like, moved to Ghana. Kumasi is moved to Ghana, and he's taking on the name.
Definitely want to talk to him.
He's taking on the name of Kumasi. There you go. Look at that. Hey, what's that? Reverse migration. I wonder how old is it? Kumasi, how old are you? Are you able to did you retire there? Or did you move there while you still kind of in the workforce type thing? I'm curious, you know. Have you heard of Doomsa? You know what Doomsa is, Stanley?
No, I do not.
Is let's see if I can pull it up on the screen. It's Stanley.
Is it something that young ladies do?
You wish.
Let's see. You see this, Stanley? Can you see this on the screen?
Hold on a second.
Ghana braces for 3 weeks of power cuts. This is June 2024.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
You know, one of the crazy things about this, Stanley, is that like damn, I didn't mean to stop that. You know, if you have a business, I never thought about this. But let's say if you have a business, let's say you're selling, I don't know, popsicles, right? So you're selling popsicles, and this is your day for power outage. All your popsicles are gonna melt. All your meat is gonna go bad.
Yeah, that's part of it. I couldn't, you know.
I mean, to be fair, they did it. Yeah, they do. You either have to have a huge stockpile of ice, or when it comes to like drinks and stuff, they give you the option of whether or not you want it warm or cold.
Creative. There you go.
Do it in our country, which is kind of goofy.
But yeah, those are the type of things, man. Like, you know, the things that you just kind of get used to, Stanley. Like the internet going out. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you deep in the middle of reading something on StreamYard and the internet go out. You be like, what? Oh, what?
Well, I have a friend who does his show from Nigeria.
Yeah.
And usually the internet is good, but you know, it can be very iffy.
Let's get you. We got Cool Kumasi up here, Stanley.
Oh,
hey,
okay.
What's up, Stanley? Man, long time, man. How you been?
Yeah, how you been?
I'm good.
Oh, you've been up here before. You've been up here before.
I talked to Stan. He just spoke about the guy we met, Cat. Charles. Yeah, Charles Channel.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's right. Yeah, Charles is in Lagos, I guess, or somewhere near there. I was gonna ask you, because why do Americans even move to Ghana, other than, you know, just, hey, it's the homeland or motherland?
I think a lot of it is because of El Camino, the castle. I would say that's the most famous one tourist site, and then, you know, you have the beaches in Cape Coast.
But I mean, you're not picking up and moving there, are you?
No. I was born here, raised here. I just visited there a few times.
And, wait a minute. So you're born here in the States?
Yes, sir.
Oh, but you live in Ghana now?
No, I visited there. So I was there about 3 years ago. Summer of 2021.
Yeah, I was just there last year. Yeah, okay. Oh, this year. Yeah, this year. Yeah, okay.
Do you know Pelu?
Pelu. No.
Okay, because he was on Charles's Discord server. He's been on Charles's show. It's almost hard not to know him. I bet if you heard him,
I probably have.
you would
Probably
know
have,
him
man.
because he's got a stutter.
I remember the guy from California. I forget his name. And then David Drencher.
Oh yeah. Anon.
Yeah. But other than that, I'll have to go back and look. But salutations to everybody in the chat. I didn't introduce myself. Sorry about that. Hope everybody's doing well.
So what have you been up to?
Man, I've been checking. I've been watching John Gulfstream, man. He's great content, man.
Thank you.
You've been the man out here too, Stanley. So I've been, I think 2025 will be the big year for you, man.
Maybe, but as usual, I'm the odd man out. It seems like all my friends are conservatives, and I've never been able to figure that out.
You express some conservative values, man.
You're repressing it, Stanley.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's gonna come out, man. Stanley gonna be the biggest conservative in history.
Right. I'm gonna be to the right of MAGA. On education, I am definitely to the right.
You want to just throw them away? I want to give them an opportunity, but throw them away.
It's a free education if you don't have sense enough to take advantage of it. But I know I'm being a little excessive.
See, I want to reimagine education like the liberals want to reimagine policing.
Oh man,
we can have a trade-off. All right? All right, let me reimagine the education. You can have the police. You think about that, son?
Virgo, are you still there? She's probably at work.
Kimmy Cakes, you see that? I know Kimmy Cakes probably at work. She's been rounding the Negroes up today.
I expect her to go out tomorrow with a lasso.
I'm here. I'm just doing
we
something.
We got to get Kimmy Cakes hazard pay.
Can you guys hear me?
I'm
I hear you, Mama. I hear you.
Oh, okay.
Gotta get Kimmy Cakes.
I'm a little worried. Luckily, all those kids know you. I hope.
Yeah, and she a woman too. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna beat up.
You know what? If they're not in school, they don't care about a lot of things, and you may not want to figure out exactly what they don't care about.
Man, I tell you, we got 20. We got about 31 minutes in the audience, man. I don't know. Again, man. Looking at that, did you see that, Kumasi?
What's up, bro?
Well, did you see what Kimmy Cake showed about the young kid? She had to go get out of the Bank of America atrium. They were smoking weed. It was time to go to school, and she was like, "Yo, get out of the atrium."
I must have missed that one. That sounds crazy, man.
Yeah,
Wow.
it was about 8:30 or later this morning. School started at 7:45, I think she said.
I was just paying attention to this whole CEO thing, man. I think they caught the guy in Pennsylvania, so I've been watching that.
Yeah. He was valedictorian of his class, and I guess he attended University of Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, did you see Jay-Z's response? Did you see Jay-Z's response to the Tony Busby, the lawyer?
No, I haven't. But I hear he's been added to the Diddy case.
Yeah, bro. I don't know if I'm right, if I'm wrong, honestly. But that letter he wrote in response to that motion or whatever that the lawyer filed, to me, it signaled to me that Jay-Z is all alone by himself to fight this shit. Because, and the second thing it signaled was that he's not that intelligent. At least, written.
Why wouldn't his lawyer write that?
And that's the third thing I was going to say is because he showed his lack of intelligence, not because he couldn't write very well. So that is a good sign. It's a big indicator. The fact that he supposedly gotten to be a billionaire and didn't know any better. Like, damn, that's my weakness right here. I better not write this fucking letter. Get somebody else to write it. And, but he put it out under his company's name. And it was written from the standpoint that he wrote it because it was I, me. And it was so poorly written that it make you think like, damn, like he ain't even on the same football field as the people that he's going up to battle against. Tony Busby, that's the man that shook down Deshaun Watson. He's been Texas Lawyer of the Year, governor, Texas lawyer for the governor of Texas. Like, he's a serious man. And I mean, I couldn't believe he said, nigga, I'm from the projects. I'm a young man. Nigga, you 55 years old. You're not young anymore. This ain't the game. This ain't the project, right?
But you know what? You got $1 billion. They ain't gonna care one whit.
And him writing that letter to me let me know that he was kind of out here all alone. And that's gonna make the Shaws come out even more. If he out here freestyling, trying to defend himself, instead of using
this ain't a rap battle.
Yeah, this ain't no rap battle. This shit would get determined in court, not on the airways. And yeah, I don't know. It just struck me as odd, man. Did you see the letter he wrote, Kumasi?
Yeah, I've seen it, and then I think he made an appearance recently after all this happened. So
yeah.
I don't know, man. I wait and see. I think a lot of these rappers are starting to, the chickens are coming to roost, man.
I think he's definitely lawyering up behind the scenes, but I think that a man that spoke that way and showed a critical flaw in a situation where, you know, he could have had someone else do his bidding. That's what billions of dollars get you. Then what else is he showing bad judgment on? Not made good decisions on. This was simple right here, bro. Get somebody to write out a letter. And he really didn't say, I ain't do that shit. He said, nigga, file charges. Proven in a court of criminal law, not civil. And it was kind of interesting. You know, the whole
statute of limitations is probably out.
I don't know if the statute of limitations ever runs out for rape, right?
Okay, well, maybe it doesn't.
No, I mean, they can
because
find
R. Kelly case, right? R. Kelly case kind of proved that different, right?
I mean, they can find it. They can have the semen sample and it matched to something.
They can, even if there is one. Now that I think of it, they can change that. They can just say, "Hey, we're gonna make a special exception."
Yeah, anyway, I thought it was just so very interesting that he would write that letter himself. You know, just kind of weird. But yeah, Kelvin says, "What makes you think he's not lawyering up behind the scenes, but in front of the scenes, he shouldn't be the one talking. If that's his ability to write,
should say he should be all Mr. Z or Mr. Carter."
Yeah, you let the people do the talking for you that you pay. You know, you paying the lawyers too much for you to be out here talking street shit. You know, there are billions of dollars at stake. But I think this basically ruined any marketability that he's gonna have, that he would have had going forward. This is a dirty tank to me.
Yeah. And his artists too. I mean, think about what's that company called? Rock Nation.
Yeah, and that's what he
J. Cole and all them on there too. So
yeah, that's what he tweeted. Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. Like, those people are gonna start running, bro. Like, if I'm on Rock Nation and the head of Rock Nation has been accused of something like that, man, I want up out of here. Get me off this deal, right?
John, there are possible limitations. There statute of limitations for rape in Georgia.
Oh, really?
Something interesting in California, though, is that if the victim is under 18, their 40th birthday is the statute of limitations.
Oh shit!
So it could be if she was 13 and this happened in 2000, she's getting real close to that 40. If this happened in California, I don't know.
I think it happened in New York. Oh, that's why it's being accused of happening in New York.
Okay, so let me look up. But there is a statute of limitations.
Because they did that recently with Eric Adams. There was a statute of limitations last year that they had to file a charge. Something happened with a female.
Yeah, it's 20 years for second degree, 10 years for third degree. I don't know. It doesn't say for first degree. Maybe there is no. Yeah,
The NFL is sticking with Jay-Z.
Statutory rape is 20.
You know, Stanley, I know you don't keep up with this, but this will be interesting. For those of you in the audience who follow, you know, the whole hip hop scene, rap music, whatever the hell you call it, would Kendrick Lamar say that verse, certified, what is it, pedophile? What? Was it certified pedophile? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
When he say that word, when he say that word now, huh? He may not be talking about Drake. He may be talking about Jay-Z. Will Kendrick Lamar say the verse certified pedophile? A minor. Will he be saying that shit? Jay-Z be like she be shrinking in his seat. A shrinking violet, they say. Like, gonna be interesting, though. Gonna be very interesting.
It will be. Let me ask you, John. You're a little older than me, man. It seems like a lot of these older rappers are starting to get caught up. Even Will Smith, you know, back to the Grammy slap.
Yeah.
When you think about these rappers, like which one got unscathed and then, you know, left with their reputation intact?
I think probably the cleanest one of that generation may be Dr. Dre.
Oh no, didn't he beat up his wife or something?
I mean, but hey, you know, hey, shit, you know, hey, I said the cleanest one. I ain't say he's.
I got you.
He ain't raping man. He had free offs, right? He had a disagreement with his woman, right? You know, we already talked about some of these people get down in life, you know. But and the reason why I say that is him is I think honestly, he took the most pride in his craft. You know, he had a unique sound. You know, all of his music, you can kind of recognize it. You know, he later went on and created the beats, so he kind of had a brand of sort. I think almost everyone around him is successful. Dr. Dre, Eminem, Snoop. There are very few people around him that are you know, mad at him for him stealing from them or not helping their career out or using them to propel his career. And you know, is anyone familiar with the story he told about when when Suge Knight came to his house and took the masters from him? Anyone familiar with that?
I've never heard of that, man.
Yeah.
So that story.
You familiar with it, Kim?
No.
So, you know, this is a story. If I'm quoting, you know, not verbatim, but, you know, so Suge Knight shows up at his house, I guess after he wants to leave Death Row, and he says Suge Knight shows up and like, yo, I want the masters or whatever music for whatever, you know. And he just gave it to him, like, fuck it, I start over, right? You know, I do it again, you know. I have talent, right? I'm not about to go ahead and be fighting in the street with this nigga. And, you know, that's when he created the whole Aftermath and all those type of things, that business. And I can't remember the name of the album. You know, did pretty well. And
The Chronic.
No, not the Chronic. What was it? The Chronic 2 or I don't know.
The 2001 one. Yeah, there was two of them.
Yeah.
I got both of them.
And so, you know, he believed in himself enough. He had enough talent. He built up a lot of people. You know, you really think about it. Dr. Dre, he built up a lot of people. And then there was an interview I saw him, and I've been trying to find an interview, and they asked him, like, what's your most momentous moment in music? And he gave the example of when I think Snoop Dogg came out on stage for the first time, and how like him seeing it, you know, him being mobbed for the first time. And he's saying it's nothing like, you know, building up an artist and seeing him experience, you know, kind of the nirvana of being accepted by the audience. So it's kind of very unselfish way of going about the world. So yeah, I like them. I like Kanye too. But Kanye is a little more controversial than Dr. Dre.
Yeah, Dre is like low key.
Kanye is alone, and Dr. Dre for years it was him and Jimmy Iovine. You know, that's how they walked right into Apple with that money for the beats. Kanye was a loner. He you know, he's a solo rapper.
Right.
He's a solo artist. You know, he gonna be good, but you know, it's gonna be hard to eat around him because he's so extremely talented. You know, he's not trying
I
to
love
build it.
Kanye. I'm like such a hype beast. Like when he drops merch and hats, I'm like, I gotta get that. Especially now his merch is $20 a pop. Why not?
Yeah, no, he's like individually talented. Yeah, I give him that for sure.
Yeah. Definitely a Kanye West fan.
Who do you think? Cool Kamasi.
You got a question one more time. I'm sorry.
Oh, you asked me the question, so I turned it back on you. Who do you say?
Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, I forgot. I would say if I had to pick one person, maybe MC Hammer.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
I mean, outside of being broke, he never ran into too much trouble.
MC Hammer, the
First
ball,
high-selling artist.
the ball boy. Before he was a rapper, he was a ball boy or something like that.
Okay. Maybe Nelly too. Maybe Nelly, but that's a forgotten name.
Nelly. I guess I was on the higher standard of success there.
You're singing rhymes and all that.
I like Drake though. I mean, I think Drake has had a hell of a career. You know, I think the people are kind of tired of him though, for whatever reason. You know, maybe he's getting a little bit too much leverage with his music, so I think they're kind of tired of him.
I just feel like Drake is not original to me. Like he'll hear the UK rappers and he sounds like a UK rapper. He'll hang out with the Jamaicans and now he sounds like a Jamaican. Like what is his style? Like who is he as an artist? I feel like
He's an entertainer. He can morph. The Jamaican beat, he got it jumping. The reggaeton, he doing it. You know, the chopping, screw, whatever. You know, he's versatile in that one.
But I really like his the I'm Too Sexy. Like that was cool. I like that one a lot.
Who?
Then he comes with that song Too Sexy for. Oh, I think that's Future actually. Hold on. I think I'm getting like confused. I don't know. I like Future too, but he just got too many baby mamas. Like he's like going on number 13. Lucky he's rich.
He in the drug talk. Are you in New York? You in New York, Kamasi?
No, I'm in Western Maryland. I was born and raised in New York, but I moved to Western Maryland now. So when I first came out here.
What's Western Maryland like? Frederick?
Yeah, Frederick, Hagerstown, around there. Mountainside, man.
Yeah. A lot of people that work on this side of the DMV, on that side of the DMV, will live in like Frederick and shit. I've heard Stanley, can you believe people even live in Harper's Ferry and travel to the DC area to work, Stanley?
Yeah, people travel from as far as Martinsburg.
Yeah. The MARC train goes over there, I think.
I tell you, when I used to catch the train back and forth, Kim and Case, you know how much I've traveled back and forth between New York and DC, like shit.
Yes.
I leave out, I get drunk and leave out on the train, head to DC, wake up and go to work. I'll be out there drinking Kimmy cakes on the train, but oh shit, at the bar, like, oh shit, I got a 3 o'clock train. And anyway, so I met so many people. Man, I never forget I met a professor. I think he was either working at Temple or Columbia or vice versa. But he lived in Philadelphia or New York. And his wife lived in New York or Philadelphia, one of the two, right? And that shit was like normal. And I can see how people could easily go back and forth between Philadelphia and New York daily. Damn near on a train. Very easy,
Yeah. Chinese buses, man, $40 will get you.
Yeah.
They still have a Chinese bus?
I think was it Megabus? Was it Megabus?
Kim, that's all they got now. Kim, that's all they damn near got now. Last time I left New York, the Megabus. Look, I came to New York, and when I got ready to leave, Megabus was shut down. Right?
Oh wow.
It was shut down. The only thing running up out of New York right now is because Bolt shut down during COVID. Mega bus shut down. Really, the only thing running up out of New York right now, the Greyhound, the Chinese, and the Jewish buses. They're the only one rolling up out of New York right now.
Wow.
I
know they got the
drive you to the
Amtrak,
shadiest part of Philly too. They're like, hey, you take a break in the shadiest part of Philly. Go get some food real quick. Like,
sometimes Amtrak is just as much as flying.
Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, you can catch a cheap Amtrak ticket. The key to that is to buy a senior citizen ticket. That's what I do. And then, I used to travel at 3 a.m, so it'd be like, $67, something like that. DC, New York, that's not bad.
Right.
But yeah, the only buses rolling out of New York right now, headed to DC, or Vamoose, that's the Jew bus. Yeah, someday, listen, man, Sundays a riot in New York said John God wakes up in New York and goes to bed in DC. Man, listen. You just seen me a drink, right? And I'm like, I'm going to New York in a minute. It'd be 1 o'clock. Like, I got to be in Penn Station by 3 in the morning, that is. And I get to DC at 7, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it'd be the same. Man, I used to go, oh, man, I used to have rituals, man, places I used to go. Traveling back and forth, it was a beautiful thing. Sometimes I wake up, sometimes I didn't even know what city I was in. I'd be going back and forth so much. It used to be this restaurant. Oh man, I used to go here. Restaurant, it's closed now, but damn, it was a great restaurant. I used to go here every Sunday night. I'd be headed to DC. I'm like, okay, I'd be heading to New York, and I'm gonna go to Kushi. A place called Kushi. I guess it's closed. It's closed now, but man, it was a great place. That was a fucking great place. And then Kim, have you ever been on like Flower Row in New York?
Like what? Like where is that exactly? What street?
It's a hotel right there. Cafe Flower. Was it Flower Row, Manhattan? Might be like 28th.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. On the like Fifth Avenue. I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's like 7th. It may go all the way to 5th. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like off of the N and R line, N and R trains.
Oh,
and it's kind of I know exactly what you're talking about. They have all the flower shops and plant stores.
Yeah,
they got the Africans over there that sells all sorts of stuff.
Man, I was just out there this weekend too. They was getting rounded up, man. They'd round all of them up, man. It's like 7, 8 o'clock. They all had to be out of there.
But so when I go to Penn Station, this place is right here near Penn Station, as you can see. Penn Station right here. Here's the spot. Oh man, I go here and load up, give me some food, then head back to DC. Yo, the best sandwiches. Yo, look at that shit. Look at that. Damn, it's making me hungry, bro. God damn, go back to the sandwich.
You mess with old Ebbets Grill in DC?
What's that?
You mess with old Ebbet in DC, the grill?
I've been there years ago.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Where's this place, John, on the screen?
On the Flower Street. Let me see.
Yeah, that's my kind of spot.
28th Street right here. What's 28th? Yeah, this shit
I was just out there this past weekend. I had to go see the
and then they got this flower hotel, the Moxie Hotel. This is like a flower bar.
Yeah, Moxie's nice.
Oh, this shit look amazing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Chelsea Piers. You talking about Chelsea? That's Chelsea Piers right there.
No, this is West 28th.
So Chelsea. Oh, my bad. Okay.
It's a little further in.
Yeah, it's a little further in. It's right by Penn Station. Right. You see it here. Chelsea Piers be right over in here, right? Chelsea Piers here around. Yeah,
Chelsea's down on 23rd, but it's all the way on the West Side Highway.
Yeah, this is right here, kind of like Midtown, I guess. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, catch the bus. Yeah, but Kim, all the buses, they the Jew buses run right here, and then I think right here as well.
I'm trying to confirm with you that I'm coming out there, but I've got to wait for the White House to call me or email me.
You trying to get a ticket to the inauguration?
I already got put on 2 lists. What's his name? The Jamaican guy, Hakeem Jeffries. He put me on his list, and so did his friend. What's her name? Lord have mercy.
I forgot to do that, so I got to do
Yvonne
that.
something.
Just remind me.
She's actually from my district. I should know her, but she put me on her list. And both officers were like, I should get a call from the White House or email.
We might have to read that Luigi's manifesto next stream. Hey,
all the hotels is already booked up, John?
You know what I'm guessing, what I'm seeing, Kim, is I think that the Trump supporters that do come, they're not going to stay anywhere but the hotels, right? They're only going to stay in hotels. I don't think they're going to take a chance renting from someone. I don't think they trust
Get beat up and they sleep. No.
It's Trump's hotel, right?
No, he sold it.
Out.
Did he?
Yeah, he sold that joint. Yeah.
I was looking at even
right there
the
too.
Holiday Inn because I have a friend that works for IHG and he usually gives me a huge discount, but everything's booked up, and I'm staying in Baltimore.
Yeah, that's what I suspect. Like I suspected that a lot of the hotels a lot of the Airbnbs that get reservations probably not going to accept them if you're coming for the inauguration. You're gonna have to lie to the people, something like that.
I was like, worst case scenario could be a day trip, but that's a lot.
Yeah,
but it could be.
But you got hotels like you probably get away with like Arlington, Bath. You know, it's a little further out, but like the Nova side of the DMV, probably get away with that one.
That's what most of the Trump are going to want to be anyway in the Arlington.
That's highly liberal there too. That's how I think even
I
more
believe
liberal
those
in DC.
are sold out too. Cause I think I looked in Arlington, but I'm gonna check. I'm gonna double check.
Arlington's probably going to DC because it's more law and order out there. You understand?
Yeah,
and
that is a fact. That's a fact.
You know, like if you're a January 6th person and you scared about what happened January 6th, thinking it might be some bullshit, you're gonna stay in Arlington. That's where I would stay, right? I wouldn't come into DC and stay in DC. You can bring your gun to Virginia. You can't bring your gun to DC.
Nope.
That's why I would stay. Yeah.
Well, I'll see. If not, John, I'm gonna have to just book one of your rooms.
I mean, you just let me know. You ain't got to book it.
I know, but I'm just trying to say that, for people.
Just let me know. Anyone, we got something for you.
I know. I appreciate that.
We got 7 minutes. Shit, I'm surprised nobody called me about a room. What the fuck I got to say or something?
Whatever happened with the guy with the washer dryer? You didn't give us no update.
Oh, he waiting on his boyfriend. You know what? We did a stream earlier, Lolo and I. And I'm going to let Lolo close that deal. That'll be her first commission.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's nice.
So I put her in contact with him. We called him over the stream, and I said, from this point on, just reach out to Lolo, whatever you decide, and we go from there.
Oh, good. That's nice.
What I'm thinking is like, what Lolo is doing is really scalable, and what I mean by that is, I'm in DC. She could be showing people places in Virginia, Arlington, Alexandria, Dallas, Texas, right? She could be selling just like she's selling my shit. She could be selling someone else's.
Universal's gonna be pissed off. She's gonna get rich enough that she won't need him.
She can pay for her own